In the vast expanse of the 3,000 domains, within the central heavenly domain of Zhongzhou, at the esteemed Gu family residence of the Changsheng lineage, a 16-year-old youth abruptly opened his eyes, as if countless images flashed before him. Am I transmigrated? Or perhaps reborn? He pondered. At 16, is this the moment I awaken my innate wisdom? The tempest of memories from his past life and present intertwined, leaving him momentarily bewildered. However, clarity would soon return. I never imagined I would truly traverse worlds, finding myself in a fantastical realm as the true scion of the foremost lineage of the Changsheng Gu family. Regrettably, awakening my innate wisdom only at 16 means I could have achieved so much more had I awakened earlier with foresight. Perhaps I would have already been designated as a divine child. In Gu Change's memories, being part of the first sequence in the Gu family did not guarantee one the title of divine child. It merely indicated that among the 10 sequences, he ranked as the pinnacle in terms of aptitude, talent, and combat prowess. The competition would unfold over 3 years, with the true determination of the divine child's position occurring after the age of 18. The 10 sequences were drawn from the various branches of the Changsheng Gu family. Gu Changge represented the main branch. Typically, the true scion from the main branch would ascend to become the divine child of the Gu family. Yet this era bore unexpected developments. Namely, unparalleled prodigies were emerging from all branches of the Gu family. Those with sacred physiques, the primordial sacred body with extraordinary comprehension, and even the innate Tao body. There were also those with remarkable attributes, such as the 7-portal Linglong heart and the Tsang Tian dominance body. As for Gu Changge, he possessed the rare heavy eyes, and his innate roots were exceptional, rivaling those of various sacred physiques, Tao bodies, and divine bodies, the sole distinction being the absence of innate divine abilities. Nevertheless, his heavy eyes already bestowed upon him unparalleled potential. Having processed all the information, a faint smile graced Gu Change's lips. With this identity, this aptitude, and this background, what a remarkable start I have. With that, he blinked, confirming the absence of any peculiar panels or notifications. Alas, as a transmigrator, I find myself without a golden finger. He lamented, though soon added, but it matters not. With my current foundation, I am confident in treading the path of invincibility. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a notification sound suddenly caused his eyes to widen slightly. Ding! Host has awakened innate wisdom. The invincible return system is now activated. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the newcomer Invincible Return gift pack. The notification resonated in his mind, and a prompt interface materialized before his eyes, affirming that he indeed possessed a system. No, he merely spoke casually. A system truly arriving would be quite the surprise. However, even without the system, it allows Gu Changge to tread the path of invincibility with greater ease. Invincible Return System. Splendid. Gu Changge reigned in his astonishment and eagerly inquired, System, enlighten me on your capabilities. Ding! This system is named Invincible Return System. As the name suggests, as long as the host bestows divine abilities, techniques, divine weapons, or rare treasures upon a target bound to this system, they shall receive various extraordinary returns, with a return level determined by the multiplier, which reflects the value. For instance, should the host gift a spirit stone to the bound target, a billionfold return could yield an immortal stone. Note: items bestowed by the host can only be returned in the same category. Note: this system retains all rights to explanation. Upon reviewing the system's introduction, Gu Changge swiftly comprehended the remarkable nature of his invincible return system. If wielded adeptly, his power could surge at an unimaginable rate. While Gu Changge absorbed the system's information, another prompt echoed forth. Ding! Detection indicates the host possesses a newbie Invincible Return gift pack. Would you like to open it? A newbie gift pack. Following the familiar narrative patterns of the novels he had previously indulged in, it could only be extraordinary. Hence, Gu Changge nodded without hesitation. Open. Immediately, a flurry of information appeared before him. Ding! Host successfully opened the newbie Invincible Return gift pack. Congratulations, host has received the reward. First return will definitely trigger billionfold critical hit occurrences. Congratulations, host has received the reward. 1 10,000-fold critical hit card. Congratulations, host has received the reward. 1,000-fold critical hit card. Congratulations. Host has received the reward. 500-fold critical hit cards. Gazing at the cascade of notifications, Gu Changge felt exhilarated, akin to defeating a boss. Just as he was about to delve into the details, a glance at the uniformity of the content caused his lips to twitch involuntarily. Indeed, this was truly a return system. The reward from the newbie gift pack were all return cards. However, if these return cards were employed judiciously, they would undoubtedly provide an unimaginable enhancement to his foundation. Gu Changge meticulously examined each item. With a guaranteed billion-fold trigger, once the system identifies an appropriate binding target, I must carefully consider what to present first. As Gu Changge contemplated, the system delivered yet another prompt. Detection indicates that within the Changsheng Gu family, there exists a target suitable for system binding. Please have the host approach the target within 100 meters to unlock the binding target information. The host is free to decide whether to bind the return target. Oh, has the system swiftly identified a suitable bonding partner? I had anticipated a much longer wait. Gu Changge pondered, as a point of light flickered in his mind. It seemed the system had thoughtfully provided guidance. How convenient, sparing him the trouble of searching. Just as he resolved to rise from his seat and proceed towards the location of the light to unlock the system's designated return target, a sudden knock at the door interrupted him. Young Master Changge, the clan leader requests your presence at the main hall. He has good news to share. A youthful female voice, that of a maid, echoed. My father is looking for me? Understood. Gu Changge nodded, briefly sensing the return target bound by the system in his mind, deciding to delay his departure, as the individual was within the Changsheng Gu family, and there was no rush. Upon Gu Changge's arrival at the council hall, a lively discussion among the senior clan members ensued. I believe this matter is improper. How can the Changsheng Gu family engage in such treacherous and shameless acts? If word spreads, our family may become the laughingstock of the Zhongtian Dao domain. Indeed, with Changge's unparalleled talent, is such a measure truly necessary? Why would it not be? This involves a supreme bone, coupled with a Chongtong with such qualifications. Our family is destined to produce another imperial figure. Precisely. And the holder of the supreme bone is merely a young girl from a subordinate branch, orphaned and overlooked, brought into the main line only after awakening her supreme bone. Now that Changge has just ascended to the first rank, the addition of the supreme bone will surely secure his position as the son. Enough. As the clan elders continued their debate, one among them finally spoke up. The head of the Changsheng Gu family, Gu Qing, who also happens to be Gu Changge's father. As the patriarch of the Changsheng Gu family, Gu Qing had already reached an extraordinary level of cultivation, attaining the 9th layer of the king realm, just a step away from becoming a quasi-saint. This world is divided into 12 realms: opening meridians, nurturing spirits, transforming liquids, rainbow bridge fate wheel, connecting spirits, comprehending Tao, Ascension King, Quasi-Saint, Saint, and Imperial Realm, with each realm further subdivided into 9 layers. In the latter 4 realms, even the initial king level is considered among the top experts in the 3,000 Dao domains, while Quasi-Saints and Saints represent an indomitable sanctity, the foundation of the Changsheng clan. As for the Imperial Realm, apart from the ancestors of the Changsheng family and other immortal sanctuaries, it has been over 100,000 years since an imperial figure was born. As Gu Qing spoke, all eyes in the council hall turned towards him. He slightly raised his head, gazing towards the hall's entrance with a gentle smile, and said, "Let us allow Changge to decide this matter for himself. We should refrain from imposing our judgments. Furthermore, the holder of the supreme bone is also one of our own. Even if from a branch family, they belong to the Changsheng Gu family. If Changge requires the supreme bone, then the main line must offer the best compensation in other respects." This was the utmost Gu Qing could do. That if Gu Changge were to seize the supreme bone, he would not utter a word, merely endeavoring to compensate the host of the supreme bone. Such is the nature of a world governed by the law of the jungle without connections or strength. One is merely fodder for the powerful, a reality that prevails even within families and sacred lands. Upon finishing his statement, Gu Qing turned his gaze toward the entrance of the council hall. "What are your thoughts, Changge?" As Gu Qing's words fell, the elders within the hall also directed their attention to the entrance. There stood a tall, slender youth, akin to a bamboo, swaying in the wind, whose striking features, though still youthful, hinted at an extraordinary handsomeness to come as he matured. However, amidst the attention of the crowd, Gu Changge found himself momentarily bewildered. Had he truly heard correctly? It seemed that his father and the elders were preparing to procure a supreme bone for him. Given his previously self-centered disposition, without the awakening of his innate wisdom, he would likely not have declined such an offer. Yet, after awakening his innate wisdom, Gu Changge felt overwhelmed by the sheer weight of his circumstances. With a branch lineage, no connections, a supreme bone, and his unique dual pupils, he feared that if things continued to develop in this manner, his own lineage or even the entire Changsheng Gu family might face dire consequences. As Gu Changge grappled with the shocking revelation, within a side chamber of the council hall, a girl of about 14 years, exquisitely delicate and adorned in azure, suddenly opened her eyes. The moment she did, a terrifying aura surged and dissipated from her petite form. Within her bright, black pearl-like eyes, countless arcane runes and visions flickered. After a brief moment, as the phenomena within her gaze subsided, her previously serene countenance transformed into one of astonishment, confusion, and shock. "I have been reborn," Gu Qingqiu exclaimed, raising her small hand and surveying the room's arrangement, finally affirming the reality of her resurrection. "I have heard of reincarnation and soul possession for the purpose of cultivation, but never of one being able to be reborn and cultivate anew." She mused. "I had thought that by that time, everything would have been predetermined." As she spoke, the light in her beautiful eyes grew increasingly radiant, and a smile began to blossom on her enchanting visage. Suppressing her excitement, Gu Qingqiu began to recall the current temporal context. She surveyed her familiar surroundings, her mind swirling with thoughts. "This room seems to be where the main branch of the Gu family intended to extract my supreme bone for Gu Changge. So, am I in the moment just before the extraction?" A sardonic smile graced her lips as she spoke. She had long since wished to forget the events of her past life, where she was exiled after the extraction of her bone, only to rise again. Yet, Gu Qingqiu could never erase the memory of the incredulous expressions and rebukes from the elders of the Changsheng Gu family when she ultimately triumphed over Gu Changge. With her rise, the Changsheng Gu family also recognized their past mistakes, continually seeking forgiveness and paying a heavy price, losing several esteemed saints and even one ancestral sage to assist her. Yet, they could never return to the initial moment. When Gu Qingqiu discovered her awakening of the supreme bone and was accepted by the main lineage of the Changsheng Gu family, who could fathom the depths of her joy? Who could comprehend the resolute determination she made to repay her family? However, what awaited her was the cruel fate of having her bone extracted and being exiled. Gu Qingqiu took a deep breath, her beautiful eyes filled with a maturity far beyond that of a typical 14-year-old girl. "This time, the elders of the main lineage of the Changsheng Gu family will likely attempt to extract my bone again," she mused. "Given my current state of having no cultivation, I am utterly incapable of any resistance. Moreover, the room is sealed, devoid of spiritual energy. Even with my vast knowledge, it would be nearly impossible to break free." She sighed. "It seems I shall once again face the extraction of my bone." Pressing her lips together, she concluded, "Very well. After the extraction, I will be exiled to the ancestral grounds of the Changsheng Gu family, just as in my previous life, where I can acquire a precious treasure hidden within the ancestral land and activate it early, hastening the birth of my second supreme bone." With firm resolve, Gu Qingqiu reclined back onto her bed, awaiting the moment of her extraction. Meanwhile, Gu Changge's mind was a tempest of thoughts, his scalp tingling, yet his expression remained calm and unruffled. It was only upon entering the council hall that a smile finally graced his face. "Patriarch, esteemed elders, regarding this matter." As Gu Changge began to speak, all the elders perked up their ears. Given their understanding of him, they knew he would never let the opportunity of the supreme bone, a talent representing an alternate path to unparalleled strength, slip away. Even Gu Qing had similar thoughts, and the elders of the council were already prepared to rise and escort Gu Changge to the chamber where Gu Qingqiu was being held captive once he consented. However, the next words spoken by Gu Changge left Gu Qing and the other main lineage elders wide-eyed with disbelief. "I am vehemently opposed to this matter," Gu Changge stated coolly, his tone resolute and unwavering. Some elders even questioned whether they had misheard, rubbing their ears to confirm. Gu Qing was taken aback, staring at Gu Changge from his seat, and asked in astonishment, "Changge, what did you say?" "I said I refuse," Gu Changge reiterated firmly. Chapter 3. The billionfold critical hit returns the immortal bone. As the words fell, an instantaneous silence enveloped the entire council hall, each elder's face reflecting a look of incredulity. Some elders could not restrain themselves from urging Gu Changge. "Changge, do you comprehend the unparalleled value of the supreme bone? Indeed, the supreme bone is inherently supreme, granting invincibility among peers, and even the ability to challenge prodigies and monsters of higher realms." Gu Changge was certainly aware of this. In truth, within the vast expanse of the 3,000 Dao domains, none were oblivious to the might of the supreme bone. It was precisely this knowledge that made Gu Changge even more reluctant to accept it. It was evidently a boon of extraordinary proportions, and given that he already possessed the heavy eye and an invincible return system, there was no necessity to undertake such actions for the sake of a supreme bone. Gu Changge nodded, fully cognizant. "But you," an elder could not help but exclaim. Yet, before he could finish, Gu Changge interrupted him, his words reverberating throughout the hall. "The heavy eye is the path to invincibility. Why must one rely on the bones of others, especially his sister's bone?" With his hands clasped behind his back and his posture upright, Gu Changge spoke with self-assured calm. An aura of invincibility radiated from him, leaving the assembly of elders in a state of tumultuous emotion, some expressing admiration while others wore faces of regret. Good. Truly, you are the foremost of the Changsheng clan. The heavy eye is indeed the path to invincibility. There is no need to borrow from others." Gu Qing bellowed with laughter, rising to his feet. With such demeanor, even if Changge lacked any innate talent, he would surely make a name for himself in the central Dao domain. Now, with the support of our Changsheng clan, resounding throughout the 3,000 Dao domains is but a matter of time. Seeing this, the elders could only sigh in resignation. Their intentions were for the greater good of the main lineage. After all, if a prodigy possessed both the heavy eye and the supreme bone, merely the fame alone would echo throughout the 3,000 Dao domains, not to mention Gu Changge's innate talent and disposition. Once Gu Qing had spoken, he cast a satisfied glance towards Gu Changge, saying, "Since you have made your decision, let us pay a visit to Qingqiu. If we do not seize the supreme bone from her, she shall undoubtedly become one of the pillars of our Changsheng clan. Certain matters must also be disclosed to Qingqiu in advance. She is still young, yet we cannot conceal our actions from her. Any conflicts must be resolved with minimal impact." Gu Changge nodded in agreement. In terms of handling affairs, Gu Qing was already worthy of being the head of the Changsheng clan. Not to mention, he was a formidable presence, a ninth-tier king, nearing the realm of quasi-saint. The assembly moved towards the secluded chamber where Gu Qingqiu resided. Upon sensing the dissipating barrier and the sound of footsteps approaching, Gu Qingqiu, reclining on the bed, felt a surge of anxiety. Had they come? The Changsheng clan was indeed, as she remembered, eager to extract her supreme bone. Having been reborn, she was once again on the brink of experiencing the pain of having her bones taken. In her heart, only cold laughter and mockery remained. Creak! The door swung open, and the sound of footsteps echoed softly. Gu Qingqiu was aware that aside from Gu Qing and Gu Changge, there were numerous elders of the main lineage present. Hence the multitude of footsteps did not come as a surprise. On the bed lay a delicate girl of around 14 or 15, her features exquisite and sculpted with finesse. Despite her tender age, her presence resembled a budding blue lotus, poised to bloom, already exhibiting a beauty that could captivate nations. One could only envision the breathtaking allure she would possess in adulthood. Gu Qing and the elders gazed upon Gu Qingqiu, and even they could not deny that she was indeed the host of the supreme bone, embodying the essence of heaven and earth, a flawless masterpiece of divine creation. Many elders marveled at her perfection at such a young age. Gu Changge, however, bore an expression of shock, his heart racing with astonishment. As he approached, he realized he was drawing nearer to the target designated by the system for binding and return. It was only when he stood before the door that he confirmed the person within endowed with the supreme bone, was indeed the target of the system's binding return. If memory served him correctly, this individual was named Gu Qingqiu. A month prior, she had awakened the supreme bone. Yet no one within the Changsheng Gu family was aware of this. Only the members of the main lineage knew. To his surprise, the target for the system's binding return turned out to be a being with the supreme bone. As Gu Changge processed this revelation, a system notification appeared. Ding! The host is approaching a target that meets the system's investment return criteria. Would you like to view the information? Yes, no, ding. The host is approaching a target that meets the system's investment return criteria. Would you like to bind? Yes, no. Glancing at the information before him, Gu Changge turned his attention back to Gu Qingqiu and decisively instructed the system. View the information first. Scanning the daughter of the Changsheng Gu family, Gu Qingqiu. Information generation complete. Nickname, Gu Qingqiu. Identity, daughter of the Changsheng Gu family, reborn supreme, daughter of destiny. Physique, supreme bone. Cultivation technique, none. Divine powers, none. Recent fortune, viewable upon binding. As Gu Changge examined Gu Qingqiu's information, he found the details regarding her physique and abilities as expected. However, upon discerning her identity, he could no longer contain his astonishment. Reborn supreme? Goodness! Gu Changge's eyes widened, confirming he was not mistaken. He never anticipated that Gu Qingqiu had returned from rebirth and was a supreme being who had cultivated to the imperial realm. Supreme imperial realm. A gasp escaped him as he felt relieved by his decision and commended his foresight. Fortunately, he had not agreed. Otherwise, he would have offended a reborn supreme and a daughter of destiny possessing the supreme bone, a situation that even the Changsheng Gu family could not withstand. However, knowing Gu Qingqiu's extraordinary background, Gu Changge felt no reluctance towards his first binding target. Investing in a being with the supreme bone, a reborn supreme, and a daughter of destiny was undeniably a stroke of fortune. Gu Changge's heart stirred. System, bind Gu Qingqiu as the target for investment return. Ding, binding successful. Upon completing his tasks, Gu Changge noticed that Gu Qing and the elders of the clan had been observing Gu Qingqiu since he entered. Gu Qing, under the impression that Gu Changge might have changed his mind on his way, jestingly inquired, Changge, have you had a change of heart? Not at all. Gu Changge replied emphatically. Yet, scarcely had the words left his mouth when the system's notification caused his pupils to constrict slightly, his heart swelling with a mix of astonishment and elation. Ding! The host has altered the destined trajectory, rejecting the supreme bone, triggering the return mechanism. Congratulations to the host for receiving the first return. Congratulations to the host for triggering the first return, guaranteed to be a billion-fold critical hit. The host's investment in the bound target, Gu Qingqiu's supreme bone, has yielded a billion-fold return. Celestial bone. Detecting the uniqueness of the celestial bone, the return rewards are commencing fusion. Chapter 4. Gu Qingqiu was taken aback. Wait, was it not the correct way to open it? Should fusion begin? Yes, no. Gazing at the information before him, Gu Changge immediately chose no. It was not the right moment for the fusion of the celestial bone. However, after his refusal, Gu Changge felt an unexpected thrill within, for this was indeed the celestial bone. He had not anticipated that by rejecting the supreme bone, he would trigger a return mechanism. And the destined trajectory was quite intriguing. Could it be that his destined trajectory was inevitably tied to accepting the supreme bone? What a revelation! Gu Changge could only marvel at the extent of the buffs he had accumulated. But what was that glance just now? Gu Qing, noticing Gu Changge fixated on Gu Qingqiu without blinking, mistakenly assumed he was enamored by her beauty, and remarked, "So, it seems that you have no attendants by your side." Changge, Qingqiu possesses exceptional talent and bears the supreme bone. She could serve as your aide. Why not have her as your maid, attending to you? Gu Changge was momentarily stunned. The clan elder standing nearby was equally astonished. Gu Changge, recovering, chuckled helplessly. The head of the family is jesting. Qingqiu is my cousin. How could she serve as my maid? Gu Qing furrowed his brows. If not a maid, do you wish for her to be a wife or a concubine? Gu Changge's lips twitched. What was wrong with this so-called father of his? It was either a maid or a wife. It made him seem as if he had taken a liking to her. Not at all. Gu Changge shook his head. Then why were you staring at her just now? Gu Qing inquired, puzzled. Had he misinterpreted Gu Changge's gaze? It should not have been the case. Such admiration was something any man would recognize. He had merely glanced at her. The rest of his attention had been on the system information. What staring? Gu Changge replied, exasperated. I was merely examining the wonders of the supreme bone. Father, have you misunderstood me? Cough. Gu Qing, feeling somewhat embarrassed, cleared his throat lightly. The fact that Gu Changge was addressing him as father rather than head of the family spoke volumes about his exasperation. Is that so? Yet, the supreme bone lies hidden within flesh and blood, its divine essence concealed. Changge, by rejecting the supreme bone, you find it difficult to truly perceive its true form. As Gu Changge conversed with Gu Qingqiu listened in astonishment to their exchange. What was happening? Gu Changge had refused his own supreme bone? How could this be? Gu Qingqiu's mind buzzed. According to her memories from before her reincarnation, Gu Qing had brought Gu Changge and several clan elders to directly excavate the bone. How could Gu Changge refuse? As Gu Qingqiu's thoughts swirled in disbelief, Gu Changge shook his head. Father, the reason our immortal family has stood the test of time, overlooking all beings from its pinnacle, is not solely due to bloodline inheritance, but rather the unity of hearts, which is as sharp as a blade. How could I agree to excavate my cousin's supreme bone for myself? Gu Qing was taken aback, a bittersweet smile creeping onto his face. As a father, I certainly understand. The surrounding clan elders felt a wave of awkwardness at this revelation. They too were aware of this principle. Yet, this was the supreme bone, after all. Whether it be the naturally divine double pupils or the inherently supreme bone, each represents an astonishing and unparalleled innate talent. The fusion of the two into one conjures the image of a formidable and invincible prodigy. Thus, they chose to overlook this reality, both blind and deaf to it. However, now that Gu Changge has declined, an inexplicable sense of relief washes over him, freeing him from the burden of inner conflict. After speaking, Gu Changge turned to Gu Qingqiu and said, Qingqiu, our clanswoman hails from a collateral branch, orphaned and without support, yet possessing the supreme bone. Father, let her be my sister. I shall take good care of her. Gu Changge then proposed a significant decision. To have Gu Qingqiu as his sister? Could it truly be? Was this the same Gu Changge who once solely devoted himself to cultivation and maintained a somewhat aloof demeanor towards his clan? It seemed that since ascending to the first sequence, Gu Changge's character had undergone considerable transformation. However, his concern for the family and his sense of loyalty were precisely what they wished to witness. Gu Qing nodded in agreement. Very well, if that is the case. Let her be your sister. With the supreme bone, she will inevitably reach at least the saint realm in the future. Nurturing this relationship from a young age is wise. Indeed, Gu Changge replied, then addressed Gu Qing and the elders. Once Sister Qingqiu awakens, Father should arrange for her to reside on my first sequence estate. I shall take my leave now. Go on, Gu Qing smiled. The elders, upon witnessing this, also quickly displayed their smiles. As Gu Changge departed, a tranquil atmosphere enveloped Gu Qing and the elders left behind in the side chamber. Some elders gazed wistfully at the bed, where the seemingly peacefully asleep Gu Qingqiu lay, and one remarked, Patriarch, will you truly not allow Changge to merge with the supreme bone? This is the combination of the double pupils and the supreme bone. Another elder added, with the double pupils and the supreme bone, our Changge could undoubtedly become invincible across 3,000 domains and attain the supreme emperor's position. You are being overly anxious. Gu Qing replied coolly, glancing at the elder who spoke. Did Changge not say, the double pupils are the path to invincibility? There is no need to borrow another's bone, especially that of sister. Since Changge has made his intentions clear, it may not be wise for us to impose. A collective sigh escaped the elders. Let us depart. The adult ceremony trials are nearing, and the seals in that location have begun to weaken. We must reinforce the seals. For if any mishap occurs, the consequences could be dire. Gu Qing and the elders took their leave. After a quarter of an hour, Gu Qingqiu confirmed that no one remained in the room before she finally opened her beautiful eyes, filled with astonishment. What is happening? Why did things not unfold as per my memories? Did Gu Changge not desire my supreme bone? Am I not reborn, but merely dreaming? Gu Qingxiu murmured, but soon shook her head. Impossible. The various techniques and opportunities in my mind are vividly clear. It cannot be a dream. As she spoke, Gu Qingxiu gazed towards the door in confusion. Yet, why did Gu Changge not seek my supreme bone? Even going so far as to alter the thoughts of Gu Qing and the other main branch powerhouses? Is it possible that I approached this incorrectly? Moreover, Gu Changge audaciously proclaimed that there was inherently invincible and questioned the necessity of borrowing the bones of others, a declaration that resonated with an astonishing spirit. Such an assertion already hinted at an aura of invincibility. In his past life, he lacked such audacity. It was only through the fusion of the supreme bone, combined with that he ascended to the status of a divine progeny, traversing the world and contending with the prodigies across the myriad realms, gradually cultivating this demeanor. Yet even then, it was not particularly profound, indicating that his resolve was not as unwavering. Furthermore, he even sought to protect me, desiring for me to become his sister. What on earth was happening? Gu Qingxiu found herself at a loss. The progression of events had completely exceeded her expectations. Ordinarily, it should have involved excavating bones. She had anticipated a rekindling of memories, leading to an even deeper despair regarding the longevity of the Gu family, and subsequently, utilizing her past life's recollections to reclaim her pinnacle step by step. Instead, Gu Changge's words and actions left her utterly bewildered. Even though she had once been a supreme being, she found it challenging to confront the sudden warmth of kinship and familial affection. Chapter 5. The Celestial Bone and the Domain of Shocking Realms. The emergence of the ancient sage, while Gu Qingxiu stood in a state of astonishment. Gu Changge had already returned to his chamber in the first sequence. Sitting gracefully upon the bed, Gu Changge gazed at the information before him, his expression revealing both anticipation and a hint of excitement. This journey had yielded immense rewards. He had not only bound a reincarnated female sovereign from a prestigious clan, but had also acquired the Celestial Bone. Remarkable indeed. Although the true power of the Celestial Bone remained a mystery, anything associated with the Celestial Realm was bound to be extraordinary and earth-shattering. After all, throughout the ages, countless emperors in the 3,000 domains had pursued the footsteps of the Celestial. Now, he had obtained a piece of this divine essence. Host, will you commence the fusion of the Celestial Bone with a 10 billion-fold return? Yes, no. Gu Changge was on the verge of confirming the fusion when a moment of hesitation struck him. He glanced around his surroundings. It was evident that fusing with the Celestial Bone, an unparalleled opportunity, would undoubtedly attract considerable attention. He faced two choices. The first was to conceal the extraordinary phenomenon of the fusion, allowing his father, Gu Qing, to intervene and obscure any signs, thus enabling himself to remain grounded. He could fabricate an explanation for the origin of the Celestial Bone. After all, in this world, even reincarnation and cultivation were not unusual, and claiming that it had been brewing within him all along would suffice. The second option was to embrace the moment. With his unique dual pupils and status as a member of the first sequence, should he initiate the fusion of the Celestial Bone, it would likely instill even greater caution among the subsequent sequences and the powerful figures behind them. Moreover, adversarial forces might perceive him as a thorn in their side, a target of their animosity, placing him in a precarious position. Yet, Gu Changge hesitated only for an instant before opting for the latter. What ist? He was a wall-hanging figure, endowed with dual pupils and belonging to the esteemed first sequence of the Changsheng family. If he were to conceal such extraordinary potential as the Celestial Bone, he might as well abandon his cultivation and resign himself to mediocrity. By enhancing his innate gifts, he could elevate his status further. Not only would he face no overt dangers, but he would also garner increased respect and recognition. With this thought in mind, Gu Changge resolved without delay, his heart aflame with determination as he addressed the system. System, I wish to fuse with the Celestial Bone. The moment his words fell, a profound and sacred aura emanated from his seated form, fleeting yet divine. A luminous essence began to coalesce within his chest, radiating through flesh and skin, illuminating the space with a resplendent glow. In an instant, the entire Changsheng clan was enveloped by this mysterious energy, akin to a divine presence descending upon them. Almost simultaneously, across the vast expanse of the clan's territory, terrifying pairs of eyes slowly opened, powerful energies awakening, transforming into beams of divine light that soared into the heavens. These were the venerable elders of the Changsheng clan, whose cultivation had reached the realms of ascendancy and even monarch. They stood beneath the azure sky, surveying their surroundings, their souls resonating in silent communion. What is happening? What has transpired? This aura. It evokes a sense of dread within me. Where does it emanate from? Strange. Why is there no sign of any phenomenon? Could it be that another true dragon of the Changsheng clan is on the verge of awakening? The elders exchanged thoughts, their minds swirling with questions. A multitude of descendants from the Changsheng family gazed in astonishment at the heavens, for they had never witnessed such an assembly of ancestral elders. These venerable figures held immense power and unparalleled cultivation, and were seldom seen outside the inner circle of the family or its higher echelons. The sudden appearance of so many elders today was nothing short of astonishing. Gu Qing, the head of the Changsheng family, also opened his eyes in surprise. Simultaneously, within the ancestral grounds of the Changsheng family, the dilapidated earth mounds and exposed coffins, along with the skeletal remains of bodies that had long since desiccated, began to emanate an extraordinary aura, awakening with a remarkable energy that sent shockwaves through the hearts of countless members of the family. This enigmatic presence even stirred the ancestral elders within the grounds. It is noteworthy that the ancestors of the Changsheng family were all of at least quasi-saint status, with some having achieved the pinnacle of sainthood or even standing on the precipice of imperial power. Amidst the astonishment of the multitude, a sudden, resplendent celestial light surged through the 9 heavens, rippling across millions of miles. The vast expanse of the central heavenly domain seemed to erupt as if it had been set ablaze. In the radiance of the celestial light, myriad phenomena unfolded in an instant, with true dragons and phoenixes roaring through the skies and auspicious cheilants galloping forth. Even within 300 million miles of the Changsheng family, an ethereal purple aura arose, accompanied by the ghostly figures of celestial maidens dancing, transcending the realm of mortals, alongside the apparitions of celestial beings ascending to the heavens. This sudden commotion left countless beings in the central heavenly domain in a state of shock and awe. Numerous mighty figures from various immortal sanctuaries and the Changsheng clan stood aloft in the air, gazing towards the direction of the Changsheng family. From the ancient nest, a formidable dragon at the 9th level of the king realm, on the verge of entering quasi-sainthood, roared in disbelief. It is impossible. How could such phenomena arise from the Changsheng family? Has humanity produced yet another invincible prodigy? From the sacred spirit mountain, a being of comparable strength to the dragon from the ancient nest stood atop the mountains, gazing in the same direction, and declared, amidst the resplendent phenomena in the heavenly domain, with purple energy surging for millions of miles. What terrifying potential could yield such a fearsome manifestation? We must investigate and eliminate any individual possessing such gifts before they can threaten the balance between humanity and us. In addition, forces from the Undying Mountain, the primordial ancient mine, and the underworld, among other formidable adversarial factions, began to probe the cause of these extraordinary phenomena. Though humanity may be vast, there remain formidable enemies that lurk beyond. The ancient beast clans, the sacred spirit clan, the zombie tribe, the primordial clan, and the underworld entities are all significant threats to humanity, watching with keen eyes. Should humanity reveal any vulnerabilities, they would undoubtedly seek to overturn the central heavenly domain and reclaim their dominion. Despite humanity's great strength, internal strife is rampant. Otherwise, these alien factions would not thrive and would not possess the capability to challenge humanity. As the myriad beings within the central heavenly domain were engulfed in shock and awe, atop the highest estate of the Changsheng family, Gu Changge tore through the fabric of the vast void with a single hand. Immediately thereafter, an emaciated figure emerged. encrusted in earth, yet possessing eyes that sparkled like a constellation, with countless ethereal rhythms swirling about him. Oh, the person responsible for such a breathtaking phenomenon is indeed the first sequence of my Changsheng family in this lifetime. Remarkable, blessed with extraordinary talent, and now awakened to manifest this terrifyingly mysterious gift. It seems that my Changsheng family is destined to give rise to yet another supreme sage in this era. The elder's countenance radiated joy as his gaze fixated intently on the first sequence estate below. At the moment of the elder's appearance, several clan elders had already approached the vicinity, including Gu Qing and others. Upon recognizing the elder, they all shuddered in unison, their eyes widening in astonishment. This is a venerable sage ancestor. How astonishing has this phenomenon truly drawn the attention of a sage ancestor. Chapter 6. The Prodigy? My son possesses the qualities of a great emperor. The elder stood majestically in the air, his robes fluttering gracefully in the wind, exuding an air of nonchalance and extraordinary presence. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The essence of his being, despite the absence of divine might, radiated an overwhelming aura akin to a terrifying sun, for he was that blazing sun itself. Observing this phenomenon, the gathered clan elders fell into stunned silence, whispers escaping their lips. Could it be the revered ancestor Guyang? His ancestor Guyang? Was he not the legendary figure who, a millennium ago, manifested with the power of the sun, instantaneously incinerating a vast sea of blood and vanquishing the fearsome blood demon that plagued the heavenly Tao domain? Indeed, there are scriptures within the clan that recount how, upon ancestor Gu Yang's emergence to slay the blood demon, the sun ascended the heavens, and the true yang energy scorched the sky and boiled the seas, accompanied by the awe-inspiring apparition of the golden crow, leaving the world in shock. Even after millennium, the heavenly Tao domain still remembers the might of ancestor Guyang. The elders were astounded and engaged in fervent discussions. However, with Gu Qing's respectful bow, their suspicions were conclusively affirmed. I pay my respects to ancestor Guyang. Gu Qing lowered his head in reverence towards Guyang, who stood like the sun in the heavens, his tone filled with utmost respect. The other elders, coming to their senses, immediately bowed down in unison. We pay our respects to ancestor Guyang. The voices of the Gu family elders resounded through the skies. The younger members of the Gu clan, upon hearing this, were left speechless in shock. My heavens, it is truly an ancestor. It is ancestor Guyang, a practitioner of the saint realm, whose cultivation has reached the pinnacle. I have witnessed the emergence of a saintly ancestor. What could have triggered such a phenomenon that summoned the saintly ancestor? This time, he is destined to soar to great heights. Guyang gazed down upon Gu Qing and the assembled elders, nodding with a smile. Indeed, my Longshan Gu family has gained yet another unparalleled prodigy, and he is the first sequence. Splendid. As Gu Yang's words resounded, the Longshan Gu family fell silent as if a pin could be heard dropping. The Gu clan members, who moments ago were in awe of the saintly ancestor, now felt their minds buzzing with disbelief. What? Did they just hear? What? The terrifying phenomenon just witnessed was the first sequence? The first sequence must refer to young Master Changge, right? But young Master Chang, Gu already possesses the divine heavy pupils, does he not? This cannot be true. He already has the heavy pupils, and yet can awaken such a grand and terrifying phenomenon. The younger members of the Longshan Gu family were filled with astonishment, while the major sequences within the family gazed intently, their beautiful eyes revealing a hint of abnormality as they looked towards the direction of the first sequence's residence. Not only the younger members of the Longshan Gu family, but Gu Qing and the other clan elders were equally taken aback. They sensed the phenomenon, but had not confirmed who had triggered it. No wonder the ancestor manifested in the sky above the first sequence's residence, tearing through the void. It turns out that the terrifying phenomenon just awakened originated from Gu Changge himself. This, however, Gu Changge already possesses the heavy pupils, and now this phenomenon rivals the heavy pupil manifestation of his birth. One wonders what kind of talent he has awakened to cause such a stir. Gu Changge remained oblivious to the external events, as he had just completed the fusion with the immortal bone. In the realm of divine perception, a radiant mist swirled within the chaos of his chest, as if nurturing the essence of a celestial being. Within this nebulous core lay a profound terror, capable of reshaping the world with but a flicker of its power. Furthermore, upon merging with the celestial bone, Gu Changge's physical form underwent a transformation, his corporeal strength alone reaching an astonishing 1,000,000 pounds, rivaling that of cultivators at the Rainbow Bridge level. His cultivation had transcended the Rainbow Bridge, awakening the life wheel within his dantian. The initial 4 realms for cultivators are opening meridians, nurturing spirit, liquid transformation, and Rainbow Bridge. These foundational stages serve to refine one's path. As the foremost heir of the eternal Gu lineage, Gu Changge's foundation has been impeccably honed. Beyond this is the true realm of nurturing the power of a great cultivator, named Life Wheel, Enlightenment, Comprehension, and Ascension. At this moment, Gu Changge had already activated his life wheel. Above his dantian, a 9-pattern life wheel rotated slowly as drops of spiritual energy were ground and fell from it, forming his cultivation power. The life wheel comprises 9 patterns. The more intricate the design, the more extraordinary the innate talent. With a 9-pattern life wheel, I possess the unparalleled potential of an invincible prodigy. Yet now, endowed with celestial bone, it further nurtures my life wheel and subtly strengthens my corporeal form. The 9 patterns have yet to reach their limit. Could I still give birth to additional life patterns, thereby enhancing my foundation? If so, this ability alone justifies the title of Celestial Bone. Moreover, my Celestial Bone is still in the process of maturation. I wonder what astonishing divine abilities it may yield. Gu Changge felt immense satisfaction with the Celestial Bone. As for the commotion outside, Gu Changge was aware but did not rush to emerge, choosing instead to fully assimilate the opportunities bestowed by the Celestial Bone before finally opening his eyes to perceive himself. With the awakening of Gu Changge's Celestial Bone complete, the venerable Gu Yang in the heavens also sensed the change and remarked with a smile, "It appears the awakening is finished." As his words fell, a stream of light shot forth from the first lineage estate. At the realm of the life wheel, one could traverse the void, transforming into a streak of light, covering 1,000 miles in a day, soaring through the skies. This is the hallmark of a great cultivator. Gu Changge, embodying this streak of light, left the disciples of the eternal Gu family in a daze. Transmuting into light, young Master Changge had already surpassed the life wheel. How young is he? Merely 16, it seems. A life wheel at 16? Heaven! Not only that, but he also possesses dual pupils and has just awakened an unparalleled talent. Surely, our eternal Gu family is on the verge of giving birth to an invincible true dragon. The Gu family disciples gasped in awe. Gu Qing, witnessing Gu Changge's transformation into light and standing alongside them, felt his eyes narrow slightly, soon followed by overwhelming delight. Truly, he is my son, a child with the potential of an emperor. Gu Changge bowed to the venerable ancestor, the head of the family, and the esteemed elders. With calm composure, he maintained an unwavering demeanor, naturally greeting Gu Yang, Gu Qing, and the assembly of elders. Though the youth appeared quite youthful, his steadiness in such a moment was remarkable. His features, while still tender, were strikingly handsome, draped in a luxurious black and gold robe, standing tall like a majestic pine, exuding an air of noble grace interwoven with an ethereal detachment. At this very moment, his appearance alone has already captivated countless women. One can only imagine the extraordinary charm he will possess once he fully matures. Although physical appearance may not hold paramount importance in a world where strength reigns supreme, an attractive visage undoubtedly enhances one's appeal. Gu Yang gazed at Gu Changge before him, a look of fondness gracing his features as he nodded repeatedly, smiling gently. Indeed, indeed. You truly are the foremost heir of the illustrious Gu family. With your innate dual pupils, and now the awakening of a second extraordinary talent, you are undeniably destined to be the divine scion of our esteemed lineage. Would you consider embracing this role as the divine scion of the Gu family? Chapter 7. Granting them the opportunity to become stepping stones. Upon uttering these words, the previously raucous and astonished members of the Gu family erupted in a tumult of reactions. Gu Qing and the esteemed elders gazed at Gu Yang with incredulity. Was it truly the case that their venerable ancestor had designated Gu Changge as the divine child? The collective minds of the assembly buzzed with confusion. Gu Changge momentarily froze internally, yet maintained an outward calm as he regarded the venerable Gu Yang, who stood before him with a genial expression, eyes brimming with admiration. Although the specifics of Gu Changge's second awakening remained unknown, it was evident from the grandeur of the preceding spectacle that his talents were undoubtedly extraordinary. With his dual pupils and the unparalleled gifts bestowed by this second awakening, coupled with his current position as the first in the hierarchy, it was clear why such a proposal had been made. "What say you?" Gu Yang inquired once more of Gu Changge. Just as Gu Changge was about to respond, the observing elders from the other branches could no longer remain passive. It was essential to recognize that, with the divine child's position still unconfirmed, there remained opportunities for their favored candidates to ascend to this esteemed rank. The unilateral designation of Gu Changge by the ancestor was bewildering. Should this decision solidify, all their prior efforts would amount to naught. The Changsheng family, united in purpose against external threats, also required internal competitiveness. Supporting the promising talents of their own branches to become the divine child was a facet of this competition. However, this rivalry was meant to be constructive. It would only provide resources to aid the aspiring talents without resorting to underhanded tactics against their kin. For such actions would invite retribution from others. The Changsheng Gu family, having endured the test of time, possessed their own methodologies for handling affairs. Each illustrious Changsheng family, standing at the pinnacle of their domains, had established their own set of principles. Though they may differ in nuances, they all aligned with the operational laws best suited for their respective powers. "Ancestor, this matter requires further deliberation," implored one elder. Indeed, historically, the Changsheng Gu family has relied on its own strength to vie for supremacy. How can one be designated as the divine child merely for showcasing a modicum of talent? "I dare to suggest that this would be unjust to the other candidates," another elder asserted, stepping forward to voice his concerns. Gu Qing and the principal clan elders exchanged knowing glances, and soon one of the principal elders stepped forth, retorting, "What is there to contest? Changge is inherently gifted with dual pupils and has now awakened a second, unparalleled talent. With such exceptional endowments, who could possibly rival him? Moreover, as the foremost in the hierarchy, is it not evident that he stands above the younger generation of the entire Changsheng Gu family?" The other principal elders quickly chimed in to support him. "I believe Elder Gu Su's words are entirely accurate. The first hierarchy signifies something profound, does it not? Furthermore, Changge has achieved the fateful cycle at the mere age of 16. Who else can claim such a feat?" The principal elders spoke with unwavering confidence, their eyes gleaming as they regarded the dissenting branch elders. "You!" The branch elders fumed with indignation. Observing the scene, Gu Yang nodded slightly with a smile and addressed the opposing elders. "Is there anyone in the current hierarchy who possesses the fateful cycle? If there are any who dare, let them emerge and challenge Gu Changge to a duel. The victor shall be designated as the divine son of the Changsheng Gu clan by the esteemed ancestor." Upon Gu Yang's declaration, the assembly fell into a profound silence. The elders of the collateral branches fumbled for words, their expressions contorted. For such a challenge had never arisen before. Since none were forthcoming, let be as I arrange. Gu Yang cast a sidelong glance at the gathered elders, then turned back to Gu Changge with a smile that radiated warmth. Grateful for the ancestor's favor, Gu Changge could hardly refuse the designation of divine son. With a respectful bow to Gu Yang, he readily consented. "Excellent, excellent." Gu Yang erupted into hearty laughter. However, in the next moment, Gu Changge's words took everyone by surprise. "Yet, should I ascend to the position of divine son in this manner, there will undoubtedly be dissent among certain individuals within the clan, making it challenging to garner the unwavering loyalty of the Changsheng Gu family. Thus, for my future leadership of the Changsheng Gu clan, this must not be the case. Having spoken, Gu Changge turned to the astonished elders of the collateral branches and, addressing the various factions, declared aloud, "Therefore, I, Gu Changge, extend an opportunity to my clan brothers, sisters, and cousins. If any one of them can best me before the forthcoming Divine Son competition, I shall relinquish my position and no longer serve as Divine Son." Boom! Gu Changge's proclamation resonated like a drop of scalding oil into the still waters of the Changsheng family, reverberating through the hearts of all present. It was a declaration of war against the younger generation, compelling them to submit to his authority. Otherwise, he would renounce his claim to the title of Divine Son. In a courtyard of the Changsheng estate, a young man wielding a long spear and possessing a robust visage revealed a fierce determination. "Very well, Gu Changge. I shall surely redeem my honor during the competition." In another courtyard, a seemingly ordinary youth, bearing a mystical measuring tool upon his back and with eyes that sparkled like the dawn, murmured to himself, "Ah, is this an opportunity for us to become stepping stones?" Yet, who shall truly become the stepping stone remains uncertain. The fervor ignited in these two courtyards echoed throughout the other chambers of the Changsheng family, where the extraordinary talents who had previously shown during the clan's competitions now bore expressions of resolve and enthusiasm upon hearing Gu Changge's words. Truly, this is the true dragon child favored by our ancestor, possessing insight into the human heart and displaying a calm demeanor in his dealings. He is destined to lead our Changsheng clan into a new era. Gu Changge, the future of the Changsheng clan rests upon your shoulders. As the matter concluded, Gu Yang laughed heartily and transformed into a radiant streak, soaring towards the revered ancestral grounds of the Gu family. The elders, witnessing this, bowed in unison, sending off the esteemed ancestor. Thus, the matter of Gu Changge becoming the divine son of the Changsheng clan was inexplicably settled. However, this newly appointed divine son differs from his predecessors. Any who attain the rank may challenge Gu Changge. Furthermore, should they triumph, they shall usurp his title, and the former divine son will no longer be eligible for succession. Such a phenomenon has never occurred in the annals of the Changsheng clan's history. The entire Changsheng family is thus stirred by undercurrents, with many prodigies and exceptional talents suddenly intensifying their cultivation efforts. Even if they are destined to be replaced in the future, they yearn to savor the taste of being a favored one for a moment. At this moment, Gu Qingxiu, who is being attended to by her maidservants and is preparing to journey to the first sequence mansion to be sheltered by her sister Gu Changge, finds herself in a state of disarray, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. Just now there was the aura of an immortal. Moreover, Gu Changge has been designated as the favored one. This development is entirely different from what I had remembered. Chapter 8. Blessings? Farewell, Gu Qingxiu. Gu Qingxiu's heart trembled as she gazed towards the first sequence manor, unable to conceal the astonishment in her eyes. Even as a reborn supreme being, witnessing the ethereal aura emanating from Gu Changge's residence was beyond her comprehension. "Miss Gu, everything is ready. We may proceed to young Master Changge's estate," one of her maids remarked respectfully, her envy evident. "Very well," Gu Qingxiu replied, suppressing her inner turmoil and responding calmly. She then followed the two assigned maids to the first sequence manor for a formal visit. Though Gu Changge had acknowledged Gu Qingxiu as his sister, the true nature of their relationship would depend on his attitude, until it was confirmed whether Gu Changge truly regarded her as his sister. No one dared to treat Gu Qingxiu with anything less than utmost respect. At the first sequence manor, Gu Qing was present alongside the clan elders, all eyes fixated on a young man who exuded a remarkable and elegant demeanor. Curiosity painted Gu Qing's face as he inquired, "Changge, what is your awakened second talent?" Upon his question, the elders perked up, eager to listen. Earlier, amidst a crowd, they had refrained from asking about Gu Changge's awakened talent, recognizing the significance of the matter and the need for discretion. However, in this gathering of the esteemed lineage of the Gu family, such inquiries were perfectly appropriate. A slight smile graced Gu Changge's lips as he chose not to verbalize his answer, instead opting to demonstrate the information that Gu Qing and the elders yearned to know. With an intense hum, a wave of terrifying energy swept through the space, compelling even Gu Qing, a formidable figure at the ninth level of the King realm, to feel an overwhelming sense of pressure from a different plane of existence. The other elders were equally affected, their faces tinged with crimson as they cast incredulous glances at Gu Chang's chest. Beneath his dark robe, an ethereal glow of celestial light radiated through the fabric, revealing the unmistakable brilliance of an otherworldly presence, as if a divine figure were seated within, poised to unleash its formidable power at any moment. The sight left everyone gasping in awe. Gu Qing, particularly incredulous, exclaimed, "Changge, could it be the supreme bone?" He was taken aback, for the scene mirrored Gu Qingqiu's own awakening of the supreme bone. The other elders were equally electrified, some even rubbing their eyes to ensure they were not mistaken. The supreme bone? No. Gu Changge, suppressing his elation, chuckled as he beheld the astonished expressions of Gu Qing and the elders. According to the information I inherited, this is, in fact, the legendary celestial bone. Boom! His declaration resonated like thunder in the ears of Gu Qing and the others. The celestial bone? Indeed, it is the celestial bone, Gu Qing murmured, while the other elders trembled with overwhelming joy. Yes, it could only be the celestial bone that could manifest such a grand phenomenon, creating ripples in the heavenly domain upon its initial awakening. To comprehend the moment when the supreme bone of clear autumn awakened, one must realize it merely manifested a spectacle spanning a mere 100,000 miles, which pales in comparison to the celestial awakening of Changge's immortal bone. Indeed, only the celestial bone seems justifiable. In an instant, the gazes of all present shifted towards Gu Changge. The combination of dual pupils and celestial bone represents an astonishingly formidable aptitude. My heavens! Gu Qing and the clan elders of the main lineage exchanged ecstatic glances, their hearts ablaze with fervor. Gu Changge's decision not to strip her sister of the supreme bone. Could this be a reward of fate? In a mere moment, she awakened an even more terrifying celestial bone. At this juncture, all the elders of the Changsheng Gu clan erupted into hearty laughter and discussion. Some elders of the auxiliary lineages, though pleased, felt a twinge of bitterness. After all, a dual pupil alone had already overshadowed the entire younger generation of the Changsheng Gu clan. How could the other lineages possibly stand a chance now with the addition of the celestial bone? Naturally, this news would remain undisclosed to the other lineages, as it would be too disheartening and might dampen the spirit of the youth. Gu Qing soon restored tranquility within the first lineage's hall. With a smile, he regarded Gu Changge with immense satisfaction, saying, "Changge, you have just awakened your celestial bone, which is nurturing unparalleled celestial techniques that will undoubtedly require unimaginable resources. Since ancestor Gu Yang has already designated you as the divine child from this month onward, the clan will allocate resources to you based on the standards for a divine child, and furthermore, increase that by an additional 20%. After speaking, Gu Qing turned to the assembled elders behind him. What are your thoughts? Absolutely. The divine child has every right to utilize these resources. I concur. Almost all the elders of the main lineage agreed. Gu Changge's talents had already been demonstrated, and to refuse her would be sheer folly. Internal rivalry is acceptable, but when it comes to nurturing an extraordinary prodigy, the entire Changsheng Gu clan must unite in purpose. Their stance is clear: to provide abundantly. Many thanks to the clan leader and esteemed elders. Gu Changge expressed her heartfelt gratitude, bowing earnestly before Gu Qing and the assembly of elders. Observing her grace and poise, the elders could not help but admire her inwardly. Just this demeanor alone eclipses many of the other lineages. Subsequently, Gu Qing and the elders began to depart. Gu Changge exhaled a sigh of relief as the first lineage's hall fell silent once more, then turned to sense the faint threads of power being reinforced by the celestial bone within her body before stepping in her chamber. The following day, Gu Changge sat cross-legged within her room, resonant sounds of immense celestial music emanating from within. Occasionally, beams of celestial light streamed through the windows, as if a deity were practicing within. After several moments, these extraordinary phenomena gradually subsided, Gu Changgu opened her eyes, feeling the terrifying strength coursing through her body. And with a clenched fist, a thunderous sound erupted. In the span of a single night, my physical strength surged from 100,000 pounds to a staggering 110,000 pounds. How fearsome is the celestial bone? Within my dantian, I observed a vast ocean of spiritual energy, rippling with waves, upon which floated a magnificent nine-patterned fate wheel radiating an immortal glow. The wheel spun gracefully, emanating an extraordinary essence. This boundless sea of spiritual energy, stretching 1,000 fathoms deep, signifies that I have thoroughly consolidated my cultivation at the first layer of the fate wheel realm overnight, with 9 layers, each measuring 1,000 fathoms. Upon gathering a total of 9,000 fathoms of spiritual energy, I shall ascend to the 9th layer of the fate wheel realm. Furthermore, as I have awakened the 9-pattern fate wheel, a single drop of the condensed spiritual energy I possess surpasses the strength of 100 drops from an ordinary person. The sheer intensity of my spiritual energy allows me to effortlessly vanquish foes of the same tier and even challenge those of higher realms with ease. Coupled with my physical prowess, my foundation is now exponentially stronger than before. Having spoken, I rose from my bed, eager to step outside for a breath of fresh air and to practice my divine abilities, for one must become acquainted with the transformations that accompany such a significant breakthrough. However, just as I opened the door, a beautiful maid was waiting outside. Upon seeing me emerge, she respectfully greeted, "Greetings, son of heaven." Last night, Miss Qingqiu came to pay her respects, but out of consideration for your consolidation, she refrained from disturbing you. Would you care to meet with Miss Qingqiu? Chapter 9. The Dragon Elephant Technique. Did the esteemed sister of the Supreme Clan, Gu Qingqiu, come to the Sequence Mansion last night? It appears that this reborn member of the Supreme Clan knows how to navigate social dynamics. She came to pay her respects and had her maid wait here for an entire night. Gu Changge narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled. Has Sister Qingqiu arrived? Please bring her to my courtyard. Yes, divine son. The maid nodded, casting a shy glance at Gu Changge before discreetly departing. Recalling Gu Qingqiu's panel from yesterday, Gu Changge felt a stir of curiosity and decided to check it. If his memory served him right, it seemed he could view Gu Qingqiu's recent fortunes. This function, Gu Changge believed, was one of the pivotal keys to his future ascension. Nickname, Gu Qingqiu. Identity, daughter of the Changsheng Gu clan's branch. Reborn supreme. Strength, 9th layer of the opening meridian's realm. Physique, supreme bone. Cultivation method, void sutra. Divine ability, void great hand seal. Recent fortune. Upon examining Gu Qingqiu's panel, Gu Changge's eyes widened in astonishment. No way. What transpired overnight? Gu Qingqiu had merely practiced for one night and had already reached the 9th layer of opening meridians? This was indeed the extraordinary nature of a reborn supreme. Was cultivating as effortless as eating or drinking. As for Gu Qingqiu mastering the Void Sutra, it was entirely reasonable. After all, she was a reborn supreme. And possessing the Changsheng Gu clan's imperial cultivation methods ahead of time was hardly surprising. What was truly astonishing was the stark contrast in her strength panel compared to the previous day. Gu Changge's gaze finally settled on Gu Qingqiu's recent fortunes. Recent fortune. The fallen reborn empress was destined to continue her previous life's tumultuous fate, her foundation eroded. Yet, the whims of fate are unfathomable. Unforeseen changes had transpired in the unseen realms. The supreme bones still resided within her, enhanced by the insights of her past life. She is poised for great fortune, sheltered and nurtured by the Changsheng Gu clan's divine son. Her strength will continue to surge. In a month, she will participate in the coming-of-age trial alongside the divine son of the Changsheng Gu clan, obtaining the sacred-level dragon elephant technique in the Void Secret Realm. Upon encountering the phrase dragon elephant technique, Gu Changge could no longer absorb the remaining text. It seemed that he was unable to grasp the subsequent fortunes. However, even this fragment of information was enough for Gu Changge to ponder for some time. Indeed, the binding of the system's return target was no simple matter. Just this snippet of recent fortune revealed the acquisition of a sacred-level body refinement technique. Who knows what astonishing opportunities lay ahead? Sacred-level body refinement techniques were exceedingly rare, with the Changsheng Gu clan possessing merely a handful. The fact that the dragon elephant technique had captured the attention of both Gu Qingxiu, reborn supreme, and the system itself suggested its unparalleled significance. If I were to seize it and then bestow it upon Gu Qingxiu, wouldn't that mean instant elevation? With the celestial bone nourishing his physical form, Gu Changge's corporeal strength already far exceeded that of ordinary beings. If he were to cultivate an extraordinary body refinement technique, would he not become invincible in physical prowess? Very well, very well. The mere thought of this had already begun to ignite his anticipation. Upon reviewing the information regarding Gu Qingxiu, it was evident that the maid had already brought her to stand outside the courtyard. Gu Changge had taken his seat beside a jade table crafted from exquisite jade, his gaze directed towards the courtyard gate, as he smiled and said, "Come in." The maid, who had just arrived at the entrance, slightly lowered her head, indicating that Gu Qingxiu was welcome to enter. Although Gu Qingxiu had encountered Gu Changge countless times in her previous life, even engaging in battles that led to her ultimate victory and his demise, the myriad events of this life left her feeling inexplicably bewildered. After gathering her thoughts, Gu Qingxiu stepped into the courtyard. The courtyard was modest in size, approximately 100 paces wide, brimming with spiritual energy. Under the morning sun, it exuded an otherworldly mist, and amidst the hazy clouds, a young man sat by the stone table, gazing at her with a hint of a smile in his eyes. As she drew nearer, the young man gradually came into clearer view. Clad in an elegant black and gold robe, he exuded an air of nobility. Even while seated, his posture remarkably upright. His features were strikingly handsome. Though youthful, they hinted at a future resplendence, imbued with an ethereal quality. His hair shimmered with a luster that complemented his aura, exuding an otherworldly charm that set him apart from the mundane world. The moment Gu Qingxiu laid eyes on Gu Changge, she was certain that this version of him was drastically different from her memories of the past. Not only was his aura exceptional, but she could also sense an overwhelming power within him, one that even she, a reborn supreme being, could not fathom. Undoubtedly, her own lack of cultivation played a role in this perception. Nevertheless, there was no denying the peculiarity and extraordinary nature of this Gu Changge. Having encountered divine beings before, Gu Qingxiu approached Gu Changge, offering a respectful bow, her voice flowing like a gentle stream, imbued with a subtle coolness. She observed him, and he, in turn, regarded the young woman before him. After an elaborate grooming, Gu Qingxiu appeared even more striking than the day before. Her hair was elegantly tied up, with 3,000 strands cascading down to her slender waist, adorned with a white jade hairpin that added a touch of delicate charm. Her bright eyes and pearly teeth, coupled with her fair complexion and refined yet youthful features, suggested that she would blossom into an extraordinary beauty in the years to come. "Qingxiu, you are too modest," Gu Changge replied, shaking his head and gesturing for her to take a seat. "I was preoccupied last night with consolidating my cultivation and did not have the opportunity to meet you. Please forgive me. No, I must thank the Divine One for sheltering me and allowing me to be under your guidance," Gu Qingxiu responded, refraining from sitting down and bowing once more. "Thank you, Divine One." "Wait," Gu Changge interjected, raising his hand to signal her to pause. Gu Qingxiu was momentarily taken aback, looking up at him in confusion, uncertain of his intentions. With a smile adorning his handsome face, Gu Changge said, "Did I not mention yesterday? From now on, you are my sister, so there is no need for such formality. If you do not mind, I shall refer to you as Qingxiu's sister, and you may call me Brother Changge or Brother Divine One, as you wish." Observing Gu Changge's demeanor, Gu Qingxiu's innocent and youthful face was momentarily taken aback. "Is it not you, elder brother? Are you truly Gu Changge, the one from my memories selfish and solely focused on his own path to enlightenment? What of it? Is that unacceptable?" Gu Changge furrowed his brow as he gazed at Gu Qingxiu. Although Gu Qingxiu was unaware of the circumstances, she found no reason to reject this sudden concern. Hence, she simply shook her head. Upon seeing this, Gu Changge nodded in satisfaction. "Very well from now on. I shall refer to you as Sister Qingxiu, and you may call me Brother Changge or Brother Shenzi, whichever you prefer." Chapter 10. the tenfold return of the exquisite saint weapon. The falling star bow confronted with Gu Changge's sudden enthusiasm. Gu Qingxiu found herself utterly at a loss. Initially, she had assumed that the other party's declaration of her as a sister was merely a jest or a ploy to win her over due to her talent. Yet, to her astonishment, it was sincere. After being stripped of her bones and exiled to the ancestral home of the Changsheng Gu family, Gu Qingxiu had long since ceased to address anyone with such affectionate terms. Little did she expect that upon her rebirth, she would be compelled to call the very person who had harmed her in her previous life brother. Unaware of Gu Qingxiu's internal turmoil, Gu Changge continued with a smile. Sister Qingxiu, since this is our first meeting and I have not prepared any substantial gifts, I thought, given your initial lack of cultivation, that a high-grade treasure would be of no use to you. Fortunately, I possess a mid-grade treasure, the seven-colored umbrella, renowned for its extraordinary defensive capabilities, rivaling those of high-grade treasures. It would serve as a perfect transitional safeguard for you. As Gu Changge spoke, she waved her hand, and a radiant light flashed from the storage ring on her finger. In an instant, a beautifully shimmering, multicolored treasure umbrella appeared before them. The umbrella emitted a dazzling glow, casting a cylindrical energy barrier beneath its vibrant hues. Activating it revealed its true form. Gu Changge thoughtfully demonstrated, allowing the seven-colored umbrella to float gracefully before the dazed Gu Qingxiu. Isn't this too extravagant? Gu Qingxiu stared at the umbrella, her eyes flickering with astonishment. This unique protective artifact was far more precious than ordinary treasures. And the fact that a mid-grade artifact could rival a high-grade one suggested its true worth exceeded even that of high-grade treasures. This umbrella would remain invaluable even when traversing the Rainbow Bridge and the Wheel of Fate. Don't hesitate. Accept it, Gu Changge urged, her gaze fixed on Gu Qingxiu. If you don't accept it, how can I repay you? I still possess a 10-fold return card, a 1,000-fold return card, and 500-fold return cards. Oh, and these elixirs and divine abilities, she added, presenting a collection of items on the jade table before her, gesturing for Gu Qingxiu to choose what she needed. Observing this, Gu Qingxiu's heart swelled with emotion, her mind racing as she took in the scene before her. Had Gu Changge spoken to her in such a manner in her previous life, there would have been no infighting within the Changsheng Gu family, nor would she have become the target of mockery across the 3,000 realms. How could she have endured a lifetime of isolation and struggle, facing relentless humiliation from powerful factions during her journeys? Lost in thought, a wave of melancholy washed over Gu Qingxiu, and a faint mist gathered in her beautiful eyes. Gu Changge, who had been attentively watching her, was momentarily taken aback by the glistening mist in Gu Qingxiu's gaze. Sister, why are you on the verge of tears? Have you been moved to such an extent? That shouldn't be the case. You were once a supreme being. Returning as such, how can you be so easily touched? What's wrong? Gu Changge inquired, rising to stand directly before Gu Qingxiu, scrutinizing her eyes with furrowed brows. Is there something else troubling you? As Gu Qingxiu gazed at Gu Changge, standing before her, she distinctly caught a whiff of the faint fragrance that enveloped him. A shiver coursed through her heart, and she lowered her head, murmuring softly, "No, I just didn't expect the divine son, brother, to treat me so kindly. I'm momentarily overwhelmed by this unexpected favor. How could it be otherwise? You possess the supreme bone and will undoubtedly become the pillar of the Changsheng Gu family in the future. If you do not receive kindness from me, then from whom else?" Gu Changge waved his hand, chuckling. "If this surprises you, just wait until I bestow upon you a sacred weapon or an imperial artifact. You might just faint on the spot." At his words, Gu Qingxiu's fair cheeks flushed slightly. Sacred weapons. Imperial artifacts. Any sacred weapon that emerges without a master stirs up chaos across the 3,000 realms, let alone imperial artifacts, which are the very foundation that suppresses the Changsheng family and the immortal sanctuaries. Yet, judging by Gu Changge's tone, he might indeed gift her such treasures in the future. Gu Qingxiu found the notion utterly absurd. Surely, that could not be possible. Even though she hailed from the Changsheng family, sacred weapons are exceedingly precious. "Here, take this," Gu Changge said, handing her the foundational elixirs. "Hasten your cultivation. Perhaps you may accompany me to the void, secret realm to experience its wonders. He smiled as he placed the colorful umbrella into Gu Qingqiu's embrace. Gazing down at the colorful umbrella nestled in her arms, Gu Qingqiu's beautiful eyes sparkled with emotion, and she nodded slightly. "Thank you, divine sun brother." "Good," Gu Changge said, gently patting her head. "I shall protect you well from now on, dear sister Qingqiu." The sudden contact caught her off guard, and the familial affection she had never experienced in her past life caused her heart to race, leaving her in a state of turmoil. No, she must not succumb so easily. Perhaps Gu Changge was merely feigning kindness. She needed to reassess the situation. As her racing heart gradually calmed alongside her vigilance, she took a gentle breath, her expression returning to tranquility. "All right, thank you, divine sun brother. I shall accept these gifts." As she spoke, Gu Qingqiu slightly tilted her head, her enchanting eyes reflecting Gu Changge's striking visage. Since he had bestowed such treasures upon her, it would be prudent to repay him promptly, lest circumstances change in the future and hinder her benevolence. If memory served her correctly a month from now, during the trial in the Void Secret Realm, a technique known as Dragon Elephant Skill would emerge from the rifts, previously acquired by a branch descendant of the Changsheng family in her past life. It had stirred quite a commotion in the Zhongtian Dao domain and was once thought to rival Gu Changge, who had seized her supreme bone. Thus, she resolved to offer the Dragon Elephant Skill as a token of gratitude. Unbeknownst to Gu Changge, in the eyes of this reborn scion of the Supreme Clan, he held a different identity. He presumed their relationship was one of mutual respect and kinship. Therefore, when he witnessed Gu Qingqiu accept the colorful umbrella, a notification popped up before him. Host has gifted a mid-grade extraordinary treasure, the colorful umbrella, to the bound return target, Gu Qingqiu. The return mechanism has been triggered. 1 10,000-fold return card, 1,000-fold return card, and 500-fold return cards have been detected. Would you like to choose one for fixed multiplier return? Yes, no. Gazing at the information before her, Gu Changge resolutely declared, "Utilize a 10,000-fold return card for the refund." Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully using the 10,000-fold return card. The host has gifted the bound return target, Gu Changge's medium-grade extraordinary treasure, the Rainbow Umbrella, triggering the 10,000-fold return. Congratulations, you have acquired a superior holy weapon, the Starfall Bow. Starfall Bow, a superior holy weapon, strung with the Milky Way and shaped as a constellation, capable of piercing through the sea of stars with a single arrow and bringing down great celestial bodies with another. Had she truly received a superior holy weapon in return? And a bow, no less. Gu Changge stared at the returned information, her heart quaking with astonishment, her pupils slightly dilating as a surge of elation flooded her being. What a remarkable turn of events. A medium-grade treasure exchanged for a superior holy weapon. And an exceedingly rare superior holy bow at that. My goodness, what a tremendous gain. Chapter 11. Treat me like family? I do not believe it. Although her heart brimmed with joy, Gu Changge maintained a warm smile on her face, eagerly presenting a collection of foundational elixirs to Gu Qingqiu. "Little sister Qingqiu, here's some more elixirs. This open meridian pill can protect your meridians, facilitating a smoother opening. This is the spirit nurturing pill, intended for those in the spirit nurturing realm. And here is the spirit gathering pill, suitable for the liquid transformation realm." Gu Changge enthusiastically handed over a plethora of elixirs. And by the time Gu Qingqiu regained her composure, she found herself cradling an assortment of them. With a blink, her lovely eyes reflected bewilderment. What on earth was happening? Ever since encountering Gu Changge, Gu Qingqiu had pondered this question countless times. It was simply unfathomable to reconcile the Gu Changge before her with the self-serving individual from her memories. However, Gu Changge furrowed his brow slightly, for after bestowing the elixirs upon Gu Qingqiu, the invincible return system had inexplicably failed to trigger even once. What was going on? With this thought in mind, Gu Changge inquired of the system, "What is happening? Why did the returns cease?" "Beep. The binding target can only return once per day." "Ah, I see." Upon hearing the system's notification, Gu Changge understood. He had prepared himself for the possibility of no returns. If it were indeed possible to return an unlimited number of times each day, he could summon Gu Qing to bring forth the entirety of the Changsheng Gu family's resources, rendering himself invincible and allowing him to ascend through the realms in an instant. Such absurdity was unlikely. The operational mechanism of the system probably could not sustain it. After all, there must be some cost involved in this return process, though its nature remained a mystery. A binding target limited to once per day certainly required binding countless targets. While it may not allow for infinite returns, receiving a dozen returns in a day would suffice. Once a day was tolerable. The thought of weekly, monthly, or yearly limitations, or one for each realm, was rather disheartening. Gu Changge decided to accept the situation gracefully. All right, Sister Qingqiu, do you require anything else? Feel free to ask me. Nothing more, Gu Qingqiu replied, shaking her head in reverence. Thank you, son of God, brother. The maiden's voice flowed like a clear spring, evoking an indescribable sensation within Gu Changge at being addressed as brother by the sister of a supreme clan. He felt a refreshing thrill coursing through him. Ah, by the way, do you possess any cultivation techniques? Although he was already aware that Gu Qingqiu had the Void Sutra, Gu Changge deemed it prudent to inquire nonetheless. I do, Gu Qingqiu replied serenely. Just as Gu Changge was about to engage in a meaningful conversation with this esteemed clan sister, a communication jade tablet unexpectedly soared from his storage ring. Glancing at Gu Qingqiu, who rose to leave, he made no objection. Instead, he opened the communication in her presence. Changge, come to the family's discussion hall. Gu Qing's voice resonated from the jade tablet. As the voice faded, the communication tablet gently descended. Gu Changge extended his hand to catch the object, placing it back into the storage ring before turning to Gu Qingqiu and saying, Father is looking for me. I shall proceed to the council hall. Gu Qingqiu nodded. Sensing the discomfort in their first encounter, Gu Changge refrained from further conversation and nodded as he made his way toward the council hall. Upon leaving the courtyard, he glanced back at Gu Qingqiu, who was watching him depart with curiosity. He pondered, I wonder what impression I left on this esteemed clan sister in my past life. Surely, it must have been similar to my own, cherishing the elders and nurturing the young, fostering love within our kin. After Gu Changge's departure, the courtyard fell into a profound silence. Gu Qingqiu stared blankly at the colorful umbrella in her hand and the various jars cradled in her arms, letting out a sigh as she sat down at the jade table nearby. Could it be that Gu Changge would actively shield me, bestowing treasures and elixirs? Moreover, his demeanor resembled that of a protective elder brother towards a beloved sister. Yet, she mused from the very beginning, it was peculiar that Gu Changge did not seek my supreme bone. So, what more sinister scheme might you be plotting, Gu Changge? I refuse to believe that you have genuinely transformed into a benevolent soul. Gu Qingqiu murmured, a terrifying aura surfacing in her enchanting eyes, as if it could crush the heavens. The vivid memories of her previous life haunted her thoughts, indelibly etched in her mind. Unbeknownst to Gu Changge, his actions had left the esteemed clan sister in a state of disarray. Within just 2 days, he had visited the council hall twice, a rather unusual occurrence. Ordinarily, upon reaching the first sequence, one should diligently enhance their cultivation and solidify their foundation, striving for victory in the contest among divine heirs, thereby establishing supremacy over their contemporaries. Under normal circumstances, unless significant matters arose, he would not be disturbed. Having observed Gu Qingqiu's recent fortunes, Gu Changge harbored a vague suspicion that it pertained to the matter of her coming-of-age ceremony. The coming-of-age ceremony of the Changsheng Gu clan was no trivial affair. Insights gleaned from Gu Qingqiu's recent fortunes corroborated his suspicions. According to his recollections, he surmised that the trial for the coming-of-age ceremony would take place within the next few months. The family council hall stood as the true assembly hall of the Changsheng Gu clan. It was not only Gu Qing, the clan leader, who gathered there, but also representatives from other branches and esteemed elders who convened to discuss significant matters. This was distinctly different from the previous council hall, where Gu Qing and other main branch elders had summoned Gu Changge. The divine heir, Gu Changge, has arrived, echoed the clear voice of the attendant outside the council hall. Gu Qing, who was savoring tea while awaiting the gathering, along with the representatives of various esteemed branches, turned their gazes toward the entrance of the hall. There, a tall figure stepped in, his youthful and handsome visage radiating an air of nobility, clad in a long, elegant black robe that accentuated his stature. Remarkably, despite his youth, he exuded an extraordinary demeanor, a noble presence that elevated him above the ordinary. The brilliance from outside further accentuated his ethereal quality. As the elders gazed upon Gu Changge in that moment, their hearts stirred with admiration. Truly, he was a figure favored by the ancestors, and his mere presence was nothing short of extraordinary. Having met with the clan leader and esteemed elders, Gu Changge greeted Gu Qing and the surrounding elders. "Changge has arrived. Please take a seat." Upon hearing this, Gu Qing smiled kindly and gestured towards the first seat in the front row to his lower left. The first seat was vacant. Behind the seat, there were 9 additional positions, all of which were occupied. Among those seated, several individuals displayed a terrifying battle intent upon spotting Gu Changge, causing the void to resonate with a thunderous sound. Others, with enchanting eyes shimmering with interest, fixed their gazes intently upon him. Chapter 12. The Rite of Passage Trials. The contest of sequences apart from the first seat, the subsequent 9 seats naturally represent the 9 sequences of the Changsheng family. The arrangement of these seats signifies the order of the sequences. Gu Changge, as the divine son, naturally occupies the foremost seat. However, Gu Changge did not hasten to take his place. Instead, he offered a faint smile to the other 9 sequences, saying, "Greetings to all. Greeting, divine son." Among the 9 sequences, 2 exceptionally beautiful ladies responded first to Gu Changge. Their bright eyes sparkled like autumn waters, their every frown and smile captivating, and their figures were graceful and delicate. As for the remaining 7 sequences, upon seeing Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao responding to Gu Changge, the intense battle spirit around them dissipated, and they too addressed Gu Changge, "Greetings, divine son." While some were eager, others harbored reluctance. Yet, Gu Changge paid no heed to this, and, after a courteous exchange, settled into his chair. Gu Ziyu gazed at Gu Changge, who had taken his seat, and leaned towards Gu Xiaoxiao, whispering softly, "Sister Xiaoxiao, do you not feel that Changge has changed a bit compared to before? Have you noticed it too?" Gu Xiaoxiao replied, "Yes, it seems he has become more approachable than before, does it not?" Gu Ziyu nodded in agreement, her beautiful eyes shimmering like autumn waves. "Moreover, he appears even more handsome and charming than before. Hee, perhaps we should ask the family head to matchmake you with the divine son. Sister Xiaoxiao, you are incorrigible." The 2 young ladies' whispers went unnoticed by others, but Gu Qing coughed lightly, prompting the girls to quiet down. The others seemed unfazed by this exchange. After Gu Qing's gentle cough, a smile adorned his face as he surveyed the assembly below, stating, "Today, we gather in the Gu family's council hall, with representatives of various branches, the divine son of the Gu family, and all 9 sequences present. I believe some may have already guessed the purpose of this gathering, to discuss the upcoming rite of passage for our Changsheng Gu family, scheduled for a month from now. In accordance with past traditions, the rite of passage will entail an expedition into the Void Secret Realm, where we shall evaluate performances based on scores. However, due to recent changes within the Void Secret Realm, the strength of the beasts and spirits has significantly increased. Therefore, it has been decided that the Divine Son and the 9 sequences will lead the charge, hunting together to establish rankings. Scoring will be based on both team and individual rankings. The points awarded for hunting will remain consistent with previous standards. Beasts and spirits of the opening vein realm will yield 1 point. Those of the nurturing spirit realm will yield 3 points. The liquid transformation realm will yield 5 points. The rainbow bridge realm will yield 10 points. The fate wheel realm will yield 100 points, and the communing with divinity realm will yield 300 points. As for the absence of beasts or spirits of the enlightenment or ascension realms, that is simply because the higher echelons of the Changsheng family have deemed it too perilous. Should there be enlightenment beasts or spirits in the void secret realm, it would be an unmistakable danger. To ignore it would be sheer folly. Even the most exceptional talents, at merely 16 years of age and newly come of age, cannot hope to contend with beings of the Enlightenment realm. Having concluded his remarks in one breath, Gu Qing turned to the assembly, smiling as he inquired, "Does anyone have any additions or thoughts to share?" An elder of the clan spoke up, addressing the head of the family. "Is it truly wise to allow the younger generation the freedom to choose between the Divine Sun or the 9 major sequences? After all, it is quite probable that everyone would opt for the Divine Sun or the higher-ranked sequences, which would be unfair to the others." The other elders nodded in agreement. Indeed, the offspring of the Gu family vary in strength. Some are even significantly weaker than the sequences themselves. If these individuals were to unite, they would form a formidable force, overwhelming the competition. Upon hearing this, Gu Qing pondered and nodded thoughtfully, realizing that he had overlooked this aspect. Should they be permitted to choose freely, it was likely that they would all select Gu Changge, and that would not do. One elder stepped forward with a smile and proposed, "Chief, I have an idea. Let us issue tokens to the younger members of the clan, binding their essences to these tokens. We can then draw lots, and whoever is selected will join the corresponding team." Ah, what a splendid idea. Gu Qing and the other elders' eyes brightened at this suggestion. This method indeed introduces an element of randomness. Furthermore, with the essence binding to the tokens, it would prevent any deceitful exchanges, serving also as a scorekeeper. This is feasible. Very well, let us proceed with this plan. Without hesitation, Gu Qing agreed immediately. He then turned to Gu Changge and the other 9 sequences, asking, "What are your thoughts?" "We shall abide by the head's arrangements." Gu Changge replied with a nod. The other 9 sequences echoed in unison. "We shall abide by the head's arrangements." Once the details of the initiation trial were finalized and the news spread, the entire Gu family was abuzz with excitement. No one had anticipated that this initiation trial would allow for teams to be formed with the sequences, employing 2 ranking systems, one for team performance and another for individual prowess. The former emphasized collaboration, while the latter focused solely on personal capability, mirroring previous trials. The most significant aspect was the opportunity to team up with the Divine Sun and the sequences, greatly enhancing the sense of participation. "Oh, I wish to be on the same team as the Divine Sun. If I could join forces with him, my success would be assured." The Divine Sun had already transcended the wheel of fate, while the other 9 sequences were merely at the pinnacle of the rainbow bridge, utterly incomparable. Indeed, as long as one joined the Divine Sun, victory seemed guaranteed. Why was it a random selection, devoid of any possibility for manipulation? Some lamented, while others held hope, and many rejoiced. However, Gu Changge remained unfazed by these details. In his eyes, his only competitor was himself, along with the opportunities mentioned in Gu Qingqiu's fortune derived from the void secret realm. Since awakening his immortal bones and ascending to the 9-pattern wheel of fate, Gu Changge's ambitions had extended beyond the confines of the Gu family, aspiring towards the grand domain of the heavenly Tao. With a month remaining, Gu Changge resolved to diligently continue his training, striving to expand his spiritual sea within his dantian to a length of 2,000 zhang and break through to the 2nd layer of the Wheel of Fate. The distinction between the 1st and 2nd layers was already profoundly evident with a mere doubling of the spiritual sea. Concurrently, he intended to seize this opportunity to further refine his abilities in all aspects. In terms of supernatural abilities, offensive techniques, defensive arts, and agile maneuvers all necessitate updates and adaptations following the enhancement after breaking through to the Fate Wheel realm. These past few days have been consumed not just by consolidation, but also by an utter lack of time for cultivation. Contemplating this, Gu Changge had returned to his estate, and upon entering the courtyard, he beheld a youthful yet extraordinarily graceful maiden seated there, her demeanor reminiscent of a pristine blue lotus. "Ah, you are still here, Sister Qingqiu," Gu Changge remarked, astonished as he turned his gaze towards Gu Qingqiu. He had recently bestowed upon her a considerable resource. Should she not have returned to rapidly elevate her cultivation? After all, witnessing her swift ascent to the 9th layer of the opening veins realm overnight suggested that this was certainly not her limit. "I have something for you, Divine Son." "Brother." Despite having called him brother several times, Gu Qingqiu still felt an undeniable awkwardness. Thus, each utterance was punctuated by a brief hesitation. "What is it?" Gu Changge inquired, puzzled. "Here." Gu Qingqiu did not articulate further, but instead presented Gu Changge with a jade talisman, from which emanated an exceptionally rich aura of Tao. Chapter 13. Void Barrier Qi, did you wait here for me solely to present me with this? Indeed. Gu Qingqiu nodded, and as if recalling something, she continued. This jade was brought over from the branch, though I am uncertain of its nature. Nevertheless, I sense it possesses extraordinary qualities. Since Brother Shenzi has bestowed upon me so many gifts, let this be my token of gratitude. Gu Changge was somewhat taken aback, not anticipating that Gu Qingqiu would earnestly prepare a gift for him. Furthermore, upon closer inspection, he discerned a hint of weakness in her spirit. The items gifted by the rebirth sovereign must surely be remarkable. Gu Changge mused, accepting the jade pendant from Gu Qingqiu's hands. Thank you, Sister Qingqiu. By the way, the adult ceremony trials will commence next month. I encourage you to enhance your strength this month. Securing a position within the top 100 of the individual leaderboard will grant you substantial resources. I shall assist you. His subtle reminder was clear. Assisting meant leaving a few swift and formidable beasts for Gu Qingqiu to finish off. Gu Qingqiu blinked her beautiful eyes, utterly surprised that Gu Changge intended to pave a way for her during that time. Nevertheless, she nodded and swiftly departed. As he watched Gu Qingqiu leave, Gu Changge finally examined the jade pendant in his hand. Only a fool would believe Gu Qingqiu's earlier words. It was evident she had deliberately gifted it to him. It seemed she was not inclined to owe him a favor. However, dear Sister Qingqiu, bound by my return system, you shall not escape. From now on, you are solely under my stewardship. Gu Changge, he chuckled. According to Gu Qingqiu's claims, there was no issue. After all, she had not practiced before. Thus, she was unaware of the jade pendant's true value. It appeared she had offered him her most treasured possession, which was indeed commendable. With these thoughts in mind, Gu Changge's consciousness began to delve into the jade pendant. Boom! A torrent of information surged into Gu Changge's mind, coalescing into a prominent line of text. Void Barrier Qi. Countless profound principles flowed through his consciousness, and at that moment, Gu Changge comprehended the nature of Void Barrier Qi. This was astonishingly a sacred-level defensive technique derived from the Void Sutra. The Void Barrier Qi, as its name suggests, condenses barrier qi within the void, absorbing it and storing it within the body. When confronted with an attack, it can autonomously manifest to shield its master, possessing a certain degree of reflective damage. This was truly remarkable. The ability to automatically protect its master is exceedingly rare in any defensive technique, let alone one of sacred caliber. Had he not been aware that the Void Sutra contained only 2 imperial-level companion techniques and 1 sacred-level companion technique, he might have assumed that the Void Barrier Qi was a 4th sacred-level companion technique. The Void Sutra records 3 techniques, all of which are fearsome, offensive arts. The sacred-level offensive technique, Heaven Intercepting Finger, the imperial-level offensive techniques, Void Great Hand Seal, and Great Void Technique. However, now there would be an additional technique. The sacred-level defensive technique, Void Barrier Qi. Intriguingly, this must be the technique Gu Qingqiu created prior to her rebirth. Not only does the return yield bountiful rewards, but Gu Qingqiu herself is also a treasure of immense value. The Void Qi has effectively supplemented my defensive shortcomings. Next, if I can seek out a technique of movement, I shall become a hexagonal warrior. Gu Changge was in high spirits. Having acquired the Void Qi, he returned to his chamber, eager to meditate and cultivate when suddenly an idea struck him. This Void Qi was a gift from Gu Qingqiu, and since it is not an item belonging to the system, if he were to return to Gu Qingqiu, could it trigger a return? If so, the Void Qi technique in his possession would soar to new heights once more. Patience is key. Today's return attempts have been exhausted. He would wait until the following day. How thrilling it is to anticipate the arrival of tomorrow, Gu Changge murmured, halting his thoughts of cultivating the Void Qi and instead focusing on refining his spiritual power to enhance his cultivation. The night swiftly passed. The next day arrived. Gu Changge, early in the morning, took the jade pendant inscribed with the void chi from the previous day and set out to find Gu Qingxiu. As he stood at the entrance, the maidservant, upon seeing Gu Changge approach, was startled awake and instantly became alert. "We have seen the divine son," the two maidservants at the entrance said respectfully. "I wish to see Qingxiu." Gu Changge replied calmly with a nod. "Certainly, divine son. We shall notify Miss Qingxiu at once." One maidservant nodded and promptly entered the courtyard. The other maidservant, fidgeting anxiously, nervously rubbed her gauzy skirt, occasionally stealing glances at Gu Changge before quickly averting her gaze in shyness. Gu Changge cast an indifferent glance. He had grown accustomed to such attention, especially from cousins within the clan. After a few moments, the maidservant returned. "Divine son, Miss Qingxiu is already awaiting you in the courtyard," she stated respectfully. "Good." Gu Changge acknowledged, stepping into the small courtyard. As he entered, joyous voices erupted from behind him. "Oh my, that is the divine son. How handsome." "I know." I blushed, and my heart raced at first sight. How blissful it would be to be the divine son's woman. Hearing the voices behind him, Gu Changge remained as calm as still water, directing his gaze toward Gu Qingxiu, who was seated in the courtyard. She promptly stood to greet him, saying, "Good morning, brother divine son." "Good morning. No need to be so formal. Did we not agree to sit?" Gu Changge smiled as he took a seat across the stone table. Gu Qingxiu nodded and sat down. Her curiosity piqued as she asked, "What brings you here so early, brother divine son?" "It is this." Gu Changge raised the void chi jade pendant in his hand to indicate. "Is there a problem with this?" Gu Qingxiu's heart raced. She initially thought Gu Changge had come to inquire about the pendant's origin, but she had prepared her response the night before. "Sister Qingxiu, this pendant you gifted is exceedingly precious. Do you know what it contains? It holds records of something truly extraordinary." "I do not know." Gu Qingxiu feigned ignorance and shook her head. "I merely carried this jade pendant because it occasionally sparkled and seemed extraordinary." Bien continued, weaving his tale. Gu Changge nodded in agreement. "Is that so? Allow me to inform you, my dear sister Qingxiu, that this jade pendant holds immense value. It conceals a sacred-level defensive divine ability capable of automatically protecting its owner. Sacred level. Moreover, it is a defensive ability, automatically protective. Do you comprehend its preciousness now?" Chapter 14. A thousandfold return of innate void energy. 100-fold return of Taoist pill. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingxiu's face revealed a look of astonishment. Of course, this was merely a facade, as she was the one who inscribed it. How could she be unaware? This was merely a performance. Seeing the surprise on Gu Qingxiu's face, Gu Changge could not help but find it amusing. Goodness, could it be that the supreme being of her past life was also a master of acting? Yet, it made sense. Despite being an empress in her previous life, she was now just a practitioner at the 9th level of the meridian opening stage. And her status within the Chang family was one she had cultivated herself. This very reason provided a splendid opportunity to nurture goodwill. While not entirely a sycophant, the binding of the return system to Gu Qingxiu indicated her character was undoubtedly commendable, at least in terms of gratitude. For instance, the void energy in her possession. He had merely offered an extraordinary artifact and a few pills, yet he had received a sacred-level automatic defensive divine ability in return. This advantage likely surpassed even the 10,000-fold return of the invincible return system. "Here, take this. I have already mastered it," Gu Changge casually declared, handing the void energy to Gu Qingxiu, unconcerned by her astonished expression. This revelation caused Gu Qingxiu to leap to her feet in shock. Staring at Gu Changge, she exclaimed, "What? Divine brother, you have mastered this sacred-level divine ability?" "Yes." Gu Changge nodded. Gu Qingxiu murmured in disbelief, "How is this possible? Even a saint requires considerable time to grasp a sacred-level divine ability. Yet, within just one night, he has managed to comprehend it. Could this extraordinary talent be related to the second innate gift?" "What is the matter, Qingxiu?" Gu Changge inquired, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded her. Gu Qingxiu quickly recognized her own unusual reaction and promptly adjusted her demeanor, congratulating him. "Then I congratulate divine brother for acquiring such a formidable divine ability. It is all thanks to you. Take it. You will be able to cultivate it in the future. All right, I accept. Gu Qingxiu did not hesitate, for she too was familiar with void energy, and it would serve perfectly as a shield in her future endeavors. Beep. The host has bestowed upon the bound return target, Gu Qingxiu, a sacred-level defensive divine ability, void energy. Would you like to use the return multiplier card? Yes, no. Seeing this, Gu Changge felt a surge of joy. Indeed, it could be done. He promptly thought, yes, use the thousand-fold return card. The host has successfully used the thousand-fold return card. Fixed return multiplier, 1000. Host's sacred-level defensive divine ability, void energy, has transformed into a thousand-fold return of the imperial-level defensive divine ability, innate void energy, accompanied by the system's announcement. A tumultuous sea of chaotic energy surged within Gu Changge's mind as a strand of innate void energy sliced through the chaos, akin to the endowment of the Tao, erupting instantaneously in his consciousness. Countless profound principles emerged vividly in his thoughts. With a flicker of inspiration, Gu Changge opened his information interface. Character, Gu Changge strength. First layer of fate wheel, 5, physique, heavy pupil, celestial bone cultivation method. Void scripture, 5th layer 1, divine powers, celestial finger, small accomplishment 30. Great void seal, small accomplishment 30. Great void technique, entry 1. Innate Tai Su vitality, not yet entered, bound object. Gu Qingxiu. This informational interface was discovered by Gu Changge during his contemplations, clearly presenting his own attributes in full. He felt that even in the absence of a return function, this panel would allow him to navigate his future cultivation journey with ease. After all, it was a panel that could display progress. He could see his advancements clearly, and he was not afraid of lacking progress. Rather, he feared not knowing whether his efforts were effective. The information regarding his divine powers indicated that he was the foremost heir of the Changsheng Gu family, and the divine powers he learned were naturally the direct lineage techniques of the void scripture. Indeed, should he master these few divine powers, he would be capable of traversing the 3,000 realms with ease. The last entry, innate Tai Su vitality, was the imperial-level protective divine power he had just acquired through a 100-fold return. Gaining yet another imperial-level protective divine power filled Gu Changge with delight, and his gaze towards Gu Qingxiu softened. This reborn sovereign was indeed his greatest treasure. After bestowing the void vitality divine power back to Gu Qingxiu, Gu Changge bid farewell, encouraging her to seek him out whenever she had needs before returning to his own courtyard. He sat cross-legged on his bed, contemplating the profundity of the innate Tai Su vitality in his mind, nodding slightly. Truly deserving of its imperial-level status, it was distinct from the void vitality, which was directly condensed from the void. It required the refinement of 5 elemental heavenly materials and earthly treasures to distill a thread of innate Tai Su vitality, which could then be further cultivated from the void. This process would continually enhance its essence, resulting in formidable defensive capabilities. Within the same realm, it would be challenging for opponents to breach its defenses, and they might even suffer significant backlash. Even the mightiest adversaries would find it exceedingly difficult to penetrate. This was indeed an imperial-level divine power. Moreover, once sufficiently developed, the innate Tai Su vitality could also be wielded offensively, rivaling an imperial-level attack divine power. Gu Changge exhaled gently, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. As for the 5 elemental heavenly materials and earthly treasures needed to refine the innate Tai Su vitality, as the scion of the Changsheng Gu family, he need not toil to procure them. He merely had to inform his father, and they would be delivered to him. He retrieved the communication jade token from Gu Qing and conveyed his request. Afterward, he paused. Once he obtained the 5 elemental heavenly materials and earthly treasures, it would be ideal to refine a thread of the innate Tai Su vitality before the adult ceremony trials, thereby enhancing his invincible foundation. Although he might not encounter life-threatening dangers, given Gu Qingxiu's recent fortunes, it seemed certain that changes would occur in the void secret realm. And he also had 500-fold return cards. With 1 return per day, over 5 days, he could receive some elixirs. The hundredfold return might yield extraordinary items, preferably those without any side effects, which could rapidly elevate his strength. In the afternoon, Changge received the 5 elemental heavenly materials and earthly treasures necessary for refining the innate Tai Su vitality from Qing. They are golden spirit sand, wood spirit sacred fruit, water spirit pearl, fire cloud essence, and earth spirit jade. Each of these is a rare treasure, nearly impossible to procure in the outside world. Yet, upon a mere utterance from Changge, the Changsheng family offered them without a second thought, showcasing the formidable heritage of the Changsheng clan. Golden spirit sand is a mineral imbued with the utmost essence of gold, its hue gleaming like pure gold and possessing extraordinary hardness. It can naturally absorb the gold energy from the heavens and the earth, making it an exceptional material for forging top-tier gold artifacts and weaponry. Weapons crafted from golden spirit sand are remarkably sharp and virtually indestructible. The wood spirit sacred fruit grows atop ancient trees that have stood for millennia, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon alongside the spirit energy of the world. Its exterior is a vibrant green akin to jade, concealing a rich vitality of the wood element within. The water spirit pearl is formed from the fusion of millennia-old ice and the pure essence of seawater. Each of these treasures is truly extraordinary. Chapter 15. Continuous nourishment, reaping a hundredfold return. Having uttered these words, Changge began to cultivate the innate Tai Su vital energy within his mind, nurturing the primordial spiritual light that enveloped the 5 elemental treasures before him. A flash of chaotic brilliance flickered momentarily. Changge opened his mouth and swallowed, completely ingesting the 5 elemental treasures. Instantly, the terrifying power of the 5 elements surged within his dantian, causing ripples to erupt across the vast spiritual sea. However, with a tremor of the 9-pattern life will, this tumultuous and imposing elemental energy was forcefully subdued. Under Changge's command, the elemental energies began to operate according to the principles of the innate Tai Su vital energy. Initially, the energies resisted his will, remaining impervious to his influence. Yet, under the guidance of Changge's formidable spiritual force, these elemental energies gradually coalesced into a massive, colorful vortex within his dantian, as if a breath of gas was brewing at its core. The dantian's vast spiritual sea roared with mighty waves. The 9-pattern life will trembled incessantly, as if on the verge of collapse. Changge understood that although the phenomena in his dantian appeared perilous, his solid foundation and perfected cultivation rendered any destabilization impossible. Thus, this was merely the manifestation of the impending formation of the innate Tai Su vital energy. Concentrate. Accompanied by Changge's inward exhortation, a wisp of ethereal gas began to solidify from the colorful vortex. When he turned his gaze inward, he beheld this nebulous gas in his dantian, and he exhaled with relief, his eyes gleaming with delight. It seemed this was indeed the primordial innate Tai Su vital energy. As he contemplated, a thought prompted the primordial innate Tai Su vital energy to transform into a circular barrier, enveloping him securely. A subsequent thought allowed for localized reinforcement, and yet another thought enabled him to reshape it at will. However, this primordial innate Tai Su vital energy could only be employed in dire circumstances. Once depleted, he would need to recondense anew. The innate Tai Su vital energy encompassed 4 distinct levels: Qi gathering, energy condensation, vital energy refinement, and essence integration, corresponding to the stages of initiation, mastery, minor achievement, and grand achievement. Each stage naturally possessed varying degrees of defensive capabilities. At present, Changge was at the initiation stage of the innate Tai Su vital energy in the Qi gathering phase, which offered the weakest defense. Though this was relative to the realm of the innate Tai Su vital energy itself. Nevertheless, in typical combat scenarios, the Qi gathering phase combined with Changge's profound foundation could effortlessly withstand attacks from a 3rd or even 4th layers of the life wheel realm. Having reached initiation, it also provided automatic protection, although not as potent as if he were to actively invoke its defensive capabilities. Yet, in critical moments, it could indeed safeguard his life. Upon reflecting on this, Changge realized that the once bright midday light had transformed into the darkness of night. It appeared that dawn had arrived, and he resolved to seek Changsheng the following morning. Changge then resumed his meditative state. In this world, while innate talent is undeniably significant, a wise saying holds true: diligence can compensate for inadequacy. Anyone aspiring to success cannot do so without dedicated effort. Changge, of course, would not allow himself to become complacent, even after attaining the status of a divine progeny and solidifying the nine-pattern life wheel. On the contrary, he would strive even harder. His ambition extends beyond merely reaching the Empire realm. It is the pursuit of eternal life. The Empire realm merely grants a lifespan of several tens of thousands of years. Only the immortals can truly gaze down upon the endless world of mortals. In a single night, his physical prowess surged by an astounding 100,000 pounds, and his spiritual sea was on the verge of withstanding a height of 1,100 zhang. This left Changge astounded. Remarkable. At his current cultivation pace, would it not mean that he could advance from the first to the second layer of the life wheel in merely 20 days? After all, with an increase of 100 zhang every 2 days, achieving 1,000 zhang would naturally take 20 days. And this is under normal cultivation without the aid of pills, establishing a solid foundation. His innate talent is indeed extraordinary. As Changge contemplated this, he set off to visit Changsheng. After his departure, Changsheng gazed at his receding figure, her eyes drifting to the bottles of elixirs in her hands, her expression complex. So, does this fellow genuinely wish to treat me well? After all, it is said that Changge is proud and self-serving, solely focused on his own cultivation, indifferent to all else. A day or two might be acceptable, but why is he still behaving this way on the third day? Aside from the supreme bone, what else do I possess? It seems there is nothing more. If he desired the supreme bone, why did he refuse it that day? Alas, Changsheng sighed, a youthful frown gracing her delicate features, perplexed by Changge's intentions. Unbeknownst to her, Changge was reveling in his newfound fortune. Ding! The host has utilized a fixed multiplier 100-fold return card, granting a return of 1 bottle of spirit-nurturing pill to the bound target, Changge, resulting in a 100-fold return yielding 1 bottle of Dao pill. After bestowing Changge with an array of vials, he received a bottle of Dao pill in return. The Dao pill, as a prominent figure in the Gu family, once the foremost of the Long Aotian lineage and now a divine son, Changge was well aware of the significance of the Dao pill. This supreme elixir is capable of nurturing the physical form and enhancing innate abilities. It is even said that some who have consumed the Dao pill awakened extraordinary physiques, though whether that is truly significant is debatable. What matters is that the Dao pill can assist Changge in nurturing the celestial bone within him, accelerating the manifestation of his celestial abilities, and it can also aid the supreme bone. However, as he currently lacked the freedom to utilize it at will, Changge was certainly not inclined to hand such a treasure to Changsheng, if only it could be returned. But the system stipulated that one could not recycle system items. There would be no return for such a gift. Retrieving his reward from the system space, Changge held a porcelain vial in his hand and poured out a Dao pill. Instantly, a rich aura of the Dao manifested, causing the pill to emit a faint glow, appearing almost sentient, as if it might escape at any moment. Gazing at the Dao pill, Changge's eyes sparkled. Is this truly the Dao pill? With the 100-fold return of the spirit-nurturing pill, I have the potential to acquire another 4 bottles. Surely, 4 bottles could help me cultivate a trace of the celestial bone and its corresponding techniques. Speaking thus, Changge focused on the Dao pill in his hand. Let's first try this Dao pill. With that, he opened his mouth and swallowed the Dao pill, its entrance accompanied by a subtle, sweet fragrance. As Changge consumed the great Dao pill, a sudden emptiness enveloped his mind, and an invigorating energy surged into the sacred palace of his consciousness. Simultaneously, a force emanated from the dormant celestial bone in his chest, which had remained still since his awakening. In an instant, the clarity in Changge's mind dissipated. allowing him to regain his focus. He understood that the celestial bone was absorbing the profound essence contained within the great Tao pill, prompting him to attune himself to its resonance. However, a single great Tao pill seemed insufficient to induce any transformation in the celestial bone, as he did not perceive any signs of metamorphosis. Surely, even the supreme bone would not be altered by just one great Tao pill. The celestial bone, even less so. Thus, he resolved to continue his consumption. With resolute determination, Changge fixed his gaze and persisted in ingesting the great Tao pill to nurture the celestial bone. Chapter 16. Entering the second layer of the fate wheel in January. The sternum nurtures the celestial king for the next 4 consecutive days. Amidst Gu Qingqiu's convoluted thoughts and emotions, Changge would visit her punctually each day, bestowing upon her not only elixirs, divine weaponry, and spiritual stones, but also having the maidservant bring along exquisite pastries. In truth, Gu Qingqiu could have commanded these items herself, yet she refrained from doing so. After all, she was under Changge's patronage, residing within another S domain, and she did not genuinely believe that her own abilities had secured her current status. Thus, apart from her daily necessities and diligent cultivation, Gu Qingqiu had never requested anything from the Changsheng family. Nevertheless, in a mere 3 days, she had ascended from the 9th layer of aperture opening to the 1st layer of spirit nurturing, with spiritual light burgeoning within her. Once this light reached its zenith, it would enable her to draw in and condense spiritual energy into liquid form, thus breaking through to the liquid transformation realm. At that moment, Changge was no longer at the first sequence mansion. The reason for the absence of the Divine Sun mansion was that the Changsheng family was in the process of constructing it. It was expected to be completed after the coming-of-age trials, approximately a month hence. The Divine Sun mansion of the Changsheng clan was indeed extraordinary, requiring an immeasurable amount of rare materials, divine metals, and spiritual woods for its creation, along with various exotic treasures and spiritual veins, rendering the process quite intricate. However, such efforts signified a prestigious standing. Changge was currently seated in a secluded chamber within the Qing family estate, a space dedicated to Qing's cultivation. The underground spiritual vein here was of exceptionally high grade, and the spiritual energy was continuously captured and concentrated by the chamber's gathering formations. In mere moments, the energy had coalesced into a mist. Taking a deep breath, Changge relished the refreshing sensation brought by the abundant spiritual power surrounding her, and subsequently inquired of the system about her thoughts. System, if the daily return count is not utilized, can it accumulate? Ding. If the host does not use the return count on the same day, it will amplify in multiplier. The longer the binding target remains without a return, the higher the probability of triggering a high multiplier upon the next return. Is that so? Changge nodded. Although the return counts could not be accumulated, the rule of increasing probabilities with time was certainly favorable. This inquiry was also for future arrangements. It was impractical to carry out returns daily. Wasting such opportunities would be regrettable, and thus this rule of sedimentation was ideal. Rest assured, from here on, I shall devote myself entirely to cultivation. In a month, I shall undoubtedly advance to the 2nd layer of the fate wheel, and with the 4 bottles of Grand Tao elixir, I hope to manifest a trace of my celestial bone's power. Taking a deep breath, Changge began to ingest the elixir for cultivation. On one day, after consuming a bottle of Grand Tao elixir, she felt her spirit reaching its limits and commenced practicing the Void Sutra. The radiance of her celestial bone brightened by a fraction, and her Dantian spiritual sea expanded by 50 zhang. On the 2nd day, the radiance of her celestial bone brightened by 3 fractions, and her Dantian's spiritual sea expanded by 60 zhang. On the 3rd day, on the 4th day, an overwhelming celestial light surged within the chamber, as Changge's chest manifested a formidable figure in meditation, surrounded by ethereal, celestial shadows in reverence. With the Grand Tao yielding and the sound of its principles resonating incessantly. Thus, day after day passed, and in the blink of an eye, over 20 days had elapsed. At last, the day of the coming-of-age ceremony approaches. Within the secluded chamber of the Gu family estate, Gu Changge slowly opens his eyes. A fleeting glimpse of vast, ethereal radiance flickers across his dark pupils, before tranquility envelopes him once more. At this moment, Gu Changge's aura has intensified more than tenfold compared to a month prior. A smile graces his lips as he perceives the rippling sea of spiritual energy within him. Filled with joy, he has reached the second layer of the Wheel of Fate, and his spiritual sea has expanded to 2,200 zhang, solidifying his cultivation. Not only that, as he speaks, a misty, celestial light subtly emanates through the precious fabric of his long robe, hinting at a figure seated in the depths of that celestial glow. A faint aura of awe-inspiring terror flashing above the silhouette. This transformation occurred after Gu Changge consumed 4 vials of the Grand Tao elixir. Initially, there was only celestial radiance brewing within his celestial bones, devoid of any tangible form. However, with each successive consumption of the Grand Tao elixir, the contours of a figure gradually materialized within the celestial glow. Upon finishing the 4 vials, the figure fully manifested, and within his mind, he discerned the nature of the celestial technique birthed by his celestial bones. The celestial king descends to the 9 heavens. Once activated, it can summon the phantom of a celestial king for augmentation, every movement infused with unparalleled might. However, as this technique is merely an activation of a fragment of the celestial bones accompanying celestial art, it is likely that the celestial king descends to the 9 heavens will only enhance his combat prowess across 4 or 5 minor levels. Yet, as one's cultivation level rises, it may allow for battles beyond his current realm. Overall, it represents a versatile amplification of celestial power. Gu Changge's gaze is bright and fervent. He is exceedingly pleased with the celestial king descends to the 9 heavens, for it signifies a tremendous enhancement of his combat strength. If paired with the dual pupil slaughter, he could undoubtedly engage in battles beyond his level. The notion of beyond level for Gu Changge refers not to ordinary cultivators, but to the peerless prodigies of his realm, the favored sons of their respective factions, saints, disciples, or divine heirs, whom he could easily vanquish. Rising from his seated position, Gu Changge adjusts his robe, exhales a breath of turbid air, and his eyes gleam with extraordinary light. It has been a month, and it is time to seek out Gu Qingqiu for the return of what is owed. He wonders how much he might be able to retrieve after such a long period of anticipation and realizes he should prepare some spirit-nurturing pills. Yet he hesitates, pondering whether the spirit-nurturing pills would suffice. After a month, she may have already broken through to the liquid transformation stage. Gu Changge is acutely aware of the formidable prowess of the reborn empress, achieving the 9th layer of meridian opening in a single day, breaking into the spirit-nurturing realm in 3 days, and reaching the liquid transformation realm within a month. Such feats are hardly surprising for a reborn female sovereign. However, if such achievements were attributed to another, they would likely be regarded as an even more monstrous prodigy than Gu Changge himself. Just as he steps out of the chamber, a middle-aged man of refined demeanor and mature countenance appears before him, exuding an air of elegance. Gu Qing observes Gu Changge's emergence, his eyes narrowing slightly, a deeper smile blossoming on his face. The 2nd layer of the Wheel of Fate, and you have advanced from the 1st layer in just a month. Remarkable. Moreover, the nurturing of your celestial bones appears to have progressed extraordinarily. At this moment, Gu Changge's skin is as flawless as jade, radiating a faint celestial light, resembling the progeny of the Tao. This appearance signifies the initial awakening of his celestial bones, originally endowed with dual pupils. His inherent sanctity and exceptionalism now flourish even further with the enhancement of his celestial bones. The allure of an individual is undeniable, and even Gu Qing must concede that his son could thrive solely on his looks, regardless of his cultivation. Nevertheless, in this world, strength remains paramount. Indeed, with dual pupils and celestial bones, it would be peculiar if his progress were to be sluggish. Gu Changge smiled and then said, "Father, I shall return to the Sequence Mansion to check on Sister Qingqiu. It has been a month, and I am eager to learn of her well-being." "Very well, go ahead. But do remember to participate in the coming adult ceremony trial tomorrow." Of course. With a wave of his hand, Gu Changge made his way toward the sequence mansion. Chapter 17. The 9 True Dragon Blood Pill. A power of millions of pounds. In the secluded courtyard of the sequence manor, a breathtakingly beautiful woman sat gracefully upon her bed, exuding an aura that commanded the reverence of myriad beings. This presence was akin to that of an unparalleled sovereign, compelling all races to prostrate in submission. Gu Qingqiu slowly opened her eyes, a fleeting glimmer of golden light flashing within. 1 month. And I've reached the 6th layer of liquid transformation. Not too shabby. Tomorrow marks the rite of passage trial in the void secret realm. With my current cultivation, I can barely participate in the opportunities presented by the dragon elephant technique. Having spoken, Gu Qingqiu turned her gaze toward the family estate. I wonder if Gu Changge has broken through to the 2nd layer of the destiny wheel within this month. However, there is little difference between the 1st and 2nd layers. He has independently entered the destiny wheel, creating a temporary rift in his progress. In my previous life, Gu Changge seemed to break through the destiny wheel a month after the rite of passage trial. The changes are monumental. Not only that, but Gu Changge has also awakened a 2nd talent, which is related to the celestial realm. As Gu Qingqiu continued to speak, she suddenly seemed to sense something. Her liquid transformation aura gradually concealed itself, replaced by the presence of the 5th layer of the pregnancy spirit realm. A month ago, Gu Qingqiu had broken through to the pregnancy spirit realm from the opening veins in just 3 days. Now, revealing her prowess at the 5th layer of the pregnancy spirit realm after having started from the 1st layer is nothing short of extraordinary. However, Gu Qingqiu's true strength is indeed at the 6th layer of liquid transformation. The rebirth of Sovereign is no mere jest. Completing her contemplation, Gu Qingqiu rose and exited her chamber. In the center of the courtyard stood a youthful boy, whose features were still tender, yet bore the early signs of elegance. As he beheld Gu Qingqiu's emergence, a gentle smile graced his handsome face. Gu Changge observed Gu Qingqiu. In just a month, the girl seemed to have matured, her aura now radiating an even more noble and ethereal quality. How could such a transformation occur in merely 30 days? Gu Changge felt an undeniable sense of the extraordinary in Gu Qingqiu at this moment and, intrigued, opened her profile. Nickname, Gu Qingqiu. Identity, daughter of the Changsheng Gu family branch. Reborn sovereign. Strength, 6th layer of liquid transformation. Physique, souverain bonne. Cultivation technique, void scripture. Divine powers, great hand seal of the void. Void chi, grand void technique. Void cutting, void solidification, recent fortune. As Gu Changge scanned through Gu Qingqiu's profile, his eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing her strength. No way. In just 1 month, she ascended from the 1st layer of the pregnancy spirit realm to the 6th layer of liquid transformation. That's a major realm and 6 minor realms. Is this the extraordinary nature of the reborn sovereign? Though his heart was stirred, Gu Changge maintained his composure, looking at Gu Qingqiu with a smile. Sister Qingqiu, you become even more beautiful in just a month. Brother Shenzi, Gu Qingqiu replied, shaking her head. It is you who appears even more ethereal, like a celestial being, your aura growing increasingly profound. In truth, her heart was also filled with astonishment. For not only had she made significant progress, but Gu Changge's advancements were equally unfathomable. Not only had he broken through to the 2nd layer of the destiny wheel, but she could also sense a faint aura of celestial revival emanating from him. The otherworldly radiance surrounding him indicative of the awakening of celestial bones. Gu Qingqiu spoke, her eyes narrowing slightly as if she beheld a phantom, an ethereal entity that seemed to suppress all things in the world, coiling around Gu Changge's chest. Suddenly, the phantom opened its eyes, unleashing a wave of terror that crashed against Gu Qingqiu's mind. Despite her imperial-level soul, she staggered back several paces, her complexion paling. This, Gu Qingqiu's heart quaked with astonishment. Gu Changge noticed Gu Qingqiu retreating, her face drained of color, appearing unsettled. With a raised brow, he glanced at the area over her chest, comprehending the situation within. It seemed that Gu Qingqiu had discovered something. Are you all right? Gu Changge approached her, offering support as he inquired. I'm Fine. Gu Qingxiu suppressed her inner turmoil, shaking her head despite her pallid visage. That's good to hear. However, the adult ceremony trial is imminent, and I intend to take you in early for a preview. Your current state is not ideal. Please accept this. Gu Changge nodded, refraining from further questions, and produced a bottle of 7th grade elixir, the soul restoration pill. This remedy could mend the soul and replenish spiritual energy, also proving effective for physical injuries. Seeing Gu Changge casually offer her 7th grade elixir, Gu Qingxiu repeatedly shook her head. No need. I just feel a bit unwell. A short rest will suffice. 7th grade elixirs were a rarity, even for the son of the Changsheng Gu family, who received merely a handful each month. 2 bottles of 7th grade elixirs, 1 of 8th grade, and 1 of 9th grade. Elixirs range from the 1st to the 9th grade, with the legendary Emperor grade elixirs having not graced the world for countless ages. Please accept it. Gu Changge did not allow Gu Qingxiu to refuse, firmly placing the elixir in her hands. If you do not accept, how can you trigger the return? The moment the elixir was nestled in Gu Qingxiu's hands, the anticipated return sound echoed forth. 1 month without return. I wonder how many times this will multiply and what rewards it will yield. Ding! The host has gifted the bound return target, Gu Qingxiu, a 7th grade soul restoration pill, triggering a 600-fold return and receiving a 9th grade True Dragon Blood Pill, a 600-fold return, a 9th grade True Dragon Blood Pill. This legendary elixir, said to be forged from the blood of a true dragon, could significantly enhance physical strength by millions of pounds. A single bottle contained 10 pills, equating to an astounding 10 million pounds of power. Gasp! Gu Changge had not anticipated such a delightful surprise after a month. It seemed that daily returns were not strictly necessary. Allowing for some accumulation could yield tremendous surprises as well. After a month of cultivation, nourished by the ethereal bone, Gu Changge's physical strength had already reached 5 million pounds. Should he refine this bottle of True Dragon Blood Pill, he would wield an overwhelming strength of 15 million pounds. Such power could likely obliterate even those of the same realm. He yearned to return immediately to refine the True Dragon Blood Pill. Yet, Gu Changge restrained herself, suppressing any signs of abnormality. After reassuring Gu Qingxiu, she earnestly advised her to consume the revitalizing elixir before promptly returning to her own courtyard and activating the barrier array. With a flick of her hand, a vial emerged in Gu Changge's grasp, from which emanated a misty crimson glow, even though the elixir was concealed within the bottle. She poured a single pill into her palm. This orb, resembling a red gemstone, appeared to harbor a tiny, blood-colored dragon swirling within. An extraordinary sight that stirred an overwhelming sense of desire within Gu Changge. Without hesitation, she swallowed the pill. As it descended into her abdomen, a formidable roar erupted, and the sound of a dragon's cry reverberated, causing her vital energy to surge and reinforcing her physical form like a mighty river in full flow. Chapter 18. The second layer of the Fate Wheel. Who can rival the immense force of 15 million pounds? A night passed in silence. The 10 True Dragon Blood Pills were completely refined by Gu Changge. At this moment, his entire being surged with vitality. Even the slightest movement caused a resonant thunder to roar, as if an internal tempest were unleashed. A casual wave of his hand caused the very void to tremble and distort, as if on the verge of shattering. This overwhelming power instilled in Gu Changge a sensation that he could effortlessly pierce through the void and shatter the starry dome. However, he understood that this was merely the sensation of power swelling. In reality, such exaggerated feats were unattainable. Yet, a force of 15 million pounds could indeed fracture mountains and shatter the earth. The coming-of-age trial. In the second layer of the Fate Wheel. With a physical strength of 1,500 pounds, who could stand against him? Gu Changge rose to his feet, a proud expression gracing his face. At that moment, a communication jade plate from Gu Qing flew out from his storage ring, informing him that it was time to gather before the void secret realm. Upon seeing this, Gu Changge retracted the jade plate and promptly exited the courtyard, making his way to Gu Qingxiu's residence. He was prepared. Seeing this, Gu Changge smiled and said, Let us go. Gu Qingqiu's beautiful eyes shimmered like autumn waters. Dressed in a green inner garment and draped in a white gauzy skirt, her exquisite beauty, combined with an aura that subdued all, made it impossible for anyone to divert their gaze from her. Yet, standing beside Gu Changge, she appeared somewhat subdued. His ethereal, otherworldly presence resembled a bonfire in the darkness, drawing far more attention. Before the void secret realm lay a vast square. At this moment, the younger generation of the Changsheng Gu family gathered in unison. The void secret realm opened every 3 years, harboring various rare and exotic beasts exiled by the Changsheng Gu family. These treasures, of little use to the elders, were immensely valuable to the younger generation. Even though the coming-of-age trial occurred every 3 years, the richness of the void secret realm only deepened over time. With its continued inheritance, it occasionally yielded treasures that even those of the king realm coveted. The long-awaited coming-of-age trial had finally arrived. This time, the rules had changed, dividing into 2 ranking systems: the traditional individual point ranking and a team ranking. Ah, how I hope to be placed on the same team as the Divine Child. Speaking of which, Divine Child Changge is truly extraordinary. Not long after ascending to the first sequence, he awakened a second talent, prompting the ancestral presence to designate him as the Divine Child. Numerous members of the Changsheng Gu family engaged in lively discussions, their focus naturally drawn to Gu Changge, who had stirred a tempest a month prior. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "The second sequence. Gu Yuan has arrived." Gu Yuan had already reached the 9th level of the Rainbow Bridge realm a month ago. It remained uncertain whether he had crossed into the Fate Wheel. Possessing 108 king bones, Gu Yuan was a born sovereign, exuding an aura of dominance with every move, capable of extinguishing the fighting spirit of others, leading them to despair. He had previously been a formidable rival to Divine Child Changge, and it was uncertain what sparks might fly when they met in this coming-of-age trial. Just as some began to speak, another voice cried out in astonishment. The third sequence. The Frostblade young master has also arrived. He is a prodigy with an innate sword body, a form of the sacred body. During the previous sequence competition, he exhibited a sword intent that surpassed that of the formidable Gaian warriors. Had it not been for the mysterious powers of the Long Song Divine Son's dual pupils, and if the Frostblade young master had not been limited to the 7th level of the Rainbow Bridge, it is likely that the first sequence would not have been held by the Long Song Divine Son. Such an intimidating sword intent. A mere glance feels as if one's eyes have been pierced. Amidst the gasps of astonishment, the 4th, 5th, and numerous other sequences appeared as if choreographed. Upon their arrival at the center of the plaza, the younger generation of the Changsheng Gu family began to position themselves behind the sequences they favored. Additionally, a significant number of onlookers remained, their eyes fervently directed towards the entrance of the void secret realm, eager to catch a glimpse of the ethereal figure of unparalleled nobility. At last, in the next moment, the entrance of the void secret realm twisted with clouds and mist, revealing 2 figures that instantly commanded the attention of all present. The first to step into the secret realm plaza was a youthful boy, his visage remarkably youthful and his features strikingly delicate. This boy was extraordinarily exceptional, his countenance akin to a celestial painting, exuding an air of noble grace, as though he were a child of the divine. Every movement captivating the very essence of the surrounding world. Beside him walked a girl of breathtaking beauty, already displaying the allure of a national treasure at such a tender age. This was Gu Changge and Gu Qingqiu. As the crowd beheld Gu Changge, they were rendered speechless. "This is the Long Song Divine Son?" A gasp escaped their lips. How could a mere month bring about such transformation? The aura he radiated, the dazzling brilliance he exuded, was nothing short of awe-inspiring and terrifying. Gu Changge, after a month's absence, had likely attained an extraordinary metamorphosis. Could it be the awakening of a second divine ability? The younger members of the Changsheng Gu family were profoundly shaken. The second sequence, Gu Yuan, the third sequence, Gu Frostblade, along with Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao, gazed at Gu Changge, their eyes filled with tumultuous emotions, their hearts unsettled. Undoubtedly, Gu Changge's entrance had conveyed to all the sequences that, after a month's absence, this former first sequence, now a divinely appointed progeny, had undergone a staggering transformation in strength. Gu Frostblade's gaze remained fixed on Gu Changge. The long sword on his back emitted a harmonious resonance, its terrifying sword intent enveloping the entire secret realm plaza, casting a chilling light through the void, sending shivers down the spines of many. Gu Yuan emanated an aura of dominance, akin to a sovereign reigning over the cosmos, compelling others to kneel and submit in reverence. Gu Changge regarded Gu Yuan and Gu Frostblade with keen interest. In the past, without the awakening of his celestial bone, the innate wisdom, or the unification of his powers, it is possible that these two could have posed a modicum of pressure. However, now, he felt none at all. Gu Qingxiu also garnered attention. Many marveled at her enchanting beauty, while others recognized her as possessing the supreme bone, a talent that could rival the dual pupils within the Changsheng Gu family. Standing beside Gu Changge, it seemed both had indeed become kindred spirits. This evoked envy and admiration among many members of the Changsheng Gu family. Dual pupils coupled with supreme bone, the main lineage still remained supreme. After Gu Changge made his entrance, Gu Qing and 6 esteemed elders with extraordinary cultivation appeared, standing majestically above the square of the secret realm. Gu Qing gazed down at the numerous descendants of the Changsheng Gu family, pausing slightly on Gu Changge before proclaiming in a resonant voice, "The triennial coming-of-age ceremony is once again upon us. I trust you're all aware of the changes to the rules. Now, with your tokens in hand, align yourselves into 10 groups guided by the radiance. Subsequently, the Divine Sun and the Order will draw the team numbers." Chapter 19. Treat others with kindness. Respect the elderly and cherish the young. Gu Qingxiu was bewildered. Gu Qing waved his sleeve, signaling to begin. In the next moment, thousands of tokens began to radiate light in the void secret realm square. As the members of the Changsheng Gu family, following the luminous guidance, moved toward the areas indicated by their respective tokens, Gu Changge, Gu Yuan, Gu Shuangjian, and other members of the sequence remained stationary, not needing to take action. Gu Qingxiu also stood still, merely accompanying Gu Changge to observe. Her participation would not count towards the team's score, and she had not received a token. The 6 venerable elders of the clan beside Gu Qing fixed their gazes upon Gu Changge and Gu Qingxiu. One elder remarked, "Patriarch, given that Gu Qingxiu possesses the supreme bone, is it entirely appropriate for her to follow the Divine Sun into the void secret realm?" Another elder concurred, indeed. While the void secret realm may not harbor formidable beasts or malevolent spirits, should an unforeseen event occur, our Changsheng Gu family could suffer the loss of an extraordinary talent with a supreme bone. Gu Qing, maintaining a serene countenance, gazed down at Gu Qingxiu standing beside Gu Changge, and replied calmly, "It is of no concern. Changge has his own plans, and we are here to observe. Is there truly any possibility of unforeseen events?" The third elder sighed. "Previously, there was unrest in the void secret realm. It is better to be cautious. That will not happen. Besides, since Qingxiu has come with Changge, he must have consulted her, and she has consented." With this, Gu Qing's words left the elders with little room for further objection. As for the issue of age, it merely indicated a lack of maturity rather than a breach of rules. Even though the Changsheng Gu family held a lofty position, looking down upon the mortal realm, hierarchies still existed within, as they do everywhere in the world. Soon, the teams were formed, totaling 10 groups, effectively preventing anyone from attempting to shadow the powerful sequences. "Changge, draw your token," Gu Qing instructed. A shimmering light descended before Gu Changge and the others. Without hesitation, Gu Changge reached out to grasp the ethereal glow. In an instant, the light transformed into a white jade token, prominently inscribed with the number 10, indicating that Gu Changge would lead the 10th team into the void secret realm for the coming-of-age trial. As Gu Changge made his selection, the members of the Changsheng Gu family in the 10 teams held their breath, eagerly awaiting the outcome. Upon seeing Gu Changge assume command of the 10th team, the members erupted into jubilant cheers. Conversely, those not chosen by Gu Changge were left feeling despondent. However, They quickly rallied their spirits. Lamentation was futile. With no divine sun to elevate them, the second and third sequence members, Gu Yuan and Gu Shuangjian, were still formidable. Before long, both Gu Yuan and Gu Shuangjian completed their token draws. Coincidentally or not, they drew tokens corresponding to their sequence rankings, the second and third teams, igniting exuberant cheers among the members of these two teams. A quarter of an hour later, Gu Qing gazed upon the 9 figures standing in front of the 10 teams, a divine sun among them, nodding in satisfaction. Very well, you may now freely enter the void secret realm. The tokens you possess carry protective properties, should danger arise. You will be teleported out of the realm, and your points will be locked. Upon conclusion, individual rankings will be compiled. Now proceed. One by one, the teams entered the void secret realm. Gu Qing, alongside the other 6 esteemed elders of remarkable cultivation, conjured a spiritual mirror to observe the internal conditions of the realm. Gu Changge led the 10 teams into the void secret realm. As they stepped within, a dense aura of spiritual power enveloped them, invigorating their spirits with each breath. Among the descendants of the Changsheng Gu family in the group, expressions of enjoyment were evident. Their gazes fell upon Gu Changge and Gu Qingxiu. Although Gu Changge was their leader, the vast disparity in status rendered them hesitant to approach him casually. Standing beside Gu Changge, Gu Qingxiu sensed the unease emanating from the Changsheng Gu descendants behind her. Given Gu Changge's historically selfish nature, it was likely he would abandon the team to vie for first place individually. She pondered how he would act now, contemplating that his facade should soon be unveiled. The thought that Gu Changge's recent actions were mere pretense stirred a slight discomfort within her. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Once she acquired the opportunity for the dragon-elephant technique, bestowing it upon him would settle their grievances, allowing her to promptly head to the origin of the Changsheng Gu family to obtain that coveted item. With it in her possession, her cultivation would surely soar, facilitating her pursuit of subsequent opportunities. Just as Gu Qingxiu was lost in thought, Gu Changge's gentle voice resonated nearby. Esteemed companions, although I bear the title of Divine Son, I was once a member of the Changsheng Gu family as well. There is no need for such formality among us. Gu Changge spoke first, his soothing tone akin to a gentle breeze, dispelling the anxious sentiments that had arisen in many hearts. Within the 10 teams, numerous female descendants of the Changsheng Gu family, upon hearing Gu Changge's voice and observing his demeanor, regarded him with admiration and delight in their beautiful eyes. Your Highness, the Divine Son, one bold young lady ventured to inquire, what are your plans moving forward, and how should we proceed? Others nodded in agreement, their gazes fervently fixed upon Gu Changge. Although he had previously possessed remarkable abilities, ascending to the position of Divine Son and shining brightly, many within the Changsheng Gu family were aware of his seemingly indifferent nature, preferring to tread his own invincible path. However, the current situation revealed a stark contrast. Indeed, rumors can mislead. Gu Changge turned to the clan woman who spoke first, a smile gracing her lips as she nodded gently. We are all entering the void secret realm for the first time. Among the most formidable beasts and specters here are those of the divine connection realm. Such entities pose no threat to me. Henceforth, let us collectively hunt these beasts together. I shall personally deal with any divine connection beasts, while I encourage you all to take on the others yourselves. Upon hearing her words, the members of the 10 teams displayed expressions of joy and fervor. This is one of the advantages of being part of the Son of Heaven's protected group. There is no risk of elimination before our esteemed Son. Even the life wheel and divine connection realms seem as insignificant as mere poultry, presenting no danger whatsoever. They need only focus on scoring points. Furthermore, there is a possibility of receiving guidance from the Sun himself. Additionally, some of the long-lived clan women of the Gu family frequently cast shy glances at Gu Changge's exceptionally handsome visage, their cheeks flushed, perhaps entertaining some other bashful thoughts in their hearts. Chapter 20. Is cooperation necessary to slay beasts of the Fate Wheel realm? Gu Qingxiu, witnessing this scene, stared blankly at Gu Changge, blinking in disbelief. Is this for real? Who is this compassionate and gentle youth? Surely, you cannot be Gu Changge. Have you been impersonated? A tempest of emotions surged within Gu Qingxiu as doubts began to cloud her mind regarding the trajectory of this reborn world. It seemed increasingly unlikely that it would unfold as it had in her previous life. Gu Changge had changed so significantly, which naturally aroused Gu Qingxiu's suspicions. Nevertheless, such thoughts required further validation. With clarity in her beautiful eyes, she pondered whether Gu Changge was the only one altered. The truth would reveal itself after the completion of the coming-of-age trial, as there would be a fortuitous opportunity, the dragon-elephant art, within it. Let's proceed, Gu Changge suggested after a moment's contemplation. However, we must not wander aimlessly. Before we enter the void secret realm, did the elders of our clan provide you with any treasure locations? The void secret realm had been open for quite some time, and each adult member of the clan would surely have encountered treasures that they could not immediately claim. Thus, many elders would gather this information and share it with their offspring when they entered, so they could not only contend with the ferocious beasts and apparitions, but also seize fortuitous encounters. As his words fell, many in the 10 teams exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with realization. Certainly, they possessed such locations, but it was not easy to share them, especially considering the potential for others to seize what they disclosed. Yet, the next moment, Gu Changge's words sent a shockwave of disbelief through those Gu family members who held knowledge of such treasures. With a calm smile, Gu Changge declared, "I know you possess them, and I can assist you in obtaining these opportunities without any cost. The primary purpose of the coming-of-age trial is to hone our collaboration as kin. Moreover, places rich in opportunities and treasures are invariably guarded by formidable beasts, allowing us to earn points more effectively." This was the essence of Gu Changge's thoughts. As a revered son of the clan, his words carried undeniable weight. A youth, holding a long sword and bearing a rather mature demeanor, stepped forward. Gu Jing respectfully addressed Gu Changge, saying, "Son of God, I possess information about a location of opportunity discovered by my cousin from the previous generation. It is guarded by a fate wheel realm beast, which protects a 6th-grade precious herb." Upon hearing this, Gu Changge's eyes lit up. "Oh, a fate wheel realm beast grants 100 points. If you provide the location and it proves accurate, that opportunity will be yours. I shall handle the beast myself. As the son of the Changsheng Gu family, I cannot tarnish my name. I vow to emerge as the champion of the coming-of-age trial." Hearing Gu Changge's words, Gu Jing felt elated and hastily added, "My cousin left a marker. As long as we present the token, it will guide us. I checked earlier, and it is nearby." "Very well, let us set forth." Gu Changge nodded, inviting Gu Jing to guide him. In the plaza of the Void Secret Realm, Gu Qing and 6 clan elders observed the unfolding events with approval and smiles as they witnessed Gu Changge's compassion for his kin and his willingness to assist them in claiming their opportunities. The long-song divine child has begun to exhibit the grace befitting a true progeny, destined to lead the youthful generation of the Gu family. An elder gently stroked his white beard and remarked with a subtle smile, "This initiative by the long-song divine child serves a dual purpose. It not only aids the clan in seizing opportunities, but also allows for the extermination of high-ranking ferocious beasts and malevolent spirits, thereby garnering substantial points. To possess such foresight at the tender age of 16 is truly commendable," another elder chimed in. Hearing the praises bestowed upon Gu Changge by the gathered elders filled Gu Qing with immense joy, causing the corners of her mouth to lift slightly. However, she tempered her elation, knowing that the outcome would only be revealed upon the completion of the adult rite trials. It would be premature to draw conclusions at this juncture. The 6 elders exchanged knowing glances and chuckled, while Gu Qing delighted in their perception, or lack thereof. Gu Changge, accompanied by Gu Qingxiu and the 10th squad of Gu family disciples, ventured towards the location of the 6th-tier medicinal herb guarded by a life wheel realm beast. Meanwhile, several dozen miles to the right of Gu Changge, another group was progressing in the same direction. In the second sequence, Gu Yuan was conversing with a companion. "Are you certain that there exists a 6th-tier medicinal herb and a life wheel realm beast there?" "Indeed, Gu Yuan," the individual affirmed, nodding. "This opportunity was bestowed upon me by my older cousin from the previous generation." "Very well. Once we slay that life wheel realm beast and acquire the 6th-tier medicinal herb, a generous reward awaits us upon our return. Thank you, Gu Yuan. The Gu family disciple's expression brightened at the news. The thought of acquiring the 6th-tier medicinal herb and the points from the life wheel realm beast had never crossed his mind. Unbeknownst to Gu Changge, others had also conceived the same strategy and were fortuitously converging upon the same opportunity. However, due to Gu Changge's proximity to this chance, he swiftly arrived at the designated location, which was a dense thicket. Through the gaps in the trees, a massive nest could be discerned, situated at the heart of the forest. This is where the divine child resides, Gu Jing reverently observed, gazing at the nest. Upon hearing this, Gu Changge turned his attention to the nest. Within it lay a terrifyingly large bird, exuding a searing aura, its size rivaling 100 feet. The creature rested within the nest, its abdomen rising and falling rhythmically, suggesting it was in slumber. The fire eagle phoenix had indeed reached the life wheel realm, and was at the 2nd level of that realm. Gu Changge nodded in affirmation, validating the intelligence received. Aside from Gu Qingxiu, the remaining disciples of the 10th squad felt an immediate tension. The life wheel realm was not something they could contend with. Fortunately, the divine child was among them. All eyes turned to Gu Changge, for he alone possessed the capability to confront a 2nd-level life wheel realm beast. Gu Jing inquired, "Divine child, how shall we coordinate our actions henceforth?" In response, Gu Changge appeared momentarily taken aback, casting a perplexed glance at Gu Jing. "Coordinate for what purpose?" Gu Jing faltered, feeling awkward. "Surely it is to assist you in slaying this beast. Such a trivial 2nd-level life wheel realm beast does not require your assistance." Gu Changge replied with amusement. With the astonished gazes of Gu Jing and the 10th squad disciples upon him, he stepped forward. "I shall vanquish this beast." With a mere gesture, Gu Changge spoke calmly before raising a hand to press down. Terrifying spatial fluctuations coalesced into ripples that instantly gathered above the head of the fiery eagle phoenix, a creature of the 2nd tier of the fate wheel realm. A resonant hum echoed as the void rippled, and in an instant, a colossal translucent hand, stretching 300 zhang, descended to suppress. The imprint of the great hand in the void. Almost at the moment Gu Changge unleashed the attack, the previously resting fiery eagle phoenix was abruptly roused. Its head lifted high in alarm as it gazed at the enormous hand descending upon it, letting out a terrified shriek. "Caw!" the fiery eagle phoenix screeched. Chapter 21. A swift strike to vanquish the beast of fate. A stupefying display, the vast handprint of the void, imbued with the might of thunder, descended as the fire eagle wand bird merely raised its hand. With a resounding crash, the earth trembled and dust erupted into the air. A wave of terrifying force surged outward. The fire eagle wand bird was instantly subdued beneath the overwhelming handprint. In the next moment, as the handprint clenched, blood gushed forth, and feathers scattered like leaves in the wind. The force created by the descending handprint swept through the gathering, causing the hair of Gu Jing and the other members of the Eternal Gu clan to flutter. Yet, they remained oblivious to their surroundings, their eyes fixated in astonishment on the tightening grip of the handprint. For this fire eagle wand bird, a beast of the 2nd tier of the Wheel of Fate realm, had been crushed into a pulp by the mere gesture of their divine prince, Gu Changge. Is this the might of a divine prince? Amongst their generation, how many possess the ability to so effortlessly annihilate a beast of the 2nd tier of the Wheel of Fate? Surely, only Gu Changge holds such power. Gu Jing and the other members of the Eternal Gu clan felt a chill run down their spines. Meanwhile, as Gu Changge dispatched the beast of the 2nd tier of the Wheel of Fate, the Gu clan members who had yet to earn points, or had only garnered a few, witnessed their tokens flickering with light. Gu Changge's name surged to the top of the leaderboard. Simultaneously, the 10th team led by Gu Changge ascended from 10th place to 1st. Upon witnessing this scene, all the Gu clan members participating in the rite of passage were left in shock. This is the Divine Prince's doing? Incredible. A sudden surge of 100 points. Has he truly slain a beast of the Wheel of Fate? He's truly worthy of the title Divine Prince. His strength is astonishing. In the 3rd sequence, Gu Shuangjian having slain a 6th-tier beast of the Rainbow Bridge realm with a single strike, glanced at Changge, who held the top spot on both leaderboards, his expression cold. Has he slain a beast of the Wheel of Fate? I shall seek one to defeat as well. Having spoken, Gu Shuangjian turned to his team. Initially intent on departing, he hesitated, letting out a resigned sigh. He indeed wished to act independently. Yet reality did not permit such freedom. If he were to leave, the third team would inevitably disband. How would the clan perceive him then? However, Gu Shuangjian found it curious. Given Gu Changge's temperament, he would likely share the same desire. Yet team points could only be accumulated through collective efforts in vanquishing beasts. This indicated that Gu Changge had indeed secured 100 points, and all members of his team were present. Unable to fathom the situation, Gu Shuangjian chose to disregard it, urging the others to swiftly hunt the beasts. Gu Ziyu, Gu Xiao, and the others exchanged glances, their thoughts diverging. Meanwhile, in the second sequence, Gu Yuan had already heard the booming sounds emanating from the direction of Gu Changge's battle against the beast of the Wheel of Fate. Simultaneously, he noticed the leaderboard reflecting Gu Changge and the 10th team at the pinnacle of the rankings. Was it truly Gu Changge who had acted? We must hurry and catch up. Gu Yuan called out to the trial's second team behind him. As for Gu Changge, with a swift motion, he dispatched the fierce beast, the fire eagle phoenix of the second tier of the Fate Wheel realm, without the slightest tremor of emotion. His cultivation, being at the second tier of the Fate Wheel realm, and possessing a 9-pattern Fate Wheel, combined with the supreme technique inherited from the Emperor's legacy, the Void Scripture, ensured that his actions were nothing short of extraordinary. Merely in terms of cultivation, he could easily subdue ordinary Fate Wheel beasts, such as the Fire Eagle Phoenix, even those at the 5th tier of the Fate Wheel realm. Furthermore, when augmented by his physical prowess, he could contend with beasts of the 8th or 9th tier. If he were to employ the powers of his heavy eyes and the celestial techniques of his celestial bone, he would be invincible among those of the same tier, even against other prodigies. This is the unparalleled foundation of invincibility granted to Gu Changge by his heavy eyes and celestial bone. To pose a challenge to him, one would at least need to be a pure-blooded beast of the 6th or 7th tier of the Fate Wheel realm. Beasts are categorized into types: ordinary beasts and pure-blooded beasts, the latter being one of the great adversaries of the human race across the 3,000 domains. A topic for another time. Having resolved the matter, Gu Changge turned to Gu Jing and said, "I have dealt with this Fate Wheel beast. You may now seize your opportunity." Gu Jing, momentarily lost in thought, regained his composure and stammered, "Oh, thank you, Divine Son." His face still bore traces of astonishment as he made his way towards the nest of the Fire Eagle Phoenix. Shortly thereafter, Gu Jing approached Gu Changge, his face alight with joy, clutching a vibrant red spiritual herb resembling the tail feathers of the Fire Eagle Phoenix. The Fire Eagle treasure herb, its vivid hue suggests, is perilously close to being a 5th-grade treasure. The other descendants of the Changsheng Gu family looked on with envy. A 6th-grade treasure. Such treasures, aside from those of the elite, are rarely encountered by ordinary disciples throughout their lives. Treasures are classified into tiers, ranging from 1st to 9th, with the highest being the elixirs of immortality. Noticing the gazes of his peers, Gu Jing hesitated for a moment, and after a brief internal struggle, he gritted his teeth and presented the Fire Eagle treasure herb to Gu Changge. "Divine Son, had it not been for your intervention, I would never have obtained this 6th-grade treasure. It rightfully belongs to you." The others turned their attention to Gu Changge in anticipation. Gu Changge waved his hand dismissively. "Keep it. This is your opportunity, as previously agreed." He smiled gently. Ultimately, recognizing that Gu Changge had no intention of accepting the treasure, Gu Jing relaxed and accepted it with overwhelming joy. Seeing Gu Changge's demeanor, several disciples who possessed their own opportunities could no longer contain themselves. "Divine Son, I know of a Fate Wheel opportunity. I have one too. Divine Son, I possess a remarkable opportunity guarded by a celestial realm beast." A dozen individuals stepped forward from the group, their expressions filled with fervor and admiration as they approached Gu Changge. Yet amidst the excitement, Gu Changge caught wind of the mention of a celestial realm opportunity. He raised his hand, and the eager descendants of the Gu family fell silent, gazing at his ethereal and transcendent visage with longing. Moments ago, it was mentioned that there was an individual blessed with the rare opportunity of transcendent realms. Gu Changge was about to beckon the gifted scion of the Gu family to step forward for a more detailed conversation. However, midway through his utterance, his words faltered as his gaze shifted to the rear of the group. Gu Qingxiu seemed to sense something amiss and followed Gu Changge's line of sight. In the next moment, a figure emanating an aura of dominance, akin to a sovereign traversing the mortal realm, approached, leading the third trial team, Gu Yuan. The Gu Yuan sequence. Gu Changge regarded Gu Yuan with an expression of serene composure. While Gu Changge remained unperturbed, the others were far from calm. The Gu Yuan sequence. My goodness. Gu Yuan has always had a contentious relationship with the son of Changge. Surely, a confrontation is imminent. I, for one, am eagerly anticipating it, given Gu Yuan's temperament. It is inconceivable that he would encounter the son of Changge without engaging in some form of contest. Chapter 22. The second sequence, a single blow. Indeed, it is you. Gu Yuan fixed his piercing gaze upon Gu Changge, the divine child of Changge. After speaking, he turned his attention to the ruins of the fire eagle phoenix's nest. Upon seeing the mangled remains of the fire eagle phoenix on the ground, his pupils constricted. It appears that the opportunities here have already been seized by you. Divine child of Changge, Gu Yuan concluded. Indeed, Gu Changge nodded. So, you possess information regarding the opportunities here as well? Naturally. Is there anything else? If not, I shall take my team and depart. Should we engage in conflict, it may significantly impact you. Gu Changge's voice was warm, devoid of any overt hostility. This, the divine child, seemingly does not wish to contend with Gu Yuan's sequence. Is he afraid? Since ascending to the status of divine child, Changge has changed greatly. Perhaps this reflects a consideration for familial harmony, as he is destined to lead our Changsheng Gu clan in the future. Perhaps to some extent. But to say he is afraid, are you blind? Did you not see that a formidable beast of the fate wheel realm perished there? It was clearly a single strike that ended its life. The strength of the divine child is beyond our imagination. The members of Gu Yuan's second team murmured amongst themselves. The 10th team's disciples of the Changsheng Gu clan shared similar sentiments. Yet unlike the doubts expressed by the second team, they possessed unwavering faith in Gu Changge's prowess. After all, the recent display of annihilating a fate wheel realm foe was profoundly shocking, leaving no room for fear. One could only conclude that, as the esteemed divine child, Gu Changge's vision had broadened. What others thought was beyond Gu Yuan's concern, but upon hearing Gu Changge's words directed at him, his fists suddenly clenched. What do you mean by that? Gu Yuan frowned at Gu Changge, coldly asserting, Do you believe that if I were to strike you, you would inevitably be defeated and gravely injured? Gu Changge did not respond, maintaining a faint smile upon his face. This expression alone, devoid of any words, conveyed to Gu Yuan his intentions. Gu Yuan's expression shifted, a flicker of anger igniting within him. He stepped forward, unleashing the overwhelming aura of a 9th-layer rainbow bridge realm, resonating with an imposing force. Gu Changge, do you think that by awakening your second talent, becoming the divine child, and breaking through the fate wheel, you can suppress all of us from the Changsheng Gu clan? Do not forget, I too shall contend for the first sequence. Boom! The terrifying aura surged forth, scattering leaves and stirring up dust. Even the disciples of the Changsheng Gu clan felt as though a great mountain had settled upon their chests, their breaths quickening involuntarily. Gu Yuan, possessing 108 royal bones, was a born sovereign, though both were in the Rainbow Bridge realm. The disparity was so vast that it left the Changsheng Gu clan disciples with no thoughts of resistance. It was truly fearsome. Very well, then let us settle this swiftly, so you may recover more quickly. Gu Changge, how dare you look down upon me? Gu Yuan roared in fury, his foot striking the ground as he transformed into a terrifying streak of light, hurtling towards Gu Changge. The air seemed to split apart. In an instant, a flash of light surged before Gu Changge, a fist launched forth, shattering the void, akin to a savage tiger charging towards him. It was Gu Yuan's dominant tiger fist. Previously, During the martial arts testing at the training ground, Gu Yuan's prowess in the Bahu fist had already reached an astonishing force of 8 million pounds. It is now likely to have ascended to a colossal 10 million pounds. One must acknowledge that Gu Yuan is a born ruler, and with a divine-level Bahu fist, his strength is amplified, exuding an even greater aura. The potential for a 10 million pound force is indeed plausible. Gu Yuan's strength has evidently surged, and he seems to be on the brink of the life wheel realm. Among the younger generation of the Changsheng Gu clan, who else could unleash such power with a single punch? Even the former Gu Changge could not achieve this feat. Not to mention that Gu Yuan can now unleash nearly 10 million pounds of force in a single strike. No one can rival him. However, as the crowd marveled at the terrifying might of Gu Yuan's ferocious tiger fist, the once formidable and fearsome wild tiger was instantaneously shattered by a beam of punching light, accompanied by a crisp crack that resonated through the void. The suddenness of this sound captured the attention of all the young members of the Changsheng Gu clan, plunging the atmosphere into silence. This was soon followed by a resounding roar. In the collective gaze of the onlookers, a dark shadow was sent flying from the explosion of dust, crashing violently into several towering trees. The thunderous sound of their collapse echoed as leaves fluttered down. Those who anticipated a fierce clash were left agape, utterly astonished by the unexpected scene. How is this possible? Blood trickled from the corner of Gu Yuan's mouth, and disbelief filled his eyes. His right hand had suffered a shattering fracture, now hanging limply at his side. It's just a fracture. A few days of rest will suffice. I shall take my leave. Gu Changge nodded with a smile at the incredulous Gu Yuan, then turned astride towards the astonished Gu Jing and the others. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Gu Qingqiu's beautiful eyes, her heart profoundly shaken. That punch must have surpassed a force of at least 15 million pounds. To possess such physical strength at the life wheel realm is extraordinary. This individual has undergone a transformation far beyond the Gu Changge I remember from my past life, not only in character, but also in talent and combat prowess. Gu Qingqiu was acutely aware of the immense significance of achieving 15 million pounds of force at the second level of the life wheel realm. In a previous life, even among the most exceptional talents contending in the 3,000 domains, few possessed such strength at this level, barring those with extraordinary physical gifts. Gu Changge, however, possessed the dual pupils and harbored a mysterious potential, which should not have endowed him with such remarkable physical attributes. As Gu Qingqiu pondered these thoughts, Gu Changge approached Gu Jing and the others. Those aware of the opportunities in the divine connection realm stepped forward as we walk. Leading the way, Gu Changge beckoned, and the young members of the 10th team of the Gu clan, now awakened from their stupor, followed him with faces alight with excitement and admiration. As they watched Gu Changge and his companions depart, a moment later, the second group of young members of the Changsheng Gu clan could no longer contain their astonishment. Heavens! The son of Changge has actually defeated Gu Yuan with a single punch. The disparity between the 9th level of the Rainbow Bridge realm and the Life Wheel realm is indeed immense, to the point that even Gu Yuan, who once stood as a rival to the son of Changge, can no longer withstand a single blow. Could it be that the son of Changge's strength in the Life Wheel realm is exceptionally formidable, rather than the gap between the 9th level of the Rainbow Bridge realm and the Life Wheel realm being so vast? If Gu Yuan were to engage in combat with an ordinary fate wheel, a single punch from him would undoubtedly suffice to obliterate his opponent, for that punch embodies a colossal force of millions of pounds. Coughing, Gu Yuan clutched his right arm, spitting out blood as he rose from the ground and gazed towards Gu Changge. What could that fellow's awakened second talent be, that it has undergone such a remarkable transformation? How could he possibly possess such terrifying physical strength? Gu Yuan murmured, a tearing sensation in his chest, making his complexion pale once more. Just moments ago, Gu Changge had asserted that taking action against him would have considerable repercussions. It seems he was not merely underestimating him. Yet, the more he contemplated this, the more fury swelled within Gu Yuan, for it only served to further affirm his inferiority to Gu Changge. Chapter 23. Divine Light Soars to the Heavens. The fearsome beasts of the divine connection realm emerge. Outside the void secret realm, Gu Qing and the 6 clan elders stared in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. Yet, Gu Qing quickly regained his composure, adjusting his expression, though the corners of his mouth curved upward, nearly impossible to suppress. The other clan elders marveled at the sight. The son of Long Song had broken through the life wheel, transforming as if reborn. Gu Yuanxiu, possessing the physique of a heavenly king with 108 royal bones, a natural sovereign, had unleashed a punch imbued with immense spiritual power. Yet it was no match for the single blow from the son of Long Song, who had vanquished Gu Yuanxiu, heralding an unimaginable future. The Changsheng Gu family was destined to produce another great emperor. Upon finishing their remarks, the elders turned their envious gazes toward Gu Qing, unable to contain his laughter. Gu Qing exclaimed, "Esteemed elders, you jest. It is still too early for Long Song to stand alone. Amat Shedsong, the son, is incredibly powerful, able to defeat Gu Yuanxiu, who once competed with you with a single punch." Gu Changge strode confidently at the front of the group, followed by a throng of Gu family maidens whose cheeks flushed with admiration as they gazed at his ethereal presence. Gu Qingxiu walked beside Gu Changge, remaining silent. Yet her beautiful eyes could not help but steal glances at him. How could she resist? The current Gu Changge radiated brilliance. Even she, a reborn sovereign, felt slightly eclipsed in comparison. With the supreme bone and the fortuitous knowledge in her mind, she could only hope to reach the second level of the life wheel realm upon her breakthrough. The elevation of his realm had significantly enhanced his strength. Gu Changge turned his profile toward the gathering maidens, whose hearts raced at the sight of his flawless visage. He was simply too handsome, though he bore a hint of youthfulness. He exuded an extraordinary charm, accompanied by a subtle radiance akin to celestial light. Clad in opulent black attire, he emanated a deadly allure reminiscent of poppies, coupled with an air of noble grandeur. Even the male descendants of the Gu family, like Gu Jing, could only harbor reverence, devoid of any trace of jealousy. Suddenly, a terrifying divine light erupted, soaring into the sky with ferocity. The divine radiance rippled, capturing the attention of all within the void secret realm. Simultaneously, 2 distress signals appeared on the token. They were sent by the teams led by Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao, besides recording scores, monitoring team and individual rankings. The token also had a distress function, allowing nearby teams to offer assistance, which would yield half the points of the rescued team upon successful rescue. Gu Changge gazed toward the source of the divine light, and then glanced at the token, already formulating a hypothesis in his mind. The simultaneous distress signals from Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao indicated that the 2 teams were likely acting together and had encountered a problem beyond their means to resolve. With both teams collaborating, it was highly improbable that they would seek help against beasts of the life wheel realm at levels 4 or 5, or even 7 or 8. Thus, only one possibility remained. They must have encountered ferocious beasts at the 9th level of the life wheel realm, or even those from the divine connection realm. The divine offspring. It seems this direction corresponds to the path I am familiar with regarding the opportunities of the divine connection realm. Aware of this chance, Gui took out a jade pendant to sense the surroundings and immediately conveyed to Gu Changge. Is that so? Gu Changge's gaze flickered momentarily, and the next instant, he uttered words that left everyone in astonishment. You need not intervene any longer. I shall handle everything from here. Just keep pace with me. Upon finishing his statement, Gu Changge soared into the air amidst the wide-eyed stares of the crowd. At that moment, they comprehended that their divine offspring was now a formidable figure of the life wheel realm, capable of traversing the void and vanishing several miles in the blink of an eye. Keep up. Gu Changge, standing in the void, called out to Gu Qingxiu, Gu Jing, and the others below as he began to ascend ahead of the group. At the heart of the void secret realm, a group of individuals was laboriously fleeing, occasionally casting terrified glances behind them. Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao each clutched a radiant orb, within which faintly reflected a medicinal herb and a fruit. The 2 women appeared pale, their breath shallow, suggesting they had sustained serious injuries. Gu Ziyu glanced at the members of the Changsheng Gu family following her and urgently said, "That fierce beast is targeting me and Xiao Xiao." You must not follow us any longer. Quickly retreat. You still have the chance to slay beasts and demons within the secret realm. We shall provide you with other compensations and rewards once the adult ceremony trial concludes. Gu Xiaoxiao echoed her sentiments. The ferocious beasts of the divine connection realm are beyond our capacity to combat. For now, Ziyu and I must withdraw from the adult ceremony trial. We sincerely apologize for not being able to lead you further. This is our fault, Ziyu. Had we not insisted on confronting that beast, you would not have had to engage. Indeed, it is entirely our mistake. Ziyu and Xiao, please do not apologize. Gu Ziyu cast a stern glance back towards the direction of the rumbling and urged, you must disperse quickly. If you delay further, they will catch up. Xiao and I will lure the divine connection realm beast away before we withdraw. Xiao, Gu Ziyu called out. Gu Xiao nodded, and in the next moment, both accelerated their pace. The others, witnessing this, had no choice but to scatter to the sides. After all, they stood no chance against the divine connection realm beast, even with the two formidable individuals alongside them. As Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiao approached the point of inevitable retreat, the Changsheng Gu family members, including Gu Jing and Gu Yi, who trailed behind Gu Changge, were in a state of shock and numbness, their eyes unfocused as they fervently followed the path forged by Gu Changge. They were now perilously close to the location where the divine light had erupted moments earlier. In a brief span, they had traversed over 100 miles. Along the way, they encountered countless beasts and demons of the liquefaction and rainbow bridge realms, and even formidable creatures of the life wheel realm. Initially, the beasts of the liquefaction and rainbow bridge realms posed little threat. However, upon facing two life wheel realm beasts simultaneously, anxiety gripped them. After all, these two beasts were not mere novices in the life wheel. One was at the 3rd level, while the other had even reached the 5th level of the life wheel. Just when they believed that Gu Changge would return to the team and they would act in unison, their divine master unexpectedly conjured a colossal handprint from the void and struck with it. The ferocious beasts at the 3rd and 5th levels of the Fate Wheel realm were instantly obliterated into a mist of blood. They gasped in astonishment, their skins prickling with goosebumps. What followed was an unstoppable advance. Not a single beast or specter could withstand Gu Changge's might. This unparalleled prowess left them awestruck, as if gazing upon celestial beings, their hearts tumultuous with emotion. Such astonishing power, such invincibility. Even now, a thunderous rumble echoed as the crowd progressed. Suddenly, they heard a cacophony. Gu Changge raised his gaze towards the distant, resounding earth, a flicker of light igniting in his eyes. Indeed, a divine beast of the transcendent realm. No wonder the two sequential powers had sought aid. Chapter 24. The divine beast of the divine transformation realm. Inevitable defeat. The individuals following Gu Changge were taken aback by his declaration. Indeed, it was a divine beast of the divine transformation realm. My heavens! Moreover, it seemed to be pursuing Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiao from the sequence. Meanwhile, some other members of the Changsheng Gu family, who had been separated from Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiao, caught sight of Gu Changge standing resolutely in the void. Upon seeing him, their faces lit up with joy. It is the son of Changge. How wonderful! The son of Changge is here. We are saved. Immediately, the members of the Changsheng Gu family gathered around. Observing this, Gu Changge inquired, "Are you from the teams of Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiao?" "Yes, son of Changge," replied a member of the Gu family, standing at the 9th level of the Rainbow Bridge. "We're Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiao. The sequences of Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiao have diverted the divine beast to avoid implicating us," the Gu family member quickly explained. "All right, you shall remain in my group for the time being, while I step out for a moment," Gu Changge instructed. He then turned to Gu Qingxiu, Gu Jing, and the others, saying, "Please wait here for me, and send someone to gather the teams of Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiao. Understood, son." Gu Jing and the others nodded in affirmation. Amidst the crowd, Gu Qingxiu gazed at Gu Changge's figure soaring in the sky, her beautiful eyes slightly lowered, her heart shaken. Has this person truly changed? To prepare to confront a divine beast of the divine transformation realm with merely the cultivation of the 2nd layer of the life wheel realm. willingly placing himself in such peril. Unbeknownst to Gu Changge, Gu Qingqiu's thoughts were far from his mind. He was simply acting upon the convictions within his heart. As the son of the Changsheng family, he naturally bore the responsibility of a son of destiny. Of course, this was contingent upon not facing life-threatening danger. After all, one must ensure their survival first. The divine transformation realm may not pose a threat to his life. Moreover, in the midst of the adult ceremony trial, there would be elders of the Changsheng Gu family overseeing from the outside. If danger arose, one could simply withdraw. What peril could there be? Nevertheless, Gu Changge's actions indeed earned him profound respect and fervent admiration from Gu Jing and the other members of the Gu family present. "I am increasingly impressed with Changge," remarked an elder of the clan as he sat in the void, observing Gu Changge in the mirror with admiration. His unparalleled talent, exceptional appearance, and demeanor, coupled with such a sense of responsibility for his kin, is nothing short of perfection. Another elder echoed this sentiment. Looking at Changge, it appears he intends to confront the divine beast pursuing Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao. He seems confident. This is intriguing. Upon hearing this, the other elders suddenly realized. They had been so focused on Gu Changge's remarkable performance that they had overlooked the formidable foe he was about to face. This realization left them exchanging glances, their expressions filled with astonishment. The life wheel realm against the divine transformation realm. This was a significant leap across realms. While crossing realms in the early stages was manageable, the transition from the life wheel realm marked a substantial escalation. One layer higher, one sky higher. The wheel of fate converges with the wheel of destiny, grinding spiritual essence in a liquid spirit. A single droplet of this spirit liquid surpasses the combined spiritual power of a ninth-layer Rainbow Bridge realm practitioner, rendering the wheel of fate overwhelmingly superior against the Rainbow Bridge realm. The same applies to the connection between the divine communication realm and the wheel of fate realm. The divine communication realm has already nurtured its innate divine abilities, which are categorized into minor and major divine powers. Major divine powers are birthed from the 3,000 great paths, while minor divine powers encompass various elemental manifestations. These divine abilities harness the forces of heaven and earth, delivering a crushing blow to the wheel of fate realm. Now, Gu Changge is preparing to engage with a beast of the divine communication realm. Yet he has only just entered the early stages of the wheel of fate realm. Should he have reached the 6th or 7th layer of the wheel of fate realm, there might have been a chance, but at the 1st or 2nd layer, the challenge is akin to scaling the heavens. The elder who had previously praised Gu Changge now furrows his brow, remarking, "It is commendable that Changge dares to challenge. Yet I fear that defeat may adversely affect his mind and spirit." Echoing the sentiments of Elder Yun Kai, another elder adds, "With our presence, Changge's life is not in jeopardy, but I worry that an early setback could influence his path." Gu Qing also raised an eyebrow slightly, stating, "There is no need for concern. Changge's resolve cannot be so easily shaken. His willingness to confront a beast of the divine communication realm at the early stage of the wheel of fate realm already surpasses all others in the adult right trial." The 6 elder stewards, however, remained unconvinced, believing that Gu Changge would inevitably fail against the beast of the divine communication realm. Even Gu Qing harbored doubts regarding Changge's victory, though he anticipated that soon enough he would be proven wrong. Gu Changge, emboldened by his confidence, possesses the formidable dual pupil technique coupled with the celestial bone. Even at the 2nd layer of the wheel of fate realm, he possesses the strength to counter the divine communication realm beasts. With a thought, he transformed into a streak of light, racing toward the divine communication realm beast that was pursuing Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao. At that moment, Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao found themselves perilously close to danger. The terrifying aura of the beast behind them nearly suffocated them. They exchanged glances, each sighing in resignation. "It seems this is where our journey ends," Gu Ziyu remarked. "We have also put our team at risk." Gu Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. A dreadful roar erupted from behind them, accompanied by a foul breath. As they turned to face the oncoming divine communication realm beast, their expressions remained composed. Just as they were about to shatter the scoring token to summon the guarding elder, a terrifying streak of light surged forth, colliding violently with the beast that was about to devour them. The ensuing explosion resonated through the void, creating visible shockwaves. Before Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao's astonished gazes, the divine communication realm beast was sent flying, veering over 100 meters away. The sudden turn of events caused them to widen their eyes in disbelief. "What is happening?" Gu Ziyu exclaimed. Gu Xiaoxiao, equally shocked, questioned in the adult right trial. Who from our Changsheng Gu family's younger generation could battle a beast of the divine communication realm? This is not merely the wheel of fate realm. Could it be? Suddenly, an ethereal figure reminiscent of an immortal appeared in Gu Xiaoxiao's mind. Gu Ziyu, too, grasped the truth in an instant. Gu Changge. The collision between Gu Changge and the ferocious beast of the divine connection realm reverberated with a thunderous roar that echoed across hundreds of miles. The nearby team members, upon hearing the sound, turned their gazes towards its origin, their expressions shifting subtly before they hastened towards the source without hesitation. Gu Yuan, as well as Gu Shuangjian from the second and third sequences, were also en route. As the brilliance of light manifested and the ethereal glow dissipated, Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao, in their astonishment, gradually discerned the identity of their savior. Their initial speculation was confirmed. A figure clad in black with golden trim, exuding an extraordinary aura of nobility, appeared before their eyes. The youth's demeanor was akin to that of a celestial being, imbued with an air of aristocracy. Though his features bore a hint of youthfulness, he was strikingly handsome, radiating an overwhelming confidence and an invincible spirit, remaining unfazed even in the face of the divine connection realm beast. It was indeed Gu Changge. The sight of him stirred profound emotions within Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao. Chapter 25. The infernal flame spider, although they had surmised who had come to their rescue, the moment they beheld that figure. Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao could not suppress the tumult of their hearts. The scene before them was overwhelmingly impactful. After all, Gu Changge had only recently entered the Destiny Wheel realm, yet now, for their sake, he boldly confronted a ferocious beast of the divine realm. In an instant, an indescribable emotion surged within the two maidens. They had always harbored a favorable impression of Gu Changge, who had subdued the younger generation of the Gu family, and now witnessing him standing before them like a savior only intensified their feelings. How could their hearts remain unperturbed? The ferocious beast of the divine realm, enraged by Gu Changge's intervention, let out a deafening roar. It had nearly devoured the two insignificant ants that dared to encroach upon its guarded treasure, only to have Gu Changge audaciously intrude. Standing before Gu Changge was a newly emerged beast of the divine realm, the infernal flame spider. The infernal flame spider was adorned with vivid crimson markings reminiscent of blood, its massive form towering several feet high, enveloped in a swirling black mist that emanated a formidable aura of the divine realm, thickening the air around it. Its attack capabilities included spewing forth flames imbued with terrifying venom, and upon breaking through to the divine realm, it could potentially awaken a fire-based divine ability. While the infernal flame spider was rather ordinary among ferocious beasts, once it entered the divine realm and awakened its powers, it became a nightmare for those beneath the divine realm. Gu Changge observed the infernal flame spider with calm intensity, fully aware of its nature. "Come fort. Let me witness the prowess of the divine realm," he proclaimed, hands clasped behind his back. With a thunderous roar, the infernal flame spider surged forward, its massive form transforming into a streak of fiery red light. In an instant, it was upon Gu Changge, its razor-sharp legs slicing through the air like long blades, delivering a fierce strike towards him. Gu Changge remained unperturbed, delivering a single punch. His internal energy roared, enveloping his fist with spiritual power, and he unleashed a force of 1,500 pounds. The impact of his fist against the spider's leg produced a terrifying shockwave accompanied by a thunderous boom, immediately radiating outward. As the two forces clashed, Gu Changge staggered back several dozen meters, while the infernal flame spider trembled slightly, retreating nearly 10 meters. Enraged by the setback, the infernal flame spider could hardly contain its fury. It was a distinguished beast of the divine realm, yet had been repelled by an ant weaker than itself. Gu Changge regarded the infernal flame spider with keen interest. Indeed, it is merely an ordinary beast. Even upon entering the divine realm, it is not insurmountable. Below, Gu Ziyu, Gu Xiaoxiao, and Gu Jing watched in astonishment, their pupils narrowing. Gu Changge could actually compete with the physical might of a divine realm beast? What in the world were they witnessing? Such terrifying physical prowess. It is known that among human cultivators, few possess the innate physiques to rival ferocious beasts. Now, witnessing Gu Changge merely at the destiny wheel realm, standing firm against the infernal flame spider of the divine realm, they could hardly believe their eyes. Moreover, should not Gu Changge's innate talent be the dual pupils? The crowd was taken aback. However, the infernal flame spider, enraged by Gu Changge's words, launched a relentless assault. With a whoosh, sizzling sounds erupted. A terrifying blaze spewed forth from the mouth of the infernal flame spider, its heat distorting the very fabric of the void. Even after the flames erupted, the air was filled with a hissing sound. The flames contained a scorching fire poison. Even Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao, positioned at a distance from the battlefield, were rendered dizzy by the onslaught of the heatwave. The fire of the infernal flame spider harbored lethal fire poison. Gu Qingqiu suddenly shouted to Gu Changge, "Beware of its flames." Yet, Gu Changge appeared to be prepared for this moment. As the infernal flame spider unleashed its fiery breath, dual pupils manifested within Gu Changge's bright eyes, as if countless mysteries were unfolding before him. Dual pupil, foresight. With a swift movement, Gu Changge effortlessly evaded the flames imbued with fire poison. While dodging the infernal flame spider's attacks, Gu Changge cast a glance at Gu Qingqiu below and nodded in acknowledgement. Upon seeing Gu Changge nodding at her, Gu Qingqiu couldn't help but bow her head slightly, her heart unsettled. Why did I feel compelled to warn him? This fellow possesses dual pupils, which encompass numerous extraordinary abilities, foresight being one of them. He is hardly in any danger. Gu Qingqiu, in his previous life, he had seized your supreme bone, causing you to suffer losses in the early stages and contend against him in the mid-stages. He is your adversary. That earlier warning can be considered a repayment for the recent favors he has bestowed upon me. Gu Qingqiu reassured herself internally. However, Gu Changge was not in the mood to speculate on Gu Qingqiu's thoughts. He continued to evade the infernal flame spider's attacks, which roared once more. And in the next moment, a surge of celestial energy enveloped the area within 1,000 feet. A fierce, blazing domain of fire instantaneously spread across the surroundings. This power caused Gu Changge to furrow his brow as he gazed at the fiery domain. Is this the divine ability awakened by the infernal flame spider? It appears to be a flame domain, though its precise capabilities remain unknown. With a deafening roar, the infernal flame spider unleashed its divine ability to shroud Gu Changge, exuding an air of triumph and exhilaration as if heralding victory. Accompanying its roar, terrifying fireballs, imbued with potent fire poison, coalesced in the void. In the blink of an eye, dozens of these fearsome fireballs surrounded Gu Changge. "Be careful!" Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao cried out in alarm. Each of those fireballs carried a suffocating force, clearly extraordinary. With a roar, the infernal flame spider commanded the attack, and the fireballs, laden with dreadful fire poison, surged forth towards Gu Changge. Boom! 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 The fireballs struck the location where Gu Changge stood, resulting in earth-shattering explosions. Witnessing this scene, Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao turned pale. The concentration of such terrifying fireballs attacking a single point was enough to cause even a practitioner of the same realm to exercise utmost caution. Gu Changge, even Gu Qingqiu felt a tightening in her heart, her concern for him growing. Flames surged and the venomous fire raged, the infernal flame spider, witnessing its attacks wholly land upon Gu Changge, let out a triumphant shriek, convinced that Gu Changge was doomed. This technique had proven infallible in the past. Whenever it struck its prey, death was invariably the outcome. However, as all eyes were riveted upon the scene, the moment the cloud of smoke dissipated, a collective astonishment gripped the onlookers, their eyes widening in disbelief. Instead of the anticipated sight of Gu Changge gravely wounded or in disarray, He stood there, ethereal and elegant, even more resplendent than before, resembling a celestial being. It was truly terrifying. Chapter 26. The Illusion of the Celestial King. The radiance of the dual pupils strikes down the divine. A colossal illusion loomed behind Gu Changge, radiating an aura of sanctity, enveloped in ethereal, celestial light. As mysterious figures knelt in reverence, akin to a descending, celestial monarch. Simultaneously, Gu Changge was shrouded in a faint glow, forming a spherical barrier. In the face of the divine attacks from the god-transcending realm's infernal flame spider, Gu Changge employed the foresight of his dual pupils. Witnessing countless images of the infernal flame spider's assaults upon him, and promptly activated the Celestial King's descent to the ninth heaven, utilizing the innate Tai Su vital energy for defensive countermeasures. Thus, the current scene unfolded. The youth stood in the void, resembling a transcendent being amidst the winds, serene and ethereal. Below, Gu Qingxiu, Gu Xiaoxiao, Gu Ziyu, and others gazed in wide-eyed astonishment. My heavens, how could the son achieve this? With the fate wheel realm, he withstood the ferocious divine attacks of a god-transcending beast, emerging unscathed? How is this possible? The infernal flame spider shrieked, unable to contain its fury upon witnessing Gu Changge's unblemished form. A mere insect, how could it possibly endure its divine assault without a scratch? Roaring, the infernal flame spider began to gather its power once more, a massive fireball coalescing above its head, with even more terrifying flames converging. The infernal sphere. This represented the most formidable attack within the realm of flames. It refused to believe that this insect could withstand it again. One does not shed tears until they see the coffin. Gu Changge cast a glance at the infernal sphere being formed by the infernal flame spider, snorting coldly. As a great terror brewed within his eyes, countless mysteries coalesced within his dual pupils. In the next moment, Gu Changge's eyes suddenly widened slightly. A surge of overwhelming, tangible radiance instantaneously tore through the void. Boom! This tangible light was fearsome, warping the very fabric of space, sending ripples cascading outward, its destructive divine might rendering all present numb with trepidation. The radiance of the dual pupils. Gu Qingxiu's heart trembled. He could wield this power even in the fate wheel realm. Surrounding Gu Qingxiu, other members of the Eternal Life Gu family gasped in astonishment. What kind of divine power is this? So terrifying. Could it be the might of the dual pupils? What an awe-inspiring light. Could it be that the sun would slay this god-transcending beast on the spot? No sooner had the thought crossed their minds than the infernal flame spider was struck by the radiance of the dual pupils, unable to unleash the fireball it had gathered. Boom! The void quaked, ripples unfurling continuously. Almost instantaneously, as the radiance of the dual pupils struck the infernal flame spider, its massive form erupted violently, transforming into a cloud of blood mist and shattered flesh. The god-transcending beast, the infernal flame spider, perished, witnessing the spectacle above. The members of the Eternal Life Gu family below, though somewhat prepared and even having speculated that Gu Changge might slay the infernal flame spider, were utterly stunned when the moment truly unfolded. The impact of reality far surpassed mere words. Gu Qingxiu lowered his head slightly, the bearing of the king of prodigies, and indeed, the king among kings of prodigies, at least the king of talents in his unawakened state, could never surpass the second tier of the fate wheel realm to confront the divine connection realm. Yet, he was able to wield the power of the within the fate wheel realm. How was this achievable? Comparatively, he had advanced a whole level faster than in his previous life. Gu Qingxiu's mind was a tumultuous storm. However, she soon quelled the chaos within, for regardless of Gu Changge's circumstances, she was a reborn sovereign. If she adhered to her path step by step, she would ultimately stand atop the pinnacle of the 3,000 domains. No one knew the thoughts of Gu Qingxiu, yet the atmosphere at the scene erupted with fervor. Simultaneously, those from the Gu family who had just arrived to observe were also struggling to maintain their composure. Gu Yuan, stationed on a small hill several miles away from the battle, could clearly discern the unfolding events as the waves of energy from Gu Changge's confrontation with the infernal flame spider swept across the landscape. When Gu Yuan witnessed Gu Changge execute the celestial king's descent from the heavens, unleashing of that vanquished the divine connection realm beast, his pupils constricted in disbelief. How could this be possible? The disparity between realms is only truly revealed in the divine connection realm, where the awakened powers are unmistakably defined. Yet, Gu Changge could defy this reality even within the fate wheel realm. One could only imagine the terror he would embody upon entering the divine connection realm and awakening his powers. The younger generation of the Long Aotian Gu family behind Gu Yuan shared in his astonishment. My heavens! The Son of Heaven has actually slain a divine connection realm beast while still in the fate wheel realm. Incredible! Gu Xuanjian also arrived on the scene. Observing Gu Changge's triumph over the infernal flame spider, his sword trembled behind him, and he coolly remarked to those around him, "Let us depart." Some supporters behind Gu Xuanjian could not help but inquire, "Xuanjian, did you not intend to challenge the Son of Heaven?" With so many witnesses present, this would be the perfect opportunity to make a name for yourself. Gu Xuanjian coldly shook his head. "I am not his match. To confront a divine connection realm beast while in the fate wheel realm is beyond my capabilities." At this moment, a radiant fate wheel resembling a long sword shone brightly within Gu Xuanjian's dantian, indicating that he too had broken through to the fate wheel realm and had formed a sword wheel. The sword wheel bore 8 markings, signifying it as an 8-pattern sword wheel, which is not inferior to the standard 9-pattern fate wheel. Outside the void secret realm, Gu Qing and 6 clan elders watched this spectacle, equally unable to maintain their calm. Goodness, Changge has actually defied the odds, slaying a divine connection realm beast from the fate wheel realm. One elder exclaimed in astonishment, "The future is limitless." Another elder chimed in, his tone brimming with excitement. Gu Qing nodded in agreement. "It appears our Longshan Gu family has promising heirs, the King of Talents. Changge is destined for greatness." Upon hearing the words King of Talents, the 6 elders' eyes sparkled with fervor. The King of Talents. Those who grow to such heights are at the very least at the Saint realm. The top-tier Kings of Talents can even aspire to the Emperor realm. After slaying the infernal flame spider, Gu Changge glanced at his personal information. Character: Gu Changge's strength, 2nd layer of fate wheel physique. Dual pupils, light of dual pupils foresight. Celestial bone, celestial king descending from the 9th heaven. Technique: void scriptures, 5th layer, 21. Divine powers, celestial finger, minor accomplishment, 33. Great void hand seal, minor accomplishment, 50. Grand void technique, entry level 2. Innate supreme void vitality, entry level 2. Bound object. Gu Qingxue the divine powers have seen considerable progress. Having traversed this path, various divine powers were naturally unleashed, leading to a rapid increase in combat proficiency. Logically, comprehending divine powers relies solely on one's insight. However, Gu Changge's system possesses not only the ability to restore, but also to enhance proficiency, which is truly remarkable. As Gu Changge descended before the crowd, Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao from the sequence stepped forward. The 2 ladies' beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue, and they found themselves irresistibly drawn to Gu Changge. Gratitude illuminated the delicate faces of Gu Ziyu and Gu Xiaoxiao as they prepared to speak, when suddenly a terrifying roar erupted, akin to the thunderous cry of a colossal elephant. Chapter 27. The initiation of the dragon elephant technique. The sudden, terrifying trumpet of an elephant rendered the entire assembly momentarily speechless. In the next instant, a rift appeared in the clear sky, stretching for 100 feet. Its inky darkness sending shivers down spines as if it sought to devour everything in its path. "Is this a void rift?" exclaimed a member of the Changsheng Gu family in astonishment. "What a tremendous opportunity!" Another member of the Changsheng Gu family interjected excitedly. "We have long heard tales of the void secret realm from our coming-of-age trials, where void rifts occasionally manifest, connecting to unknown realms, and where heavenly inheritances and rare treasures may fall. It seems the legends are indeed true. The elephant's trumpet just now undoubtedly heralds a terrifying inheritance." The crowd buzzed with fervent discussion. Gu Qingqiu's eyes sparkled at the sound of the trumpet. It has arrived, the dragon-elephant technique. Although Gu Qingqiu was unaware of how the dragon-elephant technique would manifest, she knew instinctively that the trumpet signified its presence. Gu Changge also heard the trumpet. The dragon-elephant technique, you say? He gazed at the rift in the void with a hint of anticipation. If he were to acquire this dragon-elephant technique and return it, what rewards might he receive in terms of martial skills? Meanwhile, it was not just Gu Changge and Gu Qingqiu who heard the trumpet. Gu Shuangjian and Gu Yuan, who were preparing to depart, were also alerted by the sound. Opportunity. The two characters echoed in their minds. In an instant, their gazes were fixed upon the rift that had appeared in the void. All eyes in the arena were riveted on the 100-foot rift. Suddenly, a streak of light burst forth from the rift. In that fleeting moment, Gu Yuan, Gu Shuangjian, and several other members of the Changsheng Gu family, eager to seize the opportunity, sprang into action. Some employed teleportation techniques. Others soared into the sky, while a few brandished extraordinary artifacts, fixated solely on that streak of light. As the light cascaded downward, it landed closest to Gu Yuan, who felt a surge of joy and immediately ascended into the air. Simultaneously, members of his cohort also took flight. Down! Gu Yuan commanded as he stood upon a large blade, channeling his spiritual energy into the weapon, which soared upward, unleashing an overwhelming aura that repelled several Changsheng Gu family members vying for the streak of light. Gu Shuangjian soared through the void, witnessing Gu Yuan nearing the radiant light. With a swift motion, he drew his sword, unleashing a blinding arc of sword light toward him. As Gu Yuan repelled the encroaching members of the Changsheng Gu family, he sensed the imminent threat of Gu Shuangjian's sword light. A sense of danger washed over him. His expression shifted as he instantly deduced the identity of his adversary. Gu Shuangjian, break! Gu Yuan bellowed, turning to meet the incoming sword light with a fierce punch. Boom! The void rippled with the force of the impact. The moment Gu Yuan's fist collided with the sword light, his complexion paled, and he was sent sprawling backward, a vivid scar of sword energy etched into his fist. Blood flowing freely. Life Wheel Realm. Gu Yuan roared as he was propelled backward. This opportunity is mine, Gu Shuangjian remarked coolly, eyeing Gu Yuan's direction as he prepared to seize the streak of light. However, in the next second, a low hum reverberated through the void, rippling with sudden intensity. In that moment, a colossal finger materialized from the emptiness, pointing directly at him, rendering the void solid, as if imprisoning him in place. Awaiting his demise, the celestial finger. This time, it was Gu Shuangjian's turn to change countenance. In his astonishment, a beam of light, swifter than he, raced toward the streaming brilliance. Gu Changge bypassed Gu Shuangjian, smiling as he declared, "This opportunity is mine." With that, the chance that had descended from the void was already clasped firmly in his grasp. With a cold shout, Gu Shuangjian unleashed the Fuyo sword light, his long sword shimmering with a blinding white radiance, the terrifying intent of his blade piercing the heavens as it collided forcefully with the descending finger. The impact reverberated with a thunderous roar. Gu Shuangjian managed to sever the colossal finger, yet the recoil caused him to spew forth a mouthful of blood, his breath faltering. One strike, a minor injury. Gu Shuangjian's heart trembled, incredulous as he gazed at Gu Changge, who had seized the opportunity. Despite being in the same realm of life cycles, he had failed to withstand even a single finger strike from Gu Changge and had been wounded. How could this be possible? The Gu family of longevity below shared in the disbelief as they witnessed the spectacle. Had the divine son of Changge truly defeated the Shuangjian sequence with a mere finger? Surely, I must be mistaken. Wasn't Shuangjian just soaring through the void? I had thought he was on the verge of claiming the opportunity, only to see him bested by a single strike from the divine son. At this moment, Gu Yuan had also regained composure. Turning, he beheld Gu Shuangjian vanquished by Gu Changge's finger, which prompted him to laugh heartily. Gu Shuangjian, did you believe that breaking through to the life cycle would render you invincible? Under Gu Changge's prowess, we are all but mere challengers. The divine son is indeed supreme. Your loss is well-deserved. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Gu Shuangjian directed his gaze toward the guffawing Gu Yuan, I have now broken through to the life cycle, while you have yet to achieve such a feat. The disparity speaks for itself. Gu Qingxiu had initially intended to intercept the dragon-elephant technique with her divine abilities. But upon witnessing Gu Changge suppressing Gu Yuan and Gu Shuangjian claiming the technique, she chose to remain passive. However, she had not anticipated the technique's emergence in such a manner. It seemed that if the dragon-elephant technique could not be claimed as a gesture of gratitude to Gu Changge, she would need to procure alternative opportunities to make amends. Gu Changge held the dragon-elephant technique in his hands, paying no heed to the quarrel between Gu Yuan and Gu Shuangjian. When the streak of light was captured, he had discerned the ethereal form of a small dragon elephant, at the center of which lay a scroll, this very scroll now in his possession. The dragon-elephant technique was his. This initiation rite had concluded splendidly. A gentle smile graced Gu Changge's lips as he stored the dragon-elephant technique within his storage ring. In the ensuing days, as anticipated, Gu Changge continued to slay formidable beasts of the life cycle and divine realms, firmly securing his position at the pinnacle of both leaderboards. Amid the astonishment of many, the initiation rite came to a close. Numerous participants reaped substantial rewards, and Gu Changge was no exception, also receiving a sacred weapon as a reward. He chose a sacred bell, known for its formidable defensive capabilities and its ability to instill fear in the hearts of others. Brother Divine Son, Gu Qingxiu approached Gu Changge's courtyard, her brow furrowed in curiosity. Did you summon me for something? Gu Changge stood with his hands clasped behind him beside a stone table in the courtyard, gazing at a verdant tree. Dressed in an elegant black robe adorned with golden trims, he exuded an air of nobility, enveloped in ethereal melodies and a faint celestial radiance that accentuated his otherworldly grace. Upon hearing Gu Qingxiu's voice, Gu Changge nodded and turned to address him, saying, "Indeed, there is a matter of significance. The supreme bone is innately superior. It not only cultivates unparalleled divine abilities, but also nourishes its host, enhancing the physical form. The dragon-elephant technique, which I acquired during the adult ceremony trial, is a method for strengthening the body and surpasses the family's own flesh-refining techniques." After speaking, Gu Changge produced the dragon-elephant technique and tossed it to Gu Qingxiu, who instinctively caught it. Gu Changge smiled and remarked, "This is for you." At that moment, as Gu Changge bestowed the dragon-elephant technique upon Gu Qingxiu, a notification chimed. Ding! The host has gifted the bound target. Gu Qingxiu a fragmentary imperial-level technique dragon-elephant technique, receiving a 10,000-fold return. Celestial-level technique dragon-elephant suppression technique. Chapter 28. The Child of Destiny, Yi Chun, the Holy Maiden of Chicken Legs, a 1,000-fold return. The revelation before her contained two crucial pieces of information that sent a jolt through Gu Changge's heart, soon replaced by an overwhelming joy. Splendid. A celestial-grade technique. A direct pathway to transcendence. The return is astonishing. Despite the excitement swelling within, Gu Changge maintained an air of calm and warmth, a smile gracing her lips. As she gazed at the dragon-elephant technique in her hands, Gu Qingxiu was momentarily taken aback. She never anticipated that Gu Changge would bestow upon her the dragon-elephant, accompanied by an irresistible rationale. What is happening? The dragon-elephant technique should be beneficial for you as well, right? Gu Qingxiu pondered, then returned the dragon-elephant technique. Brother Divine Son, you may comprehend it fully before passing it on to me for cultivation. The dragon-elephant technique. Prior to her rebirth, Gu Qingxiu was acutely aware of the formidable nature of this inheritance. There existed no superior body refinement technique in her mind. However, since Gu Changge had personally acquired it, she felt reluctant to cultivate it. The fact that Gu Changge had refrained from digging her bones already felt peculiar, let alone treating her as a sister. Such peculiar sentiments rendered it increasingly challenging for Gu Qingxiu to maintain her composure, as her heart was once filled with thoughts of vengeance. Before her rebirth, she had indeed defeated Gu Changge, significantly wounding the Gu family's vitality. Yet now, in this new life, Gu Qingxiu might not refrain from subjugating Gu Changge once more, perhaps even more brutally than in her previous existence. as she too was destined to face her own trials. Who could have foreseen that events would deviate so dramatically from her memories? I have comprehended it. Gu Changge pointed to her head. The dragon elephant technique is already within my mind. So soon, Gu Qingxiu was taken aback. Gu Changge raised an eyebrow, for it was evident that Gu Qingxiu possessed knowledge of how to cultivate the dragon elephant technique. Realizing her words may have been misconstrued, Gu Qingxiu hurriedly clarified, I meant no offense, brother divine son. It's just that when I obtained the dragon elephant technique in the void secret realm, the phenomenon suggested its extraordinary nature. The world knows that understanding profound inheritances typically requires considerable time, yet you claim to have grasped it in such a brief span, which is rather surprising. Listening to the justification Gu Qingxiu provided, Gu Changge inwardly chuckled, as her troublesome little sister likely remained unaware that her identity had been fully unveiled by her elder brother. Furthermore, the dragon elephant technique within her mind far surpassed the one in Gu Qingxiu's possession by unfathomable magnitudes. Thus, Gu Changge feigned understanding and nodded. Indeed, the dragon elephant technique is quite profound. One must visualize the dragon and elephant during comprehension. You are currently in the spirit nurturing realm, so be prepared for the impending challenges. Gu Qingxiu's true strength was at the 6th layer of liquid transformation. Gu Changge chose not to expose this fact, casually expressing concern. Upon hearing Gu Changge's concern, Gu Qingxiu felt a warmth in her heart and nodded. I understand. By the way, if you lack any resources, do let me know. All right. Having accepted so much kindness from Gu Changge, Gu Qingxiu resolved in her heart that when the time came for Gu Changge to require assistance, she would repay the favor. As she glanced back at Gu Qingxiu's departing figure, Gu Changge smiled softly, contemplating, as a reborn female sovereign, my favorability should be quite high now. With that thought, she turned her attention inward, addressing the system. Claim the dragon elephant subduing prison technique. No sooner had the words left her lips than a profound transformation enveloped her surroundings. She found herself standing in an endless wilderness, a desolate and ancient aura permeating the air. In the next instant, accompanied by a fearsome roar, a colossal dragon elephant loomed over the wasteland, letting out a resounding cry toward the heavens. In an instant, the void shattered, the wilderness trembled, stars fell from the sky, and darkness enveloped the firmament. This terrifying spectacle left Gu Changge utterly astonished. Is this the dragon elephant subduing prison technique, manifesting as a dragon elephant? She exclaimed in disbelief. As her words faded, the towering dragon elephant suddenly transformed into countless tadpole-like characters, which, before she could comprehend the situation, surged into her body. A torrent of information flooded her mind. In the brief span of a breath, Gu Changge had mastered this celestial-level technique, the dragon elephant subduing prison technique. This technique was a formidable method of refining the body, leading directly to one of the ultimate paths of power. Divided into 3 tiers, the first layer being gigantic elephant particles, the second layer yuan elephant particles, the third layer dragon elephant particles, and the fourth layer divine elephant particles. According to the description of the dragon elephant subduing prison technique, the human body comprises a staggering 840 million microparticles, all of which can be transformed into the aforementioned 4 types of particles through the technique. Gigantic elephant particles possess a strength of 100 gene per particle. Yuan elephant particles yield 1,000 gene. Dragon elephant particles, 10,000 gene. And divine elephant particles, 1,000,000 gene. Merely converting all the particles within her body into gigantic elephant particles would grant her an astounding strength of 84 billion gene. Such power could likely shatter myriad laws by sheer force alone. After absorbing the information of the dragon elephant subduing prison technique, Gu Changge took a deep breath. Truly worthy of being a celestial-level technique. The first layer of gigantic elephant particles is already astonishing, and there are still 3 more types to explore. The cultivation of the dragon elephant subduing prison technique was remarkably simple. The first step involved visualizing the dragon elephant to activate the 840 million microparticles within her. Following that, she would refine these particles into yuan elephant particles using immense energy. With a current strength of 15 million gene, the initial transformation into yuan elephant particles should not prove overly challenging. Not wanting to rush into cultivation, Gu Changge resisted the urge and contemplated opening Gu Qingqiu's personal information. Once the target was bound, she could access the information at any time. Now, Gu Changge had gained insight into Gu Qingqiu's recent fortunes and opportunities. After her intervention, the opportunities that originally belonged to Gu Qingqiu had returned to her, and Gu Changge had reaped unimaginable rewards from this. Naturally, to resolve this matter, she was eager to learn what further opportunities awaited her reborn sister, the female sovereign. Nickname, Gu Qingqiu, identity, daughter of the Gu family S branch. Reborn sovereign, strength, 5th layer of the spirit nurturing realm, 6th layer of the liquid transformation realm. Physique, sovereign bone, cultivation method. Void scripture, divine abilities. Recent fortunes, the dragon elephant technique has ultimately fallen into her hands. Gu Qingqiu practices the dragon elephant technique. Yet, due to its immense consumption and her reluctance to seek resources from her brother, the divine son, she resolves to venture forth in search of opportunities from her memories. A month later, Gu Qingqiu will journey to the origin of the Gu family, where she shall acquire the celestial artifact, spirit gathering bottle. Furthermore, she intends to seize the fateful opportunity of the child of destiny, Yi Chun, the eye of the Millennium Spirit Spring. Along the way, she aims to rescue the hidden identity of the divine maiden of the Ji family, who has been ensnared by a chicken leg. Chapter 29. The Awakening of the Giant Elephant Particle. 300 billion gene of strength observing Gu Qingqiu's recent fortunes. Gu Changge was taken aback. What a marvel! A celestial artifact, the spirit gathering bottle. Moreover, an unexpected name, the child of destiny, Yi Chun, had emerged. Gu Changge's gaze was fixed intently on the unfolding fortunes, ultimately resting on the last line of text. An enigmatic Ji family goddess ensnared by a mere chicken leg? How fitting to the archetype of the child of destiny, he mused. Just as he finished his contemplation, a notification from the system appeared once more. Ding! Detection of bound target, Ji family goddess Ji Ruyu. Location information synchronized. The host may bind the target upon approaching within 100 meters. Oh, a second binding target? Gu Changge regarded the task prompt with keen interest. Yet suddenly, he paused. Yi Ruyu. If memory served him correctly, she was indeed his cousin. Gu Changge's mother was the cherished jewel of the previous Ji family patriarch. The Changsheng Gu family and the Changsheng Ji family had always maintained a cordial rapport, with his father, Gu Qing, having married Ji Mingyue, thus giving birth to Gu Changge. He had not seen his mother, Ji Mingyue, recently as she had returned to the Changsheng Ji family to rekindle familial bonds. To his astonishment, the system's binding target turned out to be his own cousin. A flicker of realization sparked within him. The location information of Ji Ruyu materialized in his mind, revealing that she was quite distant from the Changsheng Gu family, positioned in the southwestern direction on the vast map of the celestial domain. It appeared that his cousin had not departed from her home. However, if she were to encounter Yi Chun in a month's time, it was likely she had sneaked away. A month hence, the timing was perfect for him to cultivate the dragon elephant suppression technique. Upon returning to his chamber, Gu Changge began to attune to the 840 million particles within his body, employing the visualization method of the dragon elephant suppression technique. He felt as though he were seated in the boundless expanse of the universe, surrounded by countless twinkling stars. These stars were vast, resembling minute particles of the human body. In his perception, the stars, each radiating starlight, flickered incessantly, increasing in number and density. In the next moment, with a surge of divine insight, a star instantaneously transformed into a colossal elephant roaring in the cosmic void. Roar! The giant elephant's roar echoed through the starry expanse, a wave of power coursing through him. The awakening was successful. The first particle had been transmuted into a giant elephant particle. Onward, successively the second, third, and fourth particles followed suit. One by one, the stars morphed into giant elephants, standing tall and roaring in the cosmos. Gu Changge's physical strength surged. increasing by 100 gene with each transformation. Concurrently, a torrent of spiritual energy coalesced into a massive funnel above the first sequence mansion, pouring abundant spiritual essence into Gu Changge, serving as his sustenance. The spiritual energy quality of the Changsheng Gu family was already comparable to that of a paradise. Not to mention that the first sequence mansion possessed its own spirit-gathering array, enhancing the richness of the spiritual energy to an even greater degree. In the outer world, cultivating within the first sequence mansion was akin to consuming rare celestial treasures. Now, Gu Changge cultivates the dragon elephant suppression technique, and coupled with his unparalleled innate talent, the speed at which he draws in spiritual energy is nothing short of astonishing. A colossal funnel of spiritual energy, already a sight to behold, is further accentuated as an immense dragon elephant bellows skyward, sending terrifying sound waves rippling across hundreds of miles. The entire Changsheng Gu clan hears this thunderous roar, and they instinctively turn their gaze toward the first sequence mansion. What extraordinary divine ability is the sun cultivating now? Such a fearsome sound, ancient and imposing. Could this be the legacy he acquired within the void secret realm? The sun has grown even stronger. The younger generation of the Changsheng Gu clan murmurs among themselves. They are all aware of the fortuitous encounters Gu Changge gained in the void secret realm. Thus, upon hearing this roar, they collectively recall how Gu Changge single-handedly suppressed Gu Shuangjian and Gu Yuanshi, earning that fortuitous encounter. Many elders of the Changsheng Gu clan also sense it. However, after a brief moment of attention, they soon redirect their focus. After all, the Changsheng Gu clan boasts numerous prodigies, and it is common for celestial phenomena to occur every so often, whether from the clan's talents or its elders. Should a formidable warrior above the king realm achieve a breakthrough, the resulting disturbances would sweep across thousands of miles, visible even to external forces and wandering cultivators, rendering them neither overly shocked nor alarmed. Gu Qingxiu, who was quite close to Gu Changge's courtyard, finds it hard to believe as she perceives the terrifying, ancient aura permeating the air. She too possesses the dragon elephant technique. From her exalted perspective, it seems inconceivable that such a tremendous commotion could arise. This aura is akin to that of an emperor-level legacy. Is this truly the dragon elephant technique? Gu Qingxiu blinks, gazing at the scroll of the dragon elephant technique in her hand, pondering, why did I not experience such a terrifying sensation when I comprehended the dragon elephant technique? It merely seemed slightly superior to more profound body refining methods. Could it be due to that celestial light emanating from his chest? Gu Qingxiu speculates. Nevertheless, Gu Changge's rapid advancement places immense pressure upon her. She is a reborn supreme. Currently, her supreme bone has yet to be excavated, and she is still under Gu Changge's protection. Logically, she should be breaking through faster than Gu Changge. Yet now, as Gu Changge's strength continues to surge, her own progress remains less than conspicuous. First, she must master the dragon elephant technique, then journey to the origin of the Changsheng Gu clan to obtain that item. At that point, her strength will undoubtedly soar. Furthermore, Gu Changge has been exceedingly kind to me in this life, and the Changsheng Gu clan has provided me with unwavering support. Perhaps I shall also find a way to rescue Gu Changge's cousin, Ji Ruyu. Regrettably, in my previous life, I allied with the wrong people, costing the entire Changsheng Ji clan, while Yi Chun feigned sorrow for a few days before resuming his carefree escapades with other women. This time, I must be thankful for having such a good cousin. With that, Gu Qingxiu sits cross-legged upon her bed, unfurling the dragon elephant technique scroll and beginning to visualize the dragon elephant illustration within. A month passes. Gu Changge slowly opened his eyes, and in an instant, the shadow of an ancient colossal elephant flickered and vanished within his gaze. A fierce and untamed aura emanated from his body, which was as warm and radiant as jade. The entire room seemed to freeze in time. Sensing the countless roars of gigantic particles within him, Gu Changge nodded in satisfaction. Having expended all the resources he had gathered, more than half of the particles within his body had awakened, endowing him with a staggering strength of 300 billion pounds. This rendered his physical form comparable to that of a pure-blooded beast progeny, and even more formidable than that. His bodily strength alone was sufficient to make Gu Changge invincible within the realm of fate cycles. Among those of equal rank, none could withstand a single blow from him. Coupled with the extraordinary endowments of the Gu Changge, could easily confront even those at the divine realm. Chapter 30. Arrival at the Divine Sun's Residence. The 9 techniques of the setting sun in Tao, 1. With an astounding strength of 300 billion pounds, truly capable of subduing mountains and rivers with a single punch, and shattering the sun and moon with another. The transformation in strength over the past month has been nothing short of revolutionary, such as the prowess of celestial-level techniques. Even at this preliminary stage, their power is formidable. Gu Changge murmured, his heart swelling with delight. He then began to strategize his path of cultivation. In terms of physical prowess, he faced no concerns. A steady progression would suffice to ensure his invincibility. As for spiritual energy cultivation, the 9 patterns of the life wheel were already commendable, yet to achieve the same level of dominance as the dragon elephant suppressing the abyss technique. It is imperative that the 9-pattern life wheel genuinely transforms into the celestial Tao life wheel. The celestial bone currently emanates mysterious powers, altering both Gu Changge's innate qualities and the attributes of his life wheel. However, this transformation is gradual. It remains uncertain how long it will take for the 9-pattern life wheel to evolve into a harmonious celestial Tao life wheel. He must seek methods to expedite this metamorphosis. Unfortunately, the secret arts for enhancing the life wheel-S attributes are not even within the possession of the Eternal Gu clan, so he must rely on his own ingenuity. Yet, Gu Changge holds steadfast belief that discovering techniques related to the enhancement of life wheel attributes through the return system, which offers rewards for binding targets, should not prove overly challenging. Speaking of which, he pondered the passage of time. Has a month truly elapsed? He wondered if Gu Qingxiu had returned. A month without triggering a return. What should he do to invoke it this time? At present, the divine abilities conferred by the Void Sutra were sufficient for Gu Changge's needs, supplemented by the power of the heavy eye and the celestial bone. The only dilemma was the lack of long-range combat capabilities. Suddenly, he recalled that 2 months prior, he had acquired a high-grade sacred weapon, the Falling Star Bow. Perhaps he could trigger a powerful archery inheritance through his archery techniques. If he were to obtain a formidable archery legacy to complement the Falling Star Bow, he would possess no weaknesses, becoming the epitome of a versatile warrior. However, he currently lacked a potent archery inheritance. Yet, upon reflection, Gu Changge couldn't help but chuckle at himself. Just because he did not possess it did not mean the eternal Gu clan, particularly his father, lacked it. Being the divine son, acquiring a powerful archery legacy would be merely a matter of words. With this thought, Gu Changge reached out to Gu Qing. Through a communication jade talisman, he conveyed his request. In no time, Gu Qing's voice resonated through the courtyard. Has Changge emerged from seclusion? Come out and let us meet. Father? Gu Changge stood and stepped outside, where he beheld Gu Qing standing in the courtyard. Upon seeing Gu Changge, Gu Qing's eyes sparkled with satisfaction as he admired his son's ethereal and refined demeanor. Excellent. It seems your strength has grown tremendously. Indeed, Gu Changge smiled, then curiously inquired. But why did you come in person, father? I have come to share some tidings. Your divine son's residence has been completed. It spans 50 miles, situated on the side of the main pulse. Additionally, regarding the archery inheritance you mentioned, I possess only one technique. I wonder if it suits your taste. As Gu Qing spoke, he produced a small iron piece. The 9 techniques of the setting sun. However, I only possess one version. Upon hearing this, Gu Changge felt a slight stir within. Gu Qing was undoubtedly a formidable presence at the monarch level, and anything that could catch his eye and be collected must be extraordinary. One version is sufficient. Gu Changge nodded and accepted it, even if it is incomplete. The more extraordinary, the better. This item is meant to trigger a return, not for cultivation. Seeing Gu Changge take the sunsetting 9 styles, Gu Qing inquired curiously, what piques your interest in archery? Currently, I lack long-range attack methods, and thus have developed a slight interest in archery. No problem. Just know your limits. Gu Qing chuckled, and as he was about to leave, he suddenly recalled, "By the way, your maternal grandfather has invited you to visit, and your mother misses you as well. Do make time to go over." All right. Gu Changge was taken aback for a moment, then nodded and headed toward Gu Qingqiu's courtyard. A month passed. Gu Qingqiu was likely preparing to venture out as well, and it would be no trouble for him to stop by the Changsheng family. Moreover, encountering Ji Ruyu and returning home together would be delightful. Gu Changge's impression of Ji Ruyu was rather vague. He only remembered her following him during childhood, calling him brother in a soft and endearing manner. However, it seemed that before awakening his innate wisdom, he had focused solely on cultivation and paid little attention to this younger cousin. He found himself somewhat looking forward to meeting her. Gu Changge murmured, then arrived at Gu Qingqiu's courtyard. The maidservants were already waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Gu Changge approach, the two maids immediately brightened, bowing their heads respectfully. "Greetings, divine son." Is Qingqiu here?" Gu Changge inquired with a smile. "Miss Qingqiu is here. I will inform the divine son right away." "Very well." Shortly thereafter, Gu Qingqiu emerged with the maidservants to greet Gu Changge. Once inside the courtyard, Gu Qingqiu took the initiative to brew tea for Gu Changge. Observing Gu Changge, whom she had not seen for a month, Gu Qingqiu felt a slight chill in her heart. Gu Changge has grown stronger, even with her supreme insight. She sensed a depth within him akin to an abyss. "Brother divine son, may I ask what brings you here unexpectedly?" Gu Qingqiu inquired, puzzled. "It's nothing. I have something wonderful for you." Gu Changge smiled brightly as he handed over the unheated iron plate of the first style of the sunsetting 9 styles. Gu Qingqiu was taken aback and promptly shook her head. "Brother divine son has already given me the dragon elephant skill. I cannot accept more." Gu Qingqiu was bewildered as to why Gu Changge treated her so well. Does he truly regard her as a sister? Or has he perceived something? Even though she possesses the supreme bone and will grow to be a pillar of the Changsheng family, isn't this generosity a bit excessive? Nowadays, with the resources provided by the Changsheng family, she was already on par with certain ranks, and her ordinary resources were no longer a concern. She merely lacked top-tier resources. Just accept it. Gu Changge disregarded Gu Qingqiu's refusal, and in her astonished, beautiful eyes, he seized her hand and pressed an iron piece into her delicate palm. "Yes, indeed. If you do not accept it, how could you trigger the return?" The warmth of the man's gentle hand distinctly permeated Gu Qingqiu's senses. In her past life, no man had ever touched her hand, nor stood beside her. Yet now, Gu Changge had directly grasped her hand, an electrifying sensation coursing through her, causing her porcelain-like face to bloom with a faint blush. Gu Changge, however, remained oblivious to the subtle flush on Gu Qingqiu's charming face, as his attention was entirely captivated by the information regarding the return. "Ding! You have gifted the bound target Gu Changge a skill. Incomplete sacred-level archery, sunset 9 styles, receiving 1,000-fold return. Complete sacred-level archery, shooting the sun." Chapter 31. The escape of Ji Ruyu, was it an incomplete holy-level archery technique? Indeed, it was remarkable. 1,000-fold return, obtaining the complete holy-level archery technique. Shooting the sun, how splendid. The high-quality holy weapon, the falling star bow, combined with the holy-level technique, made for a formidable arsenal. Very satisfactory indeed. Gu Changge was thoroughly pleased. Meanwhile, Gu Qingqiu stared blankly at the iron piece in her hand, increasingly perplexed by Gu Changge's goodwill. Archery? Upon sensing the iron piece with her spiritual will, she discerned the intricate small characters inscribed upon it and immediately realized its significance. It contained a fragmentary holy-level archery technique, the 9 styles of the setting sun. In the Zhongtiandao domain, archery was one of the supreme paths, yet it was among the least practiced forms of attack. The rarity of holy-level archery techniques in Zhongtian was comparable to that of imperial-level arts. Now, Gu Changge had bestowed upon her a fragment of a holy-level archery technique. Did he not understand the preciousness of such techniques? No. As the divine son of the Changsheng family, he surely recognized the value of holy-level archery techniques, even if they were incomplete. "Well, I have just learned it. Perhaps you could learn from me as well," Gu Changge chuckled. Gu Qingqiu replied softly. In her previous life, to combat the hidden entities lurking in the abyssal darkness. She too had delved into archery, possessing a few complete holy-level techniques in her mind. Gu Qingqiu planned to find a suitable time to share these techniques as a means of repaying Gu Changge for his generous gift. However, she felt a twinge of complexity within her heart, as it seemed she owed Gu Changge more and more. Furthermore, he always seemed to present her with goodwill without allowing her a chance to decline. By the way, the Divine Son's mansion has been completed. You shall move there with me in 3 days, Gu Changge remarked as he prepared to leave, suddenly recalling something. This is the residence of the Divine Son. I have already faced much gossip for moving to the first sequence mansion. If I were to go to the Divine Son's mansion, Gu Qingqiu hesitated, wanting to refuse. However, just as she began to speak, Gu Changge swiftly turned back and approached her, chuckling. Not all members of the Changsheng Gu family possess discerning eyes. Besides, you bear the supreme bone. There is no need for my protection. I do this out of concern for my sister. Is there an issue with that? If anyone dares to speak ill again, let them come to me. With that, Gu Changge raised his hand and gently patted Gu Qingqiu's head before finally departing. Gu Qingqiu stood there, utterly stunned, her previously tranquil heart now racing, even causing ripples in her imperial realm Dao heart. Did he truly care for me in such a simple, sincere manner? Regardless, it mattered not. He treated her well, and in the future, once she ascended to her former peak, she would reciprocate his kindness. Gu Qingqiu exhaled, deciding not to dwell on it for the time being. In the days that followed, a startling revelation spread through the Changsheng Gu family, astonishing all. It was announced that Gu Qingqiu was the unrivaled daughter of heaven, possessing the supreme bone, and that the divine son Gu Changge had already recognized her as his sister, treating her as though she were his own kin. Henceforth, should anyone dare to spread slander, they would face the penalties dictated by clan regulations. With this news, the entire Changsheng Gu family was set abuzz. After all, Gu Qingqiu possesses the supreme bone, a fact known only to the upper echelons of the clan and a select few prodigies of the Gu family. This knowledge has not been disseminated to the lower ranks, but now that Gu Changge has taken the initiative to clarify, it has immediately elicited gasps of astonishment from countless individuals. The fact that Gu Qingqiu, who is frequently seen in the company of the sun, possesses the supreme bone is astounding. No wonder she has captured his attention. She is indeed an extraordinary talent. It seems that the earlier manifestations of the supreme bone in the branch family were merely the awakening of her inherent abilities. Our Longsheng Gu family has given rise once again to a celestial maiden endowed with the supreme bone and coupled with the sun's unique eyes. Our generation of the Longsheng Gu family is exceptionally formidable. In the main family estate, Gu Changge expressed his gratitude to his father with a faint smile. Thank you, father. It's nothing. It was our concealment of the truth that led to misunderstandings among some individuals. Gu Qing waved his hand dismissively and teased Gu Changge. But for such a trivial matter, you personally came to clarify. Could it be that you have taken a liking to that young lady, Gu Qingqiu? If you truly have feelings for her, I have no objections, especially since she possesses the supreme bone. If you two were to unite, your offspring would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Upon hearing this, Gu Changge shook his head repeatedly, offering another explanation. Father, the whispers of the world can be fearsome. Some careless rumors could lead to discord within our Longsheng Gu family, jeopardizing a peerless talent. He paused, then added, moreover, I genuinely regard Qingqiu as a sister. All right, I was merely jesting. If it comes to fruition, that would be splendid, but if not, she will always remain a member of our Longsheng Gu family. I'm glad you understand, Gu Qing replied, and Gu Changge chuckled before taking his leave. Meanwhile, in Gu Qingqiu's courtyard, the two maidservants attending to her gazed at her with admiration and respect. Miss Qingqiu, the sun has truly been exceptionally kind to you, one remarked. Indeed, we always wished to refute the discussions among the inner clan members about you, but you forbade us. Now, those individuals surely dare not speak carelessly any longer. The other added. Seated on a stone bench, Gu Qingqiu watched the steam rise from her tea. Through her maidservants, she had learned of the rumors circulating outside. A warm current flowed through her heart, and a gentle smile graced her already stunning features. "I seem to have trouble, brother-son," Gu Qingxiu murmured softly, surprised that he took her casual remark to heart. "Does he like me?" Gu Changge's kindness was indeed overwhelming. Despite possessing the supreme bone and a status significantly higher than that of ordinary Longshan Gu family members, she still hailed from a branch family, lacking any formidable backing. While Gu Changge, as the son and heir of the main family, held an overwhelmingly superior position. It is no wonder she harbored such thoughts. Taking a deep breath, Gu Qingxiu shook her head repeatedly, attempting to calm her strange emotions. This was not the time for such musings. She needed to focus on enhancing her strength. When the great era unfolds, she must enter the world and compete for fortune to attain enlightenment. Meanwhile, elsewhere outside the Longshengji family, a breathtakingly beautiful maiden, exuding an ethereal grace reminiscent of a forest sprite, gazed upon the expansive landscape filled with the essence of freedom and the boundless sky. Unable to resist, she spread her arms wide and inhaled deeply, savoring the taste of liberty. "Ah, at last, I have managed to sneak away unnoticed. Now, I can truly relish the joy of venturing out alone." This lively and spirited young woman is none other than Ji Ruyu. After casting a fleeting glance back at the Longshengji family estate with a hint of trepidation, she deftly employed her agility, transforming into a blur as she darted towards the horizon. Reflections can wait. For now, escape is the priority. Chapter 32. The Divine Son's Quest for Bottles. The birthplace of the Changsheng Gu family. The illustrious ancestor of the Changsheng Gu family hailed from a quaint mountain village, a veritable paradise untouched by the world. With extraordinary talents for cultivation, he achieved a divine body through his innate abilities and ultimately ascended to the rank of a great emperor. From that moment onward, this humble mountain village became the true ancestral homeland of the Changsheng Gu family. At present, numerous children and adults from the village gathered at the entrance of Gu family village, their eyes alight with curiosity as they beheld a majestic palanquin drawn by several snow-white dragon-scaled horses. The palanquin, crafted from an unknown divine wood, shimmered with an ethereal glow, exuding an air of opulence. "Are the esteemed members of the Changsheng Gu family arriving?" One child mused. "I wonder who it could be." The snow-white dragon-scaled horses. "I feel like I've only seen them when the family head comes to pay respects to our ancestors. He, when the family comes, they'll surely bring us a bounty of delicious treats," chimed another child, their innocence shining through. The village of the old Gu family was largely devoid of any cultivation talents, comprising direct descendants or collateral branches who had made significant contributions, yet lacked the gift of spiritual aptitude. The children, filled with youthful exuberance, speculated eagerly about who might emerge from the noble palanquin. United in their anticipation, they all shared a common hope that whenever the family members visited, they would bring an abundance of delightful treats, and that they would be approachable and devoid of any airs, treating the villagers with kindness, irrespective of their lack of cultivation abilities. At last, amidst the children's eager gazes, a youth of around 16 or 17 years alighted from the palanquin. His features were youthful yet strikingly ethereal, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. "Is this the old Gu family?" Gu Changge surveyed the idyllic village, a smile of admiration gracing his lips. At the same time, he noticed the innocent, wide-eyed children and the curious adults of the village. In that moment, an elderly man with a youthful visage emerged from the crowd, respectfully bowing to Gu Changge. "May I inquire who you are?" With a smile, one of the elders from the Changsheng Gu family who had escorted Gu Changge replied, "Village chief, this is our newly appointed divine son, who has come to visit the ancestral grounds of our Gu family and to pay respects to our forebears." "What? The divine son? No wonder he appears so extraordinary. I have heard tales of the divine son possessing dual pupils," gasped the adults behind the village chief. The village chief, equally taken aback, exclaimed, "I had no idea that His Highness, the divine son of the Changsheng Gu family, will be gracing us with his presence. I beg your pardon for my ignorance. It is quite all right. I am merely here as an individual. There is no need for such formality." "Village chief," Gu Changge replied gently. While the Changsheng family had always been kind to the old Gu family village, a certain level of respect was still warranted. The village chief, startled by Gu Changge's amiable demeanor, responded, "Not at all, not at all. May I ask how long His Highness intends to stay?" "I'm uncertain. It will depend on circumstances." Gu Changge replied, "Very well then. The village has a residence built for accommodating esteemed guests. Would you be amenable to staying there, Your Highness?" The village chief inquired. "Certainly," Gu Changge affirmed. His visit to Gu family village was, in fact, to seek the spirit-gathering bottle, a celestial artifact hinted at in Gu Qingqiu's recent fortunes. Securing this artifact would allow him to return it to Gu Qingqiu, potentially doubling its value, for it was indeed a celestial artifact of considerable power. How could Gu Changge possibly refrain from taking action? Thus, seizing the moment when Gu Qingqiu was on the verge of making a move, he took the initiative to approach first. After responding to the village elder, Gu Changge expressed his gratitude to the clan elder who was driving. "Thank you, Elder Lingyun, for personally escorting me here. It is no trouble at all. For nearly a century, it has been my duty to protect Gu family village. And it was merely on the way," replied Elder Gu Lingyun. "If the son has any needs, he can directly communicate with the village chief." With a nod from Gu Changge, Elder Gu Lingyun departed in his vehicle. The dragon scale horse is a rare creature, possessing the bloodline of a true dragon, known for its gentle nature and lack of aggression, as well as its ability to traverse clouds and mist. Typically, only those of great influence can afford to keep such a beast. As Gu Changge watched the dragon scale horse depart, he followed the village chief to the estate designated for receiving the esteemed guests. The estate was spacious, occupying a significant area, adorned with luxurious and comfortable decorations. After casually selecting a room, Gu Changge turned to the village chief and said, "By the way, Chief, I came to the village in search of something. If possible, could you arrange for the villagers to bring all their bottles for me to examine?" "Bottles?" The village chief was momentarily taken aback, having initially thought that Gu Changge was merely visiting the village for leisure before departing in a few days. To discover that he was here in search of something, specifically bottles, was unexpected. What treasures could possibly remain in their humble Gu family village? However, since it was a request from Gu Changge, the village chief said nothing further. He nodded and left the estate to inform the villagers of Gu Changge's request, instructing them to bring all their bottles to the reception hall. In no time, the villagers of old Gu family village wore peculiar expressions. Collecting all the bottles in the village? Surely not. Perhaps some treasure had been inadvertently left behind in their village. How could that be? If there were indeed something of value, the previous clan leaders and elders, who were either kings or quasi-saint level, would have discovered it long ago. Curiosity sparked a flurry of discussions, but they complied and brought all their bottles to the reception estate. Meanwhile, Gu Qingqiu had finally stabilized her recently attained realm, having broken through to the first level of the Rainbow Bridge realm. However, as she operated her concealing technique, her aura gradually diminished, reverting to the first level of the liquid transformation realm. If Gu Changge were present, he would undoubtedly remark, truly the archetype of a protagonist, playing the fool while concealing her prowess. The Rainbow Bridge realm allowed her to temporarily traverse the skies and wield the powers of the Void Scripture, enabling her to contend even with the life wheel, thus instilling a sense of safety within her. As Gu Qingqiu exited her room, it was time to retrieve the spirit-gathering bottle. In her previous life, her rapid advancement, which allowed her to catch up to the prodigies of the Zhongtian Dao domain and the 3,000 Dao domains, was largely attributed to the invaluable assistance of the spirit-gathering bottle. She made her way to the courtyard, intending to seek out Gu Changge, accompanied by 2 maidservants. However, upon arriving at Gu Changge's courtyard, she triggered a restriction, only to find that no one was inside. A maid observed and remarked, "Miss Qingqiu, the Divine Son has already departed. On the day of your breakthrough, he mentioned that you could act on your own without informing him. He has left." "When?" "Approximately 3 days ago." "Is that so?" Gu Qingqiu blinked, pondering the current state of the mid-heaven Dao domain, where neither the dragon ranking nor the true dragon ranking had emerged. It seemed premature for worldly competition to commence. Logically, Gu Changge should have been diligently enhancing his cultivation. Yet she was astonished to find that he had ventured beyond the Changsheng family without further training. However, after a moment of surprise, Gu Qingxiu dismissed the thought. Perhaps it was for the best. She now had the freedom to act independently. She needed to inform her clan before heading to Gujia village. Chapter 33. The spirit gathering bottle in hand. Gu Qingxiu was already preparing to return to Gu village. Meanwhile, Gu Changge was meticulously examining the various bottles scattered throughout the village. As he touched each one, he infused it with a stream of spiritual energy, simultaneously allowing the in his chest to resonate. If any of these were indeed artifacts, his would respond upon contact, triggered by the spiritual energy. Over the past few days, Gu Changge had sifted through 4 or 5 batches of bottles. Initially, the villagers thought it was merely a peculiar hobby of his, choosing only the aesthetically pleasing ones. However, upon realizing the significance of his task, Gu Changge instructed the villagers to disregard cleanliness. Any bottle would suffice. This one won't do. Neither will this. Gu Changge scrutinized an array of grimy, blackened bottles, clearly encrusted with mud or coated in dust, his brow furrowed in concentration. If this batch yielded nothing, it would suggest that the artifact was imbued with spirit, and perhaps it was not his destiny to possess it. With that thought, he reached for a long-necked earthen bottle, deftly channeling a stream of spiritual energy and activating his. In the next moment, a mysterious vibration emanated from within. As he infused the bottle, a faint glimmer of spiritual light flickered across its muddy surface, and wisps of spiritual energy seemed to be drawn away into the ether. Noticing this change, Gu Changge's heart raced, a smile breaking across his face. This, could it be? He lifted the long-necked bottle, and with the oscillation of spiritual energy, he cleansed it of all dirt, dust, and grime. At that moment, he beheld the true form of the bottle. It was adorned with intricate green patterns, vibrant and alive. And as Gu Changge had activated it with his spiritual energy, the green lines shimmered, continuously absorbing energy, while within the bottle, a liquid began to coalesce. A spirit-gathering bottle. Even if it were not, it was undoubtedly a treasure. Gu Changge marveled at the bottle in his hands. Nevertheless, to be certain, he decided to review all the bottles once more, confirming that only the one in his possession was extraordinary. He was already quite confident. As for the verification, he would leave that to Gu Qingxiu upon her arrival. Meanwhile, as Gu Changge was likely on the verge of discovering the spirit-gathering bottle, Gu Qingxiu had rented a spirit crane from the Changsheng family and was flying towards the old Gu village. The village elder awaited her at the entrance. However, unlike the grand welcome that Gu Changge received from the entire village, only a handful of the village's elders were present this time. "Grandfather Village Chief," Gu Qingxiu exclaimed as she dismounted from the spirit crane, her heart swelling at the sight of the familiar figure before her. In her previous life, she had her supreme bones extracted and was subsequently left to grow in the old Gu family village by the Changsheng clan. During this time, her village chief grandfather would occasionally encourage her, reminding her that as long as she could cultivate, there remained hope. She must not end up like them, turning into a mere handful of dust after a century, fading into obscurity. It was during this period that she fortuitously acquired the spirit-gathering bottle, thus commencing her path of vengeance. Upon their next encounter, although the world had changed beyond recognition, Gu Qingxiu would not forget the kindness of her past life. The old village chief gazed at Gu Qingxiu, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity, yet he still inquired, "Might I ask what brings the esteemed young lady here?" Upon hearing the village chief's question, Gu Qingxiu regained her composure, suppressing the emotions of excitement and warmth within her, and articulated the purpose of her visit. The bottle? After her revelation, the old village chief was rendered speechless. Was it true that the youth of the Changsheng clan were all facing issues? Were they all seeking bottles? Or could it be that treasures had indeed flowed from the main family to the old Gu village? This seemed improbable. Aside from the occasional ancestral rites, no one from the main family had ever visited. Now, not only had a divine son come, but just days later, another had arrived seeking the very same bottle. Seeing the astonishment on the old village chief's face made Gu Qingxiu's heart tighten, prompting her to ask, "What is it, village chief?" "It's nothing," You need not address me as grandfather. Esteemed young lady, I hold no such status. Please do not belittle me. The old village chief replied respectfully before continuing. I am unaware of your esteemed name, but my astonishment arises from the fact that someone has indeed come before you in search of a bottle, and that someone is none other than the Divine Son. The Divine Son? Gu Changge? Gu Qingxiu was taken aback. Gu Changge had come to the old Gu village, and he was seeking the bottle? Could it be that he possessed information regarding the spirit-gathering bottle? This seemed unlikely. She recalled that in her previous life, Gu Changge had never visited, not even once. Gu Changge? Is that the Divine Son's true name? Truly befitting of our Changsheng Gu clan's Divine Son. The old village chief, upon hearing Gu Changge's name, stroked his beard with a smile of contentment before responding to Gu Qingxiu. Indeed, esteemed young lady, is the Divine Son. He has been searching for 3 or 4 days, examining every bottle in the village, and half a day ago, he instructed us to retrieve all the bottles we had taken. Esteemed young lady, would you like to go and see the Divine Son? Yes, indeed. Upon hearing the village chief's words, Gu Qingxiu's brows knit tightly, her thoughts swirling. Did Gu Changge truly know of the spirit-gathering bottle? At this point in her previous life, she had been severely injured, confined to bed while under the care of her grandfather, unaware of any visitors to the village. Could it be that in her previous life, Gu Changge had not found it and then departed, leaving the opportunity for her? As Gu Qingxiu pondered these thoughts, she followed the village chief to the reception mansion. Esteemed young lady, this mansion is designated for the main family's temporary residence. I shall not enter. The village chief informed Gu Qingxiu. Grandfather village chief, my name is Gu Qingxiu. You may simply call me Qingxiu. Gu Qingxiu gazed at the resplendent residence before her and addressed the elderly village chief beside her. The village chief paused momentarily, then regarded the distinguished Gu Qingxiu and said, Very well, I shall take the liberty of referring to you as Miss Qingxiu. For some reason, I feel an inexplicable closeness upon seeing you. I feel the same way. Grandfather village chief. Gu Qingxiu understood that it was unlikely for the village chief to address her as Qingxiu in her previous life. Nevertheless, she was determined to treat this venerable village chief with kindness. Retrieving an assortment of gifts from her spatial ring, Gu Qingxiu arranged them neatly on the ground. These gifts are for you, grandfather village chief. Please accept them. Do not refuse, as they are merely a token of our first meeting. The old village chief considered declining the gifts, yet upon witnessing Gu Qingxiu's earnest demeanor, he sighed in resignation. Very well, I shall accept them. Thank you. Gu Qingxiu replied with a smile, then turned her attention to the imposing residence before her. Now, I shall step inside to pay my respects to Brother Shenzi. Farewell, Grandfather Village Chief. Chapter 34. A hundredfold return of the superior immortal artifact, the condensing Tao divine bottle. As Gu Qingxiu entered the village, Gu Changge was already aware of her arrival. Thus, when Gu Qingxiu expressed her intention to seek him out, Gu Changge tidied his attire and stood quietly in the courtyard, awaiting her presence. The spirit-gathering bottle was undoubtedly of immense importance to Gu Qingxiu, potentially serving as a crucial tool for her rapid advancement in the early stages. Gu Changge was intrigued to see what means Gu Qingxiu would employ to persuade him to relinquish the bottle. He had contemplated this matter beforehand. After all, one cannot extend boundless kindness to another. Otherwise, it would become an expectation, and the benefits derived from such kindness would be taken for granted. The spirit-gathering bottle would indeed be given to Gu Qingxiu, but she would need to earn it by assisting him in some manner, perhaps by serving tea or sharing valuable insights regarding opportunities that could benefit him. The thought of being attended to by a reborn female supreme was, in itself, a source of quiet delight for Gu Changge. As Gu Qingxiu entered the courtyard, she soon spotted a youth of ethereal demeanor standing at one corner of the poetically picturesque setting. With his hands clasped behind his back, he exuded an air of nobility akin to that of an immortal, possessing an unexpected maturity for his tender years, which emanated a subtle yet palpable pressure. Qingxiu, my sister, has arrived, Gu Changge called out without turning, acknowledging her presence. Greetings, Brother Shenzi, Gu Qingxiu replied, puzzled by his remark. Did he already foresee her visit to the Gu family village? Do not stand on ceremony, Gu Changge said, turning to face her, his eyes brightening at the sight. The young lady was adorned in a flowing light green gown, her figure graceful and her demeanor exuding an elegant yet commanding presence that seemed to suppress all around her. Her youthful visage still bore traces of innocence, suggesting further maturation was yet to come. Nonetheless, Gu Qingqiu radiated an imperial aura, eliciting an instinctive desire for conquest. Gu Qingqiu was acutely aware of Gu Changge's scrutiny but chose to dismiss it. After all, in her previous life, she had endured far more intense and fiery gazes from her adversaries. While she harbored disdain for those hostile looks, Gu Changge's appreciative gaze sparked within her a subtle joy and satisfaction. Did Brother Shenzi already know I would come here? Gu Qingqiu inquired directly, seeking clarity on his apparent foreknowledge. Oh, what makes you ask that? Gu Changge replied, intrigued. Because Brother Shenzi showed no surprise upon seeing me here in the Gu family village, Gu Qingqiu stated candidly. At her words, Gu Changge smiled inwardly. Of course, he was not surprised. After all, his brother had clearly outlined her future actions and intentions. Although he was tempted to feign astonishment, he felt it unnecessary. I do possess some knowledge of your trajectory, but it's merely a glimpse into the future afforded by my dual-sided eyes, Gu Changge explained, his eyes gleaming with a divine light as they momentarily locked onto Gu Qingqiu's. An overwhelming sensation washed over her. Gu Qingqiu was taken aback. Could the dual-sided eyes truly possess the ability to glimpse into the future? In her previous life, she had never witnessed Gu Changge utilizing his powers. In a glimpse of a future, I saw you, frail and pitiful, struggling to survive in Gu village until your circumstances began to improve with the acquisition of a mysterious bottle. Driven by curiosity, I ventured forth to explore this possibility. To my surprise, it seems I have indeed made a discovery. Gu Changge, in a casual manner, fabricated a story. After all, with the dual pupils adorning him, he could weave any tale he wished. The primary objective was to garner the favor of Gu Qingqiu, the reborn sovereign. If she were to develop an affection for him, that would be even more fortuitous. Despite being bound to a system target, Gu Changge was reluctant to squander his resources, unwilling to become a mere stepping stone for others. Unaware of Gu Changge's true intentions, Gu Qingqiu remained oblivious as he casually spun an excuse, inadvertently revealing the entirety of her previous life that she was familiar with. After Gu Changge finished speaking, Gu Qingqiu fell into a contemplative silence before lifting her face to respond. Is that so? I never imagined that my elder brother, the divine son, would witness such a dismal version of me. However, that was merely a fragment of the future. I had no intention of excavating the supreme bone of my sister Qingqiu from the very beginning. Gu Changge smiled lightly. After her rebirth, Gu Qingqiu found herself increasingly perplexed by the enigmatic Gu Changge. Throughout their interactions, she recognized his extraordinary prowess, unparalleled talent, and formidable combat skills, which starkly contrasted with the person she remembered from her past life, shining as brightly as the full moon in the night sky. While Gu Qingqiu was lost in her thoughts, a small green bottle suddenly flew towards her. Instinctively, she caught it. Upon realizing what it was, she was taken aback, for the object Gu Changge had tossed her was indeed a spirit-gathering bottle. A jolt of disbelief coursed through her as she gazed at Gu Changge. If he had acquired the spirit-gathering bottle, he must be aware that it is a celestial artifact, an object so rare that even across the vast realms, its appearances are exceedingly scarce, driving even the imperial realms to madness. And now, Gu Changge had casually bestowed it upon her. Countless devoted couples within the 3,000 realms have turned against each other upon encountering extraordinary opportunities or unparalleled legacies, becoming fierce adversaries in the blink of an eye. The sheer incredulity of Gu Changge directly offering the spirit-gathering bottle to her was overwhelming. This item had required considerable effort to procure. It cannot be given away freely. Henceforth, Sister Qingqiu must compensate me with something in return, be it a miraculous artifact or a breathtaking opportunity. Moreover, I plan to indulge in some leisure time to ease my mind. Sister Qingqiu, would you kindly attend to me for a few days? Consider it a token of gratitude for the bottle. Gu Changge's tone was calm, devoid of any sense of coercion, resembling that of a caring brother towards a sister. Effortlessly brushing aside the matter of the small green bottle, Gu Qingqiu's heart raced. The celestial artifact in her hand felt exceedingly warm. How could she repay Gu Changge for such a treasure? Simply offering herself would hardly suffice. Capturing the affection of a reborn female sovereign with another's destined opportunity. Such an audacious maneuver could only be executed by Gu Changge. Well, if you do not respond, it is tantamount to agreement. Henceforth, my dear sister Qingqiu shall accompany me in our endeavors. Gu Changge chuckled at Gu Qingqiu. All right, very well. Gu Qingqiu, momentarily taken aback, eventually nodded. The little green bottle held immense significance for her. Gu Changge's request felt almost like a gift. From this moment forth, the little green bottle will occupy a unique place in Gu Qingqiu's heart, for it shall be a constant companion. The instant Gu Qingqiu accepted the little green bottle, a notification from the invincible return system appeared before Gu Changge. Ding! Binding gift target. Spirit gathering bottle. Receive 100-fold return. You have acquired a superior grade celestial artifact. Condensation Dao Divine Bottle. Superior grade celestial artifact condensation Dao Divine Bottle. Contains the essence of yin and yang. Sunlight yields yang liquid. Moonlight yields yin liquid. The fusion of yin and yang liquids produces a drop of condensation Dao Divine Water, which can replace a year of arduous cultivation or comprehension. The introduction was straightforward, yet its implications were astonishingly profound. Within a day and night, the fusion of yang and yin liquids could yield condensation Dao Divine Water, with a single drop equating to a year of diligent practice or insight, essentially allowing one day of effort to match another's year of toil. Truly remarkable. It appears the invincible return system has once again exceeded expectations. This condensation Dao Divine Bottle is simply unparalleled. It seems that the little green bottle indeed possesses divine qualities. After responding to Gu Changge, Gu Qingqiu, cradling the spirit gathering bottle, could no longer contain her excitement. Brother, you must be aware of the value of this item in my possession, correct? Indeed, Gu Changge affirmed with a nod. Then why do you give it to me? This is celestial. Although this item is of immeasurable worth, it is of little use to me, for I am already the scion of the Changsheng Gu family, with all resources directed towards me. Compared to my situation, you are far more deserving of it. Qingqiu, you must grow stronger quickly. Perhaps in the future, when I face formidable foes, it will be you, my esteemed sister, who comes to my aid. Gu Changge jested. Gu Qingqiu nodded earnestly at his words. Very well. If you encounter an adversary you cannot defeat, I shall intervene. Gu Changge, I wasn't serious. You took my jest to heart. He, endowed with the heavy eyes and celestial bones, accompanied by the supreme sun, would find it exceedingly difficult to encounter an adversary beyond his capabilities. However, Gu Qingqiu's determination pleased him greatly. He reached out to gently pat Gu Qingqiu's head, and upon noticing her wide, beautiful eyes, he smiled. All right, I trust you, Qingqiu. Let us depart and explore other places. By the way, did you ride the spirit crane here? This time, let us forego the palanquin. The spirit crane is more convenient. Shall we share a ride? The sudden intimacy left Gu Qingqiu somewhat flustered, yet she quickly regained her composure. She bore no resentment towards Gu Changge's unexpected touch. Otherwise, her body would have reacted differently when he reached out. I did bring it. Is sharing a ride agreeable? All right, very well. If those formidable beings from her past life, who were aware of Gu Qingqiu's true identity, were to learn that the esteemed female sovereign had been reincarnated and was now sharing a spirit crane with another man, their eyes would surely widen in disbelief. It is essential to recognize that when Gu Qingqiu truly entered the world to vie for supremacy, her unparalleled grace as a female sovereign had captivated countless sons of saints and divine beings across the 3,000 realms, with even sages yearning to kneel at her feet. Yet, she remained indifferent to such adoration. Hurry and summon the spirit crane. I have grown weary of lingering here. Gu Changge playfully urged Gu Qingqiu. The spirit crane was stored within her beast pouch. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingqiu felt a flush rise to her cheeks and, channeling her spiritual energy into the beast pouch, summoned the spirit crane. The crane, resplendent in its snowy white plumage, expanded its wings to reveal a span of 5 meters. With its head adorned in a lustrous, inky black, while the tips of its wings also shimmered with darkness, creating an ethereal contrast. As the spirit crane graced the estate, the village chief and others promptly approached. Gu Changge leaped onto the crane's back first and addressed the village chief below. "We apologize for any disturbances caused recently. We have now located what we sought and are prepared to depart." Gu Qingqiu followed suit, joining him on the crane's back, and turned to the village chief, saying, "Grandfather village chief, I too shall be leaving with Brother Changge." Gu Changge chose not to comment on the shift in her address. Some things naturally fall into place without requiring undue attention. Moreover, in regard to the divine brother, it was Gu Changge who truly considered him a confidant, and thus his spirits were high. "Is that so? Prince Divine, Miss Qingqiu, may you have a safe journey." Indeed, Gu Changge nodded, while Gu Qingqiu added, "I will return to visit you, Grandfather Village Chief. Farewell." With that, Gu Qingqiu commanded the spirit crane to take flight. In the next moment, a gentle breeze stirred as the crane flapped its wings and slowly ascended. The crane's limit was to carry 2 passengers, who were positioned no more than a fist's distance apart. However, as Gu Qingqiu's attention remained on the village chief below and the small green vial in her hand, the crane wobbled unsteadily, causing it to tilt backward unexpectedly. Such instability was trivial for those of the Rainbow Bridge realm. Just as Gu Qingqiu was channeling her spiritual energy to stabilize herself, a hand gently encircled her delicate shoulder. "Qingqiu, when riding the spirit crane, it's best to maintain your focus. Falling would be quite unseemly," Gu Changge teased. The warmth of the large hand on her shoulder radiated an almost overwhelming heat, and in that instant, Gu Qingqiu felt her sovereign bone within her chest subtly resonate, as if touched by a blazing sun on the brink of assimilation. Moreover, in that fleeting moment, the progress of her sovereign bone's cultivation advanced imperceptibly. Although it was a minuscule increment, the essence of the sovereign bone's ability was such that even a slight enhancement required an immense amount of resources. Yet in just a moment of contact with Gu Changge, it had grown ever so slightly. What could this mean? Gu Qingqiu's heart raced, her cheeks flushed with a mix of astonishment and embarrassment. How could it be that the dignified sovereign empress found herself unsteady upon a spirit crane? The mere thought of it was enough to provoke laughter. This matter must remain a closely guarded secret. As Gu Qingqiu contemplated this, she suddenly realized that Gu Changge's hand had departed from her body. The previously searing warmth of her form returned to normal in his absence, evoking within her an inexplicable sense of longing. It was as if there was something about Gu Changge that drew her in, akin to the allure of opium. Could it be the celestial laws concealed within his chest that elicited such a feeling? Yet, what was the nature of this sensation? Gu Qingqiu felt vexed. She gathered her thoughts and expressed her gratitude to Gu Changge, saying, "Thank you, Brother Changge. By the way, where shall we head next? Is there a destination you desire?" Upon hearing this, Gu Changge cast a glance towards the direction where Jiruyu's light had appeared. "Let's proceed eastward." Eastward? Gu Qingqiu was momentarily taken aback, then quickly regained her composure and nodded in agreement. "Very well." Gu Qingqiu was astonished. Eastward? Was that not the direction of the Spirit Spring secret realm? It was there that Yi Chun and Jiruyu first met during their participation in the Spirit Spring secret realm, where the legendary eye of the 10,000-year Spirit Spring ascended as a dragon of spiritual energy, captured by Yi Chen's arcane arts. Was this a serendipitous twist of fate? Chapter 35. Rebirth of Yi Chun. Celestial couple. Meanwhile, Jiruyu emerged from a grand city, her appearance altered and lacking the ethereal beauty she possessed upon departing from the Changsheng family. Clutched in her hand was a skewer of candied hawthorn. Is the Spirit Spring secret realm in this direction? This is my first venture into a secret realm. I must take a look. Perhaps fortune favors me, and I might obtain the legendary eye of the Spirit Spring, she mused, her laughter echoing like silver bells as she flew away. On another side, a young man clad in gray, exuding a competent demeanor and appearing to be 19 years of age, set forth from a nearby forest towards the Spirit Spring secret realm. According to his recollections, the Spirit Spring secret realm was soon to open. I must secure the eye of the Spirit Spring. Moreover, the divine maiden Jiruyu from the Ji family will also be present. The rebirth stone has been activated for the third time, and its energy is nearly depleted. If I cannot achieve the title of emperor this time, all hope will be lost. I must seize every opportunity available. In my second life, I reached the Saint realm. Attaining the emperor title in this third life should not be too much to ask, he declared, hastening towards the Spirit Spring secret realm. Indeed, he was Yichun, bearer of the unparalleled treasure, the rebirth stone. As long as its energy was not exhausted, he could defy the cycle of reincarnation and be reborn. However, the rebirth stone had been employed 3 times already, leaving him with but one final chance. To recharge the rebirth stone, energy surpassing that of the Emperor realm was required. Even in his second life, where Yichun attained the Saint realm and scoured the myriad paths, he could only infuse the rebirth stone with half the necessary energy. Theoretically, he could amass energy once more in this life. Above the heavens, upon the back of a spiritual crane, Gu Qingqiu could distinctly perceive a faint fragrance emanating from the youth behind her. She was not surprised, possessing the rebirth eyes and celestial bones. Gu Changge's physical form had likely been transformed into an immaculate vessel, his flesh serving as a potent elixir. Gu Changge sat serenely atop the crane, his gaze surveying the lush, verdant forest below. Is this a forest? Qingqiu, do you have a destination in mind? No, Gu Qingqiu replied, shaking her head. Continuing forward like this is quite pleasant. This was indeed the place she yearned to reach. She silently reflected. Oh, Gu Changge nodded, his expression unchanging. As they approached a luminous point, Jiruyu inexplicably halted at that spot. Just as Gu Changge pondered, a terrifying surge of spiritual light erupted toward the heavens. In the next instant, a colossal mountain materialized in the distance, bathed in ethereal light, resembling a mountain of immortals. Is this the blessed land, secret realm? Gu Changge was momentarily taken aback by the sight. It must be. Gu Qingqiu feigned surprise. I did not anticipate such good fortune. We merely wandered in a direction and stumbled upon the opening of the blessed land secret realm. Secret realms are categorized into 2 types, the small spatial secret realms, known as the Cave Heaven secret realm, and the Blessed Land secret realms. The Cave Heaven secret realm is the most enigmatic, harboring the potential for extraordinary fortunes, though it may also lead to certain death. The Blessed Land secret realms, conversely, unveil various realms of fortune. For instance, this time's Spirit Spring secret realm is a coveted destination for wandering cultivators. The interior is rich in spiritual energy, abundantly producing various precious herbs and divine metals. Truly a land of resources. The greatest danger, however, arises from humanity. Naturally, first-rate factions such as the Changsheng family exhibit little interest in this small, blessed land, allowing rogue cultivators to meddle as they please. Outside the spiritual spring secret realm, a multitude of formidable beings descended like flowing light into this confined area, with other rogue cultivators who had long awaited their arrival. The highest cultivation level present merely reached the 9th layer of the godly realm, and the commotion caused by this small blessed land was minimal, coupled with the local power's control. Thus it remained largely undisclosed. Consequently, only those at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the godly realm had arrived. The spiritual spring secret realm has opened. The natural restrictions have yet to dissipate. Those who enter now will merely become lost within the blessed land. In another half an hour, it should be suitable for entry. This is indeed an opportunity for us cultivators from Yunlong City to have such a blessed land appear in such close proximity to the city. Ha ha ha. Various rogue cultivators discussed this with excitement. Nonetheless, everyone remained vigilant. Once inside the spiritual spring secret realm, those who engage in conversation could very well be the ones who would stab you in the back. Jiruyu, seemingly ordinary in appearance, stood amidst the crowd, gazing at the majestic mountains materializing from the spiritual spring secret realm, her beautiful eyes sparkling with joy. A blessed land secret realm, A blessed land, secret realm indeed. And this is her first active participation. What a delightful freedom. On the opposite side of the crowd, Yi Chan meticulously observed each person's expression, searching for the altered visage of Ji Ruyu from his memories. In truth, had it not been for a ninth-layer godly realm individual provoking Ji Ruyu at the last moment, Yi Chan would have remained oblivious to the fact that the cherished jewel of the Changsheng Ji family had stealthily slipped away to partake in this small secret realm. This had caused quite a stir in the Middle Heaven Dao domain at the time. Many who returned from the spiritual spring secret realm were filled with regret. Had they recognized the Ji family's divine maiden back then and established even a slight connection, they might have ascended to great heights thereafter. To clarify the reincarnation context, Yi Chan experiences a normal reincarnation, traversing through all the events of his previous two lives to arrive in his third life. While Gu Qingxiu starts anew at the beginning of the third life after completing the entire timeline of the third life. In light of this, Yi Chan could not help but scoff. How could an ordinary person possibly attract the divine maiden's attention? Only he, a reincarnated being through 3 lives, Yi Chan, could accurately discern the preferences of the Ji family's divine maiden. From information gleaned in his second life, Yi Chan understood that Ji Ryu yearned for freedom and cherished the idea of liberation, resembling a stunningly beautiful fairy. As long as he could provide her with the sensation of freedom she adores, he would surely leave a lasting impression on her, perhaps even progressing their relationship further. Regrettably, after scanning the crowd, Yi Chan did not spot the familiar face he remembered from Ji Ryu's disguise. He exhaled softly. Once the spiritual spring secret realm opens, she will compete for a precious herb and employ a king-level jade talisman, at which point their paths will inevitably cross. Just as Yi Chan was lost in thought, a sudden crane cry captured the attention of the entire assembly. In the next moment, a spiritual crane descended from the heavens. Instantly, the expressions of all rogue cultivators present shifted, and they immediately turned their wary gazes towards the crane. The spirit crane is not a possession that ordinary factions can claim. It is an asset that only first-rate or even eternal aristocratic families can possess. This implies that the individuals approaching are likely of considerable prominence. Such a revelation could hardly elevate the spirits of the wandering cultivators present. Yi Chan's expression also shifted as he pondered, what is happening? In my past life, the spirit crane never made an appearance. As the spirit crane descended gracefully, the onlookers finally caught sight of 2 figures upon its back. Upon recognizing their features, they were momentarily struck dumb, and a phrase slowly surfaced in their minds. Celestial couple. The 2 individuals, appearing youthful yet exuding an extraordinary and noble aura, stood atop the spirit crane, with the young man seemingly taking the lead. Chapter 36. The Yin-Yang Divine Body. He possessed an unparalleled beauty, ethereal as a celestial being, adorned in gold-trimmed black robes that exuded an air of nobility. A divine radiance seemed to envelop him, and the echoes of his presence left an indelible impression on all who beheld him. Beside him stood a young maiden, already exhibiting a captivating allure. Draped in green, her cascading black hair resembled a waterfall, and her porcelain skin was as smooth as cream. Her exquisite features were unparalleled, akin to a pristine lotus rising untainted from muddy waters. The pairing of such a man and woman, regardless of their cultivation or status, immediately conveyed their exceptional lineage. Gu Changge and Gu Qingxiu descended upon the scene, riding a spirit crane, seemingly indifferent to the gazes of those around them. They surveyed the crowd, and a gentle smile graced their faces as they nodded amiably to the assembly. In the throng, Yi Chan's gaze sharpened at the sight of Gu Changge and Gu Qingxiu arriving together on the spirit crane. His pupils constricted sharply in astonishment. Yi Chan felt a chill run down his spine and quickly lowered his head, suppressing the shock in his eyes. What was happening? Gu Changge and Gu Qingxiu, members of the Changsheng Gu family, had arrived as well. Such an occurrence had not transpired in his previous life, and moreover, were Gu Qingxiu and the Changsheng Gu family not sworn enemies? How could they be appearing together with Gu Changge? A sense of dread and confusion enveloped Yi Chan. He was all too familiar with Gu Changge and Gu Qingxiu. When the True Dragon list and the Flood Dragon list emerged, the prominent powers, including the heirs of the Changsheng families, contended fiercely against one another. Among them, Changge stood out, possessing the rare dual pupils and supreme bone that allowed him to dominate the younger generation of the celestial domain. Changge, too, bore supreme bone, which was even more formidable than that of Changge, having attained the status of a great emperor while he was still striving for the position of a saint. Yet, as he pondered, a wild notion took root in Yi Chen's mind. After all, he was a reincarnator, reborn not once but twice. Although his understanding of Changge, the future empress, was limited, he was aware of several pivotal events. If he could forge a connection with this future sovereign, perhaps he could also ascend to the rank of emperor in this lifetime. In fact, during his second life, he had leveraged insights from his first life to gain the support of several renowned saintesses and divine maidens, propelling his cultivation to the realm of saints. However, he dared not covet the favor of the saintesses and divine maidens from the Changsheng family and top-tier sacred lands, as they were far beyond his reach. Even with the experience of 2 lifetimes, he had only achieved the pinnacle of kingship, rendering any hope of advancement under such oppressive forces utterly futile. But the circumstances were different now. With the foundation of a saint, he merely needed sufficient resources to swiftly restore his saintly prowess. The prospect of striving for the title of emperor was no longer a distant dream. Thus, Yi Chen broadened his horizons, which explained his bold aspirations towards Jiruyu, and even the audacity to consider Changge. Jiruyu, too, noticed the arrival of Changge and Changge. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, "What handsome and beautiful individuals! Is that a spirit crane? I wonder which power they hail from." Her gaze was fixed upon Changge and Changge. However, when Jiruyu glanced at Changge also noticed her at the first moment. It was inevitable, for in Changge's eyes, Jiruyu was currently radiant. Ding! The system has detected that the host is near a target for investment return. Would you like to view the information? Yes, no, ding. The system has detected that the host is near a target for investment return. Would you like to bind? Yes, no. The binding information that appeared once again popped up before Changge. A thought crossed Changge's mind, and she chose to view Jiruyu's information first. Nickname, Jiruyu. Identity, divine maiden of the Changsheng family, daughter of fortune. Physique, yin-yang divine body, dual cultivation divine body. Cultivation technique, divine king scripture. Divine abilities, divine king S.I., divine king S finger, divine king S.I., divine king S illusion. Recent fortune, unlockable after binding. Gazing at Jiruyu's information, Changge ultimately fixated on the identity section. Indeed, all the targets bound by the system were daughters of fortune, and beyond that, her cousin was a yin-yang divine body, a physique coveted even by sages, harmonizing both sides to their mutual benefit. Binding, Changge contemplated, then decided to bind Jiruyu as her second investment return target. Binding successful. Recent fortune of Jiruyu unlocked. Hearing the system's prompt, Changge once again examined Jiruyu's personal information, her gaze landing on a recent fortune. Nickname, Yiruyu. Recent fortune, schemed against by another child of fortune, Yi Chen, originally. This would allow the Changsheng family to become a child of fortune's ally and engage in an immortal battle with another sacred ground, exhausting their resources. However, encountering an unknown individual mitigated the risks. Yet the child of fortune, Yi Chen, remains undeterred and will, in 3 days, select a stone full of pits and hollows at the Gambling Stone Pavilion in Yunlong City, hoping to unearth a yin-yang spirit jade to regain Jiruyu's favor. Well, observing Jiruyu's recent fortune, Changge narrowed her eyes. Truly deserving of the title child of fortune. But what exactly is this child's golden finger? An old man or some extraordinary ability? Yet, it was evident that the other party had likely discerned Jiruyu's identity, hence their relentless schemes to win her favor. Not to mention that she is my binding return target. Just because she is my cousin, I cannot allow your schemes to succeed. Yi Chen, is it? Let me see how many secrets you know. Changge mused internally, just as Jiruyu happened to catch Changge's gaze. This made Jiruyu hurriedly lower her head. Is he looking at me? Has he seen through my disguise? No way. My disguise pill is a sacred grade item, and I also wear a treasure that shield from divine senses. How could I be seen through? Jiryu thought to herself. However, in the next moment, she realized that she had indeed caught the attention of the man who had just arrived and attracted the crowd's focus. For Gu Changge, under the watchful eyes of all, approached her with the curious Gu Qingxiu by her side. Gu Qingxiu also curiously glanced at Gu Changge, then scrutinized the transformed Jiryu. However, upon closer inspection, she discerned the clues: a saint-level disguise pill, and a treasure that obstructs divine sense probing. Jiryu? Gu Qingxiu speculated about the identity of the woman before her. After speaking, Gu Qingxiu was slightly astonished as she looked towards Gu Changge, puzzled by how Gu Changge had made such a discovery. As a reborn sovereign, it was nearly impossible to detect any anomalies without careful observation. Yet Gu Changge walked straight up to Jiryu. Was it due to the dual pupils? Gu Qingxiu had no inkling of the staggering prowess of the sovereign brother. Chapter 37. The eternal family. Jiryu gazed at Gu Changge, who had approached her. As he drew nearer, she found his ethereal and handsome visage increasingly captivating, causing her heart to flutter uncontrollably. However, she was perplexed. Having altered her appearance, she expected to appear rather unremarkable. Why had he walked directly to her? Unexpectedly. I see you here, cousin. Have you sneaked out? Gu Changge's gentle voice resonated in her ears. Jiryu looked at the otherworldly youth before her, and as she beheld the subtle smile gracing his striking face, her mind buzzed. From those abyss-like eyes, it seemed she glimpsed a second pair of irises, mysterious and divine. Dual pupils? The term floated through Jiryu's mind as she suddenly recalled a memory of a distant, prominent family in another realm, one that possessed a cousin endowed with such a gift. During her occasional visits to the Changsheng family, she often delighted in following her cousin around. However, as time passed and he frequently entered seclusion, her visits dwindled. This was their first reunion in several years. Looking at Gu Changge, Jiryu felt as if she were once again gazing upon the brother she had cherished in her youth. Brother Changge? Jiryu instinctively uttered. Indeed, my recognition was not mistaken. Gu Changge nodded, smiling. Though I have matured a bit, I remain quite similar to my former self. At his words, Jiryu felt a flicker of joy within. It seemed her beloved cousin had not forgotten her. She lifted her chin and exclaimed, Brother Changge, how did you come to be here? And you saw through my disguise? Of course. My eyes are incapable of deceit, Gu Changge replied, gesturing to his eyes. As for my presence, on a whim, I decided to take a stroll outside. I happened upon this place where fortunes are revealed and thought to investigate. What a coincidence! Jiryu gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. Meanwhile, Yichen observed the interaction between Gu Changge, Gu Qingxiu, and Jiryu. Upon seeing Jiryu's altered appearance, Yichen's heart sank. So, Jiryu and Gu Changge were acquainted? It was only natural, given the alliance between the Changsheng family and the Changsheng family. However, with Gu Changge present, winning Jiryu's favor would prove challenging. Any attempts at orchestrating fortuitous encounters would likely be detected by either Gu Changge or Gu Qingxiu. A long-term strategy was necessary, Yichen contemplated. Just then, a figure descended from the skies, a ninth-tier leader of the Li family, approaching the trio with a furrowed brow. Might I inquire from whence you three hail? What brings you to this humble abode? Do not mind us, Gu Changge replied, turning to the leader with a nonchalant demeanor. Continue your pursuit of opportunities. We shall rely on our own merits. Very well, the leader acquiesced reluctantly. From the demeanor of Gu Changge and Gu Qingxiu, it is evident that they are formidable figures that those from Yunlong City cannot provoke. Standing beside them is Jiryu, who, despite her seemingly ordinary appearance, addresses Gu Changge as cousin, suggesting an extraordinary background. It is possible that her current visage is but a fade. The other wandering cultivators from Yunlong City exchanged glances, their hearts swelling with delight. Gu Changge chose not to exert his influence over others, which was indeed favorable for them, as it left room for opportunity. After exchanging a few words with the head of the Li family, Gu Changge turned his attention back to Jiryu. Playfully patting her on the head, You need not present yourself in this guise when meeting me. Hasten to restore your original appearance. With a playful flick of her tongue, Yuryu emitted a radiant glow. In the next moment, a stunningly vivacious young woman emerged before the assembly. The girl possessed an ethereal grace. Her waist-length hair dancing in the breeze, her cherubic face adorned with a hint of baby fat, and her luminous eyes brimming with vitality. Her petite stature was complemented by certain alluring curves, making her and Gu Qingxiu equally captivating in their own right. As Ji Ruyu transformed back into her original self, the sight of these two extraordinary women, alongside Gu Changge, the ethereal scion, commanded the attention of all present, as if they were the very embodiment of creation itself. Many in the crowd felt a tremor of astonishment. It was evident that the individuals who could draw Gu Changge's attention were far from ordinary. Who would have imagined that the girl with an unassuming facade would possess such breathtaking beauty? Some wandering cultivators who had previously stood beside Ji Ruyu could hardly believe their eyes, rubbing them in disbelief and lamenting their missed opportunity. Had they engaged in conversation with her earlier, they might have formed connections with Gu Changge and Gu Qingxiu. Once she returned to her true form, Ji Ruyu stretched and exclaimed, "Ah, it feels so much better to be myself." Playfully, Gu Changge replied, "But you didn't exactly sneak out unnoticed. Someone has been following you without your knowledge." Huh? Ji Ruyu paused, but in an instant, realization dawned upon her. Puffing out her cheeks, she looked skyward and called out, "Which uncle has been following me? Show yourself." As soon as her words fell, a robust figure appeared before Gu Changge, Gu Qingxiu, and Ji Ruyu. It was Elder Ji Hao. Upon seeing Elder Ji Hao, Ji Ruyu frowned and, with hands on her hips, remarked, "You've been secretly following me all this time without telling me. Would it have been any fun if I had known?" Elder Ji Hao shot her an exasperated glance before disregarding her playful protests and turned his attention to Gu Changge, surveying him with admiration and awe. "Young Master Changge, as Miss Qingwei has informed me, you have been bestowed the title of Scion by the ancestor of the Gu family and awakened a second talent. It is clear that you are extraordinary, and this young lady by your side is no less impressive. I truly envy the longevity of the Gu family. Greetings, esteemed elder." Gu Changge smiled and nodded at Ji Hao in acknowledgement. The elder's appearance once again sent ripples of astonishment through the gathering. The sudden appearance of Ji Hao had gone unnoticed by anyone, not even the patriarch of the Li family, who was at the 9th level of the divine connection realm. To be at the pinnacle of such a realm in Yunlong City was indeed impressive, yet in the broader context of the Zhongtian Dao domain, he was but a slightly larger ant. Faced with the enigmatic Gu Changge and Ji Hao, a profound sense of dread enveloped him, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Fortunately, upon observing the remarkable presence of Gu Changge and Gu Qingxiu, he realized they were not inclined to cause trouble. Otherwise, their fate would have been sealed. With a courteous gesture, Ji Hao smiled and remarked, "Miss Qiuyue, your mother has graciously invited you to visit my Changsheng Ji family." Coinciding with Miss Ruyu's return to the Ji family, my father mentioned this to me as well, expressing his intent. The mention of the Changsheng Ji family sent a shiver down the spines of the scattered cultivators present. They were astounded to learn that Gu Changge and his companions hailed from such a prestigious lineage. My goodness. Chapter 38. The delicacies of the mountains and seas far exceed the flavor of chicken legs. When ordinary cultivators encounter individuals from the Longsheng family, it is akin to mere mortals stumbling upon celestial beings. The disparity in status compels them to gaze upward in awe. "Ah, how delightful." Ji Hao nodded and turned to Ji Ruyu. "Miss, you've been out for a few days. Once this adventure in the blessed land concludes, you shall return to the Ji family alongside the divine son of Changge." Oh, Ji Hao's appearance signified the end of her leisure time. Nevertheless, these past few days of freedom were quite enjoyable. In truth, Ji Ruyu had anticipated this, having slipped away secretly. It was unlikely she could conceal her escapade from the formidable members of her family, who probably tacitly permitted her brief indulgence. Indeed, that was the case. There remained a considerable distance to the blessed land. "Let us partake in some food," Gu Changge suddenly suggested. "Absolutely. Brother Changge, what delectable treats have you prepared?" Ji Ruyu's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she inquired. I have prepared some specialties, he replied. Additionally, we shall engage in some barbecuing. Barbecue? What is that? Ji Ryu asked, intrigued. It is a unique culinary method I encountered in novels of old. I recently vanquished some formidable beasts in the Void Secret Realm and acquired the finest cuts of meat, perfect for grilling. I also procured some exquisite seafood of the Monarch Realm during my travels. We can roast them together, awakening ancestral wisdom. Gu Changge possessed an intimate understanding of the culinary delights from his previous life. Cultivators of the 3,000 realms revered him, and upon reaching the Fate Wheel realm, many forsook earthly sustenance. While some spiritual chefs might experiment with ethereal ingredients, these dishes, though delectable, paled in comparison to the flavors he had savored. Knowing that Ji Ryu would soon be ensnared by Yi Chun with a mere chicken leg, he thought it prudent to introduce her to the true essence of camping barbecue. Gu Qingqiu, overhearing Gu Changge's words, was momentarily taken aback. How had she been unaware of his culinary skills? Previously, he had been solely focused on cultivation, dominating the realm, and had likely abstained from food since reaching the Fate Wheel realm. What a transformation! Gu Changge's remarks caused a wave of cold sweat to cascade down the brows of the scattered cultivators and those from Yunlong City. Good heavens! Beasts of the divine realm and seafood of the monarch realm. Are these even within our realm of comprehension? This exemplified the terror of the Longsheng family. They were beings to be revered from afar, reduced to mere dishes in the eyes of the Longsheng family. Disregarding the thoughts of others, Gu Changge waved his hand, conjuring an opulent carpet upon which chilled jade boxes materialized, emanating a frosty aura. The boxes contained crystalline morsels of meat, alongside tantalizing tentacles of octopus that beckoned one to indulge. These octopus tentacles were likely the seafood he had mentioned. The patriarch of the Leaf family stared in astonishment. Consuming such flesh could potentially elevate him to the insight realm. Yet, even with 100 times his courage, he would not dare to partake. As the ingredients were laid out, Ji Ruyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Next, Gu Changge produced a makeshift barbecue grill along with some premium spirit charcoal. He placed the charcoal into the grill and waved his hand to conjure flames that ignited the charcoal, gradually increasing the heat. There was no smoke, just a serene glow and warmth emanating from it. How peculiar! Is the intention to use the heat from the spirit charcoal to cook these ingredients? Ji Ryu inquired eagerly as she approached the grill. Indeed. However, that is merely the process. The emphasis lies in these seasonings. Allow me to demonstrate. Gu Changge replied with a subtle smile, anticipating that once Ji Ryu tasted it, she would find it unforgettable. Gu Qingqiu blinked in curiosity, for this was her first encounter with such a culinary method, distinct from a usual preparation of spirit vegetables. Next, Gu Changge personally showcased his skills by slicing a section of octopus tentacle and placing it on the spirit charcoal grill. With a sizzle, a delicate aroma began to waft through the air, causing many cultivators present to swallow in anticipation. The flesh of a king-tier, ferocious beast, even when merely boiled, will be deemed a top-tier delicacy. Gu Changge then added seasonings to the octopus tentacle. In an instant, an intoxicating fragrance began to drift beyond the confines of the secluded realm. Yi Chun, observing the scene, was utterly astonished. The Changsheng family is so advanced. They have developed such a variety of culinary techniques. Previously, he had braved the elements, directly slaughtering ferocious beasts and roasting them for sustenance, which now seemed utterly bland in comparison to the enticing aroma before him. Gu Qingqiu's eyes sparkled as she fixated on the king-tier octopus tentacle skewered in Gu Changge's hand. Her gaze filled with profound curiosity. Ji Ryu transformed into a little glutton, eagerly asking, "Brother Changge, when can we eat?" "I want to eat. Very soon," Gu Changge replied with a slight grin. Moments later, he retrieved the golden-brown, crispy octopus tentacle, channeling his spiritual energy to slice off a piece and hand it to Ji Ryu. "Try this." "Yay!" Ji Ryu exclaimed, her mouth watering as she beheld the steaming octopus tentacle. She took a big bite. In the next instant, an explosion of rich, unprecedented flavor burst in her mouth. Ji Ryu let out a muffled sound, her fair complexion flushing a deep red, her large eyes shimmering with delight as she exclaimed, so delicious." Seeing Ji Ruyu's expression, Gu Qingqiu's lips curled into a smile. Gu Changge offered a piece to Gu Qingqiu as well, saying, "You should try it too, Qingqiu." "All right," Gu Qingqiu replied, intrigued to see if it was truly as delectable. After taking a bite, she experienced the same exhilarating flavor erupting on her taste buds, enveloping her in an indescribable sensation. Gu Qingqiu's cheeks flushed, and a hint of wonder shone in her beautiful eyes. "It's truly delicious." Meanwhile, Ji Hao observed the scene, eager to join in, as he too was quite interested in tasting. However, as an elder, he felt it inappropriate to partake among the younger ones, leaving him hesitant to voice his desire. However, Gu Changge naturally did not forget Ji Hao, and she cut a piece for him as well. After taking a bite, Ji Hao was utterly enamored with this delicacy known as barbecue. Subsequently, a rather peculiar scene unfolded. Outside a secret realm, soon to be born and attracting numerous cultivators. A group of onlookers gazed longingly at a few individuals grilling, the tantalizing aroma wafting for miles, yet none dared to approach or disturb them. Gu Changge took a bite and, watching Ji Ryu happily tending to the barbecue, remarked, "Ryu, doesn't the mountain delicacies and seafood surpass chicken legs by far?" "What chicken legs? You mean those ordinary flame-grilled ones?" "They are certainly no match for Brother Changge's barbecue," Ji Ryu replied, her cheeks puffed and her words somewhat hesitant. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingqiu, munching on octopus legs, paused and cast an inexplicable glance at Gu Changge. Could it be that Gu Changge's dual pupils had perceived something once more? Chapter 39, True Fire and Chicken Leg. A casual remark to resolve fate indeed. Well said. "Here, take another bite." "Thank you, Brother Changge." Upon receiving a piece of meat from a divine beast in the transcendent realm, seasoned to perfection, Ji Ruyu's eyes sparkled with delight as she took a hearty bite. Ji Hao, having just finished his own piece, expressed his surprise. "I never imagined you possessed such culinary skills, Changge. It was merely a pastime during moments of boredom." "That's good to know. One must remember that cultivation is of utmost importance and should not be diluted by distractions." "I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Senior." Gu Changge nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, a sudden tremor shook the spirit spring blessed land. A brilliant light shot into the heavens, dispelling the previous haze that enveloped the area, revealing an extraordinarily majestic immortal mountain, shrouded in ethereal clouds and draped in pristine white snow, appearing almost dreamlike. Yet, all present understood that the spirit spring blessed land had been activated, granting them access to seek opportunities within. Strangely, no one moved. Their gazes were fixated on a vacant space amidst the crowd, where Gu Changge and his companions were enjoying their barbecue. Gu Changge glanced at the cultivators and remarked, "You may seek your own fortunes, relying on your own capabilities." Upon hearing this, the crowd rejoiced. They had feared that Gu Changge would monopolize the area, and even with 100 times their courage, they would not dare to oppose him. Now that he encouraged them to act independently, it was the best possible outcome. The head of the Leaf family, a ninth-layer transcendent realm cultivator who had initially approached, bowed to Gu Changge and swiftly entered the spirit spring secret realm, followed by others who hurried in eagerly. Once all had entered, Gu Changge and his companions finally finished their meal. After washing his hands with the spring water, Gu Changge turned to Ji Ryu and Gu Qingqiu, offering a gentle smile. "Let us proceed. If anything piques your interest, feel free to take it." "Hooray!" Ji Ryu clapped her hands in excitement. Gu Qingqiu nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Ji Hao also vanished from sight. The essence of the spirit spring blessed land lay primarily in its spring itself. If those who entered earlier were to witness Gu Changge using the coveted spring water to wash his hands, their expressions would be quite amusing. Meanwhile, Yi Chun, a soul of sage and having previously visited this place, seized the opportunity to gather vital resources within the spirit spring blessed land, reaping substantial rewards. However, the finest treasures, particularly the eye of the spirit spring, would not reveal themselves for another day. Thus, Yi Chun planned to spend the night here, intending to depart after acquiring the eye the following day. As for Gu Changge, Gu Qingqiu, and Ji Ryu, with Gu Changge present, It would be quite challenging for anyone to approach the two ladies. Yichen could only feign a chance encounter. He recalled the rumors that Jiruyu was a legendary dual cultivation body, and it seemed that Yulong City had once opened a mystical yin-yang spirit jade in a stone gambling den. If he could acquire that jade, it might naturally draw Jiruyu's attention, allowing him to win her favor through his own merits. As Yichun contemplated his next course of action, a sudden, delightful voice, both surprising and familiar, resonated from the side. "Brother Changge, there are people here." Yichun was momentarily taken aback and turned toward the source of the voice. 3 figures approached him, and as they neared the campfire, the foremost of them, a youth, ethereal and exuding an extraordinary aura, captivated his attention. Accompanying him were 2 breathtakingly beautiful women, their exquisite features unforgettable at a mere glance. They were none other than Gu Changge, Gu Qingxiu, and Jiruyu. Upon seeing Yichun, Gu Changge narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing an aura of destiny about him. His appearance was unremarkable, yet somewhat refined, his demeanor resilient and composed, exuding a quiet confidence. In the night, by the flickering fire, a thought struck him. He had initially believed that Jiryu would miss encountering this child of fate, yet here they were, fortuitously crossing paths. The sheer luck of being welcomed by the 3 of them at this moment was nothing short of miraculous. It was hard to believe he was not indeed a child of destiny. After all, the trio were representatives of the Changsheng faction, embodying great fortune. Having spent a day exploring the Lingquan blessed land, they were somewhat fatigued and in search of a place to rest, which led them here. "Indeed, they're people." Gu Changge nodded. "Shall we join them?" Jiryu hesitated, glancing at Gu Changge. Yet her gaze was drawn to a tantalizing chicken leg sizzling invitingly in the firelight. "I am hungry. I want to eat." If not for Gu Changge and Gu Qingxiu's presence, Jiryu would have likely approached immediately to request the chicken leg. That would be no problem. Gu Changge smiled, eager to engage with Yichun, intrigued to discern the nature of his fortuitous abilities. Upon noticing the trio approaching, Yichun felt a surge of joy, though he maintained a facade of calm until he recognized their faces, at which point he feigned astonishment and quickly rose to greet them. "I am honored to meet the 3 of you," he said respectfully. "Too kind. We are merely interrupting this fellow Taoist," Gu Changge replied with a warm smile. Beside her, Gu Qingxiu raised an eyebrow, realizing, so it is Yichun. "I didn't expect to encounter him in such circumstances, especially with that chicken leg." Her gaze fixated on the delectable chicken leg roasting before Yichun. "Let us not dwell on pleasantries. I am delighted that you 3 have come," Yichun insisted, shaking his head in modesty. His eyes fell upon Gu Changge before discreetly assessing Jiruyu and Gu Qingxiu. The 2 women were stunningly beautiful, igniting a passionate yearning within Yichun to win the hearts of such extraordinary beauties. After exchanging pleasantries and learning each other's names, Gu Changge, Gu Qingxiu, and Jiruyu took their seats opposite Yichun. He casually fiddled with the sizzling chicken leg, prompting Jiruyu's eyes to widen in temptation, her small mouth watering at the sight. She yearned for a taste and, for some reason, felt an inexplicable curiosity about Yichun, wondering why he was alone. He appeared to possess considerable experience in adventure. How delightful it would be to indulge in a chicken leg while listening to someone recount their thrilling adventures. However, as Jiruyu contemplated this, the melodious voice of Gu Changge echoed in her mind, reminding her of the words spoken during the day. "Are mountain delicacies truly superior to a mere chicken leg?" Upon recalling this statement, the curiosity that Jiruyu had felt towards Yichun swiftly dissipated, replaced by a puzzled gaze directed at him. Just moments ago, she had found Yichun increasingly agreeable. Yet now, under closer scrutiny, he seemed rather ordinary. In comparison to her esteemed brother Changge, he appeared as insignificant as a mortal beneath the gaze of an immortal. And the chicken leg itself seemed devoid of any remarkable qualities. "Brother Changge, barbecue. I wish to partake," Yiruyu exclaimed, leaning closer to Gu Changge and shaking his hand eagerly. Chapter 40. Is it truly terrifying? Yichun had noticed that Jiruyu had been fixated on the freshly roasted chicken leg he had just prepared. He was about to offer it to her when, unexpectedly, She turned her attention to Gu Changge, asking him to grill something for her instead. This simply cannot stand. Such a golden opportunity for conversation was too precious to squander. Miss G, this chicken leg is freshly roasted. If you are hungry, you may as well try it. Although it may not rival the exquisite barbecue of Master Gu, it is still palatable, Yichen declared, lifting the glistening chicken leg and extending it toward Ji Ruyu, flashing what he believed to be a charming smile. However, upon glancing at the chicken leg, Yi Chun offered, Ji Ruyu's delicate brows furrowed. Earlier, she had felt a flicker of curiosity toward him, but now, upon reflection, it became glaringly evident that he had been observing her all along. The moment she expressed a desire for something to eat, he was all too eager to present her with a chicken leg. In her mind, she recalled Gu Changge's earlier words, pondering how far inferior this chicken leg was to the delicacies of the mountains and seas, let alone the exceptional barbecue crafted by her beloved Changge. No, thank you, Ji Ruyu gently waved her hand, casting a glance at Gu Changge. I do not fancy chicken legs. My dear Changge will prepare barbecue for me. Very well, I shall make it for you, Gu Changge replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he observed the chicken leg Yi Chun had offered to Ji Ruyu. He retrieved a piece of meat from his storage ring, derived from a formidable beast of the divine realm, and began to grill it. Witnessing this scene, Gu Qingxiu grew increasingly convinced that Gu Changge had perceived something noteworthy. Yet, this was preferable. She need not intervene. As for Yi Chun, he was a fool, akin to a toad dreaming of swan meat. Before his rebirth, he had brought great misfortune upon the Changsheng family and had only attained the status of a sage through the support of an illustrious family. His innate talent lamentably lacking. Only a Navi girl like Ji Ruyu, freshly emerged from the Changsheng family and oblivious to the world, could initially be drawn to such a person. In truth, such individuals were commonplace. Now, with Gu Changge standing as a comparison, Yi Chun was rendered insignificant. Gu Qingxiu's thoughts were unknown to Gu Changge, but upon hearing Ji Ruyu's rejection, Yi Chun felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, accompanied by a shadow of discontent. One day, I shall win you over, and then you shall see whether you enjoy chicken legs. Before long, a rich and enticing aroma began to waft through the air, and Ji Ruyu's beautiful eyes sparkled as she gazed at the skewers of grilled meat in Gu Changge's hands. Here you go. Thank you, Brother Changge, Ji Ruyu exclaimed, accepting the skewer and planting a quick kiss on Gu Changge's cheek before she began to eat. Taken aback by the unexpected kiss, Gu Changge was momentarily stunned. Beside them, Gu Qingxiu also found herself momentarily dazed, for reasons unknown. Witnessing this scene stirred an inexplicable pang of bitterness within her heart. This is yours, Gu Changge said, handing another skewer to Gu Qingxiu. Thank you, Brother Changge, she replied, taking it while her gaze lingered on his handsome face. Reflecting on Ji Ruyu's earlier gesture, a faint blush crept upon her cheeks. Gu Qingxiu pondered whether she too should express her feelings. However, this fleeting thought was swiftly dismissed. Instead, Gu Qingxiu handed the skewer she had just grilled to Gu Changge, saying, Brother Changge, please have mine. All right, he replied. On the opposite side, Yi Chun could only grimace at this scene, feeling a pang of jealousy. What was this? Were these three flaunting their affections before him? Moreover, Gu Changge was basking in the favor of two stunning beauties, Gu Qingxiu and Ji Ruyu, as if he were blessed by fate itself. The brilliance of Gu Changge only intensified Yi Chen's resentment. He noticed Yi Chen's grimace, a clear expression of distaste, and the subtle hostility emanating from him did not escape Gu Changge's notice. In his mind, he had already sentenced Yi Chun to oblivion. Once this fellow's fortune was exhausted, he would be dealt with swiftly. As Gu Changge took a bite of the barbecue handed to him by Gu Qingxiu, he remained oblivious to her gaze fixated on the skewer in his hand. Only moments ago, she had forgotten that she had already tasted it herself. In other words, it meant that she had just, amidst the consumption, Yi Chun felt increasingly uncomfortable, even thinking it might be better to avoid encountering Gu Changge and the others altogether. He felt like an outsider in their presence, a mere speck compared to their illustrious identities, rendered utterly insignificant. His overthinking was merely a product of his own delusion. Just as Gu Changge and the others finished their meal and were preparing to enjoy some spiritual wine and fruits. A sudden roar of a dragon reverberated throughout the spiritual spring paradise. The four of them, Gu Changge, Gu Qingxiu, Jiru Yu, and Yi Chun, exchanged glances, their eyes bright with excitement. Has the spiritual springs I transformed into a dragon? Ji Ryu exclaimed. Gu Qingxiu responded, the transformation of the spiritual springs I must be at least 10,000 years old. If we can subdue it, we would possess an inexhaustible source of spiritual energy, something even saints might envy. Yi Chun remained silent, his gaze fixed on a certain point as he gripped the tools he had prepared to capture the spiritual spring's eye. At that moment, Gu Changge turned to Ji Ryu and said, Cousin Ryu, it has been a long time since we last met, and I have yet to present you with a gift. Allow me to offer you this transformed dragon of the spiritual springs eye as a token. Huh? Ji Ryu was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, a surge of dragon-shaped spiritual light shot skyward. Almost immediately, a wave of divine aura erupted, announcing the arrival of the leaders of various factions from Cloud Dragon City. The spiritual springs, eye is mine, bellowed the head of the Li family, as a massive hand of spiritual energy swept towards the dragon-shaped light. Huh, Li Feng, you shall not have it. Another faction leader from Cloud Dragon City interjected. But suddenly, a colossal figure, towering 1,000 feet high, appeared in the sky, enveloped in celestial radiance, surrounded by ethereal figures that seemed to kneel in reverence. A seemingly youthful boy stood there, hands clasped behind his back, surveying the surroundings. I shall claim the spiritual springs eye. Gu Changge stood upon the void, surrounded by a radiant aura, with the ethereal silhouette of the celestial king looming behind him. His eyes, resembling those of an immortal, emanated an extraordinary presence, making him appear as a divine being descended to the mortal realm. The onlookers, including the head of the Li family, halted their actions, gazing in awe at Gu Changge, who, despite exuding merely the aura of a second-tier fate wheel realm, radiated an undeniable magnificence that filled their hearts with dread and disbelief. It was unfathomable that a mere second-tier fate wheel could exert such pressure on those at the 9th tier of the Divine Connection realm. Was this truly the progeny of the Eternal Life faction? How terrifying! Among those present, each was a cunning master of their own influence. When Gu Changge spoke, they readily acquiesced, declaring, since the young master desires the eye of the spiritual spring, we shall not contest it any further. Indeed, the head of the Li family, with a shrewd glimmer in his eyes, respectfully addressed Gu Changge, saying, Young master, I am Li Feng, the head of the Li clan from Yunlong City. I now dare to assist the young master in suppressing the eye of the spiritual spring. Without waiting for Gu Changge's response, Li Feng raised his hand and reached out towards the dragon-shaped eye, which had been restrained by the gathered aura. Chapter 41. A thousand-fold return. The eye of the divine spring. Below, Yi Chun was filled with urgency upon witnessing the scene. What a jest! He had initially anticipated that the forces within Yunlong City would vie for the eye of the divine spring, enabling him to reap the benefits as an opportunist. Yet, the moment Gu Changge made his entrance, everyone shrank back in trepidation. Moreover, some even took the initiative to assist Gu Changge in capturing the eye of the divine spring. Damn it! Is this the advantage of having the Longsheng faction's backing? Various emotions flickered in Yi Chun's eyes as he observed the eye, now seized by the head of the Li family, transforming into a luminous orb. He exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of helplessness. In such circumstances, he had no chance to seize it for himself. Otherwise, without Gu Changge needing to lift a finger, the crowd would likely eliminate him to curry favor with Gu Changge. Damn! However, while Yi Chun was preoccupied with his thoughts, Gu Changge remained indifferent. The head of the Li family, holding the eye of the divine spring with an ingratiating smile, approached Gu Changge and presented the treasure while bowing with utmost respect. A formidable warrior at the 9th level of the divine realm, such stature would be regarded as the pinnacle of strength in Yunlong City. Yet here he was, bowing before a seemingly unassuming youth. The scene appeared quite bizarre. Nevertheless, none present found it difficult to accept this spectacle. In fact, many inwardly scolded Li Feng as a cunning old fox, lamenting their missed opportunity to forge ties with the Longsheng faction. "Oh," Gu Changge remarked, observing Li Feng as he willingly offered the precious item. "You present me with the eye of the divine spring. Naturally, I must reciprocate." As he spoke, a Tao enlightenment pill materialized from his hand. This extraordinary pill, upon consumption, would allow one to comprehend the Tao and break through to the realm of Tao enlightenment. Gu Changge spoke with an air of calmness, as if the pill were merely a trivial snack. One must understand that a single Tao enlightenment pill could incite chaos throughout Yunlong City. Even in other realms, it would wield immense influence. Yet now, Gu Changge nonchalantly bestowed such a valuable elixir upon an ordinary individual. Li Feng gazed at the Tao enlightenment pill hovering before him, his breath quickening and his face turning crimson. This was, after all, a Tao enlightenment pill. It possessed the power to elevate an individual to the realm of Tao enlightenment, a treasure capable of establishing a sect. Countless individuals remained trapped at the 9th level of the divine realm, unable to comprehend the Tao throughout their lives. The Tao enlightenment pill was the stuff of legends. Yet here stood a member of the Longsheng Gu family, offering him one. Li Feng was consumed with desire, an overwhelming yearning. However, he summoned his strength of will and turned his gaze away from the pill. "Young master, you flatter me. This is merely a trivial matter. I believe there are countless ways for you to acquire such a treasure effortlessly. It is I who have dared to overstep my bounds. You possess a sound mind." Gu Changge replied, "Keep it. I do not wish to owe favors to others. After all, we live in the real world. None here are fools." Gu Changge was acutely aware that Li Feng sought to align himself with the Longsheng Gu family. However, not just anyone could claim such a prize. A mere city force? Bestowing a Tao enlightenment pill was already a monumental favor. One must learn to be content. "Thank you, young master." Li Feng sighed inwardly before finally catching the Tao enlightenment pill. The onlookers around him were filled with envy, their eyes tinged with red. Such a remarkable exchange, a spirit spring eye for a Tao enlightenment pill, was enough to stir jealousy in anyone. Meanwhile, Gu Qingqiu and Ji Ruyu were entirely unfazed. As members of the esteemed Gu family, their status exposed, it was no surprise that many sought to curry favor, including stunning beauties who might even offer their affections. The thought of opposing the Gu family? One could scarcely believe it. They could easily trace back to obliterate your ancestors. Receiving the spirit spring eye, Gu Changge floated before Gu Qingqiu and Ji Ruyu, feeling a twinge of regret. It would have been splendid to engage with these ordinary beings of the divine realm. He had just begun to cultivate his dragon elephant suppression technique and was eager to unleash his burgeoning strength. As a gesture of goodwill, Gu Changge presented the spirit spring eye to Ji Ruyu. She graciously accepted it, beaming, "Thank you, Brother Changge. Now that we have acquired the spirit spring eye, let us enjoy a few more days before returning to your home," she continued. "Excellent." Ji Ruyu's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she nodded enthusiastically. As Gu Changge handed the spirit spring eye to her, a return message materialized before him. "Ding! Host gifts the bound target Ji Ruyu. 10,000 years spirit spring eye? You have received a tenfold return. You have obtained celestial spring eye." Celestial spring eye, originating from the celestial realm. This eye harbors mysterious power. Prolonged use of the spirit spring can subtly enhance one's physique and alter cultivation aptitude. The celestial spring eye. Gu Changge's heart raced as he absorbed the information from the return message. Another artifact representative of the celestial bone was already extraordinary. In this celestial spring, I was no less impressive, capable of not only fortifying the body, but also enhancing one's innate talents. Truly, the tenfold return was astonishing. Withdrawing his gaze from the message, Gu Changge smiled at the two women. "Let us venture to Yunlong City for a stroll." As Gu Changge departed, the eminent cultivators of Yunlong City exchanged glances, ultimately fixing their attention on Li Feng. Without a doubt, he had reaped the greatest rewards this time, one Tao enlightenment pill. Yet, they dared not act in broad daylight. After all, it was Gu Changge who gifted it to Li Feng. Who knew what might transpire should Li Feng encounter trouble under the watchful eyes of the crowd? The wrath of a scion from a long-standing power could easily bring ruin to Yunlong City. Yichen observed the trio leaving, his tightly clenched fists slowly relaxing. There was still a chance. If he could obtain that Yin-Yang spirit jade, perhaps he could still draw Ji Ruyu's attention. A glint of cold determination flickered in Yi Chen's eyes. Gu Changge, do not interfere this time. Otherwise, well. His disdain for Gu Changge had already taken root. Had he not arrived, Ji Ryu would undoubtedly have been by his side, allowing him ample time to win her over. As night fell, settling into the Yuxiao Tower, Gu Changge began to tally the day's gains. The Tao Condensation Divine Bottle and the Eye of the Celestial Spring. These two treasures, if placed to the outside world, would incite fierce competition even among the eternal families and the immortal sanctuaries. Yet, he has acquired both in a single day. Brother Tongzi is truly invincible. Most importantly, he has gained an additional target for return, which is undoubtedly a boon. The Tao Condensation Judgment, infused with the dualities of yin and yang, allows one to harness the yang essence under the sun's rays and the yin essence under the moonlight. When these essences merge, one can obtain a single drop of Tao Condensation Divine Water, which, when consumed, can replace a year of arduous cultivation and profound comprehension. The Eye of the Celestial Spring, originating from the celestial realm, harbors mysterious powers. Prolonged use of this spiritual spring can subtly enhance one's physique and transform their cultivation aptitude. With these two treasures, my progress in cultivation could be astonishingly swift. Moreover, they can bolster my physical constitution and alter my innate talents. Indeed, splendid. Gu Changge utilized the Eye of the Celestial Spring to extract a pot of celestial spring water, subsequently infusing it with spiritual energy to heat the spring water, before adding in divine tea and commencing to savor it with closed eyes. Chapter 42. A Reunion with Yi Chun. As the celestial spring tea flowed into Gu Changge's mouth, he immediately sensed a surge of warmth coursing through his body. Upon introspection, it appeared that both his vital energy and physical form experienced a subtle enhancement due to this invigorating warmth. Moreover, at this moment, his cultivation seemed remarkably effective, and his mind was exceptionally clear. What an extraordinary effect! This is comparable to the enlightenment tea. Indeed, truly, it is the essence of a celestial spring. Gu Changge gazed at the teapot brewed with the celestial spring water beside him, his eyes shimmering with delight. This celestial spring is infinitely more precious than the spiritual springs. Following that, his gaze shifted to the condensing Tao divine bottle, which was similar in size to the spirit gathering bottle, a flicker of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Regrettably, it was inconvenient to release the condensing Tao divine bottle during the day to absorb the sunlight. Otherwise, even though it was already night, he would have released it to absorb the moonlight. However, this was sufficient. A night passed without incident. Through several days of cultivation, Gu Changge's spiritual power had reached its zenith, and he was not far from the third layer of the life wheel realm. It was worth noting that he had only recently broken through to the second layer of the life wheel realm. Among numerous prodigies, his speed of cultivation was indeed astonishing. Brother Changge, Ji Ryu arrived early to knock on his door. Gu Changge opened the door and was greeted by Ji Ryu's exquisite and lively visage, reminiscent of fairy. Good morning. Gu Changge greeted her. Morning. Ji Ryu stepped forward and intertwined her arm with Gu Changge's, her eyes brimming with anticipation. In 2 days, we will set out. Let's go explore now. Sure. Where do you wish to go? I inquired with the innkeeper this morning, and he mentioned that the stone gambling nearby is quite entertaining. There's even a chance to unearth ancient treasures or exceptional spirit stones, or perhaps even celestial stones. The odds you speak of are likely negligible. Gu Changge chuckled in response, but suddenly a thought crossed his mind, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Ah, no wonder 3 days later, at the stone gambling den in Yunlong City, they would encounter Yi Chun, as they too would be returning to the Changsheng family in 3 days. Let's go take a look. All right, let's go. By the way, let's invite Qingxiu as well. Okay, I shall summon Sister Qingxiu right away. Brother Changge, please wait for me downstairs. After Ji Ryu finished speaking, she dashed off to fetch Gu Qingxiu, while Gu Changge waited at the door. On the first day at the stone gambling den, Ji Ryu was brimming with enthusiasm. However, with Gu Changge by her side, she restrained herself from participating, merely observing with curiosity. The trio's striking appearances also drew the attention of others. Soon came the second day. At last, Ji Ryu could no longer contain her excitement. Stone gambling, 10 bets, 10 losses. Gu Changge chuckled as he watched Ji Ryu. I have a feeling you will incur losses. I'm unafraid. I possess ample spirit stones. Ji Ryu replied confidently. Brother Changge, do you wish to join? No, thank you. Gu Changge shook his head, as he had spent the last 2 days searching for the seemingly pitiful stone that Ji Ryu had hinted at, yet had found nothing. He sensed that it was highly likely he would have to wait until the third day to return. On the second day, Ji Ryu suffered a staggering loss of over 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Finally, the third day arrived. This time, I am certain I can produce something remarkable. Ji Ryu had been murmuring this for an entire day. However, when the trio entered the gambling stone parlor on the third day, an unexpected figure appeared before Gu Qingxiu and Ji Ryu. It was Yi Chun, whom they had met briefly in the Spirit Spring Blessed Land. Upon seeing Ji Ryu, Yi Chun's eyes sparkled with surprise, and the presence of Gu Qingxiu beside her caught his attention as well. As for Gu Changge, Yi Chun had no inclination to focus on him, yet his extraordinary demeanor, exuding an ethereal nobility, made it difficult to overlook. What coincidence! To meet the three of you. Yi Chun approached them with a friendly demeanor. You are the individuals I encountered in the Spirit Spring Blessed Land. Ji Ryu exclaimed in astonishment. Are you also here to gamble on stones? Indeed, I possess a modicum of knowledge, Yi Chun replied, nodding slightly. At that moment, the owner of the gambling stone parlor approached with a smile. He had been observing the trio, recognizing their exceptional aura. Having a prior acquaintance with Yi Chun, he was delighted to see him conversing with Gu Changge and the others. Brother Yi Chun is not merely a novice. He possesses the inheritance of source techniques. His expertise in stone gambling is far from ordinary. The owner, Wang Qingxia, proclaimed. Before the arrival of these esteemed guests, Yi Chun had been raking in profits at our parlor, and he is even a guest elder here. Is he truly that formidable? Ji Ryu gazed at Yi Chun in disbelief. Gu Changge, upon hearing this, understood why Yi Chun could unearth the yin-yang spirit jade. It was due to his mastery of source techniques. Source techniques are akin to geomancy from another realm, endowed with various mysterious powers, with stone gambling being merely one of their applications. Noticing Ji Ryu's attention towards him, Yi Chun endeavored to present his finest self. Nonetheless, his ordinary visage rendered all his efforts equally mundane. Despite Gu Changge's lack of overt actions, all eyes in the room gravitated towards him once he spoke. Ji Ryu's gaze shifted to Gu Changge. After kneeling for 2 consecutive days, she pondered whether it was time to seek assistance from a source technique master. Following the introduction by the parlor owner, Yi Chun confidently declared, "Esteemed guests, Wang Zhuanggue has overly praised me. My knowledge of source techniques is quite basic, yet I would be bold enough to offer some suggestions in selecting source stones." He then turned his gaze towards Ji Ryu, aware that within the parlor lay a yin-yang spirit jade, which, with his source technique skills, he could surely locate. He planned to find an excuse to present the stone to Ji Ryu, convinced she would be grateful. However, just as Yi Chun finished speaking, Gu Changge, who had been quiet until then, suddenly laughed, saying, "There is no need to trouble Brother Yi Chun. I am also proficient in source techniques." With that, Gu Changge produced a jade slip containing the essence of source technique inheritance from his storage ring, and, with a swift motion, tapped it against Ji Ryu's head. Ouch! The sudden jolt of pain made Ji Ryu wince, and she cupped her head in confusion, looking at Gu Changge with bewilderment. Here, take this source technique inheritance. One cannot perpetually rely on others in the future. If you fancy it, why not cultivate it? The source technique inheritance, oh, splendid. Ji Ryu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she promptly accepted it. Gu Changge smiled as he observed Ji Ryu take the inheritance, eagerly awaiting the system's rewards in return. Ding! The host has gifted the bound target Ji Ryu a king-level source technique inheritance. You have received a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations! You have acquired the emperor-level source technique inheritance, the Book of Source Heaven. Accompanied by the system's notification, a torrent of information surged into Gu Changge's mind. The techniques and divine abilities awarded by the system were instantly comprehensible, though actual cultivation would require practice. Source techniques, however, were distinct. Once the intricacies of the source technique were grasped, one could wield it. Thus, Gu Changge was able to directly utilize the various capabilities within the Book of Source Heaven, unhindered, save for the limitations imposed by his cultivation level. In essence, within the span of a mere moment, Gu Changge had ascended to an existence with an emperor-level understanding of source techniques. Chapter 43. Do you dare to compete with me? In addition to this, Gu Changge inherited a divine ability from the Source Heaven book, the Source Heaven perception. This power allows one to sense the grand trends of the universe and see through source stones. When combined with the power of the dual pupils, it could be deemed nothing short of perfect and impeccable. Nearby, Yichen furrowed his brows upon hearing Gu Changge's words. Your Highness can also wield source techniques? In his previous life, he had never heard of Gu Changge possessing any such skills. I occasionally studied it in my spare time, Gu Changge replied nonchalantly. Wang Qing, who was attending to them, was momentarily taken aback by the scene. It seemed that the relationship between Yi Chun and Gu Changge was not as friendly as he had presumed. Rather, it appeared that Yi Chun was trying to ingratiate himself, only to be outright rejected by Gu Changge, whose demeanor toward Yi Chun was rather indifferent. Could it be that he had misjudged the situation? Yi Chun and Gu Changge were hardly familiar with one another. In reality, Wang Qing was somewhat correct in his later assumptions. Gu Changge was not merely unfamiliar with Yi Chun. They were essentially strangers. Your Highness, the source technique I possess is of a king-level caliber, while your occasional studies. Yi Chun gently reminded, simultaneously showcasing his own prowess. Is king-level source technique truly formidable? Gu Changge cast a fleeting glance at Yi Chun. Wang Qing, overhearing this, broke into a cold sweat. Indeed, it was formidable. A king-level source technique inheritance, if revealed, would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among first-rate powers and the Changsheng aristocracy. The king-level source technique that Brother Changge bestowed upon me doesn't seem particularly rare. My family possesses several volumes as well. At this moment, Ji Ryu suddenly interjected, causing Wang Qing to sweat even more profusely. A casual mention of possessing king-level source techniques was alarming. Wait a moment, could these three be the young prodigies from the Changsheng Gu family and the Changsheng Ji family, who appeared at the Spirit Spring Blessed Land a few days ago? My heavens! Gu Qingxiu, standing nearby, couldn't help but chuckle upon noticing Yi Chen's darkening expression. Yi Chen felt a surge of resentment. How infuriating! The outstanding lineage truly was remarkable. Indeed, the two ladies hailed from extraordinary Changsheng aristocracies. A king-level source technique could likely stir chaos in the central Dao domain. Taking a deep breath to suppress his inner fury, Yi Chen stated, however, possessing resources and inheritance does not equate to mastery. Since your Highness is so confident, why not engage in a friendly competition? Compete with you? Gu Changge scanned Yi Chen with an air of indifference, a flicker of disdain flashing through his dark pupils. Regrettably, Yi Chen remained oblivious to it. Very well. Yi Chen nodded, his gaze intensely fixed on Gu Changge. As a reborn individual, he had already perfected the king-level source technique in his past life. Gu Changge was merely a young talent from a prestigious family. He had no reason to fear a contest of source techniques. Yet, the words that Gu Changge uttered next nearly provoked Yi Chen into a violent outburst. What are you, to even be worthy of a competition with me? Gu Changge spoke with an unsettling calmness, as if discussing something entirely mundane. Wang Qing's scalp tingled with anxiety. Indeed, the relationship between Yi Chen and the trio was far from the amicable bond he had imagined. If the stone gambling pavilion were to be implicated, it would spell disaster. Yi Chen glared fiercely at Gu Changge, his chest heaving as he radiated the formidable aura of the Fate Wheel realm, which momentarily drew the attention of Ji Ryu and Gu Qingxiu. Upon witnessing Yi Chen daring to unleash his aura, a glimmer of light flickered in Gu Changge's eyes. In an instant, a voice thundered into Yi Chen's ears, reverberating like a rolling storm. How dare a mere, ordinary loose cultivator of the fate wheel exude such an aura towards me? Boom! A sound akin to a mighty bell exploded within Yi Chen's mind, instantly rattling his spirit and causing him to spurt a mouthful of blood. Just a single utterance left Yi Chen wounded. His eyes widened in shock as he clutched his chest, staggering back 2 steps. Gu Changge continued to observe Yi Chen with an unperturbed demeanor. Yi Chen's complexion fluctuated between shades of blue and red. Under the icy gaze of Gu Changge, he gradually lowered his head and clasped his fists in apology. I was presumptuous. I beseech your highness to show mercy. Recognizing his place was all that was required. Gu Changge cast a sidelong glance at the bowed Yi Chen. Were it not for the fact that Yi Chen still held some utility, he would have slain him on the spot. A mere child of fortune, even possessing secret treasures, could hardly prance about in his presence. Extend a bit of grace, and perhaps he could serve a purpose. Who knows, it might allow him to live a while longer. Should he dare to challenge my forbearance, I would not hesitate to end him. Nearby, Wang Qing observed with horror as Yi Chen dared to provoke Gu Changge, nearly losing his composure. Had Gu Changge not been present, he would have scolded Yi Chen on the spot, ordering him to leave the stone gambling pavilion. Previously, he had admired Yi Chen solely for his remarkable source techniques, but now he had offended the prodigy of the Changsheng clan. Had he lost all sense of self-preservation? Wang Qing wiped the sweat from his brow and, seizing the moment after Gu Changge's reprimand, approached respectfully, lowering his gaze. Your Highness, esteemed ladies, Yi Chen is a guest elder of our stone gambling pavilion. I sincerely apologize for his offense. Today, I would like to offer each of you 3 source stones, free of charge, as a gesture of goodwill from our pavilion. Upon hearing this, Gu Changge glanced at the bowed Wang Qing, amusement flickering in his heart. However, he saw no reason to refuse such an offered benefit. Ji Ruyu and Gu Qingxiu looked to Gu Changge, having unconsciously begun to regard him as their leader. Gu Changge nodded slightly to the 2 women. Then we are most grateful, esteemed proprietor, Ji Ruyu said with a twinkle in her eye, her voice filled with delight. There's no need for such formality, Wang Qing replied, waving his hands repeatedly. Gu Changge then addressed Ji Ruyu and Gu Qingxiu. Let's proceed to select some unsealed source stones. With that, Gu Changge led the 2 women into the stone gambling pavilion. Their striking appearances and refined demeanor immediately captured the attention of many present, drawing astonished and curious gazes their way. Gu Changge and the others were accustomed to such attention. We can choose 3 stones, Brother Changge. How should we go about selecting them? Ji Ruyu inquired eagerly, surveying the neatly arranged, unopened massive source stones with excitement. Gu Qingxiu gazed curiously at Gu Changge. Brother Changge, do you truly possess the art of source manipulation? Indeed, Gu Changge replied without hesitation, activating his source heavenly divine sense. A wave of enigmatic energy instantaneously radiated from him, causing the surrounding scenery to dim, replaced by neatly arranged source stones. Occasionally, a few of these stones emitted a golden glow, varying in intensity. As Gu Changge's source heavenly divine sense unfolded, the entire gambling stone chamber's quality of stones became perceptible to him, even causing flickers of golden light to appear in his dual-colored pupils. Moreover, with the activation of his source heavenly divine sense, a mysterious aura emanated from him, rendering him even more ethereal, regal, and enigmatic. Yi Chen also sensed this aura in an instant, feeling a surge of astonishment. The essence of source manipulation. Chapter 44. The Source Stone, Unremarkable? From the essence of the source technique, it was evident that it far exceeded Yi Chen's comprehension. The level of this source technique was at least above the saint rank. It was inconceivable. Such a feat was impossible. The cultivation of source techniques was exceedingly arduous. Even in his previous 2 lives, Yi Chen had expended countless hours to attain success. How could Gu Changge possibly have mastered a saint-level source technique at such a tender age? He could not believe it. Even if the Changsheng family possessed profound resources, achieving something so unimaginable was utterly beyond belief. While Yi Chen was struck with astonishment and struggled to maintain his composure, Wang Qing, standing beside him, fixed a cold, indifferent gaze upon Yi Chen. What does that look, Wang? Yichen furrowed his brow, directing his gaze at Wang Qing. Had it not been for Wang Qing's enthusiastic invitation earlier, he would not have joined the stone gambling pavilion, though the conditions were indeed quite favorable. Now, with the coveted eternal spirit spring I gifted to Ji Ruyu, the resources had slipped away. Besides, attempting to cling to someone's coattails? It seemed Ji Ruyu was also at a loss. No, that wasn't entirely accurate. He could still obtain the yin-yang spirit jade, assuredly securing it with his king-level source technique. However, approaching Ji Ruyu might prove more troublesome than anticipated. Yet before he could act, Wang Qing's frigid demeanor caused a heaviness to settle in Yi Chen's heart. Brother Yi Chen, you were too impulsive just now. When I saw you conversing with those three, I presumed you were friends, here to support you. I never expected you would dare to defy that esteemed prince and even go so far as to provoke him. Wang Qing stated icily, his tone steeped in discontent. Huh, a sycophant. Yi Chen scoffed inwardly at Wang Qing, yet this was hardly unusual. In the vastness of the 3,000 domains, among countless beings, which cultivator was not driven by ambition, those devoid of ambition would hardly go far. They might even vanish without a trace. What does Master Wang imply? Our prior discussions regarding collaboration may need to be abandoned? Wang Qing replied flatly. Of course, during these days, your compensation for presiding over my stone gambling pavilion will be settled, and from henceforth, you shall have no further ties with my establishment. Are you certain? Yi Chen's expression darkened considerably. Absolutely. Wang Qing, unconcerned by Yi Chen's grim demeanor, continued. Do you know who those three are? Naturally. They are merely members of the Changsheng family. Just because of a minor dispute, you wish to terminate our collaboration? Yi Chen retorted coldly. Wang Qing smirked dismissively. They are merely members of the Changsheng family. But how could I have overlooked your arrogance? The Changsheng family is one of the pinnacle forces within the Dao domain. If they wish to eliminate you, they need not lift a finger themselves. There are many who would gladly take your life as a token. You should temper your temperament. I know you have your strengths, but against the Changsheng family, they amount to nothing more than a mere insect. That is all. I kindly ask you to leave the stone gambling pavilion. Very well, very well. Yi Chen was genuinely enraged. I did not expect Master Wang to be nothing more than a flatterer. I, Yi Chen, possess a king-level source technique and will never lack allies wherever I go. The stone gambling pavilion ought to be cautious. With that, Yi Chen stormed away in indignation. Humiliated to such an extent, Yi Chen harbored no desire for the yin-yang spirit jade. All he wished was to flee this disgraceful place. The humiliation he endured today was etched in his heart, and he vowed to repay Gu Changge and the gambling stone chamber tenfold in the future. Wang Qing scoffed disdainfully. Indeed, possessing a royal-level source technique is remarkable, but you are not the sole practitioner of such arts. Once word of your offense against the Changsheng family spreads, who would dare to shelter you? Yi Chen? After Yi Chen vanished, Wang Qing turned his attention to Gu Changge, Gu Qingxiu, and Ji Ruyu. He hurried over to attend to the three. Your Highness, esteemed maidens, may I inquire if any particular source stone has caught your fancy? Should I recommend a few for you? Although I lack expertise in source techniques, I am familiar with which stones hold value. Gu Changge observed the events that transpired with Wang Qing, and Gu Qingxiu was also attentive. They were both quite pleased with Wang Qing's actions. Gu Changge was right. Yi Chen was indeed unworthy. How dare such a lowly insect challenge her brother, Changge? Ji Ruyu had already dashed to a collection of source stones, her gaze frequently drifting toward the more expensive specimens. The costliest stones may not necessarily be the most valuable, but they certainly boasted the most appealing appearances. For instance, some stones adorned with intricate divine patterns were those that subtly emanated spiritual light, alongside a few revealing hints of high-quality spirit stones, commanded the highest prices. Which should I choose? It seems the pricier, the better, Ji Ruyu murmured to herself. Wang Qing smiled faintly. However, to curry favor with these esteemed individuals, he considered sacrificing a little of his own profit inconsequential. Just then, Gu Changge interjected to alleviate his predicament. While the more expensive, the better is a sound principle. Not all costly stones contain quality. The third stone on the left in the front row, the first stone in the second row above, and the fourth stone in the third row are suitable. Is that so? Ji turned her gaze towards the 3 selected stones, finding them rather unremarkable compared to others that radiated spiritual light. Nevertheless, since Changge claimed to be skilled in source techniques, she decided to take them. Free of charge? How delightful! Next was Changche's turn. Changge looked at her with a smile and said, "In the west, the 4th stone in the first row, the 6th stone, and the 10th stone in the third row." In no time, Changche also retrieved the source stones chosen by Changge. Finally, it was Changge's turn. Under the peculiar gazes of Ji and Changche, he approached the last corner of the rightmost first row and picked up a small, pockmarked stone that appeared no larger than a palm before returning. Wang Qing, witnessing this scene, felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. He regarded Changge as a benevolent figure for not causing him to incur significant losses. However, he still respectfully addressed Changge, "Your Highness, would you not consider selecting 2 more of better quality?" "1 is sufficient," Changge replied, his eyes narrowing slightly as a smile graced his lips. "Once these source stones are activated, we shall see if you still wish for me to select 2 more." The trio of Changge, Changche, and Ji was indeed extraordinary, and with Wang Qing, the proprietor of the gambling stone chamber, personally attending to them, it became apparent that others had recognized Changge and Changche. Though hailing from the illustrious Changsheng family, one must question the seemingly arbitrary choice of source stones for this gamble. They can procure them without cost, selecting at will. Acquiring the entire gambling hall would likely be a trivial endeavor for them. Each member of the Changsheng family is a paragon among mortals, a child of destiny. Observing their countenance, demeanor, and poise, one might feel they belong to an entirely different species. Such is the disparity. As discussions ensued, many spectators perceived that Changge's selection of source stones appeared utterly random, likely yielding nothing of value, merely a heap of refuse. At last, under the scrutiny of the crowd, Changge, alongside Changche and Ji prepared to unveil their 7 source stones. Chapter 45. Treasures Within. The unveiling of the yin-yang spirit jade. Open mind first, please. Ji raised her delicate hand, her eyes sparkling as she turned to Changge with a bright smile. "Let us uncover hers first." Changge nodded in agreement. "Very well, young master," the stone opener replied, taking a deep breath as he began to manipulate the stone opening tools with his spiritual energy, applying them to Ji first piece of jade. With a swift motion, a silver light flashed, and the first piece of jade was sliced open from the center. It revealed nothing more than the ordinary texture of a stone, devoid of any spiritual essence or other treasures. The onlookers couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at the spectacle. As expected, the chosen material was random. How could it possibly yield anything of value? Meanwhile, Wang Qing felt a bead of cold sweat form on his forehead. He secretly hoped for something valuable to emerge. Otherwise, if Changge and the others were displeased, their ire would surely be directed at the stone gambling house. This was akin to walking on a tightrope with a tiger. "Continue cutting." Changge's voice rang out. The stone opener nodded in agreement. Just because the first slice yielded no treasure didn't mean that the other 2 pieces might not hold something of worth. He resumed his work. Ji anticipation remained unshaken. Until the final moment, no one could ascertain what lay within the stones. With a swift motion, 2 more silver lights flashed before a blinding white glow suddenly erupted from the second piece of stone. The dazzling light elicited gasps from the crowd. Something has emerged. As the crowd marveled, the white light began to transform, giving way to wisps of ethereal smoke that wafted from the stone, creating a truly mystical spectacle. "Could it be the flowing cloud jade?" exclaimed a discerning cultivator. The stone opener continued his work, and soon, a piece of white jade, resembling a small cloud, tumbled from the stone. On the table, this jade radiated a brilliant, gem-like glow. It truly is flowing cloud stone. Remarkable. This flowing cloud jade is one of the primary materials for crafting flying artifacts. This piece, about the size of a palm, is worth at least 100,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. Flowing cloud stone, a rare treasure of heaven and earth. occasionally manifested through the absorption of ample spiritual energy by the ethereal clouds. Ji could hardly believe that the first stone had yielded such a precious flowing cloud stone, valued at 100,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. We've got something, Brother Changge, and it's worth 100,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. My heavens! Yaruyu exclaimed, covering her mouth in excitement. After a couple of days of cutting, they finally wouldn't incur a loss. In fact, they had recouped their previous expenditures. Changge smiled upon witnessing her joy. This is just the beginning. More surprises await. Qingxiu, observing the scene, felt a glimmer of intrigue in her beautiful eyes. Changge, what changes have taken place within you? Not only has your character transformed, but your knowledge has expanded remarkably, even demonstrating such proficiency in source techniques. With the first stone yielding a treasure, the cultivators who had previously dismissed Changge's choice were left dumbfounded. Their expressions turned awkward as they exchanged glances. Yet their curiosity quickly overcame the embarrassment as they focused on the spiritual stones Changge had selected. Something has emerged. Wonderful. Wang Qing wiped the cold sweat from his brow. The flowing cloud stone is a precious and rare treasure, yet it occasionally emerges from the stone gambling den, enhancing its promotion and boosting business. However, both Wang Qing and the onlookers were rendered speechless. The second stone, when struck, erupted with a brilliant red light, accompanied by waves of heat, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Upon its unveiling, it revealed a red pearl. This gem, ideal for crafting fire-type divine weapons, was undoubtedly worth at least several tens of thousands of mid-grade spirit stones. Next came the third stone, which, as anticipated, revealed another exceptional find, the earth bamboo, a superb material for forging wood-type divine weapons. All three stones had yielded splendid results, causing a stir among the patrons of the stone gambling den, who cast incredulous glances at Changge. After all, these stones had been selected by him for Ji. Wow! Yaruyu exclaimed, gazing at the three treasures in her hands, unable to contain her excitement as she turned to Changge with adoration. Brother Changge, we struck it rich. Wang Qing, standing nearby, was utterly dumbfounded. Goodness! All three stones yielded results. He glanced nervously at the remaining four stones chosen by Changge, fearing that they too would all produce treasures. If that were the case, it would mean that all the divine materials from the stone gambling den had been selected by Changge. While it might have seemed advantageous initially, the disappointment of customers unable to unearth anything from the remaining stones would be a severe blow to the gambling den's business. Replacing all the stones would be a catastrophic loss. Changge nodded in agreement. The stone master was equally astonished, staring blankly at the three divine items in Ji-Ruyu's possession. In my years of stone opening, even renowned source masters do not guarantee that every stone will yield results. This young man is truly extraordinary. The stone master expressed his awe to Changge. Let us continue. Changge gestured for the stone master to proceed. Meanwhile, Wang Qing felt as though he might weep. If only he could retract his earlier words, or at least obtain one stone, it would ease his distress. Qingxiu stepped forward, stating, "Let us open my three stones." She was curious about the treasures Changge had selected for her. The next three stones were unveiled in succession. As time passed, three beams of spiritual light ascended from the stone gambling den, once again captivating the attention of cultivators throughout Yunlong City. After all, that amounted to 6 beams of spiritual light in total. Who was this formidable figure opening stones at the gambling den? Outside, a crowd had gathered, drawn by the spectacle. The treasures obtained by Qingxiu were no less impressive than those of Ji. The combined value of the 6 stones opened by the two women had already reached an astonishing 7 to 800,000 mid-grade spirit stones. It is worth noting that this translates to an equivalent of 7 to 8 million lower-grade spirit stones, as spirit stones are classified into lower, mid, upper, and top grades. With a ratio of 1:10, a strained smile adorned Wang Qing's face as he battled tears. "The last stone is mine," Changge declared, turning to the stone he had personally chosen. "I shall open it myself." He then signaled for the stone master to bring over the necessary tools. The master stonecutter had long anticipated the extraordinary identity of Gu Changge. Thus he promptly presented an entirely new set of tools. "Young master, these have never been used," he remarked as he handed them to Gu Changge. Startled for a moment, Gu Changge nodded appreciatively. "Thank you for your trouble." As he manipulated the stone-cutting tools, a flash of silver light swept across the stone material he had selected. In the next instant, an overwhelming surge of black and white energy erupted, creating rippling waves that expanded outward, while the radiant black and white luminescence soared into the heavens, casting a brilliant glow over the entire Yunlong city. As the black and white energy spread, the atmosphere in the gambling stone chamber and throughout Yunlong city became electrified. Countless inhabitants gazed up in awe at the dazzling display, their eyes wide with astonishment as they hurried towards the gambling stone chamber. The precious treasure had revealed itself. Chapter 46, Extraordinary. Breaking through the third layer of the destiny, wheel nightfall enveloped the scene as Gu Changge sat cross-legged on his bed, cradling the yin-yang spirit jade that he had unearthed earlier that day. This jade, imbued with pure yin-yang spiritual energy, could be directly absorbed by cultivators, accelerating their cultivation progress and shortening their training duration, thus propelling the possessor along the path of enlightenment. Furthermore, it served to nourish the soul of the wearer. Most significantly, it could unlock the yin-yang divine body. Gu Changge recalled the moment the yin-yang spirit jade came into existence, when he had observed the subtle currents of yin and yang emanating from Ji Ruyu, along with the desire reflected in her eyes. It was evident that Ji Ruyu recognized the jade's potential benefits for herself. However, it seemed she refrained from asking for it, perhaps out of deference to Gu Changge, the one who had acquired it. Under normal circumstances, had Ji Ruyu met Yi Chun outside the spirit spring blessed land and developed feelings for him over a few days, it was likely she would have offered something of value in exchange for the jade, especially considering her status as the little princess of the Changsheng family, which afforded her numerous treasures. The exchange would not have posed any difficulty, and given their relative unfamiliarity, it would have been a straightforward transaction. Yet, once such a transaction occurred, Yichen would undoubtedly leave a significant impression on Ji Ruyu, bolstered by the powers of the yin-yang spirit jade. But for now, Gu Changge mused while toying with the jade. This precious artifact was undoubtedly destined for Ji Ruyu, though not just yet. Perhaps tomorrow, for he had already exhausted today's opportunity for recompense. He pondered what rare treasures the jade might return to him, hoping for a substantial yield. Moreover, following a day of anticipation, the news of the treasure unearthed within Yunlong City spread like wildfire to neighboring locales. Simultaneously, the events that transpired within the stone gambling chamber were widely disseminated. Upon learning that Gu Changge had selected 7 pieces of stone, all of which yielded exceptional results, the crowd was left in awe. Such formidable prowess in source techniques was rarely seen, even among the most seasoned practitioners. Countless individuals marveled at this, and those privy to the details understood that Gu Changge, Gu Qingxiu, and Ji Ruyu hailed from the illustrious Changsheng lineage, further amplifying their astonishment. The progeny of the Changsheng family were indeed extraordinary, exhibiting such mastery at a tender age. Yet, the question lingered. Which branch of the Changsheng family did they belong to? Meanwhile, in a distant location, Yichen listened intently to the discussions regarding the happenings at the stone gambling chamber, his eyes clouded with discontent. Had Gu Changge truly acquired the yin-yang spirit jade? Patience, he thought. Once I seize the opportunities that lie ahead, regardless of your status as a prodigy of the Changsheng family, I shall catch up and even surpass you, relishing the moment when I witness your expression then. In Ji Ruyu's chamber, she sat in a state of turmoil, her delicate face buried in her knees, grappling with uncertainty. The yin-yang spirit jade. She had not anticipated that Brother Changge would unearth such a treasure. Would it be inappropriate to directly ask him for it? Should she offer something in exchange? But what could she possibly offer? It seemed he lacked for nothing. Gu Changge remained oblivious to the thoughts swirling in Ji Ruyu's mind. At that moment, he stood by the window, the condensing divine bottle on the table before him, absorbing the ethereal light of the moon. A visible stream of lunar essence continuously flowed into the mouth of the condensation Tao divine bottle, which radiated a faint, mystical aura. After a day of accumulation, the third drop of condensation Tao divine water was on the verge of emergence. Having refined 2 drops, Gu Changge's cultivation had already approached the third layer of the life wheel realm. With the refinement of the third drop, the attainment of the third layer of the life wheel realm was imminent. Tick-tock, a sound echoed from within the condensation Tao divine bottle. Gu Changge's expression brightened slightly. Had the condensation succeeded? The presence of the condensation Tao divine bottle undoubtedly accelerated my cultivation, and with the blessing of the divine spring water, my progress was nothing short of extraordinary. With a wave of his hand, he retrieved the isolation array flag from a storage ring and set it up within the room to initiate his breakthrough into the third layer of the life wheel realm. Gazing at the jade-like drop of condensation Tao divine water, seemingly infused with boundless divine brilliance, Gu Changge opened his mouth and swallowed it. The moment the divine water entered his body, an overwhelming surge of pure, gentle spiritual power erupted within him. In an instant, the vast spiritual sea beneath his life wheel, measuring 2,999 zhang, stirred with tremendous waves. As the spiritual energy transformed from the divine water was continually crushed by Gu Changge's 9-patterned life wheel, it morphed into droplets of spiritual liquid that infused into the spiritual sea below. The sea rippled with waves, radiating streams of spiritual light. Boom! A muffled sound resonated within Gu Changge. The previously 2,999 zhang spiritual sea expanded once more, reaching 3,000 zhang in the blink of an eye, then 3,100 zhang, 3,200 zhang, and finally halting at 3,300 zhang. Gu Changge's breath surged as he ascended from the second to the third layer of the life wheel realm, stabilizing completely. With his cultivation elevated, Gu Changge felt a profound sense of comfort as the massive particles within him transformed, increasing his physical strength by 100 billion, reaching a total of 400 billion. Moreover, his cultivation was firmly established, exuding no hint of instability. The condensation Tao divine water was indeed formidable, a treasure born of a superior, celestial artifact. Gu Changge sensed the 3,300 zhang spiritual sea within him, feeling a surge of excitement. In just half a month since leaving the Changsheng clan, I have broken through from the second to the third layer of the life wheel realm, solidifying my foundation and acquiring several treasures. Indeed, wandering the outside world is essential. After contemplating the wonders of the third layer of the life wheel realm, Gu Changge turned his attention to understanding divine abilities. After all, in combat, while cultivation is vital, divine abilities are equally crucial, serving as techniques for confronting adversaries. Gu Changge prepared to comprehend the Great Void technique. This skill could manipulate enemies effortlessly and serve as a means of escape when necessary. Although he was the scion of the Changsheng clan, one could never predict when ancient beings or sworn foes might lower themselves to confront him. As the night passed in silence, Gu Changge's celestial bones solidified slightly while seated within the light of immortality, his spiritual power circulating and blood flowing, manifesting extraordinary phenomena within his room. Morning arrived. Gu Changge opened his eyes, his sacred dual pupils shining brilliantly, enveloped in the ethereal glow of celestial sound, resembling a celestial being gracefully seated upon his bed. The system. Please check the information. Gu Changge perused her personal details before rising from her bed. The refresh had been completed. It was time to bestow the yin-yang spirit jade upon Jiruyu. Character. Gu Changge's strength. Third layer of the destiny wheel physique. Heavy pupil. Light of the heavy pupil. Foresight. Celestial bone. Celestial king descending from the ninth heaven. Cultivation method. Void sutra. 30 of the fifth layer. Dragon elephant suppressing prison technique. 60 of the giant elephant. Source heavenly book. Source heavenly perception. Divine powers. Heaven cutting finger. Minor accomplishment 30. Void great hand seal. Minor accomplishment 30. Great void technique. Entry level 1. Innate great void vital energy. Entry level 2. Sun shooting. Entry level 1. Bound objects. Gu Qingxiu. Jivryu, Chapter 47, A Fortuitous Encounter. A thousandfold return of the five elements, Tao, fruit, the transformation of personal strength, is indeed monumental compared to the past. With the addition of two supreme techniques, the divine elephant suppression technique and the source heavenly book, my prowess and divine abilities has also seen remarkable advancements. My combat power has undergone a metamorphosis. With a staggering force of 400 billion pounds, combined with the heavy pupil, celestial bone, and the 3 layers of the life wheel, I can engage even the most divine beings in battle. Such steady progress allows for a deeper understanding of divine abilities, refining them to proficiency, minor accomplishments, and even grand mastery. It is likely that I can contend at even higher tiers. All of this is owed to my relentless efforts. As I stepped out of the room, I encountered Gu Qingxiu, clad in azure, her black hair cascaded like a waterfall, her beauty striking, with a youthful visage that already hinted at an enchanting allure. "Good morning, Brother Changge," Gu Qingxiu exclaimed, surprised to see me. "Where are you headed?" I asked the staff to prepare breakfast. I intended to have them ready before calling you. No need to summon them. Let us invite Jiru to join us downstairs for breakfast before heading to the Changsheng residence, I suggested. It was then I remembered to ask Gu Qingxiu, "By the way, would you like to accompany me?" Had it been the past, Gu Qingxiu would likely have joined me without hesitation. However, with the spirit-gathering bottle now in her possession, she had reached the critical threshold of the first layer of the Rainbow Bridge realm and was preparing for a breakthrough. The primary reason for her decision was the imminent opening of a certain place, to have a chance of survival there. She needed to ascend to the 9th layer of the Rainbow Bridge realm. "I should refrain from accompanying you, Brother Changge. I need to return to the Changsheng family to devote myself to cultivation and strive to keep pace with you," she replied. "Oh," intrigued, I opened Gu Qingxiu's personal information to take a look. Nickname, Gu Qingxiu, identity, daughter of the Changsheng family S branch. Reborn sovereign, strength, first layer of the liquid transformation realm, first layer of the Rainbow Bridge realm. Physique, souverain bon. Cultivation method, Void Sutra. Divine ability, recent fortune, smooth sailing, rapid progress, with the spirit-gathering bottle S enhancement. Poised to break through to the 9th layer of the Rainbow Bridge realm in a month, about to condense the life wheel. Gu Qingxiu recalled the heavenly opportunity from her previous life, the life wheel enhancement technique that she had yet to obtain. She would venture to the chaotic rift appearing in the Tianlan sect of the northern region to collect it. After returning from a serious injury, she would successfully break through the life wheel, condensing a 9-pattern life wheel with her sovereign bone. Although the life wheel enhancement technique would not come into play, she had given it to you. The child of destiny, Yi Chun, knowing that the female sovereign Gu Qingxiu possesses the life wheel enhancement technique, would seek to acquire it. He would act when Gu Qingxiu goes to the Bronze Immortal Hall to gather the Tao rhythm to nurture her sovereign bone, the first layer of the Rainbow Bridge realm. Upon inspection, I was astounded. Gu Qingxiu had only been cultivating for a few months, seemingly since I had acquired the title of Brother Changge. Yet, now she had astonishingly reached the first layer of the Rainbow Bridge realm. Such a remarkable turn of events. Is this the cultivation speed of the reborn female supreme? In addition, Gu Changge also pays close attention to Gu Qingxiu's recent fortunes. Upon careful reading, the first paragraph leaves him astonished. To break through from the 1st to the 9th layer of the Rainbow Bridge in just a month is indeed extraordinary. However, he suspects that he could also reach the 5th layer of the life wheel within a month. Following the Rainbow Bridge comes the life wheel, and the advancement in the life wheel is significantly more challenging than that of the Rainbow Bridge. He fears that Gu Qingxiu's breakthrough speed might slow down at that point. Compared to himself, his own breakthrough speed is hardly lacking. Advancing from the 1st to the 5th layer of the life wheel in 2 months would be astonishing in its own right. Next comes the life wheel's pattern enhancement technique. Upon seeing this, a question mark appears above Gu Changge's head. Could such a miraculous technique truly exist? If so, the Changsheng family and the undying sacred grounds would undoubtedly engage in a fierce battle for it. Finally, upon seeing Gu Qingxiu heading to the Bronze Immortal Palace to collect the Tao rhythm to nourish the supreme bone, Gu Changge furrows his brow. The main issue lies in the earlier incident where Yi Chun, the child of fortune, was intercepted by him, hindering the opportunity to meet Ji Ruyu. And now he has set his sights on Gu Qingxiu. Haha, this path leads to his demise. However, this child of fortune is indeed formidable, as he seems to be aware of the same information as Gu Qingxiu. Could he also be a reborn individual? Moreover, he will enter the Bronze Immortal Palace alongside Gu Qingxiu. The Tao rhythm would be immensely beneficial for him, allowing him to act alongside Gu Qingxiu. No matter how extraordinary this child of fortune may be, under the keen perception of Brother Tongzi, no action can escape scrutiny. What is the matter? Gu Qingxiu, upon noticing Gu Changge's contemplative expression, curiously inquires. It's nothing. Let us go call Ji Ruyu. Gu Changge waves his hand and leads Gu Qingxiu toward Ji Ruyu's room. Upon arriving at Ji Ruyu's door, Gu Changge knocks twice but receives no response. Observing this, he directly opens the door and steps inside. The room is serene and elegant, with fragrant smoke wafting gently. Not far away, on the bed, Ji Ruyu lies wrapped in her blanket, her cherubic face adorned with a blissful expression, occasionally pursing her lips, clearly lost in a beautiful dream. Gu Qingxiu can't help but chuckle at this scene. She feels a twinge of envy for Ji Ruyu's carefree existence. The more one knows, the harder it is to relax. Gu Changge finds it amusing as well. He approaches Ji Ruyu's bedside and gently pats her cheek. Time to wake up. No. I want to eat, Brother Changge. I want roasted meat with plenty of spices. Ji Ruyu turns over. Seeing this, Gu Qingxiu directly pinches her face. Feeling the softness of her skin, Ji Ruyu, stirred from her slumber, slowly opens her eyes and is greeted by the sight of a celestial and exquisitely handsome face before her. Brother Changge, Ji Ruyu coos sweetly, her voice soft and endearing, evoking a desire to cherish her. Good morning. Rise and shine. Have some breakfast, then we shall return to the Changsheng Ji family. We are returning so soon? Ji Ruyu instantly awakens, and just as she finishes speaking, her eyes twinkle. Can we? No. Upon hearing these words, Ji Ruyu's expression fell. Indeed, Gu Changge remarked as she produced the yin-yang spirit jade. When this artifact was revealed yesterday, it seemed as though a surge of yin and yang energies enveloped you. This treasure appears to be fated for you, so I shall bestow it upon you. With that, Gu Changge tossed the yin-yang spirit jade to Ji Ruyu. Taken by surprise, Ji Ruyu fumbled to catch it, and upon recognizing the artifact in her palm, her lips parted in astonishment. The yin-yang spirit jade, she exclaimed. Turning her gaze back to Gu Changge, she inquired, Is this truly for me, Brother Changge? At that moment, as Ji Ruyu posed her question, a notification appeared before Gu Changge. Ding! The host has granted the bound target Ji Ruyu, yin-yang spirit jade. You have received 1,000-fold return. You have acquired a precious item of Tao, 5 elements Tao fruit. Chapter 48. Ji Ruyu faces a crisis again. The Changsheng Ji family, 5 elements Tao fruit, rich in the essence of the 5 elements Tao. It can be absorbed by others to enhance their constitution or used to nurture items requiring Tao essence. Gu Changge's eyes sparkled as he read the description of the 5 elements Tao fruit. It was indeed a treasure imbued with Tao essence, perfectly suited to nourish my celestial bone. Now that my celestial bone has begun to take shape alongside its accompanying celestial technique, continuous nurturing will amplify the benefits bestowed upon me by the celestial king as I ascend to the heavens. As Gu Changge spoke, Ji Ruyu stared somewhat dazedly at the yin-yang spirit jade in her hands. Is this for me? Brother Changge, are you certain? This treasure, even within the Changsheng family, is exceedingly precious, she added. Of course, if you find it useful, then please take it, Gu Changge replied, shifting his gaze from the return prompt to nod at Ji Ruyu. Wow, thank you so much, Brother Changge, Ji Ruyu exclaimed, her cherubic face radiating pure joy. Then, to Gu Changge's astonishment, she stepped forward, wrapping her arms around his neck and planting a fervent kiss on his cheek. In addition to this, Gu Changge felt the warmth of Ji Ruyu's expansive embrace. Gu Qingxiu watched in surprise, not expecting Gu Changge to hand the yin-yang spirit jade to Ji Ruyu. In her memory, Gu Changge had always been somewhat selfish. But wait, it seemed he was no longer that way. Unbeknownst to her, Gu Changge had undergone a transformation in her perception. His recent actions bore no resemblance to the self-centered individual he had been in his previous life. As Gu Qingxiu reflected on Gu Changge, giving her the celestial artifacts, warmth spread through her heart. Indeed, he was no longer the person she had once known, and that was a positive change. Perhaps it was from the moment he relinquished his supreme bone that this life began to shift. Lost in her thoughts, Gu Qingxiu was brought back to reality when Gu Changge finally regained his composure after Ji Ruyu released him. He fixed his intense gaze upon her. "Ruyu." "Thank you, Brother Changge," Ji Ruyu replied, her brows arching in delight. "I want to show such affection to anyone else. This is solely to express my gratitude to you. Brother Changge," she added silently in her heart. From the first moment she laid eyes on Gu Changge, Ji Ruyu had felt an undeniable fondness for him, especially given his culinary skills and vast knowledge, particularly now with him gifting her the yin-yang spirit jade. This affection, cultivated since childhood, was gradually blossoming. Gu Changge regarded Ji Ruyu with a bemused expression. "Your gratitude is quite something. I wouldn't mind a few more of those." "All right, I receive your thanks," he said, gently patting Ji Ruyu's little head. "Now, let us sit down to eat before we return to the Changsheng family." Ji Ruyu replied cheerfully, following closely behind. As they descended, Gu Changge took the opportunity to assess Ji Ruyu's recent fortunes. Recent fortunes indicate that Yi Chan will return to the Changsheng family to awaken his yin-yang divine body. 1 month later, his divine form will gain renown across the Zhongtian realm, making him the object of admiration for countless cultivators. Many will flock to the Changsheng family to seek his favor, yet hidden dangers loom. Yi Chun is aware that Ji Ruyu's successful awakening of her divine body has intensified her allure. In the ensuing fortnight, during a family trial in a mystical cave, Ji Ruyu is ambushed and captured by a faction of pure-blood beasts, becoming separated from her family's forces. She finds herself lost alongside Yi Chun, who represents a different sect, fostering a bond between them. Observing Ji Ruyu's recent prospects, Gu Changge furrows his brow. The awakening of the yin-yang divine body has indeed drawn the attention of myriad powers within the Zhongtian realm. It is only natural, as the yin-yang divine body is a dual cultivation physique. Once a partnership is formed, their cultivation will surely ascend rapidly. Furthermore, an alliance with the Changsheng family presents multiple advantages, making the interest of various factions quite understandable. And then there is this Yi Chun. If he succeeds, I shall transcend on the spot. Although my relationship with Ji Ruyu has only just begun, I find her increasingly likable in these past few days. Most importantly, he is a rival for my affections. First Gu Qingxiu, and now Ji Ruyu. This Yi Chun, I must find an opportunity to eliminate him. Perhaps during Ji Ruyu's trial in the mystical cave or at the Bronze Immortal Palace. Such moments may prove advantageous. As Gu Changge ponders, the trio has descended the stairs. After breakfast, Gu Qingxiu bids farewell to Gu Changge and Ji Ruyu. She returns to the Changsheng family, while Gu Changge and Ji Ruyu head back to the Changsheng family. Watching their retreating figures, Gu Qingxiu's beautiful eyes shimmer with emotion. He does not seek my supreme bone or the spirit-gathering elixir, and yet treats me so kindly. Do I still wish to exact revenge on him? In my previous life, I had already avenged myself. Upon my rebirth, I anticipated reliving the tribulations of my past, which initially led me to harbor negative feelings towards Gu Changge. However, his actions have consistently defied my expectations, making it increasingly difficult for me to hold onto my initial thoughts. Moreover, an unsettling sensation gradually arises within me. As I spend time with Gu Changge, being cared for by him, this feeling becomes more pronounced. After all, in my previous life, I was either embroiled in conflict or on the path of contention, always surrounded by deceit. When has anyone treated me with such sincerity? Regardless, he is kind to me, and I shall reciprocate. The rest shall unfold naturally. Gu Qingxiu reassures herself and departs. He, Brother Changge, are you going to visit Anshui Dan this time? Yiruyu inquidus playfully. Indeed, Gu Changge nods. Mother has asked me to visit the Changsheng family whenever I have the time, and since she is there, I thought I would go and enjoy a visit. No wonder. By the way, Aunt Shui Dan has been the Changsheng family for over a month now. What did she be doing? Gu Changge asks out of curiosity. I'm not sure. Father and Aunt Shui Dan have not mentioned it to me, but it seems rather mysterious. Ji Ryu ponders before responding honestly. I see. We shall find out when we arrive. Gu Changge suddenly recalled recent events concerning Ji Ryu's fortunes and reminded her, by the way, when you refine the yin-yang spirit jade, have your father protect you on your path. All right. Although Ji Ryu was puzzled by Gu Changge's statement, she obediently nodded in agreement. Gu Changge's mother hails from the Changsheng family, as previously mentioned, and her name is Ji Shui Dan. She possesses a cultivation level of the 9th layer of ascension, just a step away from entering the realm of kings, making her a formidable female cultivator. During her travels, she encountered Gu Qing, and their mutual affection, coupled with their compatible backgrounds, became a celebrated tale within the Zhongtian Dao region. Ji Hao discreetly provided protection. It was not until Gu Changge and Ji Ryu arrived at the grand entrance of the Changsheng family that he reappeared. I have already informed the family head and Miss Shui Dan. They will be out shortly, Ji Hao said, looking at Gu Changge and Ji Ryu with a gentle smile. Stroking his beard. Chapter 49. The infiltration of malevolence. As soon as Ji Hao's words fell, a cheerful voice resonated. A gentle and graceful young woman emerged from the gates of the Changsheng family. Her beauty was striking, her demeanor elegant, and she bore resemblance to Gu Changge, making her an exceptionally lovely matron. This woman was Ji Shui Dan, the mother of Gu Changge. Gu Changge had inherited the looks of both Ji Shui Dan and Gu Qing, and thus he was undeniably handsome, much like his mother. Upon seeing Ji Shui Dan, Gu Changge joyfully called out. Awakening his innate wisdom, he felt no aversion towards the appearance of his mother. After all memories prior to his awakening remained intact, and he was well aware of Ji Shui Dan's kindness towards him. Ji Shui Dan approached Gu Changge in a few graceful steps, her heart filled with gratitude as she gazed at her son, who resembled an ethereal being. Our Changge has become even more handsome. I heard you shone brilliantly during the rite of passage. You are now a man. Not at all. I shall always be your son, Gu Changge chuckled. Meanwhile, Ji Ryu eagerly approached Ji Shui Dan and took her hand. Aunt Shui Dan, I am here too. You cannot only pay attention to Brother Changge. Indeed, you must be more careful. If I hadn't sensed your departure, and if Uncle Hong Yuan hadn't followed you, it would have been perilous had the Ji family's adversaries discovered your absence. Ji Shui Dan admonished gently. I'm sorry. Ji Ryu playfully stuck out her little tongue, attempting to appear endearing. At that moment, a hearty laughter echoed from within the gates. Haha, I heard that Changge returned with Ryu. The last time we met, you were merely 10 years old. It has been 6 years. As the voice faded, a tall figure stepped forth from the void. Ji Hong Yuan, with a smile in his eyes, brightened upon seeing Gu Changge, his heart filled with admiration. One extraordinarily handsome young man. Furthermore, sensing the remarkable aura emanating from Gu Changge, Ji Hong Yuan was taken aback. Has he broken through to the life wheel? It seems he is not merely at the first level, but at least at the third. Gu Changge wore a treasure that concealed his cultivation, so Ji Hong Yuan could only sense a vague estimation. Indeed, Uncle Hong Yuan. Gu Changge nodded. At 16, a third-level life wheel. TSK. Even that child Hao Yue cannot compare to you at this age. Ji Hong Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. Moreover, you possess the rare dual pupils. I have heard that you have awakened a second talent. I can foresee that this generation of the Changsheng family will ascend to the pinnacle of the Zhongtian Dao domain under your guidance. Hao Yue, the Ji family's prodigy. Jia was a divine body who had already cultivated to the divine connection realm, manifesting the wondrous phenomenon of the moon rising over the sea, said to possess a terrifying essence. Though Ji Hao Yue had yet to enter the world to compete, he had already made a name for himself in the Zhongtian Dao domain. However, given the close ties between the Changsheng family and the Changsheng family, Gu Changge's future rivalry with Ji Hao Yue would not jeopardize their relationship. Perhaps they would even assist each other. Yet, that was a matter for the future. Upon hearing this, Gu Changge humbly replied, Uncle Hong Yuan, you jest. Cousin Hao Yue has already attained the divine realm, while I am still far from it. Let us not linger here. We can converse inside. Ji Shui Dan stifled a chuckle and urged them to enter the estate for further discussion. As they stepped into Ji Hong Yuan's residence, Gu Changge caught sight of tall, long-haired man clad in white, standing beneath a verdant pine tree with his arms crossed. His brow was furrowed, exuding an air of melancholy. Despite this, he possessed an extraordinary demeanor. Merely standing there, he seemed to draw the attention of the heavens and earth towards him. "How Yue?" Ji Shui Dan called out to Ji Hao Yue. The distinguished man nodded in acknowledgement. His gaze shifted to Ji Shui Dan, Ji Hong Yuan, and Ji Ruyu, landing on the somewhat familiar figure of Gu Changge. Beneath Gu Changge's ethereal and handsome exterior, Ji Hao Yue sensed a tinge of familiarity. Could it be that this is my cousin Changge? He thought. Ji Hao Yue approached them, scrutinizing Gu Changge with keen interest. "Cousin Changge? Brother Hao Yue?" Gu Changge replied with a smile. A grin emerged on Ji Hao Yue's otherwise troubled face. "Goodness, I almost didn't recognize you. 6 years ago, you were not like this. Now you are so ethereal. Once you step into the world, who knows how many celestial maidens' hearts you shall captivate. Isn't that the same for you, Brother Hao Yue?" Gu Changge teased back. Ji Shui Dan and Ji Hong Yuan exchanged knowing smiles as they observed the playful banter between the two. Should fortune favor them, Ji Hao Yue was likely to become the head of the Ji family, while Gu Changge would lead the Gu family, making their amicable relationship a boon for both clans. At this moment, Ji Ruyu stepped forward, linking her arm with Ji Hao Yue's. Brother Changge would never be swayed by those superficial women. He should seek someone more like me. Hearing this, Ji Hao Yue cast an incredulous glance at his sister. "How can you say such things? You sneak out despite my warnings. If anything were to happen to you, Father would be even more troubled. But I have returned now. Haven Ti." Ji Ryu puffed out her cheeks. She felt that everyone was overreacting to her brief absence. Ji Hao Yue opened his mouth, as if to speak, but ultimately refrained. Upon seeing Ji Hao Yue, Gu Changge had sensed a cloud of discontent hanging over him, and Ji Hong Yuan bore a similar expression. Though he wore a warm smile, a flicker of concern occasionally crossed his eyes. Ji Shui Dan also appeared somewhat fatigued. Noticing this, Gu Changge inquired with genuine curiosity, "Has something occurred? When I first saw Brother Hao Yue, he seemed troubled, and Uncle Hong Yuan as well. Mother appears quite drained." Ji Ryu, upon hearing this, widened her eyes and glanced at Ji Hao Yue, Ji Hong Yuan, and Ji Shui Dan. She could not fathom why they appeared so untroubled. Yi Hao Yue, Ji Hong Yuan, and Ji Shui Dan exchanged glances, surprised by Gu Changge's perceptiveness. He had noticed their unease upon their very first meeting. "What has happened? How could I not know?" Ji Ryu quickly inquired, "Brother, father, and aunt, why have you kept this from me and not told me?" Ji Hong Yuan responded with a sigh. "What purpose would it serve to tell you? It is better for a child like you to remain carefree and unburdened." "Who is a child?" "I shall be participating in the coming-of-age ceremony next year, you know." Yiruyu retorted angrily. Ji Hong Yuan chose to ignore her, turning to Gu Changge and stating, "Indeed, a minor issue has arisen, but it is not of great concern and should be resolved swiftly. We simply need to seek assistance from the Buddhas of the Western regions." "Seek Buddhas?" Gu Changge was taken aback. In the central Heaven Dao domain, the Western regions are known for their Buddhist practices, but finding a Buddha is no trivial matter. Yes, the Tao spirit encountered ancient malevolent energies while training in an ancient cave, which has proven somewhat troublesome. Chapter 50. The Challenge of the Ji Family's Divine Son. The term Buddha is reserved for those who have attained the rank of quasi-saint or even higher, embodying the essence of Buddhist cultivation. This indicates the formidable nature of the ancient malevolence that Ji Daoling has encountered. Ji Ryu gasped in astonishment. "What? My cousin Daoling has not achieved great fortune in the ancient cave for secluded cultivation? How could the ancient malevolence infiltrate her body?" However, as soon as she spoke, Ji Ryu quickly realized the underlying truth. Clearly, Ji Hong Yuan and Ji Hao Yue had concealed this matter from her. What was initially a grand opportunity had turned perilous due to the covert actions of rival forces during the moment of fortuitous gain, leading to unforeseen complications for Daoling. Ye Hongyuan spoke solemnly. Ji Hao Yue nodded in agreement. That is why we advised you to refrain from venturing out recently, to avoid any untoward incidents. But why can't you speak the truth to me? I promise I won't go out if I know. Ji Ruyu retorted angrily. All right, we shall inform you next time. Ji Haoyue replied with a teasing smile, shaking her head. I am not a child anymore. Father, brother, if you continue to keep things from me, I shall ignore you both. Ji Ruyu pouted in displeasure. Nearby, Gu Changge understood the situation clearly. So, mother, you have come to assist cousin Dowling? Gu Changge inquired, directing her gaze towards Ji Shuidan. Ji Dowling is a remarkable young woman of the Ji family, slightly less formidable than Ji Haoyue, possessing a heart as intricate as 7 apertures, and her mastery of supernatural powers seems almost divinely inspired. Moreover, she navigates various matters with extreme finesse. It is anticipated that she will emerge as a pillar of the Changsheng Ji family and could potentially achieve unparalleled greatness in the external realm, perhaps even breaking through to quasi-saint or saint status. It is no wonder Ji Honyuan and Ji Haoyue appeared so troubled. Indeed, Changge, your mother has cultivated the great purity technique, which possesses a potent suppressive effect against the ancient malevolence. Our family's 7th patriarch has already sought the Buddha from the western regions. He should return within a couple of days, Ji Honyuan explained. The Zhongtiandao domain is vast and boundless. Even if a saint-level expert utilizes a teleportation array, it would take about a month for a round trip. Moreover, enlisting the Buddha's assistance is no simple task. However, given the prestige of the Changsheng Ji family, it is likely that a few resources would suffice, or perhaps even a favor from others could be procured. Ji Honyuan turned to Ji Shuidan, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Shuidan, for your assistance. Otherwise, Dowling might have succumbed to the path of malevolence by now. It has been arduous for you to perform the incantation every day for this past month. Ji Shuidan merely shook her head in response. Curious, Gu Changge asked, where is cousin Dowling now? May I visit her? She is in the inner chamber, currently in a state of unconsciousness, Ji Honyuan replied, nodding. The group then proceeded to the room where Ji Dowling lay in temporary slumber. Upon entering, Gu Changge beheld a young woman clad in white, her delicate brows furrowed as she lay upon the bed. Her complexion was pale, and it seemed as though malevolence swirled upon her visage, creating a somewhat terrifying sight, with ominous energies emanating from her being. In addition to this, she was a rare beauty, her features soft and exquisite, exuding an aura as gentle as water, unmistakably embodying the essence of a tender-hearted woman. Sister Dowling. Upon witnessing Ji Dowling's condition, Ji Ruyu could not help but exclaim. It appeared that Dowling, her cousin, was deeply ensnared by malevolence. Gu Changge furrowed his brow. Endowed with the source heavenly book, he discerned at a glance that Ji Dowling's state was likely tainted by the remnants of an imperial corpse. Given this situation, it was probable that she would succumb to the path of darkness within a fortnight, transforming entirely into a malevolent entity. Changge, with your innate celestial eyes, what have you perceived? Ji Honyuan inquired, astonished by Gu Changge's words. Ji Haoyue, Ji Shuidan, and the gasping Ji Ruyu also turned their gaze toward him. Gu Changge shook his head. I have merely caught a glimpse of some clues. However, as he spoke, a flicker of doubt stirred within him. Upon encountering Ji Dowling, he felt an overwhelming aura of malevolence emanating from her, instilling an inexplicable fear within himself. Yes, fear. Yet, it was likely that this malevolence stemmed from a great terror. What could possibly instill such dread in these dark forces? His innate celestial eyes? Or perhaps the celestial bone within his chest? The former seemed improbable. Although remarkable, the celestial eyes held no advantage against malevolent entities. Thus, only one possibility remained, a mysterious and transcendent celestial bone that surpassed this world. However, to ascertain its truth, a test was necessary. What test? Ji Honyuan hastily inquired. I must give it a try. It may yield results. Gu Changge replied. Curiosity piqued. Ji Honyuan, Ji Shuidan, Ji Haoyue, and Ji Ruyu all looked toward him in anticipation. With a smile, Gu Changge explained, I assume you're all aware that I have awakened a second divine anomaly? The others nodded in acknowledgement. In truth, the second divine anomaly I have awakened is a celestial bone, I sense that my celestial bone possesses the ability to subdue this malevolence. Gu Changge stated candidly. The individuals before him were his blood relatives, and there was no need for concealment. Of course, the matter regarding his brother was his greatest secret, one that could never be divulged. What? A celestial bone? Ji Hanyuan was taken aback. Beside him, Ji Haoyue's pupils constricted sharply. Ji Shuidan gasped, covering her mouth. Celestial bone. Just those two words alone speak volumes of its terrifying weight. Gu Changge already possessed celestial eyes. Once they matured, they could dominate an era. Not to mention the addition of the celestial bone. The thought of Gu Changge's future accomplishments was indeed unfathomable. Ji Ryu was also profoundly stunned. Brother Changge has awakened a celestial bone. My heavens! Indeed, a celestial bone, Gu Changge affirmed with a nod. Hence, I wish to test it. I never anticipated that you had awakened a celestial bone. With merely celestial eyes, you could rank among the foremost of the true dragon list. Now, with the addition of celestial bone, you likely possess the potential of an emperor. Ji Hanyuan gazed at Gu Changge in astonishment. Talent is merely an added value. To achieve success, one cannot rely solely on talent. Gu Changge replied with a gentle shake of his head. Ji Haoyue wholeheartedly agreed with Gu Changge's sentiment. Countless prodigies roamed the 3,000 realms, akin to carp crossing a river, yet only a few would ultimately stand atop the pinnacle of existence. Thus, while talent is undoubtedly significant, the heart's dedication to the path is equally essential. Ji Haoyue gazed intently at Gu Changge and said, Cousin Changge, let us engage in a sparring session when time permits. Being a divine king's physique, he naturally harbored aspirations to compete with a prodigy such as Gu Changge. Very well, Gu Changge replied to Ji Haoyue, then turned his gaze towards Ji Hanyuan. Seeing this, Ji Hanyuan expressed his anticipation. All right, Changge, give it a try. If it proves too challenging, do not force yourself. We can wait for the arrival of the Western region Buddha to resolve matters. I understand, Gu Changge responded, then looked towards Ji Daoling, who lay on the bed, her elegance akin to flowing water, strikingly beautiful, yet appearing pitiful in her current state. He approached her and extended his hand towards her brow, covering the area of her Naiwan point. Chapter 51. Exorcising the Evil Spirits of Xiangu Town. Ji Daoling found herself in a dimly lit realm, engulfed by rampant demonic energy where silence reigned. Yet, a palpable sense of dread lingered, as if something terrifying lurked in the shadows, observing her with a chilling gaze. Where am I? I recalled desperately returning to the Changsheng family, only to lose consciousness. As I fled that cave, it felt as though I had inhaled a wisp of dark energy that seeped through the shattered seal. While Ji Daoling was attempting to collect her thoughts, a cold, sinister laughter echoed from all directions. Who's there? Upon hearing the laughter, Ji Daoling instantly became alert, scanning her surroundings. However, no response came, and the eerie laughter persisted. Furrowing her brow, Ji Daoling declared, I am a member of the Changsheng family. Do you not fear the repercussions of your actions against me? Changsheng family. The chilling laughter finally ceased, replaced by a tone of disdain and confusion. A mere descendant of a later generation dares to flaunt their lineage before me? Once I consume your soul, this era shall witness my might. With a thunderous boom, the disdainful voice reverberated, and piercing howls erupted around her, accompanied by the rumbling of beasts in motion. Pairs of crimson eyes emerged from the darkness, fixated on Ji Daoling. In the next moment, one pair of those blood-red eyes revealed its owner. A grotesque, foul-mouthed beast resembling a massive leopard appeared before Ji Daoling. A ferocious creature. Ji Daoling's focus sharpened as she summoned a longsword into her hand. Despite the restrictions of this place, she found that her strength remained intact, granting her a semblance of confidence to confront the imminent threat. Yet the onslaught of beasts seemed endless, overwhelming her senses. Ji Daoling lost track of time as she fought in this dark expanse, succumbing to a numbing fatigue. Unbeknownst to her, tendrils of dark energy silently infiltrated her being, while the chilling laughter around her grew ever more pronounced. Amidst the chaos, Ji Daoling perceived a towering silhouette, reminiscent of a demonic deity, emerging within this realm. Its eyes appeared to devour all light. Surrender to the inevitable. Relinquish your resistance, and become my vessel. You shall gain unparalleled power. The seductive voice echoed in her ears, causing Ji Dowling's movements to slow. At that moment, a blinding radiance pierced through the endless darkness. Subsequently, as Ji Dowling's dazed, vacant gaze fell upon a figure radiating golden light, a strikingly ethereal presence stepped into her view, extending a hand toward her. Upon witnessing this, Ji Dowling was momentarily taken aback. "I have come to take you home," the golden figure spoke gently. Instinctively, Ji Dowling placed her hand in the outstretched one. In the next instant, an explosion of terrifying golden light ensued. The golden light radiated with an essence of purity, dispelling all ferocious beasts and darkness it touched. As the golden light brushed against the shadow that lurked in the darkness, resembling a demonic deity, a wretched scream emerged from the depths of despair. "What is this? How is it possible? This is neither Buddhist cultivation nor an imperial purification technique. How could it cleanse my power? This aura, I shall remember." Amidst the final, reluctant echoes of malevolence, the darkness enveloping Ji Dowling was entirely purified. In the external realm, Gu Changge, with a celestial bone resting upon his chest, was seated within a translucent figure that bore a striking resemblance to him, radiating an ethereal glow. The figure's eyes opened, seemingly piercing through the fabric of time and space, fixing its gaze upon Ji Dowling's brow. As strands of celestial bone, energy fused with Ji Dowling's soul. The malevolent energy that had invaded her spirit and corporeal form was swiftly dissolved, restoring her to health. However, the task of eliminating the imperial corpse's malevolent energy, even in the slightest measure, drained Gu Changge significantly. The vast spiritual sea, originally stretching over 3,000 zhang, was drying up at an alarming rate. Under the rapid rotation of the life wheel, the surrounding spiritual energy transformed into a funnel, continuously pouring into Gu Changge's being. This astonishing scene left the four onlookers in a state of stunned disbelief. To simultaneously cast spells while drawing in such formidable spiritual power was nothing short of miraculous. If Gu Changge devoted himself solely to cultivation, the resulting phenomena would be utterly terrifying. Yet, the four were also filled with joy as they witnessed the malevolent energy dissipating from Ji Dowling's delicate visage, her pallor gradually restoring to a healthy hue. A quarter of an hour passed before Gu Changge finally breathed a sigh of relief. The purification was complete. The malevolent energy was formidable, likely stemming from a terrifying source. The ancient cave of wonders should not be entered again. It ought to be sealed. "Very well," Ji Honyuan remarked, seeing Ji Dowling return to normal. While also noting Gu Changge's considerable exhaustion, he hastily produced various elixirs to replenish his spiritual energy. Ji Shui Dan, observing her son's efforts, nodded in approval, while Ji Haoyue and Ji Ruyu expressed their heartfelt gratitude. Gu Changge smiled and nodded, preparing to withdraw his hand, when Ji Dowling, who had been in a deep slumber, suddenly grasped his wrist as if held by a cloud of cotton. This unexpected moment left Ji Honyuan and the others momentarily stunned. Gu Changge, too, was taken aback by Ji Dowling's action, recalling the words he had uttered to awaken her from her impending slumber. Could it be due to that very phrase? Ji Dowling slowly opened her eyes. Through her hazy vision, she beheld the indistinct figure of Gu Changge, the one who had come to her rescue. With her lips slightly parted, her voice carried a hint of joy and gratitude as she rasped, "It's you." "It is I," Gu Changge affirmed with a nod. At that moment, Ji Honyuan and the others rushed forward upon witnessing Ji Dowling's awakening. "Dowling, you have finally awakened," Ji Honyuan exclaimed with excitement. "This is wonderful," Ji Haoyue added, nodding in agreement. Ji Ryu approached Ji Dowling, leaning beside the bed and gazing at her pale visage. "Sister Dowling, thank heavens you are safe. Father and brother mentioned that you had been in a coma for over a month." "A month in a coma?" Ji Dowling exclaimed in astonishment, attempting to rise from the bed, only to discover that her spiritual reservoir was depleted, her divine abilities languid, and her physical form exceedingly frail, resembling that of one gravely injured and on the brink of death. recalling the events that transpired in her dreams. She realized they could not merely be figments of her imagination. It appeared she had indeed been corrupted by the malevolent energy that infiltrated her during her encounter with the ancient cave heaven. Fortunately, someone had intervened to rescue her. With this thought, Ji Daoling turned her gaze towards Gu Changge. His eyes, akin to those of a celestial being, penetrated her very soul. His dual pupils seemed to harbor an infinite sanctity, and within them, Ji Daoling felt as though she glimpsed a towering, majestic figure embodying strength and grandeur. Chapter 52. The Buddha of Restraint. As soon as Ji Daoling made contact with those captivating eyes, her heart raced as if struck by lightning. Upon gazing at Gu Changge's flawless visage, Ji Daoling felt a blush creep onto her cheeks, only to realize that she was holding his hand in full view of the onlookers. Flustered, she quickly released her grip. "I apologize, and thank you for your assistance. May I ask who you are?" Ji Daoling inquired, suppressing her shyness and curiosity about Gu Changge's identity. "This is my cousin Changge," Ji Ryu explained to Ji Daoling. "He is the son of Aunt Shui Dan." "The son of Aunt Shui Dan, the renowned Gu Changge?" Ji Daoling reflected, recognizing the name associated with the illustrious Gu family, despite his reclusive nature. "Indeed," Ji Ryu affirmed. "How are you feeling now, Daoling?" Ji Hanyuan asked with concern. "The malevolent energy has been purged by my cousin Changge," Ji Daoling responded, sensing her weakened state. "By the way, regarding the events at the ancient cave of heaven," before she could elaborate, Ji Hanyuan interjected, "Let's not discuss that now. Focus on your recovery. The matters that transpired in the ancient cave will certainly not be overlooked. We shall seek retribution against those who conspired against our exceptional Ji family." Ji Daoling nodded in agreement, harboring her own sentiments of vengeance against those who had wronged her. "Rest well, Daoling. We will address the remaining matters once you have regained your strength," Ji Haoyue chimed in support. Once again, Ji Daoling nodded, acutely aware of her frail condition and the need for recuperation. As the group departed the room, Ji Daoling watched them leave, her gaze lingering on Gu Changge's retreating figure before she began to cultivate her energy anew. In the courtyard, Ji Haoyue turned to Gu Changge, poised to speak, when suddenly an ancient voice resonated from the void. "Huh? Have we received guests?" As the words echoed, an ethereal elder emerged, exuding an aura of profound wisdom, ripples of energy swirling around him. Beside him stood a benevolent-looking monk clad in a robe, holding a string of prayer beads. "13th Ancestor, you have returned," Ji Hanyuan exclaimed joyfully upon recognizing the venerable figure. "Indeed, I have summoned the Buddha of Restraint from the land of 10,000 Buddhas. This time, the malevolent energy within Daoling should be completely eradicated," Ji Zhao, the 13th ancestor of the Changsheng Ji family, declared with a smile. "Amitabha," the Buddha of Restraint intoned, nodding respectfully to Ji Hanyuan and the others. All present exuded an air of nobility, appearing extraordinary, especially Ji Haoyue, Ji Ryu, and Gu Changge, who seemed to embody the very essence of excellence, surpassing even the sons of the Buddha from the land of 10,000 Buddhas. The Buddha of Restraint marveled inwardly at the Changsheng family, recognizing the continuous emergence of remarkable talents. However, if this had been before, Ji Hanyuan would have been overjoyed. Now, with Ji Daoling's malevolent energy unexpectedly cleansed by Gu Changge, it seemed the esteemed Buddha might have made a trip for naught. "What is the matter?" Ji Zhao furrowed his brows and inquired. "Has the situation worsened?" "Not all, 13th ancestor," Ji Hanyuan replied candidly. "The malevolent aura of Daoling has been unexpectedly purified." Ji Zhao was taken aback. The nearby also gazed at Ji Hanyuan and the others with surprise before frowning at the location of Daoling. With a soothing voice, remarked, "When I first arrived, I sensed a terrifying malevolence emanating from that room, one that would leave anyone below the sage realm powerless. How did you all manage to dispel it? It is not that I doubt your capabilities, but I fear the malevolence may be concealed. If we do not confirm this, we may face dire consequences." "Well," Ji Hanyuan frowned, glancing at Gu Changge. The fact that Gu Changge possessed celestial bones was a secret that must not be disclosed to outsiders. Observing Ji Hongyuan's hesitation, Gu Changge stepped forward with a smile directed at, saying, I was the one who dispelled the malevolence of Dao Ling. But as for the method, Gu Changge did not elaborate further, but instead activated his celestial bones. The existence of celestial bones would eventually be revealed. Moreover, since Only was present, and he was affiliated with the western regions, it was likely that he had close ties with the Changsheng family. So revealing a bit of information would not be detrimental. A luminous celestial aura erupted from beneath Gu Changge's garments, within which appeared ethereal figures seated in meditation, mysterious and extraordinary. Upon witnessing the figure within the celestial light at Gu Changge's chest, his pupils constricted sharply, and Ji Zhao's eyes widened in astonishment. Supreme Bone. Both and Ji Zhao exclaimed in unison, their voices filled with shock. However, they sensed that the overwhelming authority of the supreme might, which could subdue all under heaven, felt rather transcendental and ethereal, as though it transcended the mundane, conveying a sense of sanctity beyond that of the supreme bones. Was puzzled, and Ji Zhao shared the same sentiment. It is indeed not supreme bone, but celestial bone. Gu Changge replied with a light laugh. Celestial bone? The term resonated explosively in the minds of Ji Zhao, and they turned to Gu Changge and were immediately captivated by the duality of his eyes. You are Gu Changge, Ji Zhao exclaimed in surprise. So it is the divine son of the Changsheng Gu family, said his heart racing. Could it be that this celestial bone is the second gift that awakened some time ago? Indeed, Gu Changge affirmed with a nod. Ji Zhao and both gasped in astonishment. The duality of his eyes, combined with a more mysterious celestial bone, was truly astonishing. My heavens! Is such an existence possible in this world? Amitabha marveled. If this truly is a celestial bone, then its divine might is unfathomable. It is no wonder that divine son Changge could purify the malevolent aura. It seems I shall not need to expend any faith power this time. Hearing this, Ji Zhao breathed a sigh of relief, and then turned to with a smile, saying, Since you have come to aid my Changsheng family, I assure you that your efforts will not go unrewarded. The Buddha's relic we previously discussed will certainly be given to you. Amitabha chanted once more. Next time, if Ji Zhao requires my assistance again, I will gladly lend my aid to the Changsheng family. The ascetic Buddha has now attained the pinnacle of the first layer of saintly realm. The relic of the Buddha, as mentioned by Ji Zhao, is crucial for his second breakthrough into the saintly realm, and he is in dire need of it. Otherwise, he would not have hurried back on this journey, with both parties seeking their respective desires. However, with the malevolent energy unexpectedly dispelled by Gu Changge, it stands to reason that the relic is no longer necessary for himself. Recognizing the ascetic Buddha's need, Ji Zhao thus rendered a personal favor. Clearly, the ascetic Buddha's response greatly satisfied Ji Zhao. The ascetic Buddha is a formidable entity within the saintly realm, a presence that reverberates throughout the world. Exchanging a relic of the Buddha for a favor from saint is indeed a mutually beneficial arrangement. Subsequently, the ascetic Buddha cast a glance at Ji Daoling. Chapter 53. The sound of the abacus. After confirming that there were no issues, Ji Zhao received the Buddha of. After all, the guest had just arrived. It would be discourteous to let him leave immediately without any concerns addressed. In the courtyard, the Buddha of gazed at Ji Zhao with admiration. The Changsheng family possesses the divine king physique, while the Changsheng family is even more extraordinary, boasting not only the but also the in the form of the Chang, good divine son. I have heard there is even a hidden supreme bone. Our Changsheng family's divine king physique is commendable, yet merely the talents displayed by Changgu already position him as the foremost individual across the 3,000 realms. He continued, Indeed, though strength is not solely determined by talent, the heart of the path is equally significant, the Buddha of acknowledged, presenting another perspective. Ji Zhao smiled. I sense that this child Chang Gu possesses a steady heart, unlike those who are overly proud. Indeed, the future achievements of the Chang Gu divine son are boundless. The Buddha of wholeheartedly concurred. At this moment, Ji Zhao remarked, the Wanfo kingdom is also impressive with the rebirth of arhats and the emergence of naturally born Buddhas, standing on par with our Changsheng and Gu families. the Buddha of chanted Ba, it seems another golden era is about to emerge. Indeed, Ji Zhao nodded in agreement. The two exchanged glances, a spark of intrigue illuminating their eyes. Was the divine king physique of the Ji family about to contend with the end? The Buddha of chuckled, pondering who might prevail. Who do you think will win? Yi Zhou inquired. Ah, this humble monk cannot say, the Buddha replied. The divine king physique is formidable. In ordinary times, one such physique could dominate an era. Yet, faced with the and of the Chang, good divine son, the outcome remains uncertain. After speaking, Ji Zhao waved his hand. In terms of the extraordinary, you already believe that Hao Yue is destined to lose, do you not? Ba. The Buddha of smiled as he chanted, in the same realm, it is likely that none can rival the Chang, good divine son. Oh, then let us await the outcome. In the martial arts arena of the family residence, Ji Hongyuan set up a restraining formation to protect the entire training ground, and then cast a curious glance at the scene within. Beside him, Ji Ryu alternated her gaze between Ji Haoyue and Gu Changge, uncertain of whom to cheer for. Ji Shui Dan observed Gu Changge, exclaiming, in the blink of an eye, Changge has grown into an adult, and he possesses the and. It seems the Changsheng Gu family will advance under his leadership. Is that truly a good thing? Ji Hongyuan countered, turning to Ji Haoyue. Though they share the same era, I wonder whether this is beneficial or detrimental for Haoyue. All prodigies possess ambition, let alone those who are peerless. He continued, if they suffer a setback, it may hinder Ji Haoyue's growth. Ji Shui Dan rolled her eyes at Ji Hongyuan's words. They are merely sparring, as long as it is not a fight to the death. How could it easily affect them? Haha, indeed. Ji Hongyuan laughed. Haoyue and Changge will certainly not engage in a life-or-death battle. Ji Ryu, overhearing, rolled her eyes in exasperation. Father, you are just raising a banner. Ji Hongyuan's expression darkened, prompting Ji Ryu to hastily fall silent. In the training arena, Ji Haoyue's gaze burned with intensity as he addressed Gu Changge. Cousin Changge, I shall suppress my cultivation to match your third-tier life wheel realm. There is no need for restraint. Let us engage in a friendly spar. Very well, Gu Changge nodded, his own spirit ignited with the thrill of battle. This marked the first occasion since awakening his ancestral wisdom and enhancing his prowess through his brother Tongzi that he would confront a peerless prodigy of the same caliber. Naturally, Gu Changge was filled with anticipation. In that case, I shall not hold back. With a surge of battle intent, Ji Haoyue exuded an aura reminiscent of a celestial being at the pinnacle of existence. He formed a seal with his hands, sealing his own divine realm cultivation to the third tier of a life wheel. In the next moment, within the depths of his eyes, it seemed as though a divine king sat enthroned. As the divine king opened his eyes, a beam of divine light burst forth, entwined with profound mystical patterns, unleashing a terrifying ripple directed at Gu Changge. Upon witnessing this strike, Gu Changge raised an eyebrow. His cousin truly intended to go all out, launching an attack that showcased the Ji family's signature divine technique, the Divine King's Gaze. The force of this blow was such that it could gravely injure or even slay those at the 6th or 7th tier of the life wheel realm. However, despite its formidable nature, it posed no threat to Gu Changge, who could withstand it purely with his physical strength. A roar erupted as a terrifying surge of vitality coursed through Gu Changge's body, akin to an ancient giant elephant bellowing. Within him, nearly 40 billion colossal particles vibrated in unison, unleashing unparalleled power. Facing Ji Haoyue's Divine King's light, he casually struck out. As the vitality surged within Gu Changge, Ji Haoyue was taken aback. Such vitality! Before he could finish his thought, an explosion of spiritual energy detonated, crashing against the barrier set by Ji Hongyuan with a thunderous roar. The blast of spiritual energy erupted, causing Ji Haoyue's gaze to sharpen. In the next moment, a towering phantom of a divine king loomed behind him, its massive form casting a shadow over the entire training ground. Immediately sensed by the elders of the Changsheng Ji family, buzzing sounds filled the air as streams of light rushed in, and they quickly noticed the battle between Ji Haoyue and Gu Changge. Observing this, Ji Hongyuan addressed the elders. Haoyue is sparring with Changge. You need not interfere. If you wish to watch, feel free to stay. The elders of the Changsheng family were momentarily stunned. Changge? Could it be Gu Changge from the Changsheng family? They gasped, realizing the significance of Gu Changge's presence at the Changsheng family. And his duel with the son of the Ji family, Hao Yue, was indeed captivating. Upon recognizing Gu Changge's identity, the elders lost any desire to depart and remained to observe. Meanwhile, Ji Ryu, witnessing Ji Haoyue's earnestness, furrowed her brows. Brother, this is too much. Although he has suppressed his cultivation, the quality of his spiritual energy far exceeds that of a true third-tier life-will cultivator. And he is taking this so seriously. Ji Hongyuan rolled his eyes in response. He had seen Gu Changge as casual display of power earlier. If Ji Haoyue did not take this seriously, he would likely face a crushing defeat. Upon hearing these words, Ji Shui Dan turned to Ji Ryu, her gentle, water-like eyes sparkling with brilliance. Ryu, in a few days, would you like to accompany Aunt Shui Dan and your cousin Changge back to the Changsheng family for a visit? Oh, that sounds delightful. Ji Ryu's eyes lit up, and she readily agreed. Meanwhile, Ji Hongyuan rolled his eyes at this exchange, casting a silent glance at Ji Shui Dan. Sister, your intentions are quite apparent to me. In the midst of the scene, Gu Changge emerged from the explosion of spiritual energy. Even in the face of Ji Haoyu's towering divine shadow, he refrained from employing any spiritual powers or techniques. Instead, he unleashed the sheer might of his physical form. Charging forward like a ferocious beast, his fist aimed directly at Ji Haoyu. Chapter 54. The fleshly body crushes the divine king form of the same realm. Ji Haoyue felt a chill run down his spine. Cousin Changge, your physical prowess is truly monstrous. As he spoke, a towering phantom of a divine king had already swung its fist, as massive as a small mountain, towards Gu Changge in an attempt to crush him. Not bad. Gu Changge gazed at the descending divine king fist, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his hair dancing in the air as he forcefully struck back against the phantom's fist. In the astonished eyes of the Ji family elders, Gu Changge astonishingly withstood the impact of Ji Haoyue's divine king phantom through sheer physical strength. Boom! The training ground instantly collapsed, forming a colossal pit of approximately 100 feet. Had Ji Hongyuan not set up restrictions, the battle would have surely spilled outwards. To the onlookers, the juxtaposition of Gu Changge's diminutive fist against Ji Haoyue's mountainous divine king fist seemed utterly disproportionate, yet the scene was breathtakingly shocking. Gu Changge's youthful form had indeed withstood a blow from the divine king phantom. Excellent. Ji Haoyue's fighting spirit soared upon witnessing this. Without even employing the heavy, I am mortal bone, you can stand toe-to-toe with me, using only your physical strength. Cousin Changge is far more formidable than I had imagined. Talent can be terrifying, yet true fear reveals itself only in the heat of battle. Ji Hongyuan, witnessing Gu Changge's ability to withstand the divine king phantom purely with his physical might, found it hard to believe. It was as if he were witnessing the rise of an unparalleled prodigy, destined to suppress the myriad realms and celestial geniuses. After Ji Haoyue spoke, his eyes narrowed. Cousin Changge, be cautious from here on. Buzz. Mysterious waves emanated from Ji Haoyue. In the next moment, the divine king phantom halted, and with a mere gesture from Ji Haoyue, the towering phantom mirrored the action. Boom! The void trembled, warping under the pressure. A terrifying divine radiance enveloped the descending finger of the divine king phantom, as if it would tear the very fabric of reality, wielding the power of a blue sky to suppress Gu Changge. Even Gu Changge felt the weight of this attack, yet it was merely pressure, not danger. The elders of the Ji family sighed in disbelief, realizing that the son of Haoyue had even resorted to the divine king finger. They mused that no matter how extraordinary Gu Changge was, he would have to treat the divine king finger of the son of Haoyue with the utmost seriousness. While they debated, Gu Changge's eyes shimmered with boundless mysterious Tao rhythms. Heavy eye, future vision. In this foresight, Gu Changge envisioned himself using the divine elephant suppression technique to withstand the divine king finger. He then saw the ground beneath him shatter, blood seeping from his mouth as he sustained minor injuries from the shock. Upon witnessing this, Gu Changge promptly dismissed the idea of relying solely on his physical strength, for he, being confident and invincible, could not allow the battle to inflict harm upon him. Since mere physical strength would not suffice, he resolved to unleash additional divine powers. Heaven-defying divine powers, not solely possessed by Ji Haoyue. With profound comprehension, cousin Haoyue's divine king technique was likely powerful enough to obliterate even a typical ninth layer of the fate wheel realm. One should never underestimate the prowess of Changge. Suddenly, a subtle ripple surged before Gu Changge, and in the instant the divine king's finger descended, his entire figure transformed into a flash of light and vanished. In the blink of an eye, Gu Changge appeared beside Ji Haoyu. Thus, cousin Haoyu, why not take a look at the void scripture of the Chang family? A cacophony of billions of particles roared within him. Gu Changge unleashed a punch, akin to an ancient divine mountain barreling forward. Ji Haoyu had already been wary of Gu Changge's void scripture divine powers, and almost as soon as Gu Changge materialized beside him and struck, Ji Haoyu reacted swiftly, launching his own divine king fist in retaliation. The void erupted like thunder. Just as their fists collided, Ji Haoyu was sent flying like a streak of light. Bang! Ji Haoyu crashed violently into the barrier set by Ji Hongyuan, his fist dropping in astonishment as he stared at Gu Changge. The onlookers, Ji Hongyuan, Ji Shui Dan, Ji Ruyu, and the elders of the Ji family, stood frozen, utterly taken aback by the abrupt conclusion of the battle. Wait a moment. The elders felt a chill run down their spines. Just how terrifying was Gu Changge's physical strength? He merely employed the Great Void technique to traverse space and appeared beside Ji Haoyu, ending the conflict with a single punch. He had not even utilized any of the myriad formidable attacks from the Void scripture, such as the Great Void Hand or the Heaven-Cutting Finger. What sorcery is this? I can see, cousin Haoyu. Gu Changge approached Ji Haoyu, extending his hand to smooth out the latter's disheveled garments with a smile. Changge, your physical form. If you claim it to be merely that of a divine body or a sacred body, I would believe you, Ji Haoyu replied, rendered speechless. That punch just now must have been your true physical power, at least. 300 billion pounds of force. Upon saying this, Ji Haoyu regarded Gu Changge with a peculiar expression. Moreover, even if you did not employ the Great Void technique, you could have withstood it with sheer physical strength without issue. How could it merely cause a ripple in your blood, leading to a bit of bleeding? Gu Changge offered a response that nearly made Ji Haoyu spit blood. As a divine king body, employing the heaven-cutting finger against someone of the same realm, you merely withstood a tremor in your blood and a bit of bleeding. That must be quite disheartening for you now. Ji Haoyu felt a pang of bitterness in his heart, his lips tinged with acidity. My brother has fallen? Ji Ruyu was taken aback. Ji Haoyu was the unrivaled son of the Chang family in this generation, and yet he had been so swiftly defeated by Gu Changge. How could this be possible? Ji Hongyuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Meanwhile, Ji Shui Dan's face radiated joy, her beautiful eyes brimming with pride for Gu Changge. Look, this is my son, invincible. Gu Changge and Ji Shui Dan departed from the Chang family. Standing at the entrance, Ji Hongyuan, Ji Haoyu, and Ji Ruyu watched as the worship of the Chang family ascended into the sky, their expressions a tapestry of emotions. Ji Ruyu ultimately chose not to accompany Gu Changge and Ji Shui Dan to the Chang family, as she wished to tend to Ji Daoling, who had been injured. After all, throughout her life, this sister Daoling had always cared for her the most. Did you truly hold back under the same conditions? Ji Hong inquired as he gazed at the departing warship, turning his attention to Ji Haoyu. Ji Ruyu, upon hearing this, immediately looked at Ji Haoyu, her eyes brimming with curiosity and seriousness. No, Ji Haoyu replied, hands clasped behind his back, still exuding an aura akin to a divine monarch. Cousin Changge is indeed formidable. His physique may very well surpass that of some corporeal sanctities and divine bodies. If he further harnesses the void divine arts of the Gu family, along with his dual pupils, I cannot fathom who might stand as his rival when he enters the world to compete. The foresight of the dual pupils, the instantaneous traversal of the void technique, Not to mention that Gu Changge possesses the essence of celestial bones, amplifying his already unparalleled physical form. He is undoubtedly a veritable monstrosity in human form. Chapter 55. The January Fate Wheel's Fifth Layer. 500 billion gene of colossal strength. Is that so? Ji Hanyuan nodded thoughtfully. According to Hao Yue, Gu Changge would undoubtedly achieve greatness in the future, particularly as he is the son of his sister, the future patriarch of their family, a kinship of sorts. Moreover, from the earlier interactions, it seemed that Ji Ryu had a fondness for Gu Changge. With this in mind, Ji Hanyuan smiled and remarked, Ryu appears to be quite fond of Changge. Let her visit the Changsheng Gu family more often, and you should cultivate a closer relationship with Changge as well. I naturally get along well with my cousin Changge. However, father, if you wish for Ryu to join, it can't be. I said nothing, Ji Hanyuan replied lightly. Upon witnessing this, Ji Haoyue couldn't help but chuckle. Nonetheless, if Ji Ryu could win Gu Changge's affection, he wouldn't mind in the slightest. After all, Aunt Shui Dan was the sister of his father, and he would be glad to see Gu Changge consider himself as a brother-in-law. After all, one should not let the fruits of their labor benefit outsiders. Upon returning to the Changsheng Gu family, Ji Shui Dan recounted all the events that transpired at the Changsheng Ji family to Gu Qing. Initially, there was little of note, but when Gu Qing learned that Gu Changge had confronted the divine king physique with sheer physical strength, and subsequently defeated a rival of equal standing using only the Void Sutra and a single punch, he could hardly contain his laughter. Truly, he is my son. The future is bright. My son possesses the potential of an emperor. Gu Changge, however, felt indifferent as it was not a life-and-death struggle. Ji Haoyue had not exerted his full strength, deliberately restraining himself. One could argue that this bout was merely a casual display. The outcome meant little. The next event awaited them in a month's time, when Gu Qingqiu would venture to the chaotic rift appearing at Tianlan sect to acquire the Fate Wheel enhancement technique. One could only wonder what he would be able to return once he handed it over to Gu Qingqiu. It could only be said that utilizing another's fortune for someone else, while also reaping benefits for oneself, was indeed the way of Gu Changge. Based on prior experiences, the items returned would likely belong to the same category. If there were techniques that could accelerate the transformation of the 9-pattern Fate Wheel, that would be even better. Even if it required a hefty price, it would be worth it. Heavenly Tao, Fate Wheel. Gu Changge's gaze deepened. Subsequently, he sought out Gu Qingqiu, and as expected, upon returning, she had entered seclusion to cultivate. With the assistance of the spirit gathering bottle, her progress would be rapid, and Gu Changge would not lag behind. After all, to him, Gu Qingqiu was akin to his sister. If her cultivation surpassed his, especially with the aid of the spirit gathering, what kind of brother would he be? Yet, it was highly improbable that she would outstrip him, for while Gu Qingqiu possessed the spirit gathering bottle, Gu Changge had even more formidable resources at his disposal, including the condensing Tao divine bottle. In addition to that, he had the eye of the celestial spring, along with an abundance of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Thus, a month later, Rumble, Gu Changge stood above the sea of spirits, the boundless brilliance of the 9-pattern Fate Wheel rotating slowly. As the final divine essence of the condensing Tao divine water was crushed and transformed into spiritual power that dripped into the sea of spirits. The previously expanded sea of spirits, which had reached 5,999 zhang, erupted with a resounding roar. The sea of spirits expanded outward. It reached a new realm. Fate Wheel's 6th layer. The sea of spirits extended to 6,000 zhang in the span of a single month. One ascended from the 3rd to the 6th level of the Fate Wheel realm, achieving an astonishing breakthrough of 3 realms within 30 days. Such an extraordinary pace would surely leave other prodigies in a state of utter astonishment, their minds reeling in disbelief. Prior to reaching the Rainbow Bridge realm, a monthly progression of 3 realms was not particularly remarkable. However, post-Fate Wheel, expanding the spiritual sea necessitates an immeasurable amount of resources. Moreover, upon reaching the pinnacle of the 1st level of the spiritual sea, one must endure a prolonged period of refinement before further expansion can occur. Failure in this endeavor may lead to severe repercussions. Yet Gu Changge disregarded this principle, witnessing his cultivation soar to incredible heights, almost absurdly so. Upon exiting his seclusion after a month, Gu Changge felt the satisfaction of his 6,000 zhang spiritual sea and nodded in approval. Indeed, he had reached the 6th level of the Fate Wheel realm. When the time came to venture into the world and compete, his cultivation would surely match that of the foremost ranks. Figures like Ji Hao Yue and other unparalleled talents from the Eternal Life families and the Immortal Sacred Lands had begun their training a year or two prior. Presently, most of them had attained the Divine Connection realm. Gu Changge's immediate goal was to catch up to the likes of Ji Hao Yue within the elite tier, which should not pose a significant challenge. In addition, Gu Changge clenched his fist, feeling the roar of 500 billion colossal particles within him, his vitality nearly surging forth from his being. 500 billion pounds of strength. Indeed, this past month, Gu Changge had not only elevated his cultivation, but also fortified his physical prowess. While cultivation is pivotal, possessing a robust physique is equally crucial. After his encounter with Ji Hao Yue, Gu Changge had come to a profound understanding of the importance of a formidable body. He was merely 300 billion particles away from mastering the foundational techniques of the divine elephant suppression, after which he would transition the colossal particles into primordial particles, heralding yet another terrifying enhancement of his strength. Having not seen Gu Qingxiu for a month, it was time to pay her a visit and perhaps seize an opportunity. Gu Changge exited his chamber and made his way towards the courtyard where Gu Qingxiu resided. Earlier, upon returning, Gu Changge had taken residence in the Son of Heaven-S estate, while Gu Qingxiu remained in the first sequence estate as she had entered seclusion before his return. Your Highness, upon reaching the entrance of Gu Qingxiu's courtyard, the two maidservants present brightened with recognition, quickly bowing in respectful greeting. As they lowered themselves, the 4 white, jade-like peaks captivated the eye, drawing one into their allure. Gu Changge nodded and inquired, "Has Qingxiu emerged from seclusion?" Miss Qingxiu has just exited her seclusion, but it seems she is tidying up her belongings in preparation for an outing. An outing? I shall seek her directly. Gu Changge surmised the reason for Gu Qingxiu's departure and smiled, stepping past the 2 maidservants into the courtyard. Observing Gu Changge's tall figure entering, the maidservants exchanged glances, then cast their eyes downwards towards their chests. Ding Xiang, it seems His Highness holds no interest in us at all. What's strange about that? Only a stunning beauty like Miss Qingxiu can accompany His Highness. If His Highness has even cast a glance our way, we should feel grateful and content. In response, the maidservant Yu Shui felt no sense of disappointment. Ding Xiang nodded in agreement. Gu Changge stepped further into the courtyard. Upon entering, one's gaze was immediately drawn to Gu Qingxiu, seated at a stone table, sipping tea. Upon noticing Gu Changge's arrival, Gu Qingxiu appeared somewhat taken aback and set down her cup. "Brother Changge, what brings you here?" she inquired, rising to offer a respectful bow. "I came to see how your month-long retreat has fared," Gu Changge replied, stepping closer. The young woman's demeanor radiated an increasingly noble and aloof elegance, her exquisite features revealing a subtle air of authority and dominance. He sensed that the regal presence of the once revered female sovereign was beginning to manifest once more in Gu Qingxiu. It must be said, Gu Qingxiu stirred within Gu Changge a burgeoning desire for conquest. She possessed an undeniable allure. A hint of satisfaction graced her serene smile as she pursed her lips. Yet, in the face of Gu Changge, Gu Qingxiu found herself at a loss, unable to exude her former sovereign's gravitas, instead feeling a twinge of apprehension towards the current Gu Changge. Chapter 56. Arrival at the Tianlan sect. Did you gain a little something? I suspect it is more than that. Gu Changge raised an eyebrow, having perused Gu Qingxiu's information prior to his arrival. The Wheel of Destiny Realm. Indeed, Gu Qingxiu had successfully broken through to the Wheel of Destiny realm as she had wished. The cultivation speed of the female supreme was nothing short of terrifying. Gu Qingxiu flashed a sweet smile, refraining from responding to Gu Changge's remarks. By the way, you have just broken through to the Wheel of Destiny. You should find this elixir useful. Gu Changge presented several vials of elixirs, each adorned with the inscription, Wen Yuan Dan. The Wen Yuan Dan was a fourth-tier elixir, and a top-tier one at that, exclusively available to first-rate forces and prestigious families for aiding cultivation. As the son of God, Gu Changge had an unlimited supply of such elixirs. The Wen Yuan Dan was effective in accelerating cultivation and stabilizing one's realm, particularly beneficial for those who had just ascended to the first layer of the Wheel of Destiny, as well as for those advancing to the second and third layers. Seeing Gu Changge provide her with resources once more, Gu Qingxiu pouted slightly, accepting them with a sense of helplessness. Brother Changge, with you constantly giving me resources, I don't know when I will ever repay your kindness. Who said you need to repay me? Gu Changge chuckled. Your success in cultivation is the best reward for me. That is not acceptable. Gu Qingxiu shook her head. Noticing this, Gu Changge gently ruffled her hair. What is wrong with that? You are my sister, and it is only natural for a brother to care for his sister. The female supreme seemed to be unable to escape the grasp of Gu Changge this time. From initially calling him brother to now showing no resistance at all, even allowing him to ruffle her hair. Such changes were likely unnoticed by Gu Qingxiu herself. All right, since you have just broken through, take the Wen Yuan Dan to solidify your progress. By the way, I heard you're going out? Where to? I have just finished my closed-door training. We can go together, Gu Changge inquired of Gu Qingxiu. Gu Qingxiu was taken aback. She was heading to the chaotic rift, a place fraught with danger. She had to be cautious even during her previous life. Bringing Gu Changge along would be a different matter. However, before she could voice her objections, Gu Changge had already left. Gu Qingxiu sighed. Fine. After all, Gu Changge has treated me like family. Since he wishes to accompany me, I suppose it would be better together. Perhaps with his current strength, we might achieve greater gains. As Gu Changge departed from Gu Qingxiu's courtyard, he couldn't help but chuckle at her hesitance. She wanted to venture out alone? Oh no, that was out of the question. Subsequently, Gu Changge noticed the notification regarding the Wen Yuan Dan he had just given to Gu Qingxiu, an information that had not triggered a return in a month. Ding! The host has gifted to the bound target Gu Qingxiu 1 vial of 4th tier Wen Yuan Dan. You have received a 500-fold return. You have obtained a vial of 4th tier Supreme Elixir, Dao Rhythm Dan. Dao Erhaidahayim Dan. Could it possibly be the Supreme Elixir imbued with the essence of the Dao? Alas, it was only 4th tier. Gu Changge's eyes sparkled momentarily, followed by a sense of regret. Now that his immortal bones have awakened, it is imperative for him to nurture them with an abundance of Dao rhythms. The celestial shadows within his immortal bones are nearing a substantial form, and when the time comes to wield the accompanying immortal techniques, they will be exceedingly formidable. He holds a tentative hope for this vial of Dao rhythm pills. Upon returning to the Sun's residence, Gu Changge refined one of the Dao rhythm pills and, after experiencing the feedback from his immortal bones, his gaze became fervent. Refining this vial of Dao rhythm pills will indeed allow the celestial shadow seated within his immortal bones to solidify. When the time comes, he shall invoke the immortal King's descent upon the 9 heavens. The amplification, he suspects, will increase several-fold. Suddenly, Gu Changge recalled that when he visited Gu Qingxiu yesterday, he had forgotten to invite her to relocate to the Sun's residence. Subsequently, he instructed someone to notify Gu Qingxiu to move over and then continue to seclusion. Days later, in the hidden chamber of Gu Changge's room, a surging celestial light erupted, cascading from his chest into the void like a tidal wave. A burst of celestial radiance blossomed from his heart, within which seemed to cradle a divine entity. When the celestial light reached its zenith, a figure of ethereal beauty, strikingly handsome and transcendent, sat cross-legged amidst the celestial glow. Previously, the celestial shadow had been indistinct, but now it could manifest Gu Changge's features, albeit the figure remained illusory. Yet, merely revealing his countenance was already a significant advancement. The immortal king descends upon the 9 heavens. As Gu Changge invoked the immortal technique born of his immortal bones, an identical ethereal figure materialized behind him, exuding an aura of majesty, cloaked in celestial light. as if a celestial deity had descended upon the mortal realm. Boom! As he unleashed the immortal king's descent upon the nine heavens. Changge felt his spiritual ocean enveloped in celestial light. Every thread of spiritual power augmented by a mysterious force, capable of unleashing even more terrifying strength. Such enhancement! Clenching his fists, Changge felt invigorated, now at the fifth level of his life wheel. The immortal king's descent upon the nine heavens could unleash power rivaling that of at least the ninth level of the life wheel. With the addition of various techniques, he could even contend in the divine connection realm. The ninth level of the life wheel, or the divine connection realm, that Changge mentioned, does not pertain to ordinary cultivators, but to prodigious talents like himself. If he were to engage with an ordinary cultivator, even those at the ninth level of the divine connection realm would find themselves challenged against Changge. Individuals of his extraordinary caliber cannot be measured by the standards of typical cultivators. Upon concluding his seclusion, a jade talisman flew from his storage ring. Changche's voice emanated from within. Brother Changge, I am prepared to depart for the Tianlan sect. Once you emerge from your seclusion, you may come find me. The Tianlan sect's secret realm opens in 7 days, and should you still be in seclusion then, I shall proceed alone. Is it time to set off? Changge calculated the time with his fingers, sighing in relief. Fortunately, he had only been in seclusion for 3 days, and there were still 4 days until the chaotic rift at the Tianlan sect appeared, so there was no need to rush. Rising, he exited the hidden chamber and sought out Changche. Having not seen Changge for 3 days, Changche was momentarily taken aback upon seeing him again. Scrutinizing him from head to toe, Brother Changge seems to have undergone another transformation. I too have made some gains, Changge jestingly replied to Changche. Upon hearing this, Changche was momentarily taken aback, astonished that Changge would use her own words against her. All right, I shall refrain from teasing you. Are we heading to Tianlan sect? Let us set off. Changge chuckled, noticing Changche's daze, and gestured for her to follow. Regaining her composure, Changche hesitantly inquired, Brother Changge, are you truly willing to accompany me? That secret realm is a chance I inherited from my predecessors in the branch lineage, and it remains uncertain. There may be dangers lurking. Hearing this, Changge turned his gaze toward Changche, a slight smile gracing his lips. Do you think I am the kind of person to shy away from danger? No, not at all. Then, why the hesitation? Let's go. However, we must not attract undue attention. It could lead to unforeseen complications. We should find an elder from our clan to accompany us, who can later emerge to facilitate our communication with Tianlan sect, granting us a more convenient passage. Understood. Chapter 57. The Saintess of Tianlan sect. Muqinghua in the central northern region lies the Tianlan sect, a preeminent force within the realm. Its influence extends far and wide, governing countless trillions of beings. Yet today, the sect has the honor of receiving distinguished guests. Within the Tianlan sect, esteemed elders who typically hold lofty positions have gathered, all bowing in deference to the supremely revered sect master, a formidable figure of the kingly realm who occupies the central throne. Should this scene be witnessed by those within and beyond the sect, it would undoubtedly send shivers down their spines and instill profound trepidation. What manner of being would compel such a dominant force to submit in humility to the astonishment of all present? The individual being revered is a youth who appears strikingly young, tall and regal, clad in black robes adorned with golden edges that enhance his ethereal presence. He resembles a celestial being descended from the heavens. An aura of divine resonance envelopes him, shimmering with otherworldly light, leaving onlookers in a state of awe and disbelief. Indeed, standing before the venerable sect master and the elders is none other than Changge. Flanking him are Changche and an elder of the Gu family, a formidable figure of the kingly realm. I apologize for the trouble during my stay in Tianlan sect, Changge addressed the sect master. Upon hearing this, the sect master immediately bowed his head, responding with utmost courtesy. It is an honor for our Tianlan sect to host the divine son of the eternal Gu family. Please, do keep your arrival discreet. I shall depart in a few days. Of course, the sect master assented, nodding profusely. The presence of the divine son from the eternal Gu family is no trivial matter. Tianlan sect is but a speck in comparison to such a lineage. A fortunate encounter like this is not to be squandered. Now is the time to seek favor. Please arrange for my accommodation, Gu Changge remarked, taking note of the sect master's demeanor, feeling the might of his own influential background. It is no wonder that the sons and daughters of top-tier forces often seek to make their presence known. Qinghua, please escort the divine son to the Misty Peak, commanded the sect master. Misty Peak is renowned as the most breathtaking site within Tianlan sect, typically accessible only to the sect master or the grand elders. With the exception of this woman named Qinghua, for she is the saintess of Tianlan sect. Mu Qinghua nodded in acknowledgement and then turned her delicate face towards Gu Changge. She is extraordinarily beautiful, her ice-blue heterochromatic eyes reminiscent of a clear sky. Her hair, also of a frosty hue, emanates an aura of icy grace, akin to a snow lotus upon a frozen mountain. A mere glance at such a woman can evoke an overwhelming desire for conquest, a yearning to witness her unravel. Gu Changge cast a glance at Mu Qinghua and nodded. Lead the way. Divine son, please follow me. Mu Qinghua's voice, though cold, carried a hint of rigid respect. Clearly, Mu Qinghua was aware of the intentions behind the Tianlan sect master's request to escort Gu Changge to the mysterious peak. Gu Changge, too, was cognizant of the underlying motives. However, it mattered little to him, as his sole purpose in coming here was to seize an opportunity. The sect master of Tianlan and the esteemed elders watched Gu Changge depart, not wiping the beads of sweat from their brows until the figures of the four were entirely out of sight. Sect master, why does the esteemed scion of the Changsheng Gu family come to our Tianlan sect? Questioned one elder. The sect master shot him a glare. If you inquire of me, who shall I inquire of? I too am eager to know. Yet, after his words, the sect master's gaze turned resolute, regardless of his purpose. Encountering the scion of the Changsheng Gu family is an opportunity we must seize. Ensure our disciples do not offend young Master Changge. We understand, the elders replied, nodding earnestly, their expressions grave. The sect master then dismissed the elders, his gaze lingering on the direction where Mu Qinghua had departed with Gu Changge, murmuring, Qinghua, the opportunity has been laid before you. Do seize it. At the pinnacle of Mysterious Peak, Gu Changge stood with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying the boundless sea of clouds before him, nodding in satisfaction. Truly, the peak lives up to its name. The scenery is exquisite. Gu Qingqiu, however, remained unfazed. Having witnessed landscapes far grander in his previous life as an unparalleled sovereign of the imperial realm. Standing behind Gu Changge, Mu Qinghua scrutinized the scion of the Changsheng family. To her, the legends of the Changsheng scions and goddesses had always been mere tales. She had thought the only way to encounter one would be during the emergence of the celestial dragon rankings or the true dragon rankings, when the exceptional prodigies of the Changsheng family and the eternal sacred grounds would make their entrance into the world. She had not anticipated meeting a scion today. The figure before her indeed embodied the image she had long envisioned, gentle as jade, exuding an air of nobility. Not only that, but he also radiated an overwhelming aura, a terrifying presence that seemed to eclipse the heavens. Even without releasing any energy, he enveloped Mu Qinghua in an oppressive sensation, akin to having her throat constricted. It is worth noting that she had reached adulthood and attained the 9th level of the Fate Wheel realm, mere steps away from transcending into the divine connection realm. Yet, facing the Changsheng scion, she felt as though she stood before an insurmountable mountain, truly intimidating. Suppressing her astonishment, Mu Qinghua bowed slightly, saying, if young Master Changge requires any assistance, please feel free to contact me. I shall ensure your needs are fulfilled promptly. Stepping forward, she presented a communication jade pendant. Gu Changge accepted it with a nod, responding, very well, then I shall take my leave, Mu Qinghua said, lowering her head before turning to depart. Gu Qingqiu observed the exchange quietly, and once Mu Qinghua had left, he turned to Gu Changge and playfully remarked, Brother Changge, That saintess of the Tianlan sect is quite beautiful. Have you no thoughts on that? What thoughts? Gu Changge replied, looking at Gu Qingxiu with a puzzled expression. Gu Qingxiu smiled faintly. As long as you speak, enticing the other party to serve you is a trivial matter, is it not? I have no interest. Gu Changge replied calmly. A mere sex saintess? If he, Gu Changge, desired to seek one, even the daughters of the Longsheng lineage or the saintesses of the immortal abode would eventually kneel before him. Once his cultivation reached fruition, even celestial maidens would bow in submission. What was Mu Qinghua after all? Upon hearing Gu Changge's response, Gu Qingxiu was hardly taken aback. The northern region was in close proximity to the central plains where the Gu family resided. Utilizing the interdomain array, they arrived within 2 days. Thus, there were only 2 days left until the opening of the Chaos Rift. During these 2 days, whispers of speculation circulated within the Tianlan sect. As many sensed the presence of a distinguished guest, the disciples of the enforcement hall were ceaselessly on patrol, and any hint of conflict was met with stern reprimands from the elders. Chapter 58. This is truly a slap in the face. Such a situation would have been unimaginable in the past. On that day, when the sect leader and the elders gathered, some of the elders divulged a fragment of information which was speculated upon by those with ulterior motives. At the foot of the Miao Peak, a strikingly handsome man, exuding an aura of sanctity, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the peak. He then lowered his head, frowning at the 2 individuals blocking his path. What is the meaning of this? I, the Daozi, wish to ascend the cloud sea to seek enlightenment, and you dare to obstruct me? Are you courting death? Daozi, we are here on the sect leader's orders to guard Miao Peak. Without the sect leader's express command or the consent of those above, we cannot allow anyone to pass, even if it is the Daozi or the Holy Maiden. If you wish to ascend Miao Peak, allow us to inform the esteemed individuals first. Upon hearing this, the Daozi of Tianlan sect was filled with indignation. When did my Tianlan sect become someone else's territory? Do you not realize that I shall be the future sect leader? Get out of my way. I will ascend first, and if anything goes awry, I shall bear the consequences. The Daozi, already frustrated by his inability to break through to the divine connection realm, sought solace in the picturesque scenery of Miao Peak to clear his mind. Yet here he stood, hindered by his own kin at the foot of the Sex Mountain. It was utterly absurd. In a fit of rage, the Daozi did not dwell on the implications and strode toward Miao Peak. The guarding disciples exchanged glances, realizing the precariousness of the situation. It was imperative to notify the sect leader immediately, hoping it was not too late. As the Daozi advanced, his figure moved swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, he had ascended several zhang. Soon, he arrived at the summit of Miao Peak. The view at the peak remained breathtaking, shrouded in mist, with gentle winds and ethereal clouds, resembling a realm of immortals. In previous times, the Daozi might have felt a sense of tranquility and joy. However, at this moment, his mood was far from pleasant. For, in his line of sight, he beheld 2 figures seated beneath the Miao Pavilion, engaged in laughter and discourse, savoring tea. These 2 individuals, esteemed guests of Tianlan sect, held such status that the sect was compelled to set aside its pride and grant them residence at Miao Peak. Suppressing his rising anger, the Daozi approached the pavilion. The Miao Pavilion, perched atop the peak, served as a resting place for those in need of respite. For the past few days, Gu Changge and Gu Qingxiu had been taking their ease in the pavilion, having cultivated to the realms of Rainbow Bridge and Life Wheel. Going a month without sleep was no great feat. Taking a brief respite for a couple of days was hardly an issue. I sensed the fluctuations in the surrounding space growing more pronounced. It seems that a change may occur in a couple of hours. Gu Changge remarked with a smile toward Gu Qingxiu. Indeed, when that time comes, Brother Changge must accompany me, she replied. Very well. Gu Changge understood that Gu Qingxiu, a reborn female supreme, had come to this former ground to seize opportunities. Wandering about aimlessly without her guidance could indeed be perilous. Thus, he resolved to remain by her side. Just as Gu Changge nodded, Gu Qingxiu was about to speak when her brow suddenly furrowed. Gu Changge slightly raised his eyes. unexpectedly catching sight of the man approaching from the direction of the misty pavilion. "Is there something you wish to discuss, Sectmaster?" Gu Changge inquired calmly, examining the man as he approached. He had presumed that the sect master of Tianlan's sect was sending a high-ranking disciple to convey some important matter to him. Upon seeing Gu Changge, the Daozi of Tianlan's sect scrutinized him in turn, noticing his ethereal demeanor and noble aura, certainly not that of an ordinary person. His brows knitted tighter, reflecting his astonishment. In the northern region, there ought to be no one as young and distinguished as Gu Changge. Could it be that he indeed possesses a remarkable background? With this thought, the previously boiling anger within the Daozi gradually subsided. As the Holy Son, he was not one to overlook the obvious. Rather, he was more discerning. His earlier display of temper beneath the peak was merely an expression of his inner turmoil. Had Gu Changge and Gu Qingqiu been unremarkable, he might have thought to reprimand them. But now, he deemed it wiser to refrain, lest he be met with unexpected consequences. "I am Lin Xingzhan, Daozi of Tianlan's sect. May I ask your esteemed name?" Lin Xingzhan greeted Gu Changge with a respectful bow, his expression warm and inviting. "Merely a passerby, here for a brief stay due to certain matters," Gu Changge replied nonchalantly. "So, he is indeed the Daozi of Tianlan's sect. Such composure is to be expected." Gu Changge mused inwardly. Yet, his curiosity was piqued. What could bring Lin Xingzhan here? "Is there something you require?" Gu Changge asked. "Not at all. I was simply curious to see what kind of distinguished individuals choose to reside at our Tianlan sect's misty peak," Lin Xingzhan replied with a smile. At that moment, Gu Qingqiu turned her gaze towards Lin Xingzhan as well. She held a vague recollection of him, having encountered the Daozi during her previous visit to Tianlan's sect when she traversed the chaotic rift. However, she had heard that he ultimately met his demise due to the machinations of the sect's holy maiden, with Yichun being implicated as the instigator. As Lin Xingzhan's thoughts drifted to Gu Qingqiu, he was taken aback by her extraordinary beauty, far beyond his expectations. Her eyebrows resembled delicate willows. Her eyes sparkled like stars, and her perfect features were akin to a masterful creation, exuding an aura of authority that commanded the submission of myriad clans. Such a woman, akin to Mu Qinghua, could effortlessly inspire a desire for conquest. Who is this? Lin Xingzhan's interest in Gu Qingqiu intensified. A woman of such caliber must be a paragon of excellence. Cultivating a favorable relationship with her might indeed aid him on his path to enlightenment. "This is my younger sister," Gu Changge remarked, casting a glance at Lin Xingzhan, who appeared captivated. He then discreetly communicated to Gu Qingqiu. "A beauty is a source of calamity. It seems I have caught the attention of the holy maiden of Tianlan's sect, while you have captivated the Daozi." Upon hearing Gu Changge's words, a hint of embarrassment crept onto Gu Qingqiu's face. "I see she's your sister. May I inquire where you hail from and what brings you to Tianlan's sect? Should you require assistance, I hold some influence here and would be glad to help." Lin Xingzhan spoke, not waiting for Gu Changge and Gu Qingqiu to utter a word, and took a seat beside them. His handsome visage bore a smile, exuding an air of elegance. Indeed, it would have been even more delightful had he not been fixated on Gu Qingqiu. Meanwhile, at this moment, the Lord of Tianlan's sect had just received a message from the disciples stationed to guard the mysterious peak. Upon hearing that Lin Xingzhan, the incensed disciple of Tianlan's sect, had stormed to the summit of Mysterious Peak, he hurriedly made his way from the Lord's peak. The expression on the Lord's face was one of distress, filled with trepidation. "Xingzhan, please do not engage in any reckless behavior. Do not provoke those two esteemed individuals." Chapter 59. A single finger shatters the Tao heart regardless of the circumstances. Gu Qingqiu's exquisite beauty had already captivated Lin Xingzhan's heart. If possible, he would not hesitate to invite her into his abode, eager to savor the allure of such an enchanting woman. Furthermore, judging by the demeanor of Gu Changge and Gu Qingqiu, both exhibited extraordinary qualities. Lin Xingzhan not only aspired to win the affections of a beautiful woman, but also sought the backing of the formidable forces behind Gu Changge and Gu Qingqiu. However, upon Lin Xingzhan's utterance, neither Gu Changge nor Gu Qingqiu deigned to respond. plunging the atmosphere into an abrupt chill. Gu Qingxiu maintained a serene expression, offering no indication of a reply to Lin Xingjian's inquiry. Meanwhile, Gu Changge remained unperturbed, leisurely sipping tea, elegantly disregarding him, observing their reactions. Lin Xingjian's previously warm smile faltered slightly. Who was he? He was the Daozi of Tianlan's sect. In terms of status, he stood above countless elders and disciples. Yet, these two seemingly unremarkable individuals dared to treat him with such blatant disregard. From the onset, their lack of response instilled in him a sense of contempt, as if they were belittling him. Suppressing his irritation, Lin Xingjian resolved to probe their identities through action, believing it would not be difficult to discern their affiliations. If they were mere impostors, he would not hesitate to act against them. Rising from the stone chair, he coldly addressed Gu Changge, "Esteemed sir, and this lovely maiden the Daozi, am genuinely inclined to assist you. Such an attitude is rather unbecoming. While my mood remains favorable, it would be wise for you to depart." In response to Lin Xingjian's remarks, Gu Changge merely rolled his eyes, harboring no intention of retaliating against such an audacious provocateur. Bold indeed, Lin Xingjian could no longer contain his fury. He glared at Gu Changge, stating coldly, "What if I refuse to leave? Can you truly expel me from my own territory? Since you're so eager for a confrontation, let it be so." With a resigned sigh, Gu Changge set down his teacup and pointed a finger at Lin Xingjian. Instantly, intricate Dao patterns emerged, and a formidable hand materialized from the patterns, fiercely thrusting towards Lin Xingjian. The piercing finger seemed to sever space itself, exuding an overwhelming aura of confinement. As the celestial finger manifested, the void rippled and trembled, radiating divine brilliance. Yet, upon witnessing Gu Changge's audacity to strike, Lin Xingjian could no longer regard him as a mere commoner. He burst into laughter, exclaiming, "How audacious! I am a prodigy of the Northern Domain, possessing a 9th-tier fate wheel at merely 18, just one step away from transcending. You appear younger than I. How formidable can your cultivation truly be? Kneel before me." With a hearty laugh, Lin Xingjian unleashed a palm strike, channeling spiritual energy to form a colossal hand that crashed toward the terrifying finger. Lin Xingjian firmly believed that Gu Changge's cultivation was not strong, even if someone from a powerful faction arrived. It was impressive enough for someone at this age to break through to the Fate Wheel realm, qualifying them as an extraordinary genius. However, how could someone who had just broken through to the Fate Wheel possibly contend with him, a 9th-layer practitioner of the Fate Wheel realm? Even if they were a genius from a major power, did Lin Xingjian, as a disciple of the Tianlan sect, lack strength? Boom! The clash of Lin Xingjian's palm and the enormous finger produced a terrifying shockwave, uprooting grass and shattering trees. Yet, this situation lasted only an instant. After the collision of their attacks, Lin Xingjian's expression suddenly changed dramatically. He witnessed the enormous finger effortlessly shatter his attack, charging towards him with an overwhelming force. "What?" Lin Xingjian barely had time to exclaim before the enormous finger struck him with tremendous force. Thud! Lin Xingjian's protective treasure manifested, encasing him in a spherical shield of energy. Although it preserved his life, the recoil was impossible to withstand. In that instant, Lin Xingjian coughed up blood, his figure hurtling backward like a shooting star, crashing into a nearby boulder. Boom! The boulder shattered, completely burying Lin Xingjian beneath the rubble. The mysterious peak returned to tranquility as Gu Changge, regarding the Lin Xingjian he had just sent flying, chuckled softly, shaking his head before resuming his tea. 9th layer of the Fate Wheel realm? Still a top-tier disciple. He must possess extraordinary qualities, and in comparison to ordinary individuals, he was indeed a figure to be revered. Yet, before him stood a mere brat. Gu Changge, endowed with an unparalleled physique and celestial scriptures, could unleash a staggering force of 400 billion pounds with a mere flick of his wrist, let alone boasting a 6th-layer cultivation of the Fate Wheel realm along with formidable divine abilities. What could Lin Xingjian possibly compare? He did not even dare to retaliate. Gu Qingxiu, witnessing this scene, felt no surprise. After all, it was entirely expected for Gu Changge to defeat Lin Xingjian. Boom! The fragments of stone flew as Lin Xingjian, covered in dust and disheveled, staggered to his feet amidst the debris. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Gu Changge, exclaiming in shock, "This is impossible. You even broke through my protective treasure. How could you possess such strength? Who on earth are you?" Upon hearing this, Gu Changge cast a glance at the disheveled Lin Xingjian and remarked nonchalantly, "Perhaps you should inquire with your sect leader." Lin Xingjian was momentarily taken aback, following Gu Changge's gaze to find a figure he recognized all too well, the sect leader of the Tianlan sect, accompanied by the holy maiden Mu Qinghua. The sect leader's expression was dark as he approached Gu Changge, offering a slight bow before striding over to Lin Xingjian. Sect leader, Lin Xingjian attempted to speak, but suddenly felt a sharp pain across his cheek. In an instant, he was left dizzy, stars dancing before his eyes. When he regained his senses, he looked at the sect leader in disbelief. "Sect leader, how could you dare to strike a distinguished guest of the Tianlan sect? Was there no one to caution you? Why did you force your way onto Mysterious Peak? It seems you no longer wish to maintain your position. Leave, follow me to meet the Grand Elder. I intend to strip you of your position as the disciple of our sect," the master of Tianlan sect exclaimed, his frustration palpable. Lin Xingjian felt a buzzing in his head upon hearing those words. No, this cannot be, he thought. He had only acted in self-defense and had been dealt a humiliating blow before he could truly make his move. How could he possibly be dismissed from his position now? Gu Changge glanced at the furious master of Tianlan's sect from Ethereal Pavilion, taking his words lightly. Surely, he would not so casually dismiss a disciple he had nurtured for so long. Such statements were merely a means to save face and provide an exit for himself. "Master, please take him away and handle it as you see fit," Gu Changge said with a smile. "This will also prevent him from obstructing my vision." The master of Tianlan's sect nodded at Gu Changge, then with a flick of his sleeve, enveloped Lin Xingjian in a radiant light and soared into the sky. As they ascended, a voice echoed, "Qinghua, please represent me and the sect in apologizing to Lord Changge. I shall first teach this ungrateful disciple a proper lesson." Chapter 60. The Chaotic Rift opens. At this moment, Mu Qinghua's enchanting eyes sparkled as she gazed at Gu Changge within the ethereal pavilion, her heart trembling. Is this the terrifying prowess of the scion from the Changsheng family? Their Daozi from the Tianlan sect, at the 9th level of the Fate Wheel realm, merely a step away from transcending into the divine realm, was effortlessly cast aside without even managing to execute a single move. Although it could be attributed to Lin Xingjian's restraint, how much weaker could he possibly be? On the contrary, Lin Xingjian's casual display of power left one in awe. How could Gu Changge not evoke similar sentiments? The sensation of suppressing a distinguished Daozi of a formidable faction with a mere gesture was utterly astonishing and commanded profound respect. Mu Qinghua felt her heart racing uncontrollably, recalling the instructions from the sect leader before her departure. She gracefully approached the ethereal pavilion and offered a slight bow to Gu Changge in apology. "I apologize, esteemed scion of Changsheng, for my Daozi inadvertently disturbing your enjoyment. It's of no consequence, merely a trifling matter," Gu Changge replied nonchalantly, having paid little heed to the incident, recognizing the courtesy extended towards him. He was not the sort to hold grudges over trifles, unlike the archetypal protagonist who would retaliate with extreme measures for a mere insult. However, Mu Qinghua, perceiving Gu Changge's response, did not truly believe he felt that way. Maintaining her stance, she elaborated, "The Xingjian Daozi forcefully ascended the misty peak. The disciples stationed at the foot of the mountain were meant to guard against intruders, yet he disregarded their warnings. The sect leader and I rushed here immediately. I've already stated that it's of no concern," Gu Changge remarked with a hint of amusement. "I do not regard him as a threat." Mu Qinghua was momentarily taken aback by his words, then bowed deeply once more. Such audacity, such tone, in this world where power reigns supreme. It was indeed a challenge to remain composed, especially considering Gu Changge's extraordinary background and unparalleled grace. She could not deny that, confronted with such an exceptional man, she could not guarantee her heart would remain entirely unaffected. "Scion, allow me to brew tea for you as an apology from the Tianlan sect," Mu Qinghua said, her demeanor submissive, her tone gentle. Beside them, Gu Qingxiu raised an eyebrow. Gu Changge, upon hearing her, raised an eyebrow in response. Since you wish to, then go ahead. Thank you, esteemed Scion Changge. Meanwhile, on the other side, the sect leader of Tianlan brought Lin Xingjian into the main hall of the sect, only to send him hurtling away, landing heavily on the ground. As Lin Xingjian rose, disbelief was etched across his face. Sect leader, has our Tianlan sect fallen to such depths, bowing to other factions? I heard you refer to that individual as a scion. Whose scion is he? I shall surely exact vengeance for today's humiliation. His chest heaved with fury, his voice brimming with wrath. The sect leader, incensed, rebuked him. Do you not understand? I brought you here to offer you a chance at survival. Do you comprehend what it signifies that the Scion Changge can suppress you with a mere finger? As the sect leader spoke, an overwhelming aura enveloped him, and Lin Xingjian, upon hearing his words, felt as if a torrent of ice water had doused the flames of his fury, leaving him stunned in place. How could he not comprehend the significance of Gu Changge's single finger suppressing him? Deep down, he dare not believe it. After all, he was the Daozi of Tianlan sect, a true prodigy, yet he could not even withstand a mere finger from his opponent. How could he possibly accept such a reality? The sect leader of Tianlan, observing Lin Xingjian's silence, coldly remarked, I have heard that you have been in seclusion for a month without breaking through to the divine connection stage, resulting in a buildup of frustration within you. Therefore, this incident shall not be entirely attributed to you. Go to the tranquility pool for 3 months of reflection, or achieve your breakthrough, and you shall be released. I understand. Lin Xingjian stood still for a long moment before reluctantly nodding. Soon after, this news reached Gu Changge. At that moment, Mu Qinghua respectfully stood beside Gu Changge, serving him tea. Her figure was slender and graceful. As she lowered her gaze and leaned slightly, her curves were accentuated, and the faint fragrance of her silk attire wafted gently past Gu Changge. Should the disciples of Tianlan sect witness their dream goddess so submissively serving another, one could only wonder if their hearts would shatter on the spot. After sipping a warm cup of tea, Gu Changge chuckled. The sect leader of Tianlan seems to be overreacting. This divine son truly does not mind. The sect leader is reasonable. Even if divine son Changge is unbothered, the prescribed punishment shall not be lessened. This time, Daozi Xingjian has managed to retain his position, likely due to the sect leader recognizing that divine son Changge holds no intention of pursuing the matter further. Mu Qinghua spoke softly, her voice as clear as a spring, completely shedding her earlier aloof demeanor. Gu Qingxiu observed the scene of Mu Qinghua attending to Gu Changge and felt an inexplicable discomfort stirring within her heart. No matter how she looked at it, something felt amiss, as if she did not wish for anyone to draw near to Gu Changge. This sensation left Gu Qingxiu feeling a bit unsettled. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from somewhere within Tianlan sect, akin to an explosion from the depths of the void. This tremendous sound startled the entirety of Tianlan sect. Numerous elders and accomplished disciples soared into the sky, their eyes wide with terror as they gazed at a specific point in the void. Above Tianlan sect, a colossal spatial rift had opened, resembling a fearsome beast poised to devour everything in its path, as if it intended to engulf the entire sect. Activate the protective mountain formation. The sect leader of Tianlan, equally astonished by the sudden appearance of the rift, immediately commanded the elders and disciples within the sect. A spatial rift. Such a phenomenon can only be wielded by those of the saint realm. Even the quasi-saints merely utilize it for short-distance movement. The emergence of such a terrifying rift can only signify great calamity or immense fortune. As the sect leader contemplated this, he suddenly thought of Gu Changge and Gu Qingxiu, a spark igniting within him. Could it be that the Changsheng Gu family's divine son and that young woman have come here for this very reason? The sect leader's conjecture was indeed correct. With a resounding crash, an overwhelming aura of the King realm enveloped the area, revealing the presence of the esteemed elder that Gu Changge had brought with him. Gu Shangyun gazed down upon a multitude of people within the Tianlan sect and proclaimed, "This spatial rift is of my own design, as the scion of the eternal life Gu family. I beseech your esteemed sect to refrain from interference. Once the scion emerges, we shall take our leave." Her voice reverberated throughout the Tianlan sect, momentarily rendering countless disciples speechless, only to be followed by an uproar of astonished exclamations. At last, the disciples of the Tianlan sect comprehended the identity of the distinguished guest who had graced their presence days prior. The eternal life Gu family. The very one from the central state? The scion? Could it truly be the scion of the eternal life Gu family visiting our Tianlan sect? Alas, no wonder the sect sought to suppress the news. Had it leaked, we would have surely been inundated by other factions clamoring at our gates. My heavens, the scion of the eternal life Gu family? Had I known, I would have stealthily journeyed to the mysterious peak, even if I were not favored by the scion. Merely to behold the presence of such an esteemed lineage would have been a tale worthy of my boasting. Chapter 61. The Chaotic Void Beast. The rootless river. The disciples of the Tianlan sect gasped in astonishment. Within the confines of the sect, both the sect master and the elders displayed expressions of surprise and understanding. The sect master addressed the elder of the Gu family in the sky, assuring him, "Rest assured, elder, we shall not interfere with the divine son." "Such is excellent," the Gu elder replied with a smile and a nod. On the ethereal peak, it was time to set forth. Gu Chang arose and spoke to Gu Qingxiu beside him. Gu Qingxiu nodded in agreement. Mu Qinghua gazed at the terrifying rift in the sky, realizing that Gu Changge had come specifically for this spatial fissure. "Divine Son Changge, please take care," she called out softly, an inexplicable urge driving her to voice her concern as Gu Changge prepared to enter the ominous darkness. Gu Changge looked at Mu Qinghua in surprise before nodding in acknowledgement. "Thank you for your concern, Saintess," he replied, then turned to Gu Qingxiu and took a step forward, soaring into the air, with Gu Qingxiu closely following. In truth, Gu Qingxiu had harbored some confusion, although she had not disclosed her recent breakthrough to the Fate Wheel. Gu Changge had given her a pattern origin pill days prior, declaring she had just achieved that milestone. How'd he know? Yet, Gu Changge did not elaborate, and Gu Qingxiu refrained from asking, allowing the matter to remain unspoken. Two streaks of light shot upward, and the disciples of the Tianlan sect, witnessing the luminous trails rising from the direction of the ethereal peak, strained their eyes to catch a glimpse. However, the light vanished in an instant, leaving many feeling a sense of loss for not seeing the figures within. The elder of the Gu family, summoned by Gu Changge, observed as Gu Changge and Gu Qingxiu entered the spatial rift without a hint of concern. Instead, he sat cross-legged in the void, preventing others from following. Gu Changge's entry into the rift posed no threat requiring his intervention, for lurking in the shadows was a formidable guardian that made the very realms tremble. As they traversed the pitch-black fissure, a sensation of weightlessness washed over them, and soon Gu Changge and Gu Qingxiu regained their footing, feeling solid ground beneath them. The silence here was eerie, as if even the sound of their own blood coursing through their veins and their heartbeats could be distinctly heard. Strangely, in this void of utter darkness, one would expect an absence of light. Yet, the ground beneath them emitted a faint glow, appearing extraordinary and enigmatic, indicating that this place was anything but ordinary. "Is this a fragment of a continent?" Gu Changge inquired, surveying their surroundings. "Indeed," Gu Qingxiu affirmed. "This land is said to have originated from the upper realms. Whether that is true, I cannot say. Brother Changge, you must stay close. There are dangers here, and chaotic void beasts may appear. The Fate Wheel realm is not particularly strong in this place." Gu Qingxiu cautioned Gu Changge nonetheless. "Fear not. This is the treasure trove you are familiar with, and you possess greater knowledge of it than I. Lead me in the exploration of its wonders." Gu Changge replied with a smile. Gu Qingxiu could not have wished for more, because she spoke no falsehoods. It was indeed true that this continent harbored the terrifying chaos beasts, creatures adorned with chaotic patterns, possessing formidable physical strength, yet devoid of sight. In her previous life, upon her unexpected arrival in this place, she encountered a chaos beast, and even after the revitalization of her supreme bone, her enhanced physique struggled to navigate the ordeal. Let us proceed in this direction. Gu Qingqiu chose the path that had led her to the wheel of fate's enhancement techniques in her former life. Very well. With that, the two set forth. The land, emanating a faint glow, appeared vast and expansive, yet utterly devoid of life. In the darkness, the terrain was marked by rolling mountains and grotesque rock formations that evoked an indescribable sense of the uncanny, as if these mountains were slumbering fiends intertwined with the earth. As Gu Qingqiu led the way, she reminisced. The elder who had informed me of this opportunity mentioned that if we continued in this direction, we would encounter a lifeless willow tree. Beside the willow lies a rootless river. Crafting a wooden vessel from the willow's body would allow us to traverse the river and reach the opposite shore, where dilapidated structures await, concealing the fortune we seek. However, peril lurks along the path, as many chaos beasts abound. Gu Qingqiu shared all her previous experiences from her last visit with Gu Changge. How thorough! Gu Changge remarked with a hint of amusement. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, Gu Qingqiu averted her gaze, her beautiful eyes shimmering. Well, that elder must have been here as well, which is why their knowledge is so detailed. Then let us hasten, Gu Changge replied. Indeed, we may soon encounter a chaos beast. Brother Changge, let us tread carefully. Understood. The two drew closer, nearly brushing against each other's arms with each slight movement. However, there was no time for such concerns. Indeed, mere moments later, a terrifying aura suddenly surged from the nearby mountains. In the blink of an eye, a colossal creature, akin to a small hill, leaped from the void before Gu Changge and Gu Qingqiu. It was a ferocious beast, entirely black with bizarre white patterns. Its limbs as slender as withered branches and utterly eyeless, roaring menacingly at them. The terrifying roar reverberated in waves, shaking the gravel beneath their feet. Is this the chaos beast? Gu Changge gazed in astonishment at the creature before him, and through his spiritual perception, he discerned that although the chaos beast contained no energy, its bizarre physique was incredibly robust, with patterns on its body seemingly resonating with the pitch-black void, drawing forth immense power. The chaos beast possessed physical strength at least equivalent to the 5th level of the Wheel of Fate. Indeed, it is a chaos beast. Gu Qingqiu, recognizing the familiar creature, clenched her fists as memories of her previous encounter flooded back. It is likely of the 5th level of the Wheel of Fate. Allow me to take charge. Let us swiftly seize the opportunity you desire. With those words, Gu Changge stepped forward decisively. In the 5th layer of the Howling Command Wheel, the chaotic void witnessed Gu Changge approaching. The gnarled claws, resembling withered branches, transformed into a streak of silver light, launching an assault towards Gu Changge. The claws were immense, extending over several zhang, and when swung down, resembled a colossal blade. However, in the face of this chaotic void's attack, Gu Changge remained unfazed, merely pressing a finger downward. The air thrummed as profound patterns materialized within the void. Subsequently, a terrifying giant finger, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression, descended upon the towering chaotic beast before him, which stood over a dozen zhang tall. The chaotic beast seemed to sense the impending threat. The moment Gu Changge's finger was extended, its attacking claws swiftly redirected towards the descending giant finger. Yet, as the claws collided with the immense finger, a resounding crack echoed through the void. In the next instant, a thunderous boom reverberated as the giant finger descended, raising billowing clouds of dust and debris. Chapter 62. The Everlasting Life Family. Lai Tianyang, a chaos beast at the 5th level of the life wheel, instantly transformed into a puddle of snow and mud. Let us proceed, Gu Changge declared, gesturing with a finger to eliminate the chaos beast. Gu Qingqiu gazed at the subdued chaos void, her heart trembling slightly, yet she maintained a composed expression, nodding in acknowledgement. The chaos beasts within this rift were comparable to pure-blood, ferocious beasts in the outside world. However, before Gu Changge, they were rendered powerless. The same could be said for the Daozi of the Tianlan sect. Now, Gu Qingqiu perceived Gu Changge to be exponentially more formidable than the Gu Changge she had known prior to her rebirth. His demeanor, character, and combat prowess were of an entirely different caliber, making it hard to believe. At times, Gu Qingqiu yearned to ask Gu Changge if he was truly the same person she once knew. As they advanced, Gu Qingqiu initially anticipated facing a grueling battle. Yet, whether it was the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, or 9th level of the life wheel, the chaos beast crumbled before Gu Changge after merely withstanding a second finger strike. Demonstrating his mastery, Gu Changge had not even invoked the Great Void technique or the Great Void Palm from the Void Sutra, and they had already arrived beside the rootless river, standing before the lifeless willow tree that Gu Qingqiu had mentioned. It seemed to be rather effortless. Gu Changge mused, reflecting on the chaos beasts they had encountered along the way. Gu Qingqiu responded, "It is not that it is easy, but rather that Brother Changge is exceedingly powerful." Upon hearing Gu Qingqiu's meek tone, Gu Changge couldn't help but chuckle. Was this truly the same aloof and regal sister of the supreme clan he had once known? The juxtaposition of her appearance and this timid demeanor was delightfully refreshing. This was the effect he desired. Is everything satisfactory? What shall we do next? Gu Changge inquired, seeking Gu Qingqiu's counsel. Chop down the willow tree, and we can use it to cross the river. Very well. Meanwhile, as Gu Changge and Gu Qingqiu prepared to cut down the willow tree to traverse the rootless river, the immense dark rift in the outside world, despite the Tianlan sect's efforts to obstruct it, attracted numerous powerful figures from the surrounding area. How could such a spatial rift appear above the Tianlan sect? Surely, the sect would not allow a void fissure to manifest above their own domain, as one careless misstep could result in the disciples being drawn into the void, likely facing certain death. Look, it seems there is someone meditating before the void rift. Is this a form of protection? A voice from the scattered cultivators, or perhaps from lesser factions, remarked, observing the elder from the everlasting light family guarding the rift. At that moment, a rumble echoed as a powerful aura of the 9th level of the feathering realm suddenly descended from the heavens. Following this, a colossal warship emerged from the clouds above, its prow radiating the same formidable energy. The massive vessel blotted out the sun, causing the scattered cultivators and lesser powerful entities to hastily increase the distance between themselves and the warship. At the pinnacle of the battlefield, a flag billowed gracefully in the wind, emblazoned with the powerful characters Jiutian, exuding an air of grandeur. This signified the arrival of the Jiutian sect. Indeed, given its proximity to the Tianlan sect, it was hardly surprising they would be the first to arrive. The Jiutian sect, standing alongside the Tianlan sect, is one of the premier forces in the northern region, historically at odds with the Tianlan sect. Upon hearing news of a spatial rift appearing above the Tianlan sect, they promptly summoned their personnel and set sail on their warship. After all, it could potentially be an unparalleled opportunity. With a rift of fortune appearing above the Tianlan sect, I wonder if the esteemed friends of the Tianlan sect might venture within? Boomed the leader of the Jiutian sect, releasing an imposing aura towards the Tianlan sect, which had activated its protective barriers. Upon hearing that familiar voice, the Tianlan sect master furrowed his brow, then turned his gaze towards the figure seated before the spatial rift. His frown eased, replaced by a hint of a scheming smile. Instead of responding immediately to the Jiutian sect master, he approached the elder brought by Gu Changge. Senior, the Jiutian sect has always been at odds with my Tianlan sect. Their arrival here is likely motivated by a covetous desire for the opportunities that may lie within the spatial rift. I fear my attempts at persuasion could backfire. It may require your esteemed words to address this. Not at all. Elder Gu Hui waved dismissively, rising from his meditative posture to gaze down upon the colossal warship. He addressed the Jiutian sect master with a calm demeanor. I am Gu Hui, elder of the Changsheng Gu family. Jiutian sect begun. As he pronounced the last word, a surge of spiritual energy enveloped his voice, transforming it into a terrifying sonic wave that resonated for thousands of miles. Following Elder Gu's declaration, an eerie silence blanketed the surrounding area. Everyone absorbed the weight of his words. Changsheng Gu family? Could it be the renowned one from Zhongzhou? How extraordinary that a family of such status graces the Tianlan sect. Is it due to the rift above? Could it hold an astonishing opportunity? A whirlwind of thoughts stirred in many minds, speculating various possibilities, yet none dared to doubt Elder Gu's assertions. After all, the name of the Changsheng family is not one to be trifled with. Throughout the realms, numerous individuals and factions have sought to leverage the prestige of the Changsheng family and the unyielding sacred ground for their gain, only to meet tragic ends, their ambitions leading to ruin or dissolution overnight. These are lessons etched in blood. The Changsheng family and those of the unyielding sacred ground are paramount forces not to be dishonored. To do so would invite retribution, and since that time, no one has dared to misuse the name of Changsheng or the unyielding forces. Upon hearing this, the Juqian sect master, who had worn a smile on his face, felt it freeze instantly, soon replaced by a pallor. The presence of someone from the Changsheng family here was formidable. Damn it, he thought, but then suddenly recalled something, glancing into the ship's cabin with a flicker of anticipation in his eyes. The Tianlan sect had the esteemed Changsheng family in attendance. Did the Zhoutian sect not possess such an ally? Even if the visit was unexpected, this individual too hailed from the Changsheng family. The Changsheng Gu family? In the realm of Changsheng, the Gu family has chosen not to linger in Zhongzhou. What brings you to the northern domain? Before the master of Zhoutian could utter a word, a youthful voice resonated from the Zhoutian sect's warship, instantly capturing the attention of all present. In the next moment, a tall figure ascended from the warship, step by step, rising into the heavens. This striking figure exuded an extraordinary aura, possessing a handsome visage, with blood-red hair billowing elegantly in the wind, evoking a sense of wild abandon. Furthermore, a flame divine pattern manifested at the center of his brow, presenting an impressive sight. "Who are you?" inquired the elder Gu Hui, furrowing his brow as he regarded the individual before him. "I am Lai Tianyang from the Changsheng Lai family of the northern domain," Lai Tianyang replied nonchalantly, displaying no hint of trepidation in the face of Gu Hui. A formidable warrior at the 5th level of the King realm. Chip-3, Li New York Inge Seeks Adua. The true dragon buried in the river in the central continent, the esteemed Longsheng families and the immortal sacred grounds abound. However, this does not imply that all families and sacred sites are concentrated in the central continent, for various reasons. Some Longsheng families and immortal sacred grounds remain in the 4 cardinal directions. Among them, the Li family stands as one of the 2 prominent Longsheng families in the northern region. The northern region is rich in source stones, and the ancestors of the Li family have established their lineage here due to historical ties. It turns out that a member of the Li family has arrived. Upon hearing this, the elder of the Ji family, Ji Hu, appeared less frosty but still stroked his beard and replied calmly. "A prodigy from my Ji family has long been awaiting opportunities here and has already entered to explore. I kindly asked the young master of the Li family not to disturb him." The onlookers were utterly astonished. They never anticipated that after the appearance of the Longsheng Ji family, another young master from a Longsheng family would arrive. Moreover, Ji Hu, being an elder of the Ji family, suggested that the prodigy who could summon the elder for protection must hold considerable standing within the Ji family. Intriguingly, could it be that they would witness the prodigies vying for supremacy even before the emergence of the Jiaolong list and the True Dragon list? Your Ji family as prodigy? Who might that be? Li T New York Ing inquired, his interest piqued as he countered Ji Hu's remarks. "Regrettably, I cannot divulge that information, young Master T New York Ing. I can only inform you that his status is considerable, not something you are privy to." Ji Hu responded, a hint of a smile gracing his face, as if to imply that Li T New York Ing lacked the qualifications to know. "Oh," Li T New York Ing chuckled, "had you not mentioned it, I might have turned a blind eye to your presence in the northern region. However, since you have stated it thus, I'm even more curious about the identity of the Ji family as prodigy who has entered the rift. According to the rules of the Central Heaven Dao domain, I must request not to be hindered by you, Elder Ji, in our contemporaneous sparring." Upon hearing this, Ji Hu cast a glance at Li T New York Ing and nodded, saying lightly, "Then I hope you do not come to regret it." "Regret? Huh." Li T New Ing left taken. Within the Central Heaven Dao domain, the prodigies have yet to emerge to contend. He, Li Ti New York Ing is undeniably one of the renowned prodigies of the northern region. Historically, those who made a name for themselves before entering the world would at least secure a position within the top 80 of the True Dragon list. He, Li Ti New York Ing, is destined to become one of the unparalleled prodigies on that list. Meanwhile, Changge remains oblivious to the external developments. Utilizing spiritual power to fell trees, he raised his hand, using his spiritual energy to lift the freshly cut willow wood and cast it into the rootless river. Splash! Water splashed high. The willow wood floated upon the surface of the rootless river, appearing remarkably stable. The wood, measuring merely half a zhang in diameter, would typically submerge to reveal a third of itself above the water. Yet, this piece of willow wood floated effortlessly, not sinking in the slightest, quite extraordinary indeed. In a world where fantastical feats, such as soaring through the sky and grasping the sun and moon, are commonplace, the sight of wood buoyantly resting on the water without the aid of any spiritual power is hardly surprising. Let us proceed. Ngg leaped onto the willow wood and called out to GQ Enki on the opposite bank. Very well. Gu Qingxiu nodded and leaped onto the willow wood, yet seemed unprepared for the slight unsteadiness of the floating log upon the water. As it gently swayed under Huang Dongxing's influence, Gu Qingxiu's body wobbled slightly. Observing this, Gu Changge reached out to steady her delicate arm. "Thank you, brother Changge," Gu Qingxiu murmured, her cheeks flushed from the unexpected contact. "It's nothing. Let us proceed to the opposite shore," Gu Changge replied. Once Gu Qingxiu steadied herself, he released her. With a flick of his spiritual energy, the willow wood glided smoothly towards the other side. Gu Changge stood at the forefront, surveying the rootless river before him. The river spanned approximately 30 zhang in width, a rather modest size in the realm of the fantastical. What intrigued Gu Changge, however, was his innate divine twin pupils. As he gazed into the rootless river, he could see nothing but an abyss of darkness. The water itself was a deep, ominous black. "This river undoubtedly harbors great secrets," Gu Changge murmured. "Indeed, it conceals profound mysteries," Gu Qingxiu affirmed, observing the rootless river. "The elder who bestowed upon me this opportunity mentioned that the rootless river has neither roots nor reeds, encompassing all realms. Thus, it is not surprising to witness anything upon its waters. In truth, after breaking through to the emperor realm in her previous life, Gu Qingxiu had longed to explore the rootless river. Regrettably, ever since acquiring that extraordinary enhancement technique, the spatial rifts had never manifested again. In her past life, pursued relentlessly, she had no choice but to enter such a rift. Yet her low cultivation at that time rendered her incapable of discerning anything clearly. Even now, with an emperor's perspective, she could only perceive the river's extraordinary nature. Upon hearing Gu Qingxiu's words, Gu Changge stole a glance at her, amusement flickering within him. "Surely, the elder you refer to is none other than yourself." Of course, Gu Changge would never voice this thought aloud. Nevertheless, Gu Qingxiu's assertion sparked his curiosity for deeper exploration. Activating his twin pupils, Gu Changge's gaze transformed, embodying the chaos of creation as the dual forces of yin and yang coalesced before him, revealing the profound truths of existence and the mysteries of creation in an instant. With his enhanced sight, he peered into the depths of the rootless river. In a fleeting moment, brilliant rays of light erupted, accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar. The overwhelming force caused Gu Changge's twin pupils to tremble, prompting him to shut his eyes and gaze upward at the pitch-black sky. Gu Qingxiu, witnessing Gu Changge's attempt to probe deeper, rushed to intervene, but was regrettably a moment too late. Fortunately, Gu Changge emerged unscathed. "Are you all right, brother Changge?" Gu Qingxiu inquired with concern. Gu Changge shook his head, concealing his twin pupils. He turned towards the tranquil, rootless river and, without looking back, asked Gu Qingxiu, "Do you have any idea what I beheld? What did you see?" Gu Qingxiu's curiosity was piqued. "A dragon. Though I glimpsed merely a fragment, it was undoubtedly the legendary true dragon," Gu Changge asserted, his heart reverberating with astonishment. It was said that before the 3,000 domains were separated, there existed an era of celestial beings soaring through the skies, true dragons riding the clouds, and phoenixes soaring high. However, since that time, only the descendants of true dragons had remained, with no true dragon appearing in the world. Changge never anticipated that he would witness a true dragon within the depths of the rootless river. A true dragon? Changge gasped in shock. Could it be that the river concealed a true dragon? Originally, Changge believed that Changge was also aware of the situation. However, upon witnessing Changge's reaction, an unsettling realization struck him. This esteemed female sovereign was oblivious to the truth. Such ignorance was truly alarming. He hastily decided to take his leave with urgency. Sensing the ominous atmosphere surrounding them, Changge immediately accelerated the pace of the Willowwood carriage. "All right," Changge nodded. The terrifying secrets concerning the true dragon were far beyond the comprehension of their current capabilities. It was prudent to depart swiftly with their acquired items. Indeed, ignorance of the truth meant avoidance of peril. Fortunately, the river without roots posed no further disturbances, allowing Changge and Changge to safely reach the opposite shore. As the willow wood was still required, Changge collected it upon disembarking, prompting Changge to lead the way ahead. Compared to their earlier passage, this river without roots resembled a fortified moat. Chapter 64. The Enhancement Technique Unveiled. The return of the Destiny Transformation Method now. They beheld the remnants of crumbling walls, a pervasive decay and desolation permeating the air. Was this truly the final destination? Changge surveyed his surroundings, his gaze tinged with caution, a consequence of their encounter with the rootless river. "Yes, let us proceed this way, Brother Changge," Changge suggested, nodding as if familiar with the terrain, casting a glance around before choosing a path forward. Changge feigned ignorance, trailing closely beside Changge. Perhaps due to the protective influence of the rootless river, they encountered no threats upon reaching the opposite shore. As they advanced, a solitary, towering mountain soon captured Changge's attention, appearing steep and imposing. Along the journey, destruction marred the landscape, yet this lone peak stood majestically, exuding an extraordinary presence, particularly in the surrounding darkness under the dim sky. The mountain appeared to emanate a faint radiance, hinting at the possibility of concealed treasures within. At the mountain's base, a towering 3 zhang stone tablet suddenly drew Changge's focus. "This stone tablet," he exclaimed as he approached. The tablet was riddled with cracks, with the tip of a broken sword embedded within. The fissures were evidently caused by the sword's point. It seemed to bear the name of the mountain, once inscribed with a formidable essence of Tao. But the character had been obliterated by the sword's edge, rendering it illegible. With her keen perception, Changge instantly recognized the tablet's significance. Changge raised an eyebrow. From what he gathered, the stone tablet appeared to lack any remarkable qualities, given the obliteration of its Tao essence. What value could it possibly hold? Yet, gazing at the sword's tip, he recalled tales from novels where protagonists unearthed extraordinary treasures in places deemed devoid of value. The very fact that this sword's tip could erase the Tao essence inscribed upon the stone tablet was, in itself, a terrifying notion. With this thought, Changge reached out, his finger brushing the edge of the sword tip embedded in the tablet. The moment he made contact, a subtle sting ignited a surge of exhilaration within him. Indeed, there was treasure here. At present, his physical form, refined through the divine elephant suppression technique, possessed a staggering strength of 400 billion, rendering him impervious to attacks of equal rank. Although he was merely at the Destiny Wheel stage, this sword tip could potentially pierce through his defenses, signifying its sharpness as a weapon of tremendous lethality even at the Destiny Wheel level. Changge extracted the sword tip, only to discover it retained its brilliant silver sheen, remarkably preserved despite the passage of time on this floating continent. This alone spoke volumes of its extraordinary nature. "This sword tip appears to be a treasure," Changge remarked, playfully toying with it, intrigued. Changge watched in astonishment. In her previous life, she had encountered this very sword tip, but had overlooked it, ascending straight to the mountain summit. Now, it seemed, this broken sword tip was indeed extraordinary. Even Changge, with her current insight, could not discern its material, a revelation that took her by surprise. Indeed, fortune favors those destined to encounter it. Although Gu Changge had acquired the treasure, Gu Qingxiu remained unperturbed and congratulated him, saying, "Congratulations, Brother Changge, for being the first to obtain the treasure. It's merely a trinket. Let us pursue the true opportunity." Very well. Throughout their journey, Gu Changge and Gu Qingxiu encountered no further anomalies. It was only upon reaching the summit of the mountain, gazing at the ancient palace still shrouded in protective formations, that Gu Changge felt a resurgence of excitement. Is the fabled life will enhancement technique truly derived from here? Upon arriving on this continent, they were enveloped by the profound essence of time, hinting at an ancient past. Remarkably, despite the passage of countless years, this ancient palace remained safeguarded by formations. Indeed, it was extraordinary. How intriguing. One wonders what formidable force once resided here, possessing such a miraculous technique capable of altering fate. This is merely a dust-repelling barrier, not a protective formation. We can enter directly, Gu Qingxiu informed Gu Changge. Agreed. Gu Changge nodded, and the two entered the ancient palace. The palace was enveloped in silence, untouched by time, appearing as pristine as ever. Everything within the palace was visible at a glance. Yet the most striking feature was the altar at the forefront, which housed a scroll imbued with an aura of antiquity and incense. Besides the scroll, the altar contained several ceremonial vessels, the contents of which had vanished, likely lost to time. Yet, any discerning eye would recognize this as a treasure. Gu Qingxiu gazed at the scroll on the altar, a fleeting look of reverie crossing her face. This object remained here, but this time she was not alone nor fleeing for her life. Instead, the atmosphere was tranquil, devoid of peril. Unlike the harrowing experiences she had endured while battling chaotic beasts in the past. Noticing Gu Qingxiu in a daze, Gu Changge approached the altar, retrieved the scroll, and tossed it to her. "Do we not come here for this treasure? Take it." Instinctively, she caught it, but as she grasped the life will enhancement technique, she regained her composure and shook her head. "This time, it is you, Brother Changge, who should wield it. This opportunity suits you better. Are you not curious about what this scroll contains?" "Not particularly," Gu Changge replied, stepping back to Gu Qingxiu, gently smoothing her hair with a smile. "As long as you find it useful, that is sufficient." At his words, Gu Qingxiu paused, her heart racing uncontrollably, overwhelmed by emotions she had never experienced as a female sovereign. After handing the life wheel enhancement technique back to her, Gu Changge finally received the anticipated return prompt. Ding! The host has gifted the bound target Gu Qingxiu life wheel enhancement technique. You have triggered a 1,000-fold critical return. You have obtained Celestial Destiny Transformation Technique. Celestial Destiny Transformation Technique. One life, one destiny. The wheel of fate, where destiny resides. One who does not ascend to emperor is still an emperor. As he beheld the return information before him, Gu Changge felt a jolt of astonishment. The Celestial Destiny Wheel. Could this be the true name of the legendary Wheel of Heavenly Fate? The items returned by the system are, in essence, treasures of unparalleled value that even top-tier powers, such as the Changsheng clan, cannot possess. Indeed, accompanying Gu Qingxiu to obtain this Destiny Wheel enhancement technique was a fortuitous decision. The Destiny Wheel, a 9-pattern Destiny Wheel, is already deemed invincible in the world. One can only imagine how extraordinary the Destiny Wheel must be. Would you like to claim your reward? The system's prompt jolted Gu Changge back to reality, and he thought to himself, "I shall refrain from claiming it for now." Gu Changge sensed an air of mystery about this place, so he resolved to wait until he exited before claiming the Destiny Wheel technique. The introduction of the Destiny Wheel indicates that it is indeed extraordinary, and the process of enhancing it may not be straightforward. However, that is of little concern. Forging an unassailable foundation is a challenge that is to be expected. Chapter 65. The Contest of Prodigies? No, you do not qualify as a prodigy. In the end, Gu Qingxiu reluctantly presented the Wheel of Fate enhancement technique to Gu Changge for his perusal. Gu Changge feigned interest as he glanced through it, only to return the method to Gu Qingxiu shortly thereafter. As for the reason, it was clearly of no use to him. To begin with, the Wheel of Fate enhancement technique could only augment Wheels of Fate below the 9th pattern, and the resources required for each enhancement were nothing short of top-tier celestial materials and rare treasures. Even the esteemed longevity clans might struggle to gather the necessary resources for a single enhancement. In simple terms, this technique seemed tailor-made for those blessed by fortune. Without such a blessing, one would be unable to procure the materials listed within. Gu Changge's suspicions were not unfounded. In her previous life, Gu Qingqiu's supreme bone had been excavated, resulting in insufficient foundation, leading to the formation of only an 8-pattern Wheel of Fate. This enhancement technique had aided her in attaining a 9-pattern Wheel of Fate. However, in this lifetime, Gu Qingqiu found it unnecessary, as her Wheel of Fate had already reached the 9-pattern stage. The purpose of acquiring this technique was merely to ascertain its utility for Gu Changge, which was evidently non-existent. Moreover, Gu Qingqiu felt a twinge of regret at the thought of this extraordinary technique falling into the hands of another. As they stood before the chaotic rift, Gu Changge remarked with a smile, "Since neither of us can utilize it, perhaps we should surrender it to the family. It could enhance your standing within the clan." Gu Qingqiu, initially inclined to refuse and suggest that Gu Changge submit it instead as a form of gratitude, found herself at a loss for words. Before she could articulate her thoughts, Gu Changge decisively proclaimed, "It is settled then." With that, he stepped through the chaotic rift. Observing this, Gu Qingqiu bit her lip in frustration and stamped her foot, hastening to match Gu Changge's strides. Even she was unaware of how she had begun to exhibit such a youthful demeanor in his presence. Outside, following Lai Tianyang's bold declaration to spar with the prodigies of the Gu family, news rapidly spread, drawing the attention of various factions and powerful cultivators. After all, the prodigies had yet to make their entrance into the world, and everyone was in a state of quiet cultivation, awaiting the emergence of the True Dragon list and the Flood Dragon list. The notion that a prodigy from the Longevity clan sought to engage in a duel piqued their curiosity immensely. It was well known that the Longevity clan was shrouded in mystery, with prodigies nurtured within its ranks that ordinary cultivators could scarcely fathom. Naturally, they could not resist the allure of witnessing such a contest firsthand. A subtle spatial fluctuation suddenly captured the attention of all present. From the rift emerged a tall figure clad in a black robe adorned with golden edges. His long, lustrous hair cascaded down his back, each strand glistening like crystal. His flawless skin radiated an ethereal glow, exuding an aura of nobility and otherworldliness. Upon his arrival, it seemed as if the very heavens and earth gravitated around him, captivated by his presence. Following him was a young woman. Her strikingly beautiful visage bore a touch of innocence, yet hinted an enchanting allure that could captivate nations. Her pure essence resembled a bud poised to bloom, akin to a pristine lotus emerging untainted from the mud, radiating an extraordinary brilliance. The two individuals resembled celestial beings, each remarkable in their own right, but together they evoked an awe that was simply breathtaking. The prodigies of the Changsheng family had made their entrance. Truly worthy of their lineage. Their beauty and poise were akin to that of ethereal beings. Upon the appearance of Gu Changge and Gu Qingqiu, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. Having just emerged from the rift in space, Gu Changge sensed an unusual intensity in the atmosphere as the fervent gazes of the crowd were fixed upon him. Below, Lai Tianyang's eyes sparkled with a fervent intensity upon seeing Gu Changge, a subtle smile gracing his lips, his gaze brimming with combat fervor. At that moment, he was convinced he had placed his bet wisely. The first to emerge from the Changsheng family. The very aura and grace of Gu Changge confirmed him to be an extraordinary genius, a testament to his own prowess, rather than a mere trifle easily subdued. Such an entrance was bound to create a stir. When Lai Tianyang's eyes fell upon Gu Qingqiu, he was momentarily taken aback by her beauty, but did not linger on such thoughts. After all, a woman, as enchanting as a delicate flower, could easily be found once one achieved mastery in cultivation. Nonetheless, Lai Tianyang's resolve was commendable. He pondered whether he could withstand the impending challenges without his heart becoming disheartened by Gu Changge's prowess. Son of Changge. Elder Gu Hui approached Gu Changge with respectful acknowledgement. Elder Gu Hui, what has transpired? Gu Changge inquired with curiosity, while Gu Qingqiu cast a questioning glance in his direction. Elder Gu Hui gestured towards the distant warship of the Jutian sect and replied, Son, from the northern domain. Lai Tianyang of the Lai family has issued a challenge to you. The northern domain S. Lai family? Gu Changge followed Elder Gu Hui's gaze. Upon noticing Gu Changge's attention, Lai Tianyang stepped forward, transforming into a streak of light, and stood before him with one hand behind his back, saying with a smile, You are the Changsheng Gu family's prodigy who has come to the northern domain? Gu Changge assessed Lai Tianyang with interest and inquired, What relation do you have to Lai Xianyuan? Oh, you know my brother? How intriguing. It seems you hold a notable position within the Changsheng Gu family. Lai Tianyang replied, a hint of surprise in his voice at Gu Changge's mention of Lai Xianyuan. Lai Xianyuan is my brother, and he is the prodigy of my family. So he is the brother. Gu Changge nodded in understanding. The reason he was aware of Lai Xianyuan was due to the tales of his remarkable prowess. Said to possess the great sun divine body, whose breakthrough during the life wheel stage had summoned a celestial phenomenon that enveloped the land, resembling a second sun in the sky, thus earning him great renown. However, Gu Changge remained unaware of Lai Xianyuan's true abilities, as he had yet to enter the realm of competition. Who are you? Lai Xianyuan inquired of Gu Changge. If you manage to defeat me, I shall reveal who I am. Gu Changge replied with a smile. Haha, splendid. Your demeanor suggests you are indeed one of the most formidable prodigies of the Changsheng Gu family. Let us engage in this contest of talents, as it shall serve to elevate my name and fortify my resolve. Upon hearing this, Lai Tianyang burst into a hearty laugh, but in the next instant, a terrifyingly intense heat radiated from his being. Without the presence of flames, the air around him crackled as if it were being scorched by an unimaginable temperature. The rivalry of prodigies? Gu Changge assessed Lai Tianyang with a discerning gaze, only to shake his head in response. Observing this, Lai Tianyang's smile faltered. What do you mean by shaking your head? However, Gu Changge then uttered words that rendered Lai Tianyang's expression grotesque. No, you are not a prodigy. Arrogant. Son of the great day. Lai Tianyang bellowed, his face flushing with indignation as he unleashed a thunderous strike. Although Lai Tianyang could not compare to his elder brother, Lai Xianyang, he was nonetheless a prominent seedling nurtured by the Changsheng Lai family, renowned throughout the northern domain. The audacity of Gu Changge to declare him anything less than a prodigy was a humiliation he had never before endured. Chapter 66. The Flip of the Hand Suppresses. The true dragon of the Changsheng Gu family, the onlookers, comprising various cultivators, were captivated by the unfolding scene, their gazes fixated in astonishment. The confrontation had commenced, and it was unclear what words had incited such fury in the illustrious Gu family scion, Gu Changge. The Great Sun Hand, a signature technique of the Lai family from the northern region, indicated that this individual must indeed be Lai Tianyang. Legend spoke of Lai Tianyang's brother, Lai Xianyang, as the divine son of the Lai family, whose great sun divine body could scorch the heavens and boil the seas, unleashing a celestial phenomenon that spanned 1,000 miles, a truly terrifying spectacle. This Lai Tianyang was no less formidable, judging by the aura he exuded. Even a typical deity-level cultivator would find themselves perilously close to death in the face of his assault. As Lai Tianyang unleashed his attack, an overwhelming crimson radiance enveloped him, and fiery runes manifested above his head. In an instant, a colossal hand of flame, measuring over 10 zhang, emerged from the runes, reaching toward Gu Changge below with fierce intent. Sizzle. The great sun hand's might was fearsome, causing the tranquil void to bubble and hiss as if a red-hot iron had been cast into icy waters. Lai Tianyang had achieved the 9th layer of the Fate Wheel realm and was on the verge of breaking into the Divine Spirit realm. Had it not been for his quest to cultivate the optimal celestial phenomenon, he would likely have already ascended to that level. In terms of true combat prowess, Lai Tianyang was arguably superior to Lin Xinjian, the Tao child of the Tianlan sect, rendering ordinary divine spirit cultivators utterly powerless before him. Alas, he was now confronted by Gu Changge. A commendable strike, Gu Changge remarked, glancing up at the descending Great Sun hand before stepping forward. In the next moment, boom! The Great Sun hand crashed down upon the very spot where Gu Changge had stood moments prior, erupting into a cataclysmic inferno that illuminated the air like a blazing sun. However, Lai Tianyang's expression did not reflect triumph, for gasps of astonishment reverberated around him. Traversing the void, could it be the Great Void technique of the Changsheng family? Indeed, the Great Void technique was as formidable as rumored, even within the realm of comprehension. I found myself unable to perceive his movements. Gu Changge had already positioned himself at Lai Tianyang's flank, radiant energy surging from his hand. You have unleashed a strike. Now it is time to witness my attack. Lai Tianyang, though possessing considerable strength, was merely a step away from breaking into the divine spirit realm, effectively a half step into that exalted domain. Gu Changge grasped with a single hand, summoning a massive hand of violet starlight, radiating terrifying spatial fluctuations, descending like a mountain upon Lai Tianyang. The imprint of the void hand. Lai Tianyang's countenance shifted as he beheld Gu Changge's technique. In an instant, he condensed his own void hand imprint. No need for complex seals. This was undoubtedly a manifestation at least refined to an advanced level. Gu Changge, appearing so youthful, had astonishingly mastered the void hand imprint to such proficiency, emanating an aura that suggested a cultivation level of at least the 5th layer of the Fate Wheel realm. All these elements converged. Lai Tianyang swiftly realized that Gu Changge was undoubtedly a seedling of remarkable potential within the Changsheng family. Yet, just as Lai Tianyang began to fathom Gu Changge's formidable identity, his expression shifted drastically. For the void hand imprint unleashed by Gu Changge had instantaneously traversed a violet spatial wormhole, manifesting right before his eyes. This is dire. Lai Tianyang's face drained of color. There was no time left to defend himself. The Changsheng family has established itself as one of the pinnacle immortal forces in Zhongzhou, largely owing to the terrifying power of the Void Sutra. The combination of the Void Great Hand Seal and the Grand Void Technique enables them to vanquish adversaries effortlessly, akin to the simplicity of eating and drinking. Coupled with their divine bodies and treasured artifacts, it allows their kin to rise among the elite. With a resounding crash, Lai Tianyang was forcefully suppressed by the Void Great Hand Seal, plummeting to the ground. A purple streak of light fell from the heavens, producing a deafening roar upon impact with the earth. As the purple Void Great Hand Seal gradually dissipated, it left behind a massive handprint-shaped crater. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers collectively gasped in astonishment. Lai Tianyang, the younger brother of the divine son Lai Xianying from the Changsheng Lai family, who had once made a name for himself as a quasi-genius in the northern region, was unexpectedly subdued by a single Void Great Hand Seal when confronted by a prodigy from the Changsheng family. Many shifted their gazes from the ground to the calm figure of Gu Changge suspended in midair. Who is this individual? Appearing no older than 18, he possesses the ability to single-handedly subdue Lai Tianyang, who is at the 9th level of the Fate Wheel realm, on the verge of entering the Divine Connection realm. Even a typical practitioner of the Divine Connection realm would likely falter before him. The Changsheng family indeed harbors true dragons. Even if this person does not become a divine son in the future, he will undoubtedly rank among the elite of the Changsheng lineage. The surrounding cultivators murmured in astonishment. Gu Hui, an elder from the Gu family, observed the scene with a satisfied nod, casting a disdainful glance at Lai Tianyang below, a smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. He had warned him not to harbor regrets. It remains uncertain whether Lai Tianyang feels remorse at this moment. The divine son is not someone of his ilk who could be provoked. Above the Tianlan sect, the sect master watched as Gu Changge effortlessly subdued Lai Tianyang, a young prodigy from another Changsheng family, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Truly a monstrous talent. The divine son of the Changsheng family appears scarcely of age, yet exhibits such formidable prowess, terrifying indeed. Atop the misty peak, Mu Qinghua stood upon a bolt of lightning, her snow-white hair dancing in the wind. A hint of admiration and reverence graced her flawless visage. Is this the allure of the divine son from the Changsheng lineage? One who commands such loyalty and devotion. While the Tianlan sect may hold a commendable position in the northern region, it would scarcely rank in the grand scheme of the central heavenly domain. As the holy maiden of the Tianlan sect, Mu Qinghua is destined to enter the fray when the true dragon ranking and the flood dragon ranking commence. For a woman of her beauty, it is prudent to seek a reliable follower to accompany her. Choosing the right companion not only paves a smoother path but also offers protection. After all, the competition would not be limited to human prodigies. Ferocious beasts and other races would also join the fray. Yet, at this moment, it seems I lack even the qualifications to follow the divine son Changge. I must become stronger. I shall strive to break through to the divine connection realm before entering the world, awakening my divine body, and then seek out the divine son Changge, hoping to walk in his footsteps. Mu Qinghua's expression was resolute. Through these past few days of interaction, she has come to realize that Gu Changge represents her greatest opportunity in this lifetime. To miss such an extraordinary genius would surely lead to profound regret. With matters concluded, let us rest for a day at the Tianlan sect, and then return home. Gu Changge gazed down at the beleaguered Lai Tianyang, who was suppressed beneath the soil, before finally retracting his gaze to call out to Gu Hui and Gu Qingxiu. More than a month had passed. Ji Ryu had likely awakened her yin-yang divine body by now, though it remained uncertain whether she had heeded his earlier admonitions to conceal the extraordinary occurrences from the clan's powerful members. Moreover, after the awakening of her yin-yang divine body, Ji Ryu would participate in the family's cave trial, with that Yi Chun still lurking ominously. As for the reason for resting at the Tianlan sect for a day, it was simply that Gu Changge wished to claim the reward for the Destiny Transformation Wheel. A day later, a shocking piece of news spread throughout the northern region. It was reported that within the Tianlan sect of the northern region, a prodigy from the Changsheng Gu family of the central state had taken residence, and that Lai Tianyang of the Changsheng Lai family had challenged this prodigy, only to be decisively subdued and defeated. This news sent ripples of astonishment through countless individuals. Lai Tianyang had already made a name for himself in the northern region before the prodigies had fully emerged, and as a scion of a prestigious long-lived family, even the most ordinary among them could rival some of the first-rate seed talents. Yet despite this, he was so effortlessly subdued. It seemed that the Changsheng Gu family might truly harbor a dragon among men in this generation. Chapter 67. The treasure of transformation. Gu Changge smoothly imparted the life wheel enhancement technique to Gu Qingxiu, returning the even more extraordinary destiny transformation technique. Meanwhile, Yi Chun, having suffered a setback in the spirit's spring-blessed land, found himself beset by misfortune thereafter. Regardless of his endeavors, it was as if he encountered a mysterious resistance, making every undertaking exceedingly arduous. Whether it was events occurring prematurely or opportunities being seized by others, misfortune seemed to follow him relentlessly. Particularly after offending Gu Changge in Yunlong City, the news spread by the proprietor of the Gambling Stone Pavilion resulted in no one daring to associate with Yi Chun thereafter, leaving him without a refuge. In desperation, Yi Chun had no choice but to seek residence in another city. This outcome filled Yi Chun with a mixture of anger and frustration. The Changsheng family. One day, even the Changsheng family would have to crawl and tremble beneath his feet. Gu Changge. Yi Chun would remember this name. Tiannan City. After departing from Yunlong City, Yi Chun arrived at this new metropolis, which was in close proximity to the Changsheng Ji family. His primary objective was to access a sect here to seize an opportunity within the Ji family's cave paradise. Moreover, Yi Chun was acutely aware that Ji Ryu would also be participating in this opportunity, and she would face an assault from the hostile forces of the Ji family, resulting in her temporary disconnection from the Changsheng Ji family. Yi Chun intended to seize this chance to strengthen his bond with Ji Ryu. This time he must succeed. Shuyu sect. Upon joining this sect, he aimed to ascend to the inner circle within half a month to compete for the chance to enter the cave paradise, after which he could smoothly accompany the Ji family. Surely, Gu Changge would not intervene this time. As long as he was absent, Yi Chun was confident of his success. With a deep breath, Yi Chun recalled the grievances he harbored against Gu Changge due to his experiences in Yunlong City. His gaze sharpened as he set forth towards the Shueihua sect. Just as he embarked on his journey, the once clear heavens suddenly dimmed, and in the next moment, the phenomena of the yin and yang suns appeared side by side in the sky, illuminating tens of thousands of miles. Witnessing this spectacle, countless individuals widened their eyes in astonishment, exclaiming in awe. However, this phenomenon lasted only a few seconds before being overshadowed by a terrifying aura of Tao. What is this phenomenon? My heavens! The yin and yang suns are actually coexisting in the void. Could it be that an unparalleled treasure has emerged? No one could ascertain, as the spectacle vanished almost instantaneously, leaving no opportunity for investigation. It must be an extraordinary treasure emerging. Countless people speculated, while Yi Chun, witnessing this scene, was momentarily taken aback, only to be overwhelmed by elation as he realized. Could it be that Ji Ruyu's yin-yang divine body has awakened? The yin-yang divine body? Yi Chun licked his lips. This is a dual cultivation body. Each instance of dual cultivation could significantly enhance both parties' cultivation levels, establishing a solid foundation without any sense of superficiality. If I could cultivate with Ji Ruyu, Yi Chun's bidet kuikinit. With the aid of Ji Ruyu's yin-yang divine body, coupled with the resources of the Changsheng family for cultivation, he could hardly fathom how rapidly his strength would increase. Originally, Yi Chun merely sought to obtain the opportunities within the Ji family's cave, yet with Ji Ruyu awakening her yin-yang divine body, he knew she would undoubtedly participate. This chance, it became even more coveted than before. However, Ji Ruyu had summoned powerful guardians from her family. Otherwise, the extraordinary phenomenon would not merely manifest within a radius of 10,000 miles. It would resonate throughout the heavenly Tao realm, akin to the awakening of Gu Changge's celestial bones. At that moment, certain factions would easily discern the situation upon investigation. It goes without saying that, similar to the troubles Gu Changge encountered regarding Ji Ruyu's recent fortunes, chaos would surely ensue. Nevertheless, the matter has been resolved. Although it stirred a considerable commotion, the Changsheng family managed to shroud it in secrecy, allowing the news to dissipate without a trace. The Changsheng family, the yin-yang divine body. Ji Zhao gazed intently at the small courtyard where Ji Ruyu resided. Was that piece of yin-yang spirit jade given by Changge? Indeed. Ji Hanyuan nodded. Ryu mentioned as much. Ji Zhao stroked his beard and chuckled. Changge truly has a generous heart to bestow the yin-yang spirit jade upon Ryu. It seems he holds her in great affection. Now that Ryu has awakened her yin-yang divine body, coupled with Changge's extraordinary talents, I believe our Changsheng family can continue to forge alliances with the Changsheng family. Ji Hanyuan wholeheartedly agreed. I had thought the same. The fertile waters should not flow to outsiders. The Changsheng family now possesses Changges, along with an unparalleled supreme bone. Surely they will ascend to the pinnacle of the heavenly Tao realm and beyond. We must seize the opportunity to cultivate this relationship. Ryu is the perfect candidate. Prior to awakening her divine body, she could not present any terms. Now, with her yin-yang divine body awakened, that alone would attract countless admirers. Ji Zhao nodded slightly. In that case, you should reach out to Shui Dan from the Changsheng family. After all, Changge's mother remains a jewel of our Changsheng family. Huh. Ji Hanyuan laughed heartily at this. Ji Zhao also chuckled robustly. Meanwhile, Gu Changge remained unaware of the external changes. At this moment, his consciousness was immersed in the sea of awareness, delving into the profound mysteries of the fate transformation wheel technique. The instant he engaged with the fate transformation wheel, a thunderous resonance of Tao sounds erupted in his ears, as if myriad celestial truths were inscribed into his very soul. Were it not for the divine abilities returned by the system, allowing him to grasp the techniques instantaneously with Gu Changge's current cultivation level, comprehending such a formidable art would undoubtedly require painstaking effort over an extended period. However, such a lengthy endeavor was no longer necessary. As Gu Changge grasped the essence of the fate transformation wheel, countless golden tadpole characters began to rise and fall in his sea of awareness, gradually converging towards his conscious soul, merging within him. Time slipped away unnoticed. When Gu Changge finally reopened his eyes, a multitude of golden characters seemed to float within his gaze, while his dual pupils radiated a soft, luminous glow. He had finally comprehended the profound mysteries. To his astonishment, the wheel of destiny's transformation was indeed terrifying. In order for Zhou to forge the wheel of destiny, it was imperative to utilize the treasures of the five elements, complemented by the dual energies of yin and yang, to evolve the life wheel into a chaotic state, thereby crafting an entirely new celestial wheel akin to a grinding disk of the great Tao. The treasures of the five elements. Upon reflection, when the system had returned the fruit of the five elements after he had given the yin-yang spirit jade to Jiruyu, he felt fortunate to have refrained from using it. Otherwise, the quest to gather the treasures of the five elements would have consumed an inordinate amount of time. As for the dual energies of yin and yang, considering the current trajectory of fortune, it seemed that his dear sister Ryu was on the verge of awakening her yin-yang divine body. Surely, there could be no treasure of yin and yang that could rival the dual energies born from the manifestation of the yin-yang divine body. How reassuring. Gu Changge smiled, finding that events were unfolding with a smoothness that exceeded his expectations, everything progressing so naturally. Chapter 68. The Saintess's heart is tied to the divine sun. You all are my wings, having acquired the fateful wheel of transformation, while others find it extraordinarily challenging to locate even a single treasure of the five elements. He has fortuitously obtained the essence of the five elements in advance, and remarkably, has yet to utilize it. The energies of yin and yang surround him, embodying the essence of the yin-yang divine body. Now he must seek Jiruyu. He can soon condense the wheel of heavenly destiny. However, he is still in the northern region and must first return to the Changsheng Gu family to inform Gu Qing about the occurrences in the north, mainly to preclude any unforeseen circumstances. After all, he has just humiliated the Changsheng Lai family. He effortlessly subdued a prodigious seed of the Changsheng Lai family. Although Lai Tianyang may not be deemed a prodigy in Gu Changge's eyes, he is undeniably recognized as one in the northern region. Rising to his feet, Gu Changge exited the secluded chamber prepared by Tianlan's sect. Upon stepping outside, he encountered Gu Qingxiu, the elder Gu Hui, and the sect master of Tianlan, the saintess Mu Qinghua, who awaited his arrival. Congratulations, divine son Changge, on your significant advancement in power. The sect master of Tianlan beamed with a radiant smile upon seeing Gu Changge, offering his heartfelt congratulations. Typically, a period of seclusion is either for the comprehension of divine arts or yields considerable gains that propel one's strength further. Having just battled Lai Tianyang and returned to Tianlan's sect to enter seclusion immediately suggests that he must have gained fortuitous insights from that encounter. Although the sect master felt that the clash between Gu Changge and Lai Tianyang hardly qualified as a battle, prodigies are not measured by ordinary standards. Regardless, congratulations were in order. Mu Qinghua, gazing at Gu Changge, slightly lowered her brows and blinked her enchanting eyes. Congratulations, divine son Changge. There's no need for excessive formality. Gu Changge replied with a smile. He then addressed the sect master of Tianlan, saying, I appreciate the hospitality of Tianlan's sect over these past few days. With matters concluded, we are prepared to return to the Changsheng Gu family. You're always welcome to visit us in the future. Absolutely, absolutely. The sect master's face lit up with joy as he eagerly responded. He understood that he had caught Gu Changge's attention, essentially latching onto a lifeline from the Changsheng Gu family. Furthermore, during Gu Changge's stay at Tianlan's sect, both he and the sect had reaped considerable benefits. Gu Changge's presence in Tianlan's sect was entirely advantageous for them. Aside from the reckless Lin Xingzhan who sought his own demise and received a beating, there was nothing amiss. Gu Changge nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Mu Qinghua felt a tinge of sadness as she learned that Gu Changge was departing Tianlan's sect to return to the Changsheng Gu family. Her radiant eyes dimmed slightly, yet she could express nothing, unsure of her standing. After bidding farewell to the sect master, Gu Changge and Gu Qingqiu ascended the palanquin, which was driven by Elder Gu Hui towards the interdomain teleportation array. Before the gates of Tianlan's sect, Mu Qinghua stood, a vision of grace and beauty, akin to a transcendent lotus. Her flowing snow-white hair danced with the wind, and her ethereal white dress billowed, rendering her more exquisite than any earthly woman. This captivating sight undoubtedly drew the gaze of countless male disciples from Tianlan's sect, reviving their spirits. Yet they remain unaware that, at this moment, their dream goddess has already departed alongside man. The leader of the Tianlan sect watched as the carriage vanished, and upon retracting his gaze, he beheld the countenance of Mu Qinghua. With a sigh, he remarked, "Qinghua, it is a rare fortune to have had the opportunity to interact with such an extraordinary talent as the divine child of Changge. To receive an invitation to visit the Changsheng family is indeed a tremendous gain. Let us refrain from harboring unrealistic aspirations." "I understand," Mu Qinghua responded softly. "It seems you comprehend, yet choose to remain in denial." Turning away, Mu Qinghua addressed the sect leader with a calm demeanor. "I shall return to my cultivation, sect leader. Once I break through to the Tongshan realm, I aspire to awaken my divine body in the sect's forbidden grounds. When I awaken my divine form." She did not continue, yet the leader of the Tianlan sect likely grasped her intent. "Foolish child," he lamented, astonished that Gu Changge, having only spent a few days with Mu Qinghua at their sect, managed to ensnare the heart of his holy maiden. Initially, he had hoped for their interaction to yield a different outcome. Upon returning to the Changsheng family, Gu Changge sought out Gu Qing to discuss matters pertaining to the Tianlan sect. Upon learning that Gu Changge had effortlessly subdued Lai Tianyang, Gu Qing smiled and nodded. "It is of no concern. Our Changsheng lineage does not dwell on trivialities. Besides, you have not acted unfairly. It was merely the young scion of the Lai family seeking trouble. By the way, what have you been up to in the Changsheng family? After just a month, your mother has already been contacted, encouraging her to take you around more often. Also, I hear that child, Ryu, has awakened her yin-yang divine body, which is related to you, isn't it? It seems nothing escapes your father." Gu Changge smiled slightly. "I bestowed upon my cousin Ryu a yin-yang spirit jade, which fortuitously aligns with her constitution." "Ah, the yin-yang spirit jade, a supreme treasure," Gu Qing exclaimed, scrutinizing Gu Changge with keen interest. Noticing his father's gaze, Gu Changge inquired, "What is it, father?" "Nothing much. It's just that, without realizing it, you have grown so much, Changge. Your demeanor is poised and extraordinary. And with your remarkable talents, I dare say your romantic prospects could flourish into a veritable grove of peach blossoms." Gu Changge smirked slightly before shaking his head. "My aspirations lie with Changsheng. Matters of love can unfold naturally, father." "Very well, natural progression is indeed wise," Gu Qing chuckled. "What do you think of Ryu? She has now awakened the yin-yang divine body. If you are unaware of the benefits of the yin-yang divine body, allow me to enlighten you. This time, the Changsheng family took the initiative to contact your mother, urging you to frequently visit them. Hee, it seems they have taken a liking to you. After all, good things should not be shared with outsiders. If you..." At this point, Gu Changge began to listen to Gu Qing, who was chattering away like a doting mother, extolling the virtues of the yin-yang divine body with great enthusiasm. Gu Changge quickly discerned the underlying intentions. Gu Qing and Ji Shui Dan likely wished to facilitate a union between him and Ji Ruyu. Indeed, Ji Ruyu's yin-yang divine body is most alluring. However, he truly harbored no such intentions. In this lifetime, his pursuit is the path of longevity. Yet, it seems that engaging in romantic matters would not pose an obstacle, would it? Now, with the binding of the return system, Gu Qingqiu is a reborn female supreme, and her beauty and grace are beyond compare. The second is Ji Ryu, a daughter of a long-lived family, possessing a dual cultivation of yin and yang. Her beauty equally captivating. It appears that since the binding of the return system began, he is destined to become intertwined with them. You are all my wings, are you not? Lost in these thoughts, Gu Changge couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, then shook his head. Letting things unfold naturally is the way to go. If he truly desires it, he would not hesitate. Moreover, since the binding began, it seems he has already internally designated them as his own. Chapter 69. The Ancient Yinyang Sect. Yinyang cave heaven on the second day, before an exquisitely crafted palanquin. Gu Changge and Ji Shui Dan bid farewell to Gu Qing and Gu Qingxiu. Ji Shui Dan winked at Gu Qing, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she said, "Rest assured, this time it's likely just a casual chat. There shouldn't be any other matters at hand. The sooner we depart, the sooner we shall return." Though Gu Qing voiced his agreement, the exchanged glances between the two spoke volumes, and Gu Changge, observing from the side, could easily discern the unspoken dialogue. Instead of regarding Ji Shui Dan and Gu Qing, he turned to Gu Qingxiu and said, "Upon my return, should you encounter any fortuitous opportunities, let us act together. Every time I accompany Sister Qingxiu on a treasure hunt, we achieve remarkable success." "Very well," Gu Qingxiu replied, momentarily taken aback before nodding. Indeed, their last two encounters with Gu Changge had yielded unexpected gains. Presently, Gu Qingxiu felt a peculiar closeness towards Gu Changge, an inexplicable bond that both intrigued and confused her. It seemed she had yet to fully emerge from the shadows of past events. "I shall take my leave now," Gu Changge waved, stepping into the palanquin. Noticing this, Ji Shui Dan, still in conversation with Gu Qing, remarked, "Whether this comes to fruition depends on Changge himself. As parents, we respect his wishes. After all, a forcibly twisted fruit is never sweet." "Agreed. We will do our utmost," Gu Qing nodded, his gaze lingering on Gu Changge's departing figure. Should Changge and Ruyu truly unite, it would elevate the relationship between the Changsheng Gu family and the Changsheng Ji family to new heights. With Ji Haoyue, the God King body from the Ji family, in this lifetime, such a union would undoubtedly bolster Changge's standing in future competitions. In terms of aptitude, Gu Changge now surpassed even the likes of Ji Haoyue, a top-tier genius from the 3000 Daoyu. Thus, the expectations from the Changsheng Gu family for Gu Changge had escalated beyond previous measures. His future achievements would surely be no less than that of a quasi-emperor, and perhaps even an invincible one. He stood as a formidable contender for the title of emperor in this realm. "I'm off now. If any issues arise, I will contact you," he stated. "Understood." In the Changsheng Ji family, Ji Ruyu and Ji Haoyue stood within a picturesque courtyard, gazing at the vast sky, each lost in contemplation. "Ruyu, with your awakening of the Yinyang divine body, our family's God King scriptures may no longer suit you. Isn't there an ancient cave of the Yinyang sect within our clan? It is said that the legacy there remains untapped. This should be fitting for you," Ji Haoyue suggested with a smile. The ancient Yinyang sect was once a renowned and formidable longevity power in ancient times, yet for reasons unknown, it disintegrated overnight, scattering its legacy. Legends speak of the sect's desire to uncover the secrets of immortality, which led to its forbidden reckoning. Others claim it angered celestial beings, resulting in its annihilation. In any case, the ancient Yinyang sect was a fearsome force that had brushed against the hidden mysteries of eternal life, and its heritage was undoubtedly exceptional. The Changsheng Ji family held dominion over one such ancient cave of the Yinyang sect. If Gu Changge were present, she would undoubtedly recognize that this is indeed the family cave of the ancient Yinyang sect, as recently foretold by Ji Ruyu's fortune. Ji Ruyu murmured the name, which clearly indicates a lineage steeped in the dual paths of yin and yang, and having been recommended by Ji Haoyue, it is evidently prestigious. She had heard of it before. Consequently, Ji Ryu did not decline the opportunity. "When will the Yinyang cave open?" Ji Ryu inquired with curiosity. "It should be in a few days." However, the Yinyang cave was initially discovered and reported by several factions affiliated with our Changsheng Ji family. Hence those factions also possess quotas. "We shall go together when the time comes." This cave restricts entry to cultivators above the divine connection realm, which makes it perfectly suitable for those at the life will stage. Jiko replied before shifting the conversation, asking Ji Ryu, "By the way, Ryu, what are your thoughts on cousin Changge?" "Huh?" Ryu blinked innocently, puzzled by his sudden inquiry. Ever since she emerged from her seclusion, she had often heard praise for Gu Changge's excellence from Ji Honyuan, Ji Zhao, and other close clan elders. They even remarked that if someone from the Changsheng family were to become a partner with Gu Changge, it would be an extraordinary blessing for both the woman and the Changsheng family. If it were anyone else, they would likely discern the implications behind such statements in an instant. Yet, Ji Ruyu, with her youthful appearance and ample figure, was completely oblivious. What do I think of Brother Changge? Ji Ruyu pondered, her delicate lips pursed, as the ethereal image of Gu Changge, resembling a celestial being, flickered in her bright eyes. She recalled their initial encounter, the feelings he evoked in her, and how he had gifted her the yin-yang spirit jade. Thoughts of his concern for her awakening of the divine body lingered in her mind. Suddenly, it was as if a revelation dawned upon Ji Ruyu. Her fair complexion flushed, and she shyly remarked, "Brother Changge is truly wonderful. I doubt there is anyone as remarkable as him in the 3,000 realms." Ji Haoyue was taken aback for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter. Very well, very well. Ji Haoyue felt that as long as there were no issues on Gu Changge's side, the plans he and his father had concocted were likely to come to fruition. In Ji Haoyue's eyes, Gu Changge was undoubtedly the best match for Ji Ruyu. After their previous encounter, Ji Haoyue had gained a profound understanding of Gu Changge's formidable potential. At that moment, a voice suddenly interrupted, "Cousin Haoyue, Sister Ryu." Gu Changge's voice resonated in their ears. Ji Haoyue and Ji Ruyu turned in unison to face Gu Changge. Upon seeing him, Ji Haoyue exclaimed with delight, "We were just discussing you, Changge. I didn't expect you to appear so suddenly." "Discussing me?" Gu Changge approached Ji Haoyue and Ji Ruyu, responding with curiosity. "Indeed," Ji Haoyue nodded. "We were wondering what Ruyu thinks of you, and she feels you are quite splendid. Speaking of which, how do you perceive Ruyu?" Upon hearing this, Ji Ruyu felt an inexplicable surge of tension. Her large eyes discreetly glanced towards Gu Changge, while her small hands nervously fidgeted with her dress. How does she feel about Ruyu? Quite well indeed. Well, ha! Ji Haoyue exclaimed with delight, stepping forward to pat Gu Changge on the shoulder. However, upon making contact, she sensed an overwhelming vitality coursing beneath his clothing, reminiscent of a pure-blooded beast cub, which caused her expression of joy to momentarily tighten. Ji Haoyue withdrew her hand and stepped back, scrutinizing Gu Changge from head to toe. "Goodness, Changge, after only a month apart, you seem utterly transformed, that vitality. It's truly astonishing." Upon closer inspection, Ji Haoyue realized that Gu Changge's cultivation had reached an extraordinarily profound level. He had likely progressed significantly along the path of the life wheel. Most notably, the vitality emanating from his physical form was now incomparably more formidable than before. Chapter 70. Confronting Ji Haoyue once more. This individual is nothing short of a monster. Sensing the swift transformation in Gu Changge within such a brief span, Ji Haoyue's fighting spirit surged dramatically. During their previous encounter, he had sealed his own cultivation. He had initially believed the battle would be evenly matched, only to be taken aback by Gu Changge's astonishing physical prowess, which led to his unexpected suppression. Yet, defeat is defeat. Ji Haoyue would not dwell on it. Nevertheless, he felt an inner reluctance to concede. Now, upon seeing Gu Changge again, especially with his power having escalated to unimaginable heights, the embers of his previous dissatisfaction were reignited. With renewed fervor, Ji Haoyue fixed his piercing gaze upon Gu Changge and declared, "Changge, it has been a month and a half since our last duel. Our previous engagement was far too hasty. I did not fully enjoy it. Shall we spar once more?" "Haoyue, are you certain?" Gu Changge replied, casting a curious look at him. In their last clash, Ji Haoyue's unsealed power had instilled a sense of formidable threat. Yet now, standing before him, that feeling had dissipated, leaving only a faint sense of danger. "Of course, let's proceed to the training grounds," Ji Haoyue said, casually placing one hand behind his back as he strode towards the arena. "Brother," Ruyu exclaimed, momentarily speechless. Observing this, Gu Changge chuckled. "It's fine. Since Haoyue wishes to spar, I shall indulge him." He then called for Ji Ruyu to follow Ji Haoyue. Ji Haoyue, whether intentionally or not, moved at a brisk pace, disappearing from their view in an instant. Gu Changge shook his head in disbelief, The obviousness of it all was almost comical. Yet he shrugged it off, choosing to let things unfold naturally. Ryu, has your yin-yang divine body awakened? Gu Changge inquired, shifting his attention to Ji Ryu. Compared to the Ji Ryu he had encountered earlier, she now possessed an ethereal beauty, her complexion radiant and flawless, her features more exquisite than before. With a lively demeanor, she exuded an enchanting aura, resembling a fairy. Her skin was alabaster smooth, her youthful visage radiated purity, especially highlighted by her unexpected voluptuous figure, truly a captivating presence. Yes, Ji Ryu nodded, then expressed her gratitude. I must thank you, Brother Changge, for providing me with the yin-yang spirit jade and foreseeing my awakening would cause an unusual phenomenon, prompting our family to arrange for our ancestor to shield me. Otherwise, I would be in quite the predicament now. Everything is proceeding smoothly, Gu Changge replied. Your successful awakening of a yin-yang divine body will indeed prove beneficial. Ji Ryu gazed at Gu Changge in surprise, suddenly realizing the implications of her yin-yang divine body. Her initially astonished countenance flushed with embarrassment, and she shyly waved her hands, saying, Brother Changge, I am indeed happy if I could be of use to you. But do you think this is moving too fast? No, not that it is too fast. It's just I feel that such matters should be nurtured a bit more. This feels rather direct. Gu Changge rolled his eyes. He is no longer a child. He is well aware that this is a misunderstanding regarding Ji Ryu. You are overthinking it. When I mentioned that you are beneficial to me, I was referring to the awakening of your yin-yang divine body, which has birthed the yin-yang divine power within you. I have acquired a miraculous technique that requires the harmonious circulation of yin and yang energies. So that is how it is, Ji Ryu stammered, and upon realizing this, she nearly wished to bury herself in embarrassment. Oh dear, what absurd thoughts have I entertained? In any case, after I converse with cousin Hao Yue, could you assist me? No problem at all. After Gu Changge finished his discussion with Ji Ryu, they arrived at the martial arts arena. It was the same arena where they had their previous encounter. However, it had now been meticulously restored to its original condition, seemingly reinforced with formations that enveloped the surrounding structures. Upon seeing Gu Changge approaching with the still slightly blushing Ji Ryu, Ji Hao Yue's smile grew even more radiant. As Gu Changge stepped onto the martial arts arena, Ji Hao Yue asked, Cousin Changge, may I inquire about your current cultivation level? I have suppressed my cultivation to match yours. Just as before, Gu Changge replied casually. I am at the 6th layer of the fate wheel. Ji Hao Yue nodded in understanding, incredulity washing over him. What? The 6th layer of the fate wheel? Last time, I recall you were at the 3rd layer? Indeed, I have made some progress in this past month and a half. Goodness, you have just come of age, and you are still 2 years my junior, yet you have attained the 6th layer of the fate wheel at 16? Such talent! Ji Hao Yue exclaimed, his earlier awe of Gu Changge transforming into a sense of inadequacy. Before Gu Changge, Ji Hao Yue felt utterly unable to maintain any pretense, whether in appearance or in talent. He never imagined he would experience the sensation of being utterly outclassed by another. It is worth noting that he was celebrated as the most outstanding prodigy of the Ji family in a millennium, born with an awakened divine king body. He had cultivated at an astonishing pace, earning the admiration of the family elders for his comprehension of techniques and divine powers. Now 2 years had passed, and he had already broken through to the divine connection realm in his youth, awakening the divine king manifestation. Such talent is considered top tier even within the 3,000 Dao domains. Yet, standing alongside Gu Changge, he felt like nothing more than a mere novice. Gu Changge had already reached the 6th layer of the fate wheel, and at this rate of advancement, it seemed he would attain the divine connection realm within a year. 17, and already at the divine connection realm? Incredible! Moreover, Gu Changge's physical prowess was akin to that of a pure blood-fierce beast cub, or perhaps even more formidable. However, the most significant aspect of his strength lies in the ancient divine heritage of the now further augmented by the awakening of a second innate celestial bone. With all these factors combined, Ji Hao Yue found himself at a loss for words, struggling to comprehend what sort of monster stood before him. Gu Changge observed Ji Hao Yue lost in thought and kindly reminded him, Cousin Hao Yue, I believe it would be unnecessary for you to suppress your cultivation. Let us engage in this sparring match freely, for it is merely an exchange of skills. If we do not give our all, the exercise loses its significance. Upon hearing this, Hao Yue came to his senses and immediately shook his head. How can that be? A spar must be conducted with fairness and equity. Since you, Changge, are at the 6th level of the destiny wheel, I shall also restrain myself to the 6th level of the destiny wheel. With that, Hao Yue's aura was swiftly subdued to match the 6th level. Seeing his insistence, Changge acquiesced. However, he pondered how much effort he should exert. He recalled inadvertently defeating Hao Yue in just a few moves last time. Now, he felt the need to be considerate of his opponent's dignity, especially since the Changsheng clan and the Changsheng clan shared a remarkably close alliance. Chapter 71. The Moon Rises Over the Sea. Hao Yue suppressed his cultivation to the 6th level of the fate wheel and turned to Changge with earnestness. Changge, let us spar at this level. Do not hold back, for it would be pointless otherwise. All right, Changge replied, not holding back. I fear I may inadvertently knock you out with a single blow. Since his esteemed cousin had made such a request, he decided to take it a bit more seriously. In this realm, Changge would boldly claim the 2nd position, knowing no one could surpass him. Come on. Upon hearing Changge's affirmation, Hao Yue focused his entire being, indicating that Changge could make his move. Without hesitation, Changge stepped forward. Great void technique. In an instant, it was as if he had teleported, appearing directly before Hao Yue. With a clenched fist, a significant portion of the colossal particles within him roared to life, converging tremendous power into this one strike, as if intending to shatter the very fabric of space. Hao Yue was utterly unprepared for the sheer mastery of Changge's great void technique at such a young age. It required no hand seals or incantations, allowing him to traverse the void and materialize right before him. Hao Yue's heart sank in terror, and he hastily released his spiritual energy, crossing his arms defensively. Then came the explosion of sound. A monstrous shockwave erupted across the training ground. In the next moment, a figure akin to a cannonball was launched from the arena, crashing violently into a nearby structure. Boom! The formation revealed itself. Hao Yue slid down from the formation, kneeling on one knee, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Gazing at his quaking hands, he incredulously looked up at Changge, who stood awkwardly in the training area. Changge, your great void technique. This level must be, at least, minor perfection. Indeed, my void technique has recently reached minor perfection, Changge reflected, glancing at Hao Yue. Hao Yue was flabbergasted, and your physical prowess has increased exponentially since just half a month ago, perhaps even more. Changge, how had you trained? Hao Yue rose from the ground. There was no doubt, their spar had clearly shown the disparity in their abilities. As the divine son of the Ji family, endowed with the divine king physique, he found himself utterly defenseless against Changge in their exchange. Though Changge's great void technique had caught him off guard, the power he felt from that punch made it clear. Even if Hao Yue activated his divine king physique and fought seriously, he would still be at a disadvantage. Not to mention, Changge had yet to employ his heavy eyes and celestial bones in a true battle among peers of their caliber. Hao Yue feared he would not last beyond 10 moves in Changge's hands. After just a brief exchange, Hao Yue pondered Changge's strength, feeling a chill run down his spine. Just continue with your normal training, Changge mused, realizing that indeed, he had been training normally, albeit with an abundance of fortuitous encounters, each more extraordinary than the last. And thus, the sparring continued between Hao Yue and Changge. Changge had come to understand that his prowess was now sufficient to contend directly with the exceptional talents of his contemporaries, such as Hao Yue, who had a 1 or 2 year head start. Should he cultivate to the same realm, he would become invincible across the world. Although there might still be a few extraordinary prodigies who could surpass Hao Yue, they would only be marginally stronger, perhaps by half or at most 2 of Hao Yue's strength. However, in the same realm, he would be equivalent to 10, if not 20, Hao Yu's. After all, by that time, his life would have transformed into the wheel of heavenly Tao. The miraculous phenomena condensed in the Tongshan realm were certainly formidable. I find what you describe as normal cultivation to be anything but, Ji Haoyue remarked in jest. Yet, as he gazed at Gu Changge, his heart swelled with joy and satisfaction. The more he looked, the more he found Gu Changge to be a suitable brother-in-law. Let us continue. I should have heeded your advice earlier and sparred with you wholeheartedly. Ji Haoyue leaped back onto the martial stage. The spiritual energy sealed within him surged once more, and the powerful aura of the Tongshan realm enveloped the entire arena as he unsealed his cultivation. He appeared as though bathed in divine radiance, exuding an aura of unparalleled majesty. With his flowing black hair, he resembled a true sovereign deity standing before them. Simultaneously, Gu Changge felt the palpable sense of threat emanating from Ji Haoyue. His eyes narrowed slightly as he nodded earnestly. I too shall give my all. Cousin Haoyue, there is no need for concern. We all possess life-saving trump cards, and we can certainly hold back when necessary. Since that is the case, I shall not hold back. Having faced defeat at Gu Changge's hands multiple times, Ji Haoyue found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure, especially now that he was prepared to utilize the Tongshan realm against Gu Changge, who was at the 6th layer of the life wheel realm. If they were to employ their strengths, he was determined to win. A terrifying phenomenon enveloped the entire martial arena. In an instant, the venue was shrouded in an illusion of the sea, shimmering waves glimmering under the light, with mountains and forests rising around it. Most astonishingly, accompanied by a thunderous roar of ocean waves, a massive moon, hundreds of feet in size, slowly ascended from the sea's surface, standing behind Ji Haoyue. Phenomenon of the Tongshan realm. The bright moon rising over the sea. Standing before the luminous moon, Ji Haoyue resembled an immortal being, exuding immense pressure. Below the martial stage, Ji Ryu watched nervously and exclaimed, Brother Haoyue, you are utterly shameless. Battling Brother Changge at the Tongshan realm is one thing, but deploying a phenomenon is quite another. Ahem. The once ethereal Ji Haoyue felt somewhat embarrassed as he coughed lightly, breaking his own composure. Ryu, it is not my desire to resort to such tactics. It is simply that Changge is too formidable. If I do not go all out, he cannot enjoy himself either. Regardless, it is simply cheating. Go, Brother Changge. Initially torn over whom to cheer for, Ji Ryu found a resolve. All right. Gu Changge smiled at Ji Ryu, then turned his serious gaze toward Ji Haoyue, who was now manifesting the Tongshan phenomenon of the bright moon rising over the sea. At this moment, Gu Changge felt an overwhelming force of nature enveloping him, each movement accompanied by an intense sense of pressure. In the void, Ji Haoyue gazed down at Gu Changge and cautioned, Cousin Changge, be wary. As soon as the words left his lips, the moon behind him trembled slightly, unleashing waves of silvery light that surged forth, manifesting an intangible force of strangulation aimed at Gu Changge. Observing this, Gu Changge swiftly activated the Great Void technique to evade the moon's lethal onslaught. Reappearing directly opposite Ji Haoyue, the Divine King's body resonated with the celestial phenomenon. The bright moon rises over the sea, its fame echoing across 3,000 realms. I have long been intrigued. Cousin Haoyue, I shall not hold back any longer. With that, Gu Changge's eyes widened imperceptibly, and in an instant, intricate and profound patterns emerged within his pupils, as if the utmost mysteries were unfolding within. Chapter 72. I have chosen this son-in-law. After a brief moment, a brilliant divine light surged forth from his eyes, piercing through the void. This divine radiance traversed the air, coalescing into two formidable weapons imbued with terrifying power. Aimed directly at Ji Haoyue, the moon turned 9 times, and chaos engulfed the heavens and the earth. Ji Haoyue, gazing at the intricate patterns emerging in Gu Changge's eyes, felt a sudden gravity in his demeanor. He raised his voice, responding to the vastness of the void with an echoing proclamation. The towering moon behind him began to rotate in a state of profound shock. With a resounding boom, 2 beams of moonlight shot forth from the luminous orb, colliding instantaneously with the light of Gu Changge's dual pupils. The air above the training ground erupted with a deafening roar, akin to an explosion resonating from the depths of the void. In an instant, the surge of spiritual energy created ripples that spread outward, accompanied by fragments of divine weapons formed from moonlight and divine radiance cascading down. Truly, the divine king physique was remarkable. It effortlessly shattered my dual pupil light. Changge seemed to have completely forgotten that Ji Haoyue had attained the God communication realm, standing a full major level above him. Changge's foresight through his dual pupils had already shown him the earlier sequence of events. He appeared as if he were in an invulnerable position, launching an attack at Ji Haoyue's apparent weak point with a mere gesture. Yet, even the most potent phenomena have their vulnerabilities. The greatest strength of my dual pupils lies in their ability to perceive illusions, weaknesses, and glimpse into the future. A colossal handprint manifested in the void. Terrifying patterns emerged beside Ji Haoyue, as a massive purple hand reached forth from the intricacies, descending upon him with great force. As he beheld the overwhelming purple hand that seemed to blot out the sun, Ji Haoyue chuckled softly. The moonlight behind him surged, and in an instant, a silvery barrier materialized in front of him. The purple hand struck the silver barrier with a thunderous impact, unleashing tremendous force that reverberated through the shield, causing it to tremble violently. Yet, not a single crack appeared. It steadfastly held against the assault. No matter how exceptional the talent, without formidable cultivation to support it, it remains but an illusion. The moonlight's second turn. As Changge and Ji Haoyue engaged in combat, it was as though they were deliberating profound truths. Amidst their banter, terrifying divine powers manifested and hurled towards one another. At this moment, the training ground had been utterly reduced to ruins due to the full extent of their power clashing. The surrounding structures, even with protective formations, had crumbled in several places. Currently, Ji Haoyue had executed the sixth turn of the moonlight, while Changge had utilized all his abilities except for his immortal bone. His physical strength, dual pupil power, and void techniques were all in play. Up to this point, neither side had yet determined a victor. Ji Haoyue was thoroughly astonished. The tangible silver radiance rippled from the moon behind him, casting an ethereal glow upon him, rendering him akin to a celestial being. The moon behind him resembled a true full moon in the sky. Changge, how many more hidden cards do you possess? Ji Haoyue asked, a mix of exasperation and amusement in his tone. He had already reached the sixth turn of the moonlight, and if he were to exceed that, the ensuing power would be beyond his easy control. Only in life-and-death struggles would he wield strength surpassing the sixth turn. That should be about enough. Or is it? Ji Haoyue was nearly overwhelmed with rage. He had laid all his cards on the table and was now relying solely on his remaining strength for the final act. However, from Changge's tone, it seemed he still had other trump cards up his sleeve. Upon further reflection, Ji Haoyue suddenly realized that Changge had not utilized his celestial bones in battle at all. He had been relying on the Void Sutra and his formidable physique, augmented by his dual pupils. With this thought, Ji Haoyue couldn't help but feel a twinge of bitterness. Never mind, it's about time to call it quits. If this continues, I fear I won't be able to accept the outcome. The extraordinary phenomenon behind Ji Haoyue gradually dissipated, and he completely abandoned any thoughts of testing Changge further. There was no alternative. The sunk cost was far too great. If he were to injure his Dao heart before fully entering the world, it would likely lead to his own ruin. Absolutely not. If this continued, Ji Haoyue would surely emerge victorious. Changge shook his head, his aura also slowly dissipating. They both descended from the air. Seeing this, Ji Ryu approached Changge, her beautiful eyes glancing at Ji Haoyue as she teased, "Brother Changge, no need to spare my brother's feelings. After all, it's a great advantage for someone in the celestial realm to face someone in the destiny wheel realm. Now that the playing field is level, it can be said that Brother Changge has already triumphed. There's no other explanation." Ji Haoyue rolled his eyes in exasperation. Hearing this, Changge playfully flicked Ji Ryu's smooth forehead. He asked, "Your brother, why are you siding with me? It's not my fault he lacks shame." Ji Ryu covered her forehead and stuck out her tongue playfully at Ji Haoyue, who was rolling his eyes. "You still dare to speak?" Ji Haoyue glared at her. then wave his hand dismissively. I'm leaving now. This spar with Changge has brought me great insights. I'll take some time to consolidate my gains. Perhaps I can break through to the second layer of the celestial realm. Ryu, please take care of Changge. Leave it to me. Ryu clapped her chest, creating a ripple that was both stunning and captivating. Observing this, Changge cast a sidelong glance and silently withdrew his gaze. A gentleman observes the game in silence. Next, Ryu entertained Changge, while unbeknownst to the three of them, Zhao, Hongyuan, and Shuidan hovered in the void, gazing down at the unfolding scene. Only after Changge and Haoyue had finished their duel did they reluctantly retract their gazes. Zhao remarked, "The sixth layer of the Destiny Wheel realm is comparable to Haoyue's celestial realm. The Changsheng family is truly on the verge of producing an unparalleled prodigy." Shuidan, you have indeed given birth to a genius for the Changsheng family. Hongyuan added with a hint of envy. Shuidan, with her gentle demeanor, wore a radiant smile upon hearing Hongyuan's jest, playfully responding, "Isn't Changge also part of the Ji family?" Upon hearing this, Hongyuan's expression relaxed significantly. Indeed, bringing Changge to the Changsheng Ji family this time was meant to foster relationships. He then added with a serious expression, "All right," with Shuidan's words. "I am now firmly convinced of Changge." At this moment, Ryu led Changge to the small courtyard where they had been previously. "Brother Changge, I have just awakened my divine body, but mobilizing the primordial forces of yin and yang within me proves to be quite a challenge. If you wish to harness these dual powers, it may indeed pose some difficulties." At this point, Ryu stammered slightly. "What kind of difficulties?" Changge furrowed his brow upon hearing this, and then added, "If it would cause you harm, there is no need to rush. We can discuss it once you have fully mastered your divine body. There is indeed no danger of injury. The forces of yin and yang inherently oppose and complement each other, and a little time will suffice to restore the primordial essence. The primary concern lies in the extraction process, which is rather cumbersome." Ryu said, her cheeks flushed. The supreme forces of yin and yang, when manifested, transform into primordial chaos and void. To extract them, there are two methods. One is through dual cultivation, and the other is to transfer them through the mouth. Chapter 73. The Wheel of Destiny. Upon hearing Ryu's words, Changge was momentarily taken aback. He was aware that Ryu possessed a yin-yang divine body. Activated by the yin-yang spirit jade he had bestowed upon her. Logically, the extraction of the yin-yang energies should have been a seamless process. However, the final step unfolded in a manner he had never anticipated. Clearing his throat, Changge mused, "So that is how it is." He intended to continue speaking, but found himself at a loss for words. As for mutual cultivation, that was undoubtedly out of the question. How could one broach such a subject? Just as Changge was caught in a dilemma, a gentle fragrance wafted through the air, drawing his attention. He turned to find Ryu standing before him, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. The girl's porcelain-like complexion was flawless, and her alluring curves became even more apparent as she approached. "Brother Changge, this is my choice. I am delighted to assist you," Ryu said, her cheeks flushed with shyness. Having spoken, she reached out and embraced Changge's neck, leaning in closer. Ryu, blushing, fled, leaving Changge alone in the courtyard. Feeling the dual energies of yin and yang swirling within his dantian, he recalled the earlier scene and felt his face grow warm. He had never experienced such boldness from a woman before. What an embarrassment. If such an opportunity arose again, he would surely take the initiative. Quickly, these whimsical thoughts evaporated, replaced by the pressing matters at hand. With the yin-yang energies now acquired, he also had the 5 elements treasure. With a flick of his hand, a radiant white jade fruit, shimmering with multicolored light, appeared. The rich essence of the 5 elements emanated from the fruit, and its intoxicating aroma was enough to elevate one's spirit, clearly marking it as a treasure of great significance. This was the 5 elements Dao fruit returned by the system when he had previously gifted Ryu the yin-yang spirit jade. Initially, Changge had intended to use it to nurture his celestial bones, but had delayed its use due to the lengthy refinement process. ultimately leading to its current crucial application. Indeed, everything is interconnected by fate. With all the requirements for the Wheel of Destiny now gathered, there was no time to waste. Changge retracted the 5 elements Dao fruit and strode towards a side room in the courtyard. He took out a communication spirit jade to inform Ji Shui Dan, Ji Hongyuan, and others of his impending retreat for a period of cultivation. Upon entering the room, he set up defensive barriers and sat cross-legged on the bed to regulate his breath. Once his spiritual energy stabilized and his mental clarity reached its peak, the method of the Wheel of Destiny began to manifest in his mind. All things in heaven and earth, the creation of the Wheel of Destiny. All living beings possess a destiny wheel. Some are destined from birth, while others acquire it through cultivation. The method of transforming destiny into a wheel is inspired by my insights derived from observing the primordial chaos. As Changge perused the comprehensive text on the Wheel of Destiny, he found himself astonished at certain revelations. He wondered where the system had sourced these techniques, for they even encompassed the profound concept of primordial chaos. With these thoughts, Changge continued his study, confirming that he had thoroughly comprehended the heavenly mandate transformation wheel technique. He turned his focus inward, examining the area of his dantian. To condense the heavenly mandate wheel is both a simple and complex endeavor, primarily reliant on the collection of the treasures of enlightenment and the dual energies of yin and yang. Subsequently, these treasures must be absorbed into the dantian, with the Wheel of Fate as the core, complemented by the 5 elemental treasures. The interplay of yin and yang energies would evolve the primordial chaos, thereby nurturing a mysterious power known as the purple chi of creation for his ascension. The mere mention of the purple chi of creation sent Changge's heart racing. The fact that such a miraculous energy could be conjured by the heavenly mandate transformation wheel was astonishing. It was no wonder that only one prodigy of the heavenly mandate wheel could emerge in an era. This purple chi of creation surely held significance beyond mere nourishment for the ascension of the wheel. Yet, now was not the time for such musings. Changge suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing within his double pupils. With a wave of his hand, the 5 elemental fruits floated before him. He opened his mouth to draw them in, and in an instant, the 5 elemental fruits vanished into his mouth, directly entering his dantian. Once inside, the fruits seemed to resonate with the yin and yang energies swirling around the 9-pattern wheel of fate, causing ripples to spread throughout the spiritual sea of his dantian. The sound of crashing waves echoed within the secluded chamber. Simultaneously, as he began to invoke the heavenly mandate transformation wheel, the room was enveloped in a symphony of Taoist sounds, a deafening murmur that reverberated endlessly, only to be sealed off by the formation. The heavenly mandate transformation wheel. Spin. Changge silently commanded within, knowing that the moment to condense the wheel of fate had arrived. As he activated the power of his soul, the 9-pattern wheel, suspended above the spiritual sea, began to rotate slowly. In that fleeting moment, waves of dizziness and sharp pain assailed him. Yet Changge remained unperturbed, standing resolute within the spiritual sea. The condensing of the wheel of fate was no trivial task, and it was not an exaggeration to say it was fraught with peril. The wheel was the very foundation of a person. The sensations that accompanied its rotation were not unexpected. He maintained his composure and continued to turn the wheel. Once it transformed into the Taiji diagram, the yin and yang energies could flow into the wheel, thus opening the gateway to chaos and filling the spiritual sea with chaotic energies. At that point, the 5 elemental treasures would come into play, evolving the myriad forms of the universe: wind, fire, water, earth, and so forth. The 9-pattern wheel's rotation accelerated, and Changge's soul began to twist in pain. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. Finally, after nearly a quarter of an hour of relentless spinning, the wheel floating above the spiritual sea transformed into the Taiji diagram of yin and yang. Yin and yang energies go on the bed. Changge retrieved a drop of the condensed Taoist essence and swallowed it. The next moment, his consciousness plunged back into the spiritual sea to further evolve the wheel. Within the spiritual sea, the black and white yin and yang energies, propelled by Gu Changge's soul power, crashed violently into the corresponding yin and yang eyes of the spinning taiji diagram. Boom! A resounding roar echoed from within Gu Changge's body. The once rapidly rotating wheel of fate, depicted in the taiji diagram, came to an eerie halt under the infusion of the dual energies of yin and yang, contrasting sharply with its previously nebulous state. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed from the taiji diagram. Gu Changge's expression shifted. He initially feared an unforeseen mishap, but soon he exhaled in relief. For upon the diagram, the yin and yang eyes, infused with the dual energies, flickered incessantly, emitting both white and black radiance. In the next moment, the S-shaped line at the center of the taiji diagram abruptly unfurled. A dense aura of chaos surged forth, akin to a gushing spiritual spring, enveloping the surroundings. Standing amidst the sea of spirits, Gu Changge's soul was bathed in this chaotic essence, feeling as though he were relishing a refreshingly gentle breeze, while his soul power surged at an astonishing rate. Chapter 74. The Thunder Tribulation shocks the Ji family. Moreover, Gu Changge's spiritual sea, bathed in chaotic energy, was undergoing a transformation beyond imagination. Boom! In the outside world, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed across the sky above the small courtyard where Gu Changge resided. Following this, dense, dark clouds began to gather, gradually spreading to dozens, hundreds, and even thousands of feet in size. The unexpected commotion drew the attention of many elders and disciples of the Ji family. Their faces filled with astonishment as they gazed at the ominous clouds accumulating in the sky. "Is this a thunder tribulation?" An elder of the Ji family exclaimed in surprise. Thunder tribulations do not occur casually. They either arise from the birth of a treasured artifact gaining sentience, or from an ancestor breaking through to the saint realm, aiming to ascend to the emperor realm. Yet, I have never heard of any ancestor facing imminent death resorting to such a desperate gamble. Another elder of the Ji family added, "It seems this direction is the courtyard where the Son of the Moon and Miss Ruyu frequently visit. Could it be that the Son of the Moon has achieved a significant breakthrough, thus attracting the Thunder Tribulation?" As the elders speculated, some of them excitedly proclaimed that the Ji family had promising successors. Above the courtyard where Gu Changge was located, Ji Zhao, Ji Hongyuan, Ji Shuidan, Ji Haoyue, and Ji Ryu had all arrived. A thunder tribulation. Ji Zhao's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the ominous clouds, his tone tinged with astonishment. Changge just finished battling with Haoyue. What has he achieved to provoke a thunder tribulation? Ji Hongyuan inhaled sharply, casting a surprised glance at Ji Haoyue. Ji Haoyue shook his head, staring at the gathering thunderclouds with confusion. "I don't know. We merely had a friendly spar." "And, father, don't tell me you weren't watching at that time." Although Ji Haoyue could not sense Ji Hongyuan and the others during that moment, he knew they were surely observing. Upon hearing this, Ji Hongyuan and the others exchanged glances. Ji Shuidan looked worriedly at the courtyard below. "What is Changge doing?" "He has summoned a thunder tribulation. He said he was in seclusion, and now it's turned into something alarming." Beside them, Ji Ryu recalled the events that occurred before Gu Changge entered seclusion, her cheeks flushing, and she felt an inexplicable shyness whenever she glanced at Ji Shuidan. However, noticing Ji Shuidan's concern for Gu Changge, Ji Ryu spoke up to offer reassurance. "That brother Changge, during his seclusion, actually asked me for a strand of yin and yang energy. If he is using the yin and yang energy, it must be for a great opportunity. I believe there is no need for us to worry." As soon as Ji Ryu spoke, she immediately captivated the attention of Ji Zhao, Ji Hongyuan, Ji Shuidan, and Ji Haoyue. "Changge sought yin and yang energy from you?" Ji Zhao, the elder, confirmed with a question. "Yes, indeed." Ji Ryu nodded. Ji Zhao's gaze became intense as he stroked his white beard. The use of yin and yang energy typically signifies one is either refining a treasured artifact or practicing an extraordinary technique. Yin and yang energy possesses profound spiritual resonance. When infused into a treasured artifact, it can readily give rise to sentience. It is highly probable that the emergence of the Thunder Tribulation is due to the artifact gaining sentience. Or it could be that Changge is undergoing a miraculous transformation, thereby invoking the trial of the Thunder Tribulation. The venerable ancestor Ji Zhao, with his extensive knowledge and experience, deduced many matters through the interplay of yin and yang energies. Ji Hongyuan, standing nearby, found this reasoning quite compelling. Upon hearing this, Ji Shuidan felt a slight sense of relief. The fact that ancestor Ji Zhao had spoken with such conviction indicated a probability of 70 to 80% that it was indeed true. This thunderous tribulation could prove to be a significant boon for Gu Changge, cultivating an extraordinary technique and refining a treasured artifact. Either prospect was immensely enticing, given his current strength. Should he successfully cultivate an extraordinary technique or refine a treasured artifact that required yin and yang energies? One could scarcely fathom the heights Gu Changge might reach when the True Dragon ranking and the Flood Dragon ranking are unveiled. Yaoyu exhaled deeply, a profound sense of urgency enveloping his heart. He had initially resolved not to compete with Gu Changge, yet witnessing the latter's rapid progress inadvertently spurred him to strive for advancement. Just as Ji Haoyue intended to express his desire to return and consolidate the gains from their recent exchange, lest he be swiftly surpassed by Gu Changge, several streaks of light suddenly surged forth. As the brilliance dissipated, several elders of the Ji clan materialized before Ji Zhao and the others. After acknowledging ancestor Ji Zhao and the clan leader, the elders bowed respectfully to Ji Zhao and Ji Hongyuan, then greeted Ji Shuidan and Ji Ruyu with, "Greetings, Miss Shuidan." "Miss Ruyu, what brings you here?" Ji Hongyuan inquired, puzzled by the presence of these elders. The foremost elder, a formidable figure emanating a powerful aura, stepped forward. He was Ji Dao, one of the clan's most distinguished elders, wielding unparalleled mastery of the blade, having once been a peerless genius in the heavenly realm of Gaia. "Clan leader, upon witnessing the Thunder Tribulation, we came to ascertain the situation, suspecting it might be triggered by the son of Haoyue," he began. However, upon catching sight of Ji Haoyue standing slightly behind Ji Hongyuan, he was taken aback. "What is the son of Haoyue doing here?" Ji Haoyue, puzzled, glanced at the elder. "Elder Ji Dao, if I am not here, where else could I possibly be?" The other elders were equally bewildered. This Thunder Tribulation was not invoked by the son of Haoyue. Then who could it be? They murmured among themselves. Indeed, if it is not the son of Haoyue, who else in the Longsheng Ji clan possesses such capability? Their collective gaze turned toward Ji Hongyuan. With a resigned expression, Ji Hongyuan replied, "I had indeed hoped that Haoyue would invoke the Thunder Tribulation to achieve a breakthrough. However, regrettably, it is not he but the esteemed Gu Changge, who is visiting our Longsheng Ji clan." "What? It is actually the son of Changge?" the elders exclaimed in astonishment. "Enough, the Thunder Tribulation is about to commence. Everyone, quiet down and observe closely. This tribulation is a manifestation of the laws of heaven and earth, and its descent marks an opportune moment for enlightenment. Should one gain insight, it could potentially save decades of effort and lead to further breakthroughs." Ancestor Ji Zhao interjected at the opportune moment, emphasizing the significance of witnessing the Thunder Tribulation. The trial of the thunderstorm not only tests the extraordinary prodigies, but also presents a significant opportunity for those observing the tribulation. Upon hearing these words, the elders of the Ji family, including Ji Dao, immediately adopted solemn expressions and turned their gaze towards the courtyard below. Suddenly, a resounding thunderclap echoed above Gu Changge's head. Meanwhile, within the confines of the small courtyard, Gu Changge's spiritual sea had transformed into a miniature chaotic realm, with his entire dantian suffused with dense chaotic energy. The first step and the second step had both been successfully accomplished. Now came the pivotal moment of opening the heavens and invoking the purple energy of creation, the fruit of the 5 elements. Gu Changge's voice resonated within his dantian like a divine incantation. As he softly chanted, the fruit of the 5 elements was instantaneously crushed by the overwhelming chaotic energy, transforming into 5 distinct essences of varying colors. Opening the heavens. Observing this, Gu Changge's eyes sharpened, and he promptly activated the opening of the heavens technique from the Destiny Transformation Wheel method, cleaving through the chaos within his dantian. With a thunderous roar, it was as if a bolt of lightning had erupted from within Gu Changge's dantian. In that fleeting moment, the chaos was reinstated. The heavens cleared and the earth darkened, with pure energy ascending and turbid energy descending. As the chaos settled, a vast and magnificent wheel of destiny, adorned with mysterious patterns, manifested before Gu Changge, evoking a profound sense of disparity as if he were a mere mortal before a colossal celestial body. Gu Changge gazed in awe at the wheel of destiny before him. Is this the wheel of heavenly destiny? Chapter 75, Yichen, inner disciple of the Shuiwei sect, as the wheel of destiny appeared before Gu Changge, an overwhelming aura of destruction suddenly enveloped him. He barely had time to scrutinize the wheel of destiny. His consciousness withdrew from his dantian, and in the next moment, he opened his eyes and gazed skyward. Enlightenment dawned upon him. He realized what was happening. Heavenly tribulation. Gu Changge had not anticipated that the convergence of the wheel of destiny would summon the heavenly tribulation. It was said that such a phenomenon heralded the emergence of prodigies and treasures. Had he ascended to the level of a prodigy himself? Amused, Gu Changge dismissed the notion of prodigy or not. With his innate talent and current foundation, he was already equipped with unparalleled strength. With a decisive step, Gu Changge soared from his chamber into the void. Upon his emergence, the gazes of Ji Shuidan, Ji Hongyuan, Ji Zhao, and Ji Haoyue were all drawn to him. Could it be that he has successfully cultivated the forbidden techniques? Ji Zhao fixated on Gu Changge, his eyes ablaze with intensity. It seems so. I have yet to witness the treasure. Ji Hongyuan nodded in affirmation. Boom! As Gu Changge ascended, the thunderclouds above seemed to have found their target, erupting in a cacophony of thunderclaps, with fearsome bolts of lightning flickering ominously within the darkened skies. The wheel of destiny within Gu Changge radiated an immortal, sacred aura. It had expanded beyond its previous size, now hovering over the sea of spirits. The entire wheel almost enveloped the sea of spirits, and the spiritual energy, once a pristine white, had transformed into a pale golden hue, exuding an extraordinary presence. The wheel spun, adorned with intricate, ancient patterns that manifested the laws of heaven and earth. Boom! The thunderclouds trembled. In the next instant, the clouds twisted into a spiral shape, and a bolt of silver lightning, as thick as a barrel, descended with terrifying speed towards Gu Changge. In response, Gu Changge raised his hand and unleashed a punch, unleashing the might of the massive elephant particles within him, roaring forth with astonishing power. Boom! As his fist collided with the lightning, a wave of terrifying spiritual energy radiated outward. Observing from a distance, Ji Zhao and Ji Hongyuan were not taken aback by Gu Changge's physical prowess, as they had previously witnessed his battle against Ji Haoyue. However, they were aware that the elders of the Ji family were oblivious to this. Watching Gu Changge withstand a lightning with sheer physical strength, the elders, including Ji Dao, collectively gasped in astonishment. Hiss! The aura was merely that of the Wheel of Destiny, yet the force behind that punch could likely injure even an ordinary divine transformation realm cultivator with a single blow. To withstand the heavenly tribulation with one's physical body. Indeed, the qualifications of the son of Changge are truly extraordinary. To provoke the heavenly tribulation signifies that he is a peerless prodigy, far surpassing ordinary talents. The emergence of the son of Changge in the world will undoubtedly astonish countless individuals. Indeed, to display such prowess even before entering the world is unfathomable. One can only imagine the spectacle he will create when the true dragon ranking is unveiled. The elders of the Ji family gazed at Gu Changge, then at Ji He, silently speculating the outcome if Gu Changge were to face their own prodigy. In the same realm, the challenge would surely be formidable. However, they were completely unaware of the circumstances surrounding the earlier confrontation. Otherwise, such thoughts would not have arisen. The thunderous roar of the tribulation grew increasingly fierce. Strands of silver lightning, imbued with a terrifying aura of destruction, relentlessly struck Gu Changge as if tearing through the very fabric of space. Initially, Gu Changge could withstand the onslaught with sheer physical resilience, but as the power of the thunder intensified, he was compelled to summon the divine abilities of the Void Sutra. It was at this juncture that Ji Dao and the other elders of the Ji family gained a renewed understanding of Gu Changge's prowess. Despite his tender age, barely having reached adulthood, Gu Changge had seemingly approached a remarkable mastery of the Great Void technique and the Void Grand Seal, an achievement that could only be described as extraordinary. At last, after Gu Changge shattered a purplish bolt of lightning with a single strike, the storm clouds in the sky dissipated entirely. Simultaneously, upon breaking the final bolt of lightning, the wheel of destiny within Gu Changge's being seemed to undergo a profound transformation, with the patterns inscribed upon it appearing more ancient, as though one were witnessing the very laws of the universe. Furthermore, the function of the wheel of destiny manifested vividly in Gu Changge's consciousness. Now fully formed, the wheel of destiny was akin to his and becoming the very foundation of his innate abilities, rivaling even the esteemed and the devouring of spiritual essence, the golden spiritual energy, the augmentation of comprehension. Remarkably, this wheel of destiny bestowed upon him an enhancement equivalent to nearly 3 innate talents. Coupled with his, and Gu Changge felt a sense of trepidation regarding his own burgeoning prowess. Truly, it was the wheel of destiny, a singular achievement attainable by only one in a generation. Filled with elation, Gu Changge noticed that while Ji Zhao and the others observed him weather the tribulation, they were eager to inquire about his current state. However, they refrained from approaching him, seeing that he was still in a state of recuperation. Meanwhile, as Gu Changge's foundation and strength advanced, Yi Chun, as anticipated, displayed a modicum of his abilities and successfully became an inner disciple of the Shui West sect. From this point forward, securing a spot in the Yinyang cave through competition would signify that his plan was halfway realized. Have you heard? It seems the Changsheng Ji family also has a prodigy accompanying us to the Yinyang cave, someone remarked. Indeed, I heard that the elders have specifically instructed us to cooperate with that Ji family prodigy to obtain the cave's inheritance. I wonder if the Changsheng Ji family member is male or female. If she's a female, that would be splendid. Perhaps I could win her over with my looks. Huh. Junior brother, why don't you take a moment to look at yourself first? If she is indeed a woman, the daughters of the Changsheng Ji family are undoubtedly of extraordinary beauty. Amidst the discussions of the surrounding disciples in the martial arena, Yi Chen's lips curled into a slight smirk, revealing a hint of disdain. It was laughable that these ordinary cultivators, lacking any exceptional qualities, dared to covet Ji Ruyu. The greatest victor within the Shui West sect would undoubtedly be none other than Yi Chen himself. Waiting to secure her place, she would accompany Ji Ruyu to the Yinyang cave, allowing fate to guide their aimless wandering for 10 days or half a month. Even if Gu Changge had left an impression in her heart, with her experiences from a previous life filled with adventures, she was confident in her ability to captivate this woman. The resources of the Changsheng family. She yearned to acquire them swiftly to enhance her cultivation. Next, Yi Chen would face off against Ma Xiao, a disciple from the Water Moon sect, at the Destiny Wheel realm, leapt onto the combat stage. He then called out to the disciples below with a hearty laugh. Which of you is Yi Chen? Come up quickly. Let's resolve this swiftly. Yi Chen is in trouble, murmured the disciples gathered below. Indeed, he is up against senior brother Ma Xiao, the 10th-ranked genius of our Water Moon sect's intersect. The disciples at the foot of the stage buzzed with conversation. Upon hearing this, a charming smile spread across Yi Chen's face. A genius? He sought to challenge the very essence of genius. Chapter 76. The brother is the protagonist. At this moment, Gu Changge remained unaware that Yi Chen was experiencing a classic narrative of a hidden talent, destined to astonishingly reveal himself. He was currently consolidating the heavenly Tao fate wheel, enduring the lightning tribulation, and felt a profound joy upon comprehending the significance of the fate wheel. With the assistance of the heavenly Tao fate wheel, it was likely that his cultivation speed would escalate exponentially. Moreover, due to the unique properties of the fate wheel, he could absorb spiritual energy and transform it into golden spiritual energy, which possessed a quality several times superior to that of Gu Changge's previous spiritual energy. In simpler terms, this represented a direct enhancement of combat prowess. Had it not been for the fate wheel, Gu Changge would have needed to rely on his immortal bone to contend with the peak of Ji Hao Yue, but now, without the use of the immortal bone, he could resolve matters solely with the power of his double pupils and the Void Sutra. Such a transformation in his physique was nothing short of terrifying. It is worth noting that Gu Changge was still merely at the 6th level of the Fate Wheel realm, while Ji Hao Yue had already reached a divine level, manifesting extraordinary abilities and was an exceptional prodigy. "Changge, are you all right?" Ji Shuidan inquired with concern as she approached upon seeing Gu Changge reopen his eyes. He was her most cherished son, a piece of her heart. "I am fine. Thank you, Mother, for your protection," Gu Changge replied with a smile. Ji Zhao and Ji Honyuan also approached, surveying Gu Changge with a mixture of admiration and regret. Their admiration stemmed from Gu Changge's astonishing talent, surpassing even Ji Hao Yue's, while their regret arose from the fact that Gu Changge was not a true bloodline descendant of the Ji family. "What extraordinary technique have you cultivated to invoke the lightning tribulation?" Ji Hao Yue asked curiously. "A heritage that fundamentally enhances one's foundation," Gu Changge replied with a smile. "It can augment the quality of the fate wheel, making it stronger." Gu Changge spoke vaguely. Despite their close relationship, such secrets were not to be divulged lightly. After all, one could never know if an unfathomably powerful entity might one day return through time. Although Gu Changge felt this was unlikely, it was better to be cautious. Augmenting the fate wheel as foundation. Upon hearing this, Ji Zhao, Ji Honyuan, and the others were astonished. The fate wheel represented innate talent, and many were predetermined by fate. Only the long-lived families had the potential to enhance the quality of their fate wheels, and that required a tremendous cost. For individuals like Ji Hao Yue and Ji Ruyu, their fate wheels were nearly at the pinnacle, essentially at the 9-pattern level. Gu Changge need not contemplate. He too was undoubtedly at the 9-pattern level. Yet the fact that a 9-pattern fate wheel could continue to strengthen was indeed extraordinary. Ji Zhao, Ji Honyuan, and even Ji Hao Yue gazed at Gu Changge with increasing intrigue, wondering if he might share this knowledge. Gu Changge, fully aware of their thoughts, chuckled and said, "This technique can only be cultivated by one person in a lifetime. There is no point in sharing it, and you would not comprehend it anyway. Such methods must not be lightly transmitted. All my words are mere fabrications." Upon hearing this, Ji Zhao, Ji Honyuan, and the others immediately displayed expressions of regret. This extraordinary technique indeed possesses various limitations, and it is evident that they have encountered one of the most vexing of these. However, it is precisely such challenges that highlight the terrifying nature of this inheritance. Subsequently, Ji Zhao and Ji Honyuan conversed briefly with Gu Changge before departing with Ji Shuidan. As Ji Shuidan took her leave, she winked at Su Zhe, indicating, "We are aware of your quest for the Yin-Yang Qi from your sister Ruyu. You must express your gratitude to her. By the way, your sister Ruyu is about to venture into the Yin-Yang cave to acquire the inheritance. Accompany her, as it would be a means of repaying her kindness." Without allowing Gu Changge a chance to respond, Ji Shuidan slipped away. Ji Ruyu gazed at Gu Changge with anticipation. Amused by the situation, Gu Changge thought to himself that even if Ji Shuidan hadn't mentioned it, he would still accompany Ji Ruyu. After all, whether it was for Yi Chun or to save Ji Ruyu, he would undoubtedly be by her side. Moreover, the Yin-Yang cave pertains to the ancient Yin-Yang sect, a dominant force of antiquity. Gu Changge felt that if he were to obtain this inheritance and later return it to Ji Ruyu, it might fully develop her Yin-Yang divine body, which would be beneficial for him in the future as well. However, it was likely impossible to exploit the system's loopholes, as the previous explanation had made it clear that one could not use returned items from system rewards to continue obtaining rewards. "Very well, I shall accompany you, Ruyu. It will be a good opportunity to relax following my recent breakthrough," Gu Changge remarked, stroking Ji Ruyu's silky hair with a smile. "Excellent. The Yin-Yang cave will open in about 3 days. Let's go together," Ji Ruyu exclaimed, then shifted her gaze towards Ji Hao Yue. Initially, Ji Hao Yue had also planned to join them. However, Upon witnessing Gu Changge's recent duel and subsequent advancement in strength, she lost all desire to venture outside. With Changge accompanying you, I feel reassured. I shall not intrude on your time together. I intend to enter seclusion for cultivation, Ji Haoyue stated with a serious expression, waving her hand without taking a single cloud with her. In a blink, 3 days had passed. During this time, Gu Changge tested the enhancement provided by the golden spiritual energy, and, as expected, its potency had increased at least threefold compared to before. He also experimented with the devouring spirit function of the heavenly Tao Fate Wheel, which manifested a spiritual energy funnel over 10,000 meters in height. This commotion startled everyone in the Changsheng Shenzi family. Ji Hongyuan even presumed that a saintly ancestor had emerged from seclusion to achieve a breakthrough. Upon realizing it was Gu Changge, he couldn't help but laugh while regarding him as a monster. Moreover, the tranquility of Shueiyue's sect had been disrupted. The primary cause was the emergence of an extraordinarily terrifying genius within the inner sect. Since the competition for the Yin-Yang cave quota began, this individual seemed to be on an unstoppable trajectory, rising from 10th place on the inner sect rankings to the very top. This even attracted the attention of the Shueiyue sect's master, who personally took Yi Chun as a closed-door disciple. It can be said that Yi Chun had become a legend in the eyes of the Shueiyue sect disciples, having swiftly transcended the ranks and reached the pinnacle of their aspirations in such a short time. Yi Chun found himself in a predicament. Revealing too much of himself was unavoidable. The only way to draw near to Jiruyu was to ascend to a higher echelon within the Shueiyue sect. Otherwise, proximity would remain a distant dream, let alone the possibility of traveling together. Were he to be like others, merely securing a single quota, he would likely only catch a glimpse at the beginning, thereafter remaining in a state of separation, unable to connect. Yi Chun, I never anticipated your talent to be so extraordinary, mastering even the formidable king-level source techniques. Remarkable indeed. Merely your prowess in source techniques is enough to elevate our Shueiyue sect to new heights. You have already grasped the fundamentals of the Shueiyue Heart Sutra. Now, it is merely a matter of diligent practice. In time, you may very well ascend the Jiaolong rankings, astonishing the world. Should you continue to excel, the position of the Shueiyue sect's young master could very well be yours. Chapter 77. Yi Chun, do not approach. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun chuckled. The master of the Shueiyue sect mistakenly believed that his words had elicited a response from Yi Chun, causing his smile to deepen. Yet little did he know, Yi Chun's laughter was one of disdain. How could a mere position of a junior master in the Shueiyue sect compare to that of a son-in-law of the Changsheng family? Not to mention, Yi Chun's true ambition was not merely to ascend the Jiaolong list, but to claim the pinnacle of the True Dragon list, aiming for the very first position. As long as he adhered to his plan and seized the opportunity of the seer, no matter how formidable Gu Changge might be, he could never be his rival. As for the others, they were of no consequence. How absurd for this master of the Shueiyue sect to think that Yi Chun would deign to lower himself to their level. What followed was a quiet anticipation for the day to pass. On the fourth day, today marked the opening of the Shueiyue cave heaven. Gu Changge and Jiruyu made their way together to the Shueiyue cave heaven, while the Shueiyue sect and other forces submitted their Yin-Yang cave heaven to the Changsheng Shenzi family, arranging for their disciples to gather at the designated meeting point. At the assembly point of the various sects, disciples led by the Shueiyue sect were engaged in lively discussions, occasionally glancing curiously towards the sky. The Yin-Yang cave heaven was finally about to open, and there was much speculation about whether the Changsheng family's disciples arriving this time would be male or female. It was rumored that they were of the direct lineage and incredibly esteemed. If they could catch the eye of such individuals, it would surely pave the way for their ascension within the sect. What a fanciful dream. How could the direct descendants of the Changsheng family deign to notice us? While some were lost in dreams, others remained grounded in reality. Regardless, everyone present was eagerly anticipating the arrival of the Changsheng Shenzi family. After waiting for a full quarter of an hour, the atmosphere remained stagnant, with no elder or disciple from any sect displaying any sign of vitality. Rather, it felt as though this was to be expected. Suddenly, the clouds in the sky seemed to part as if pushed aside by some colossal force. from amidst the clouds. A massive, ancient ship unfurled its terrifying sails, descending slowly before the astonished gazes of those from the Shui West sect and other forces. The warship of the Changsheng Shenzi family. What caliber of direct descendant could warrant the deployment of a warship? It was known that such vessels were only commanded during times of war by the Changsheng Shenzi family. Gasps of astonishment echoed through the crowd, their faces reflecting shock. Meanwhile, certain high-ranking members of the sects, privy to the circumstances, displayed excitement, eagerly gazing towards the warship. Would they finally witness the legendary goddess of the Changsheng Shenzi family? Yi Chen too felt a surge of excitement as he gazed at the descending ship. Thoughts of Ji Ruyu's youthful, pure beauty akin to a pristine lotus filled him with fervor, especially knowing that her yin-yang divine body had awakened. He could hardly contain his eagerness to claim Ji Ruyu as his own. With a gust of wind, the warship finally stabilized in midair. In the next moment, an overwhelming aura of a sovereign surged forth from the ship, akin to a true dragon awakening, pressing heavily upon the chests of the gathered disciples. Are all gathered? A commanding voice resonated through the void, as a towering, ethereal figure manifested before a gathering of powerful factions, led by none other than the venerable elder of the Jidao clan. It is indeed the esteemed Elder Jidao. We are all present, exclaimed the master of Shui with a courteous bow towards the apparition, adopting a deferential tone. Very well, then, you may board the ship, Elder Jidao replied in a flat voice, devoid of any discernible emotion. Understood. The members of the Shui sect responded in unison, promptly turning to call their disciples. Hurry! Embark onto the Ji family warship at once. We are set to depart for the Yin-Yang cave. Upon hearing their elder's summons, the disciples were momentarily taken aback, followed by a wave of exhilaration. They were to board the warship alongside their esteemed leaders. They had anticipated trailing behind the vessel instead. One by one, beams of radiant light soared into the Ji family warship. As they alighted, their attention was immediately captured by the enchanting presence of a pair of celestial figures. At the forefront stood a youthful, statuesque lad, exuding an air of nobility and possessing strikingly handsome features. Dressed in black adorned with golden trim, his long hair was elegantly tied with a golden ribbon, and his eyes appeared to hold the essence of divinity, radiating a mesmerizing charm as he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, embodying a flawless demeanor. Beside him stood an exquisite maiden with youthful features and a curvaceous figure, her beauty captivating and her spirit vibrant, resembling an ethereal sprite. Witnessing this pair, the disciples from various sects were momentarily rendered speechless. How beautiful! A disciple from Shui murmured, entranced by Ji Ruyu. And that young man is remarkably handsome. Several female disciples gushed, their eyes sparkling as they admired Gu Changge. Yi Chun, who had accompanied the master of Shui onto the warship, was grinning broadly upon catching sight of Ji Ruyu. However, when his gaze fell upon Gu Changge standing beside her, his smile faltered, darkening into an expression of disbelief and indignation. Gu Changge. Yi Chen's voice emerged barely above a whisper, akin to a frigid breeze seeping through a crack. He gazed incredulously at Gu Changge, standing beside Ji Ruyu. This was illogical. Why was Gu Changge here? Shouldn't he be at the Changsheng Gu family? As Yi Chun struggled to reconcile this unexpected encounter, Gu Changge, aware of his scrutiny, merely cast a meaningful glance in Yi Chen's direction. This subtle acknowledgement sent a jolt of anxiety through Yi Chun, who quickly lowered his gaze to conceal his turmoil. Yi Chen's heart raced. Ever since encountering Gu Changge, he had felt thwarted at every turn, as if misfortune shadowed his every endeavor. And now, Gu Changge was also present for this expedition to the Yin-Yang cave. Curse it! Should he fail again this time, he would go to any lengths, even at a great cost, to eliminate this rival. What was a mere wielder of dual pupils, but an immature prodigy? As long as he secured that artifact, unleashing its power would ensure the demise of any below the realm of kings. Unbeknownst to Gu Changge, he had already attracted Yi Chen's ire, who had resolved to eliminate him. Yet, even if Gu Changge were aware, he would likely scoff at the notion. A mere rogue cultivator. Can one truly compare oneself to the illustrious heir of one's lineage, adorned with the duality of eyes and the ethereal essence of celestial bones. The master of the Water Moon sect, observing the restlessness of certain disciples within his sect, promptly cautioned, "You must refrain from disturbing or offending those two. They are esteemed individuals from the Changsheng family. The lady is Ji Ryu, daughter of Ji Hongyuan from the Ji family, and the gentleman beside her, though his identity remains uncertain, carries an aura that strongly suggests he is Ji Haoyue, the divine scion of the Ji clan. Do not court your own demise." A similar scenario unfolded within other sects as well. The glances directed towards Gu Changge and Ji Ryu intensified, igniting a fervor among onlookers. Although their noble bearing was evident from the very first glance, the confirmation from a sect leader only heightened the allure they presented. Chapter 78, Assassin Strike. As the crowd engaged in their own schemes, Ji Ryu felt the intensity of the gazes around her, furrowing her brows in discomfort. A familiar glance caught her attention, revealing Yi Chun amidst the throng. "Oh, Brother Changge, look, that seems to be the person we encountered before at Lingquan Fudi." Ji Ryu gestured for Gu Changge to observe Yi Chun. Gu Changge had already noticed him and nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, it is him. How could he appear here?" "It appears he is affiliated with the Shui West sect," Ji Ryu pondered, recalling the events at Yunlong City where Yi Chun had provocatively challenged Gu Changge. His gaze towards her felt unsettling, stirring a sense of unease in Ji Ryu. She couldn't shake the feeling that Yi Chun had ulterior motives regarding her. What was this persistent, ominous sensation? Who knows? It's best to disregard it. Gu Changge merely glanced at Yi Chun before averting his gaze, fully aware of the latter's intentions, dismissing them with a single thought, "Not worth my time." As time passed, Gu Changge and Ji Ryu mingled with disciples from other sections. However, numerous peculiar occurrences transpired during their journey. Disciples would occasionally engage in sparring, eager to showcase their talents, while some female disciples deliberately drew near, striving to exhibit their allure in hopes of capturing Gu Changge's attention. Unfortunately, both Ji Ryu and Gu Changge remained oblivious to these advances, engrossed in their own conversation and laughter, inciting envy among the female disciples towards Ji Ryu and the male disciples towards Gu Changge. Yi Chun, on the other hand, seethed with resentment. During the sparring sessions, he brazenly offended several top talents from various sects, defeating them all with minor injuries, all to capture Ji Ryu's gaze. Although he gained notoriety and caught the attention of many, Ji Ryu didn't even spare him a glance, making his efforts feel utterly futile. Yi Chun's mood darkened. So your eyes only see Gu Changge? What sets me apart from him? Is it merely his advantageous background? Frustration bubbled within him. Yet, he soon found solace, a cold smile creeping across his face. Nonetheless, soon, the enemies of the Changsheng Ji clan will likely make their move. Just as this thought crossed Yi Chun's mind, a deafening roar echoed. Terrifying pillars of light from the formation surged from around Ji's warship, piercing through the clouds. In an instant, the sky darkened, and an overwhelming force enveloped the surroundings, solidifying the very fabric of space, causing many of the usual escaped treasures to vanish. "This is bad." Ji Dao sat atop the highest tier of the warship. As the formation's light pillars shot skyward, he suddenly opened his eyes, a fierce blade intent flashing within them. In a heartbeat, Ji Dao, an elder of the Ji clan, soared into the heavens. The dreadful aura of his blade, intent mingling with the might of a sovereign, sweeping across the realm. The resounding echoes of blade cries reverberated through the air, as if poised to cleave the very sky and rend the earth asunder. Ji Dao cast a heavy glance at the formation, a sense of foreboding settling within him. The intricate formation before him was so profound that even he, a being of the sovereign realm, could not discern its secrets. It also bore the effect of binding the void, suggesting that the adversary had come well prepared. Who could it be? The elder of the Ji Dao clan scanned the surroundings warily and proclaimed, "I am Ji Dao of the Changsheng Ji family. Are you daring to act against us? Do you not fear the repercussions of our family's wrath?" As he spoke aloud, he discreetly transmitted a message to Gu Changge and Ji Ryu. "Changge, Miss Ryu, I will soon create a fissure in this formation. When that happens, you must escape immediately. The rest shall leave their fate to the heavens." Hearing this, Ji Ryu looked at the elder with concern and exclaimed, "Elder Ji Dao." Gu Changge, however, merely nodded and surveyed the formation around them. With the entirety of his inherited powers from the source heavenly book, he could easily identify the formation's vulnerabilities despite not knowing its name. Utilizing the source heavenly perception and he sought to dismantle the array. It was not a difficult task. Yet, Gu Changge was reluctant to reveal his capabilities too soon, for he wished to ascertain the identity of the assailants targeting the Changsheng family, as it presented a perfect opportunity to reel them in. The other sect leaders, elders, and disciples surrounding them were thrown into disarray. They had not anticipated such audacity in attacking the Changsheng family. How could this be? Yi Chan felt a surge of joy within and quietly approached the direction of Ji Ryu and Gu Changge, intending to seize the opportunity to escape through a corner of the broken formation alongside Ji Ryu, subsequently facing any pursuers with ease. Alas, a certain Gu Changge had unexpectedly entered the equation. How vexing. Just as the elder Ji Dao finished speaking, 3 formidable sovereign realm presences emerged nearby, their divine radiance obscuring their features. Yet, the aura they exuded was undeniably on par with the elder Ji Dao, marking them as top-tier experts within the sovereign realm, comparable to the head of the Changsheng family or the master of the undying Holy Land. We are here to slay your Changsheng family. Indeed, once we deal with you, old man, the divine maiden of your family's yin-yang divine body shall be offered to our young master. Kill. The overwhelming might shattered the surrounding void, resonating with mournful echoes of spiritual energy. The elder Ji Dao's expression darkened upon hearing this, a terrifying killing intent emanating from him. You seek death, daring to covet the maiden of my family. With a thunderous roar, an astonishing blade intent surged forth, momentarily disrupting the operation of the formation. In an instant, a dazzling beam of sword light cleaved through the void, striking a corner of the formation not far from Gu Changge and Ji Ryu. The earth trembled, and the heavens fractured as the formation was forcibly severed by the elder's unparalleled swordsmanship. It was at this moment that the elder shouted to Gu Changge and Ji Ryu, "Hurry, flee!" The 3 sovereign realm assassins targeting the Changsheng family exchanged cold smiles upon witnessing this scene. Want to escape? Not a chance. Just as they prepared to strike, the elder Ji Dao swiftly unleashed 3 radiant sword beams that sliced through the void, resonating with a series of ominous hums. The elder Ji Dao was indeed a prodigy of Gaia's generation. With a single stroke, even though the 3 individuals, whose cultivation appeared comparable to that of Ji Dao, found themselves trembling in fear, their hairs standing on end, and were compelled to abandon their intent to confront Gu Changge and Ji Ryu. "Let's depart." Gu Changge urged Ji Ryu beside her. Ji Ryu nodded in agreement. The 2 swiftly soared toward the corner of the great formation that Ji Dao had severed. Yi Chen, witnessing this, hastily followed suit. Meanwhile, the leader of the Shui sect and others were keenly observing the unfolding events. Upon seeing Ji Dao breach a corner of the formation, they erupted in joyous exclamations. "Hurry, everyone, let us flee this formation." Gu Changge, Ji Ryu, and Yi Chen successfully extricated themselves from the confines of the array. However, those from the Shui sect, who were a moment too late, were not as fortunate, for in that brief moment, among the 3 who had engaged with Ji Dao, some were now free to turn their attention towards them. Chapter 79. The pure-blood son of Yaochi. A tremendous surge of spiritual energy erupted, and, in an instant, a colossal hand measuring 100 feet soared towards a group of disciples and elders from various sects who sought to follow Gu Changge and Ji Ryu in their escape from the Grand Formation. The next moment, a thunderous boom resonated, akin to something exploding in the void. A cacophony of sounds reminiscent of dumplings being boiled filled the air, accompanied by anguished cries. Sensing the tumult behind him, Yi Chen, who was trailing Gu Changge and Ji Ryu, quickened his pace. Gu Changge and Ji Ryu had already breached the formation. Upon witnessing this, a powerful king-level entity expressed his displeasure, remarking, "Ji Ryu and the individual beside her have escaped, along with a disciple from a lesser sect." No matter. Another king-level powerhouse, after being repelled following a fierce clash with Ji Dao, Interjected, the young master is outside. Those few will not evade capture. Ji Dao, having subdued the last king-level opponent he faced, was incensed upon overhearing the dialogue between the two formidable beings. What manner of power do you possess to dare to attack the divine maiden of the Changsheng family? You seek death, with a disdainful snort. The two conversing king-level beings exchanged cold laughter. Let's see if you can surpass us first. It is well known that Ji Dao is a legendary sword cultivator from millennium ago. Let us ascertain whether you possess such prowess. Your end is nigh. Within the grand formation, a cataclysmic battle unfolded. The terrifying fluctuations nearly overwhelmed the entire array, leaving the various factions within to suffer the most grievous fates. The sect master, elders, and disciples faced death and injury, all lamenting their plight. In the presence of such unparalleled might, they were akin to mere ants, their lives wholly beyond their control. Cultivations such as life wheel, divine connection, enlightenment, and ascendance might signify strength in the external world. Yet, in the eyes of formidable king-level beings, particularly those from the Changsheng family and the undying sacred grounds, they were but insignificant insects, easily extinguished with a mere wave of the hand. Gu Changge and Ji Ruyu had successfully exited the grand formation. In truth, there was no need for a hurried escape. Whenever Gu Changge encountered peril, the protector behind him could effortlessly eliminate all threats. However, the protector was not a trump card, merely a precaution for unforeseen circumstances. If every situation necessitated the protector's involvement, even the most terrifying prodigies would fail to mature. Ultimately, even with profound cultivation, they would remain mere ornamental figures. Brother Changge, that individual we spoke of earlier has been following us. Ji Ruyu indicated towards their rear while staying close to Gu Changge. Indeed, I have noticed. Gu Changge nodded, halting his steps, with Ji Ruyu doing the same. Yi Chun, having long been aware of their departure from the grand formation, could not possibly elude their perception. Thus, upon seeing Gu Changge and Ji Ruyu come to a stop, he approached them with a smile. Greeting, son of Changge, Fairy Ruyu, we meet again. Your keen perception is commendable, as you have successfully accompanied us out of the grand formation, Gu Changge remarked with an enigmatic expression directed at Yi Chun. Throughout Yi Chun's series of actions, Gu Changge could not shake the feeling that the latter had been privy to this knowledge all along. How to describe this sensation? Gu Qingqiu exhibited similar traits. Thus, Gu Changge was beginning to form a vague understanding of the true identity of Yi Chun, this son of destiny. However, further confirmation was necessary. If his suspicions held true, then he must strategically utilize this reincarnated individual, unlike Gu Qingqiu, who was bound to him by kinship. Yi Chun was a son of fortune, a figure who now appeared to be at odds with him. Naturally, Gu Changge intended to extract every ounce of potential from such a promising asset, ultimately leading to its demise. To eliminate him outright would be a grave waste, especially if Yi Chun were indeed a reincarnator, as he was likely in possession of extraordinary treasures, his ultimate trump card, replete with unfathomable powers. Should the moment arise to strike decisively, meticulous preparations would be imperative to ensure that Yi Chun faced insurmountable odds, rendering him helpless to escape. Yi Chun felt a chill as Gu Changge's scrutinizing gaze seemed to pierce through all his secrets. He recognized this was no mere illusion. Gu Changge had likely employed a secretive technique to observe him. Suppressing his unease, Yi Chun smiled and said, I had already discerned the extraordinary nature of both the son of Chang and the fairy Rui, and in perilous circumstances. It is only wise to follow your lead for survival. Now that you have emerged, should we not part ways? Gu Changge showed no mercy, issuing an unequivocal dismissal. Yi Chun's smile faltered, while Ji Rui remained impassive, fully supporting Gu Changge's decisions, particularly the expulsion of the evidently ill-intentioned Yi Chun, which she deemed the most astute choice. Yi Chun's mind raced. Without Ji Rui by his side, how would he navigate this predicament? Cursed be this unexpected Gu Changge. Finally, he conjured a rationale, a hint of trepidation crossing his features as he said, Son of Chang, we are all but fugitives now. Those who attacked earlier clearly aimed for Fairy Rui. They may have set their sights on you as well. Retaining me could bolster your strength. Perhaps I may assist you in confronting any adversaries. Apologies, but your help is unwarranted. Gu Changge replied, shaking his head while scrutinizing Yi Chun with narrowed eyes. Moreover, those who could benefit from your assistance are likely not my sole adversaries. Yi Chun felt a sting from Gu Changge's words. Was he truly so inadequate? What the Changsheng clan's reputation? Did it confer some innate superiority? He was a reincarnator, possessing the coveted rebirth stone. Given time, he would prove his worth. His breath quickened, veins throbbing in his eyes, and he resolved to confront Gu Changge, even if it meant revealing some of his hidden capabilities. However, just as he prepared to act, a light, teasing voice interjected from the side, accompanied by an aura of dominance. Oh, the elder remarked that the divine maiden of the Ji family had escaped. He assumed you would have fled long ago. Yet, to his surprise, you remained here engaged in conversation. Ha! Truly a flower nurtured in a greenhouse, utterly oblivious to the looming sense of danger. As this teasing voice echoed, a tall figure emerged. He bore a pair of black horns upon his head, his eyes a striking crimson, exuding an overwhelming aura of tyrannical malevolence. Resembling a dragon-like being with red eyes, the offspring of the vengeful spirit, Yashuan. As Yashuan stepped forward, his gaze fixated intently on Ji Ruyu, his eyes brimming with avarice.